Yo, stick with me because this kid is about to risk his life for his gorgeous sister, only to get absolutely trashed, while his big bro gets tossed off a massive cliff. Watching helplessly, he blames his own pathetic weakness as the villain hangs him from a tree, leaving him as bait for wild beasts. Just in time, an old master saves him and takes him in, putting him through hellish training to turn him into an unbeatable god of war. Blood will have blood. Our story kicks off in Gungra village. Cheon Sa-woo moved here with his dad at age 10, but when his father died, the villagers turned on him, calling his dad a coward deserter. With nowhere left to go, the poor kid is forced to survive all alone in the deep woods for years. Then out of nowhere, his village sister comes looking for him. Today is her coming-of-age ceremony, and she actually got the chief's okay to bring Sa-woo back for the feast. Sa-woo agrees instantly. Ever since his dad passed, these siblings treated him like real family. But as they walk back, the whole village starts whispering dirty looks and cursing him. Honestly, he does not give a single damn, treating their trash talk like barking dogs. Suddenly, the chief's arrogant nephew blocks them, grabbing Sa-woo's collar to talk smack. But right then, a massive hand lifts him up like a helpless frog. It is Jisan, the sister's giant brother, back from hunting. The sister begs him to drop the punk to avoid chief trouble. Jisan casually tosses the guy aside like trash, leaving him groaning on the dirt in absolute agony. Seeing her bruised nephew, the angry old chief swings her cane at Jisan, but it literally feels like a tickle to this absolute unit. Jisan just flashes an official magistrate letter, then walks away with his sister and Sa-woo. The chief's face turns pale as she reads it, but they are already long gone. Meanwhile, over at Reunion, an earth-shattering martial arts duel is exploding on the Blood Tears plain. The Morong clan once ruled the entire north, but suddenly went into complete isolation for 10 whole years. This left the northern martial world in total chaotic lawlessness. Now the two biggest powerhouse factions, Great Strength Castle and Dragon Heaven Villa, are clashing to crown the ultimate boss. Watch closely, because up on the cliff, an old beggar chugs wine while watching the fight unfold. Meet Hong Wu Gai, a legendary beggar sect elder who traveled miles for this. Down on the stage, the two masters clash with absolute fury. One swings a crazy dragon-dancing blade, while the other unleashes a peerless, crushing saber. Watching from above, old Hong has to admit these guys are definitely the real deal. Right during their brutal clash, a mysterious old man with his hands behind his back quietly lands. Standing by a bronze statue, he quietly watches the duel, completely ignoring old Hong, who is staring at him like he just saw a literal ghost. Old Hong's mind is absolutely blown. He prides himself on having sharp-as-hell senses, yet this old dude snuck right up on him without him noticing a thing. Suddenly, the old man winces, placing one hand on his chest and gently pressing his other palm against the massive bronze statue. His old wounds are flaring up. Gritting his teeth, he holds back the agonizing pain as a wave of insane raw energy surges from his palm straight into the statue. The old man looks deeply disappointed, while Hong's jaw hits the floor. The guy is standing right there, yet Hong cannot detect even a single drop of energy from him. He suddenly drops a cryptic line, "My successor will return," then leaps into the sky, vanishing into thin air in a split second. Hong shouts to stop him, but the insane sight before him freezes him completely solid. That solid bronze statue is now twisted into absolute scrap metal, with a wild green energy still tearing it apart. Hong stands there, totally speechless. If that monstrous strike had hit him instead, he would be dead on the spot, no doubt. Back at their house, Jisan randomly asks his gorgeous sister if she has got a crush on anyone yet. Her cheeks turn bright red as she admits there's this silk merchant she met a few times. Sa-woo sighs, knowing suitors would be breaking down their door if he was not such a burden to her. That night, after they fall asleep, he quietly grabs his bow to slip outside, but Jisan catches him right at the door. We both know why. He is sneaking into the mountains to find rare ginseng for his sister's dowry. But Jisan sees right through him, reminding him that married or not, this place will always be his home. Sa-woo waves and heads out, while his sister quietly opens her eyes in the dark. Up on Cheongbei Mountain, he searches all day with zero luck until his eyes suddenly light up. He spots two wild ginseng roots growing right together. Sa-woo cheers like he just hit the jackpot, but suddenly the sun sets and a thick, heavy fog rolls, entrapping him up there. Just as he is looking for a place to sleep, he spots a warm campfire nearby. Creeping closer, he sees an old man sitting cross-legged under a tree. It is that godlike master from the duel. An old dude alone in the deep woods is super sketchy, but the master already sensed him, calling out to show himself before he gets dragged out. Sa-woo scrambles out of the bushes, swearing he is friendly, and asks if he can crash by the fire. The old master just glances at him, giving a silent nod. By the fire, Sa-woo roasts some mushrooms and offers a skewer to say thanks. The old man accepts, chewing every single bite 36 times before swallowing. Watching this, Sa-woo nervously asks if the roasted mushrooms taste completely awful. The master explains it helps him absorb maximum nutrients, so even tiny portions keep him energized. The unlikely duo just chill and chat by the fire. The old man asks why an outsider would live in Gungra. Sa-woo scratches his head, explaining he promised his late dad he would never leave. The master knows the kid is hiding something big, but lets it slide since he looks so uncomfortable. Sa-woo shares his struggles and asks why the master is out here. His response? He is looking for a place to die. You and I are about to see everything change. The boy gasps, trying to stop him, but the old man snaps. My old illness is killing me anyway, but before I kick the bucket, I'm personally taking down the bastards who destroyed my family. "So shut it, kid. Death is my only home." The boy is left totally speechless, but stick with me, because this is where our story gets crazy. After spitting those words, the old man shuts his eyes, dead silent. The boy just sighs. Not a single word is dropped for the rest of the night. At dawn, the boy sneaks away, leaving a rare wild ginseng by the dying fire. He has no clue that a squad of riders has been tearing toward his village all night. Leading them is a scarred Yuan envoy on a twisted hunt to drag girls away as concubines. Before heading out, Cheon Sa-woo takes one last look at the old guy. He doesn't know the old man's past, but hopes that ginseng keeps him kicking to finish his revenge. Shaking off those heavy thoughts, Cheon Sa-woo heads straight for his village. Arriving home, he freezes. The entire village is a complete ghost town. He stands there shocked, totally oblivious to the threat creeping up right behind his back. Next second, bam! A thug brutally punches him right in the back of the neck. The heavy blow sends him eating dirt, and the bastard pins him down instantly. Suddenly, the hiding villagers swarm out. The village chief bluntly announces that his sister has been chosen to be dragged off as a concubine for the Yuan envoy. That official letter was to warn me the Yuan envoy is coming to Kungra village. I know you two siblings are super close, so we are locking you up before the Lord gets here. Hearing this garbage, Cheon Sa-woo gnashes his teeth, thrashing wildly, but the thug keeps him pinned flat on the ground. Desperate, Cheon Sa-woo sinks his teeth deep into the guy's finger. The thug screams, letting go, and Cheon Sa-woo immediately smashes an elbow right into his ugly face. Capitalizing on the opening, Cheon Sa-woo whips out his bow, kicks the thug away, then stomps on his chest, aiming an arrow straight between his eyes. The terrified thug starts shaking, begging for his pathetic life. The chief panics, screaming that this crazy stunt will get the whole village slaughtered. But Cheon Sa-woo is in absolute rage mode. Now watch closely because things are getting intense. He fires an arrow that grazes her face, cutting her cheek and pinning her walking stick. Gritting his teeth, his voice turns ice cold. "I don't care how much you trash talk or bully me, but don't you dare touch a single hair on my sister's head. I'm taking my sister out of this damn village right now. Anyone who tries to stop me is getting a lot worse than a scratch." With that, Cheon Sa-woo ignores them and runs home. The thug scrambles up shouting and chasing, but suddenly war horses storm the village. The Yuan envoy has finally arrived to take the prize. Carrying a massive, terrifying scar across his face, he demands the chief bring him the beauty. Meanwhile, Cheon Sa-woo sprints home, finding his sister happily greeting him, completely clueless. He quickly explains the crazy situation. Before she can even process the shock, he grabs her hand and drags her toward the mountains. Sneaking up the mountain, Cheon Sa-woo suddenly spots a squad heading straight for his house. At the front is that scary Yuan envoy. Right then, the envoy locks eyes with Cheon Sa-woo. Breaking into a cold sweat under that savage glare, the boy desperately pulls his sister deeper into the forest. The envoy barks orders to his two subordinates to slaughter the boy but keep the girl alive. Nodding, the two lackeys bow, mount their horses, and prepare to hunt them down. To everyone's shock, they gallop off like demons. It doesn't take long for them to catch up to the fleeing siblings. Keeping his cool, Cheon Sa-woo draws his bow and unleashes a lethal shot. But shockingly, one thug draws his blade, spins midair, and slices the arrow clean in half. Shaken by this crazy skill, Cheon Sa-woo hesitates. Before he can react, the thug blitzes him, delivering a brutal palm strike right to his face that sends him crashing. His sister screams in horror but gets gagged by the other thug. Pinning Cheon Sa-woo down, the first attacker draws his blade, aiming a lethal stab right at his skull. Out of nowhere, a massive fist smashes right into his face. It's Ji-san, returning from chopping wood. Seeing his partner get sent flying, the thug holding the sister panics, his face twisting in shock. Saved, Cheon Sa-woo quickly explains the situation. "Trust me, things are about to get wild." Furious that these scumbags want to kidnap the sister, Ji-san goes berserk, pulling out his axe to slaughter them. He hurls a heavy 10-pound log, but the thug effortlessly slices it in half midair. Instantly, the thug's eyes flash as he raises his blade to block Ji-san's heavy axe. Ji-san has insane natural strength, but his combat experience is absolutely no match for this pro. Blocking the axe, the thug uses the momentum to spin, his blade grazing Ji-san's neck. But right at that split second, a foot stomps onto Ji-san's shoulder. Using him as a launch pad, Cheon Sa-woo leaps high, drawing two arrows. Without a single second of hesitation, he fires them back-to-back at the enemy. Turning pale, the thug pulls back his sword to block. But he doesn't see Ji-san's iron fist coming. Bam! A devastating punch explodes into his gut, twisting his face in absolute agony. He flies backward like a broken doll, smashing violently into a massive tree. Before he can even recover his senses, another deadly arrow is already flying straight for his skull. He barely dodges it by tilting his head, but instantly screams as agony flares in his right leg. Turns out that second arrow just impaled his thigh. Seeing his partner crippled, the other thug panics. Suddenly, a cold, mocking voice booms out, "Useless trash. You can't even handle two damn kids?" The boys freeze as the Yuan envoy himself steps forward. His eyes narrow to slits, glaring at them like a starving tiger locking onto its helpless prey. This guy isn't just some politician picking concubines. He's a highly lethal elite commander from the Yuan military. Glancing at his useless henchmen, the envoy gives them a look of pure disgust. Cold sweat immediately pours down the thug's face. Without a word, he marches forward, radiating an oppressive aura that crushes the boys. Cheon Sa-woo grits his teeth, trying his absolute best not to buckle under this insane pressure. But Ji-san snaps under the pressure. Screaming, he swings his axe, but the envoy easily sidesteps him in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a massive palm slams onto Jisan's chest. Channeling raw force, the envoy strikes so hard that Jisan coughs up a fountain of blood, his huge body launching backward like a broken toy and snapping a massive tree in half. Thanks to the tree, Jisan stops right at the edge of the cliff. Seeing his brother cough blood, Cheon Sa-woo screams in rage. And trust me, you and I are left on a crazy cliffhanger. Get ready, you and I are diving into a crazy level struggle. Cheon Sa-woo reacts instantly as the envoy lunges at him, drawing his bow and locking a sharp arrow right at the guy's head. He fires without hesitation, but the opponent is way too fast and ducks it. The arrow only tears through his hat. Without missing a beat, the envoy swings his left hand, delivering a brutal blow right into Cheon Sa-woo's ribs. Caught completely off guard, Cheon Sa-woo gets sent flying, rolling across the dirt like a ragged ball. The envoy tosses off his heavy fur coat, chuckles evilly, and glares at our boy with absolute murder in his eyes. Just as he steps up to put Cheon Sa-woo out of his misery, a massive hand suddenly locks around his ankle. The envoy looks back, meeting Jisan's bloodshot eyes. Jisan roars from behind, "You bastard, kill me first if you're so tough." Pouring all his strength into his giant hands, Jisan rips up a massive tree trunk and hurls it straight at the guy. But the envoy is terrifyingly calm, shattering the entire tree with a single punch like it was nothing. Moving like lightning, he charges in and drops a savage knee that sends Jisan flying, but this monster isn't done torturing him yet. Seeing his brother down, Cheon Sa-woo lunges from behind, but he can't even touch the guy. The envoy easily dodges and punches him dead in the face like a total ragdoll. Our boy spins midair before crashing hard onto the ground. Seeing both her brothers utterly wrecked, the sister is panicking, but she's completely pinned down by the enemy guards. Just when we think Cheon Sa-woo is done for, the villain freezes. Jisan grabs his leg with a death grip, gasping, "You bastard, I will never let you touch my brother." "Fine, I will handle you first," the envoy sneers, brutally punching Jisan in the face. But Jisan acts like he doesn't even feel it, struggling to stand up. The envoy's eyes widen in absolute shock. Jisan looks terrifyingly savage, his voice dripping with pure ice as he growls, "You bastard. I am going to end you." Jisan leaps up, grabs the envoy's wrist, and smashes a heavy fist into his face. But the envoy breaks free, slips behind Jisan in a flash, grabs his spine, and lifts him up like a small mountain. Jisan screams in agony as the envoy squeezes with brutal power. Ignoring his cries, the envoy walks slowly to the cliff's edge, a twisted smirk on his face before casually tossing Jisan into the abyss. Cheon Sa-woo screams in horror and tries to rush forward, but by the time he reaches the edge, his brother has fallen. "Don't worry, I will send you down next," the envoy mocks. Cheon Sa-woo doesn't even hear him. He is completely frozen, unable to process the fact that his beloved brother was just murdered right in front of him. Suddenly, pure rage takes over. Cheon Sa-woo slams his head into the envoy, knocking him down before leaping high into the air and launching a massive kick at his chest. He goes absolutely wild, unleashing a flurry of desperate punches. The two watching guards can't believe their eyes, knowing that despite Cheon Sa-woo's agility, he is still totally outmatched. Out of nowhere, an iron-like hand grabs our boy's wrist. No matter how much he struggles, he cannot break free from this insane grip. The envoy sneers as his aura suddenly explodes. Before Cheon Sa-woo can even blink, he is hit with a massive bone-crushing force that feels like it's tearing him apart. The next second, he is thrown through the air, crashing down completely unconscious. The envoy strolls over, wipes the blood from his mouth, and growls, "You've got guts, I'll let you die in one piece." Saying that, the envoy pulls two heavy chains from his waist and tosses them right at Cheon Sa-woo. The chains bind his arms, hanging him from a tree. "If your sister gets chosen as a royal concubine, you guys could have been nobility of the great Yuan. But now your brother is dead, and you're going to choke to death hanging from this tree. You brought this whole nightmare on yourself," the envoy sneers. With that, the envoy tells his lackeys to drag the sister away, leaving our boy hanging alone. And honestly, it gets worse because soon enough, some starving wild wolves smell his blood and start closing in. Let's see how he survives this. The wolf pack glares at the hanging boy with greedy, hungry eyes. One beast quickly climbs a low branch and leaps up, aiming straight for Cheon Sa-woo's throat. Right at that critical moment, a mysterious figure slowly walks up. It's the same strange old man Cheon Sa-woo met in the woods yesterday. The old man thrusts out his left hand, blasting a streak of green energy that strikes the midair wolf. The beast is instantly vaporized by the raw power, but the rest of the pack immediately surrounds him. The wolves all pounce at once, aiming to tear him apart. But the old man just smiles without a shred of fear, unleashing a massive surge of energy and grabbing one wolf's snout. He channels the green energy directly into the wolf's body, instantly turning the beast into a pile of shredded meat. Suddenly, another wolf sneaks up behind him, leaping for his neck, but the old man predicts it perfectly, spinning around to deliver a crushing palm strike that kills it on the spot. He dances through the pack like he's taking a casual stroll, taking out several wolves in the blink of an eye. Cheon Sa-woo watches this, absolutely unable to believe his eyes. He never imagined the quirky old guy he met would be this insanely strong. The old man looks up at the hanging boy and asks, "Do you want to live? Even if you have to endure pain far worse than death itself?" "My blood brother is dead, and the sister who raised me was stolen," Cheon Sa-woo replies. Cheon Sa-woo lets out a bitter, exhausted laugh. "Is there any pain in this world worse than what I am already feeling right now?" Hearing this, the old man doesn't hesitate, raising his hands to blast two energy beams that shatter the steel chains. He quickly catches Cheon Sa-woo as he falls. You've got real spirit, kid, smiling despite all this suffering. From this very day on, you are the official successor of Han Nungu-ba. The boy has 35 broken bones and 72 damaged muscles. But his new master claims that his current condition is actually perfect for training. Cheon Sa-woo stares in confusion as his master takes the 100-year-old ginseng he left behind, channels energy into his palm, and extracts a single drop of pure, concentrated essence. Dripping the essence into Cheon Sa-woo's mouth, he says the body has 206 bones and 639 muscles. Master them and you can control your entire body. Since you can't move right now, your nerves will be incredibly sensitive. Master Han Nungu-ba then extends 2 fingers, tapping Cheon Sa-woo's pressure points. Powerful energy immediately floods through the boy's entire body, mixing with the pure ginseng essence to heal him, cleansing his damaged meridians. Focus your mind and feel the energy flow. Once you unlock all 36 major acupoints, you will feel everything inside yourself. You'll feel every muscle fiber connecting and master how your toes control your hands. Trust me, the grind has just begun. Alright, you and I are diving straight into this crazy world where you can literally hear your own blood pumping. Master this, and you will completely unlock the absolute core of our sect's deadliest martial arts. But the raw, agonizing pain makes Cheon Sa-woo scream his lungs out. Han Nungu-ba just watches silently, his face dead serious. They say you gotta break down completely to rebuild yourself stronger. Either you evolve into a beast right now, or you end up a useless cripple. It is all on you. His eyes soften for just a second. Son, this is the absolute only way you can ever inherit the legendary title of Heaven Shattering Martial Idol. 1 year later, at 10,000 Immortals Cave on Duhuang Mountain, 2 skinny old guys are chilling cross-legged, waiting in the dark. Suddenly, a shadow glides inside like a cold gust of wind. That is fake Revered One, the top dog of the northern martial world. Turns out there is a secret tier of fighters up north who have reached absolute god status, the carefree immortal tier. Out of everyone, the 3 powerhouses of 10,000 Immortals Cave rule, with fake Revered One being the absolute strongest. Fake Revered One breaks the silence. You know why we are here. Now watch closely because this is terrifying. 12 of our northern carefree immortal masters have been slaughtered in just 1 year. It all started a year ago. An old man and a young kid showed up to challenge the 7 Earth Immortals of Thiet Ling. The 7 Earth Immortals unleashed their rain-summoning ultimate, sending a blizzard of deadly energy at the old man. But he just casually raised his left hand, packing pure, crackling thunder in his palm. With literally one move, he completely shattered the legendary weather technique that the immortal was so damn proud of. The old man did not stop. In a flash, he got right in the immortal's face, using his bare hand like a blade to shred his meridians. Before the guy could even react, a brutal palm strike pierced his chest, leaving him dead on the spot. Even crazier, even after the guy was dead, that insane energy kept tearing apart his corpse from the inside out. 2 months later, the duo hunted down Thiet Sun II. The master used his supreme mountain guarding technique, but the old man was basically just playing with him like a toy. Facing an absolute defense called the Infinite Wall, the old man decided to crush it head-on. 1 strike. That's all it took to turn the wall to dust. He rammed his finger straight through Thiet Sun II's palm like a blade, letting a massive wave of raw energy flood into him. Even though Thiet Sun II was a literal god-tier immortal, every single bone in his body was crushed to fine powder. In seconds, he exploded into nothingness. Fake Revered One looks grim. If all 12 of those legendary masters died by his hands, we are in deep, deep trouble. If this keeps going, forget about our dream of building a new empire. We will be lucky if we even survive this onslaught. The East Sea Sword Sage is losing his mind. No one in the entire North has ever wiped out immortal tier masters like they are nothing. Vajra Master wonders if the royal court caught wind of their secret plot, but he immediately shuts down that idea. No way the royals could take down peak-level immortals this easily. Right then, fake Revered One drops a bomb. Did you guys seriously forget about that monster? 10 years ago, 30 of our top immortals teamed up to jump him, but we got wrecked and lost half our guys instead. That monster Han Nungu-ba is back and he brought a student. Now let's switch gears to a deep forest, where student Cheon Sa-woo is locking on heavy iron gauntlets ready to brawl. Han Nungu-ba lunges forward like an absolute beast. Seeing his master charge like a hungry tiger, Cheon Sa-woo does not even blink and clashes head-on. The two start throwing hands, trades of lightning-fast blows exploding between them. Right now, it is a dead-even match. For a whole year, this kid wore 80-pound iron gauntlets every single day. He has finally unlocked the core of the Heaven Shattering Divine Art, an ancient technique passed down to only one successor. Whoever masters this broken skill earns the legendary title of Heaven Shattering Martial Idol. This style is literally about shredding bones and ripping joints apart, pumping raw energy straight into their acupoints to turn their muscles to absolute mush. Your movements are way too slow. Move faster. Stop overthinking the moves. Let your body react on instinct. This divine art does not have any fancy forms. It is just raw, brutal force meant to shatter bones. Cheon Sa-woo quickly taps his own shoulder, using his energy to block the deadly force creeping up his arm. But his master is already 10 steps ahead, tapping him right on the forehead and sending him flying. Cheon Sa-woo stumbles back, barely keeping his feet. You think you are tired? Well, your enemies are not. When dozens of fighters jump you at once, are you just gonna lie down and die? Han Nungu-ba has absolutely zero chill. Fix your breathing and get back in the game. Right as he says it, his eyes glow a creepy demonic green and his entire body vanishes on the spot. Cheon Sa-woo goes completely pale, but before he can even blink, his master's right palm is already slammed hard against his chest. Han-gu-ba releases a massive burst of energy, blasting the kid backward like a rocket. Gritting his teeth, Cheon Sa-woo tries to suppress the violent power tearing through his chest. The two opposing forces clash inside him, shattering the solid ground right under his boots. I wanted to take it easy on you, kid, but we are out of time. Feel the energy yourself and take back everything those bastards stole from you. Now this mountain is a sacred martial arts sanctuary that even the royals fear to tread, yet our crazy duo just walks right in. The guarding warrior monks roar and charge at them, but Cheon Sa-woo just grins, running straight into the chaos without an ounce of fear. He is like a wolf in a sheep pen, slipping through their lines with insane agility. None of these monks can even take a single hit from him. Han-gu-ba watches his student with a proud smirk. But right then, another squad of staff-wielding monks circles around from behind and charges straight at the old man. Keeping one hand behind his back, he casually thrusts his right hand forward, unleashing a shockwave of energy that completely pulverizes the ancient stone bridge behind them. He tosses the massive stone fragments into the air to block the pursuers like it is nothing. But as they move forward, a massive wall of monks is already waiting for them. The head monk screams, "Han-gu-ba, 10 years have passed, what the hell do you want from us now?" Han-gu-ba ignores him, whispering to his student, "Cheon Sa-woo, this grudge is mine. If you step in, their hatred will weigh on you forever, and trust me, you and I are about to see if he listens. A master for a day is a father for life. If you are his enemy, you die. Stick with me, because this kid is about to go absolutely feral as he channels his energy into his palms." His iron gauntlets shatter under the sheer pressure. Seeing this, the lead monk barks an order, and dozens of warrior monks leap down from the stone platform to swarm the master and disciple. Cheon Sa-woo unleashes his inner energy, making it explode outward. Stepping forward, his bare hands, now free from the iron gauntlets, strike out with two insanely powerful palm thrusts. Instantly, several monks are blown away like rag dolls. Seeing his subordinates get totally wrecked by a teenager, the lead monk grits his teeth, his anger boiling over completely. With a loud roar, he leaps into the air, gripping his long staff, using the downward momentum to crash right down on Cheon Sa-woo. Cheon Sa-woo easily dodges the strike. The heavy iron staff slams into the ground instead, leaving a massive jagged crack in the floor. Airborne, Cheon Sa-woo unleashes a deadly palm strike, sending a massive wave of energy straight at the monk's head. The monk barely dodges, and the blast carves a deep trench into the ground. The monk twirls his staff behind his back, grips the end, and thrusts it forward like a venomous snake lunging from its nest, aiming straight for Cheon Sa-woo's chest. Seeing the staff coming at him with thunderous force, Cheon Sa-woo just smirks and reaches out his right hand, catching the deadly weapon barehanded with absolute ease. The monk's face pales in utter shock. Right then, Cheon Sa-woo squeezes, and the heavy refined iron staff instantly twists and warps like a piece of wet rope. The intense twisting force rips the weapon from the monk's grip. He quickly lets go and rushes forward to attack Cheon Sa-woo head-on. Leaping high, he aims a kick at Cheon Sa-woo's head. But our boy is way faster, smashing his palm into the monk's knee, snapping his leg completely. Screaming in agony, the monk crashes down from the platform. Bleeding out, he looks into the kid's eyes and notices an eerie, glowing blue light in them. Han-gu-ba looks down at him and sneers. "You just told me to let go of 10 years of hatred. Will you forgive my disciple for crippling your leg 10 years from now? You and I both know these fake hypocrites love talking big. Today, I am going to give you a real taste of your own medicine. Let's see how merciful you actually are." Han-gu-ba then leads Cheon Sa-woo straight into the Cave of 10,000 Immortals, explaining it's the perfect secluded spot for intense martial arts training. There are green-bone pills here for food and dozens of glowing night pearls on the walls that you can use for travel money later. Before Han-gu-ba can even finish his sentence, the ground suddenly rumbles violently as a massive stone door, weighing 10,000 pounds, crashes down, completely blocking the cave entrance. Han-gu-ba just laughs coldly. They always pull these cheap tricks. But honestly, Cheon Sa-woo, once you shatter this stone door yourself, you will officially inherit my ultimate martial art. With that, the duo heads deeper inside. Soon enough, they reach a massive open clearing hidden within the cavern. 3 old men sit cross-legged on rocks, the legendary northern masters of this cave. Their leader, the fake venerable, speaks up smoothly. Han-gu-ba, it has been 10 whole years, hasn't it? Han-gu-ba stands tall, replying coldly, "I have been waiting for this exact moment every single day." The Vajra master sneers, "So that little brat and Kok Thon Fong are your only disciples now? Seems like you don't care if they live or die. I'm going to teach this kid his final brutal lesson." Han-gu-ba rips off his cloak, revealing a shredded physique covered in combat scars. The deep, jagged wound right over his heart looks absolutely terrifying. "Cheon Sa-woo, from this moment on, you must memorize my every single move. Even the brutal hits I take will be a priceless lesson for your own future." Honestly, that line hit me right in the feelings. We are about to see some serious tragedy unfold. Cheon Sa-woo frowns, catching his master's grim meaning. Shaking, he whispers, "Yes, master." Before Cheon Sa-woo can even finish, the Eastern Sea Sword Immortal strikes first. He flicks his wrist, sending a 3-foot blade flying. Driven by raw energy, it embeds itself deep into the cavern ceiling. Instantly, massive amounts of sharp debris rain down on Han-gu-ba. Sensing the cue, the other two leap up, launching a coordinated, deadly 3-on-1 assault against him. The fake venerable swings his left arm, unleashing a destructive shockwave. The Vajra master thrusts his fingers forward, rapidly firing his signature attack, the legendary reincarnation Vajra finger. Within a fraction of a second, Han Guba is completely overwhelmed by a barrage of sword energy and palm strikes. Han Guba just smirks. The old monster extends his left hand, focusing his entire reserve of raw energy, and slams his palm violently into the ground. A devastating shockwave of energy explodes outward with him at the center, shattering the entire cavern floor. Standing calmly amidst the dust and destruction, Han Guba looks like an absolute god. The fake venerable can't believe his eyes. Han Guba looks at them coldly and spits. Even with my old injuries, killing you 3 clowns is as easy as stepping on bugs. 10 years ago, these 3 trash masters plotted to overthrow the imperial family. They tried to recruit Han and Guba, but he shut them down completely. Terrified that Han Guba would ruin their plans, the fake venerable lured him out, mobilizing 30 top-tier immortal masters to ambush and slaughter him in a brutal trap. During that time, his wife was brutally murdered at home, and his only daughter went missing in the chaos. Han and Guba fought like a literal demon, wiping out half the elite attackers, but he suffered a near-fatal heart wound in the process. Even though his supreme physical technique was amazing at healing damaged internal meridians, that severe heart wound could only be temporarily suppressed, leaving it impossible to fully cure. For 10 years, Han Guba searched the entire north but could never find any trace of his daughter, until news finally broke that she might have traveled to the Central Plains. He immediately headed out to look for her, but while crossing Blood Tear Valley, his old injury ruptured. Realizing his time was running thin, he had to return north to find a worthy successor. And that is how he met Cheon Sa-woo on Chongbai Mountain. Now the absolute trash who ruined his entire life are standing right in front of him. Han Guba's eyes flare with pure, terrifying bloodlust as massive waves of lethal energy wrap tightly around his arms. The sword immortal, standing the closest, ducks back quickly before lunging forward in a desperate attempt to pierce Han Guba's skull. But Han Guba instantly snatches his wrist with his bare left hand. As they cross paths, Han Guba rips the sword immortal's entire left arm clean off with one single move. The sword immortal screams in pure agony. Seeing this, the other two panic and rush in together to overwhelm him. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see how this ends, as Han and Guba shoots 2 massive energy blasts that explode right in front of them. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a brutal fight, where even the legendary Haidong Sword Saint gets blasted back, dragging his sword through the dirt. The other two quickly steady their breathing, trying to block Han and Guba's insane energy, but he just smirks. 3 elite masters of Van Tian Cave, and that's all you got? Hearing that, Reverend Jia explodes in rage, while Reverend Jin Gang's beard practically stands on end. As for the Haidong Sword Saint, he's just seething after losing his arm. Reverend Jia clasps his hands, channeling everything he has left. His heart is severely damaged, he can't last much longer. Let's team up and exhaust him to death. The 3 of them charge at Han Guba all at once, but his crazy aura suddenly spikes to a whole new level. The old man's eyes flare with raw power. No time left, let's end this in one shot. Han Guba then unleashes a massive cave-flattening blast that completely blows the entire place to pieces. Watch closely, because those 3 top-tier masters get blown to absolute smithereens. Moments later, Cheon Sa-woo pulls his dying master out from under the heavy rubble. Han Guba is on his deathbed. Cheon Sa-woo, don't cry, kid, my revenge is done. I can die with 0 regrets. My only regret is not finding my daughter. If she's still alive, she'd be around your age. When she went missing, she had her mother's secret sword manual with her. If you ever find her, let her be if she's happy. But if she's struggling, just lend her a hand once, and that'll be enough. Tears stream down Cheon Sa-woo's face as he keeps nodding, promising to carry out his master's final dying wish. Leaning against the stone bed, Cheon Sa-woo sighs as his master's voice echoes in his mind like it was yesterday. A moment later, he kneels down, bowing 3 times and prostrating 9 times. Master, I can never repay you for saving my life. For 10 years, I haven't forgotten a single thing you taught me. The young man chokes up, tears spilling over again. Standing up slowly, he whispers, Master, now I can proudly say I'm your disciple. His gaze instantly hardens with pure determination. From now on, I am the 35th successor of the Heaven Shattering Martial Statue. Meanwhile, at Fengma Temple on Mount Miaoxiang, sirens blare like crazy. Warrior monks grab their long staffs and race toward Van Tian Cave. Soon, hundreds of them gather outside, fully locked and loaded for battle. The stone gate, sealed for decades, suddenly shakes with a massive boom that hits the monks' chests like a giant sledgehammer. The monks scramble into formation. The slamming behind the gate gets louder and louder, making the ground shake so hard some of them wipe out. The one-legged monk up front screams, Heads up, the tyrant hand has returned. Just then, the massive 10,000-pound stone gate completely shatters into dust. A giant stone wall is sliced right down the middle and a bare foot steps out. Through the dust walks a young guy wearing totally ragged clothes. And yeah, you and I both know who this is. It's Cheon Sa-woo, finally stepping out after 10 years of crazy training. Seeing him, the one-legged monk freezes. 10 years ago, Cheon Sa-woo was the one who sliced his leg off, and those bad memories hit him hard. Cheon Sa-woo just mutters, Since when was there a temple here? Then a senior monk steps forward. This temple was built to keep your master locked up. It is Abbot Yuan, the head of Fengma Temple. The old monk glares intensely at Cheon Sa-woo. Do you plan to slaughter us like your master did? Cheon Sa-woo smiles. My master's revenge is done. I'm over the killing. Abbot Yuan is completely stunned, left speechless by the kid's peaceful answer. The other monks yell that the Tyrant Hand's disciple is full of trash, but the abbot stays quiet, holding them back. Realizing it's useless, the one-legged monk bursts out laughing, glaring at Cheon Sa-woo with pure hatred. I've trained day and night for 10 years just for this moment. He swings his staff, voice freezing cold. Even if the Tyrant Hand himself stood here, I'd take him down. Cheon Sa-woo just gives a knowing smile. 10 years have passed and you're still clinging to that grudge? Fine, I'll give you what you want, but give me a second. He turns back toward the cave. He looks up at the 3 statues carved at the cave entrance, obviously made by these monks. His face turns completely dark. Raising his bare hand, a surge of bright blue energy starts swirling in his palm. He gently presses it against the mountain wall. Instantly, his inner energy floods into his palm, unleashing a massive wave of power right into the solid rock. Pure energy surges upward, shaking the entire cliffside. A deafening explosion rips through the quiet night sky. Boom, the 3 massive statues instantly blow apart as the entire cave crumbles. The one-legged monk watches in horror, completely covered in cold sweat. Abbot Yuan is shook, never expecting the boy's heavenly shattering technique to reach such a godly level. Turning back, he asks casually, "Sorry to keep you waiting. Do you want to fight one by one, or all at once?" Nobody dares to utter a single word. After a tense silence, the abbot stammers, "Wait, didn't you say you didn't want to kill anymore? If we let you walk away, what will you do?" Cheon Sa-woo crosses his arms, smiling. "That saves me the trouble. I'd appreciate it." The abbot stares deep into his eyes. "Very well, thank you for your mercy, young benefactor. You may go." The one-legged monk tries to protest, but the abbot shuts him down, stating that even with 10 years of hard training, fighting the heavenly shattering successor is pure suicide. Not wanting to waste any more time, Cheon Sa-woo walks away. Hundreds of monks watch him leave, completely frozen in fear. Passing by the one-legged monk, he whispers, "Back then, you tried to stop my master's revenge. Cutting your leg off was just business. But that duel was totally fair. If you still want revenge, find me anytime." The abbot calls out, "Where will you go now, young master?" The young man pauses. "Fulfilling my master's wish first. I'm hitting the Central Plains to find his daughter. Stick around to see if he succeeds." "All right, you and I are jumping right into this." Master Yuanjin sighs, knowing the Central Plains is about to face total chaos, while Cheon Sa-woo just glares and leaps away. Watching Cheon Sa-woo vanish, the old master mutters that this kid is a total beast who has probably already surpassed his own master. He might just become the strongest heavenly shattering martial statue ever. Meanwhile, by a mountain stream, Cheon Sa-woo whips his long hair back, splashing water everywhere. No cap, this dude is not washed in 10 years. After scrubbing off a decade of dirt, he grabs his clothes only to realize they are totally shredded and unwearable. A bunch of priceless night pearls spill out of his rags, rolling onto the grass. Cheon Sa-woo picks up a jade pendant that dropped alongside them, staring at it, completely zoned out. A moment later, he snaps out of it. Finding some actual threads is priority number 1, and right on cue, the delicious scent of food hits his nose. Looks like civilization is nearby. He takes a massive leap, instantly blurring through the forest, and soon a humble little cottage pops up in his line of sight. Jackpot. There are clothes drying on a rack in the yard. Grinning, Cheon Sa-woo lightly taps his toes against the falling leaves and glides right toward the house. Inside the yard, a little girl is told to grab the laundry. She is annoyed, but before she can even touch them, a sudden wild gust of wind sweeps 2 outfits away. While she is wondering where the wind came from, watch closely because a random guy drops from the sky and quickly throws the clothes on. Cheon Sa-woo is shocked by how perfectly they fit, so he tosses her a priceless night pearl, telling her that this gem is way more than enough to cover the clothes. The girl just stares at the pearl in total shock. By the time she recovers and tries to ask who the heck he is, the dude is already long gone. Standing on a treetop under the sunset just like the old days, he decides it is finally time to head to the Central Plains and fulfill his master's last wish. Meanwhile, in a valley near Phoenix City in Liaoning Province, a convoy of carriages carrying blazing torches is slowly moving forward through the dark. The leader of the Blue Sword sect, Si-tu-jeon, is scanning the area on high alert, slightly distracted when a flock of birds suddenly starts from the cliffs. An old man nearby tells him to chill out, pointing out their companion Xiao Zi-ming, who happens to be the commander of 1,000 households in Phoenix City. Who would dare mess with the Blue Sword sect here anyway? Si-tu-jeon just smirks, muttering that his sect is way too big for this tiny city. Turns out the Iron Rain Alliance is currently dominating the martial arts world. Si-tu-jeon's master plan is to join them, but first he has to completely conquer Liaoning Province. With the Murong clan in isolation, Dolly Fort, one of the 3 major factions of the Tiger Alliance, has taken over as the supreme ruler of Liaoning. But since the Murong clan is active again, Si-tu-jeon just grins, confidently declaring that their ultimate target is the entire province. When it comes to raw wealth, Dolly Fort cannot even compete with my Blue Sword sect. If this mission goes smoothly, they will reach a whole new level thanks to the massive pile of gold loaded behind them. The old man agrees that crushing Dolly Fort and joining the alliance will be a total breeze. They promise to help the leader out as long as they stick together, but before he can even finish his sentence, a stray arrow pierces his heart. Xiao Zi-ming stares at the arrow in his chest in pure disbelief, completely knocked off his horse by the sheer force of the impact. This is where it gets crazy. Si-tu-jeon panics as dozens of figures descend from the cliffs, revealing the notorious White Dog bandits, leaving the valley dead silent after a brutal night. 2 survivors stare at the absolute devastation around them, completely speechless. The lead guy scoffs that the Blue Sword sect got completely wiped out by the White Dogs for trying to secretly steal the Imperial gold. Talk about overestimating themselves. Suddenly, the woman senses something is off, quickly backing away to warn her brother that they are being watched. Looking up at the cliff, they spot a mysterious shadow holding a long spear. Realizing he has been busted, the figure leaps away and vanishes instantly. She asks if they should chase him, but her brother says to let it go. It is Dolly Fort's assassination squad, meaning the iron-faced judge is nearby. An all-out war with Dolly Fort is inevitable, but not today. They need to move fast because if the White Dogs escape with the gold, it is gone forever. Meanwhile, at the chaotic Bei Ming Inn in Liaoning, a massive dude is chugging down an entire jar of liquor while his crew cheers him on. The crowd goes wild with applause as Luo Xiaoqiu, the leader of the White Dogs, yells for everyone to drink their fill tonight. Then, a nervous henchman steps up, asking about his reward for leaking the gold info. Luo Xiaoqiu laughs, promising he will treat him right. The terrified innkeeper cowers behind the counter, shaking like a leaf and praying that these dangerous thugs will just leave soon. Just then, a cool figure strolls into the tavern. He completely ignores the chaotic bandits, but seeing him makes Luo Xiaoqiu freeze in pure terror. The ruthless bandit leader is swearing in his head, wondering why this absolute monster is here. He recognizes him as Ji Wuxi, the fearsome captain of Dolly Fort's assassination squad. Ji Wuxi calmly grabs a table and sits down. Not knowing who he is, one of the henchmen walks over and barks that the White Dogs have booked the whole place. But Ji Wuxi completely ignores him, raising his voice to demand why the innkeeper hasn't served him any tea yet. The trembling owner rushes over with tea just as a mocking voice echoes from the entrance, teasing the great iron-faced judge for getting mad over a cup of tea. Seems like Dolly Fort is not that special. The newcomers are the Murong siblings who followed the trail here, and seeing them actually surprises Ji Wuxi a bit. So it is the twin heroes of Murong. Is the Murong clan trying to get a piece of the action too? Luo Xiaoqiu breaks into a cold sweat at their arrival. Murong Guang greets him respectfully, paying his respects to the senior iron-faced judge of Dolly Fort. The bandits pale in shock, but Ji Wuxi stays frosty, saying Dolly Fort has no beef with the Murong clan, so they should just leave. Trust me, you do not want to miss Murong Ji coldly asking if the senior would back down if her clan requested it. Stick with me here. You and I are about to witness an absolute bloodbath. Kivo Tui sneers, mocking the elite Murong clan for chasing mere gold. His eyes flash with pure malice as he vows to slaughter everyone in this tavern and steal every last coin. Immediately, Kavotui's aura surges, sending violent shockwaves that make the entire inn tremble. But the Murong twins do not even flinch. Instead, their expressions turn incredibly dark and cold, ready to unleash hell. Our Murong clan has been in seclusion for 20 years. It seems you pathetic sewer rats have forgotten that there is always a higher heaven. With a cold hiss, the twins draw their weapons in unison. What the hell is Great Strength Fortress to us anyway? Suddenly, Lahathu roars out in fury. You think our White Dog gang is some easy target? But just as the tension peaks, a random young guy strolls right through the front door, mumbling to himself. Muttering about needing to visit the famous Bei Ming Inn, Cheon Sa-woo moves like a ghost. He glides effortlessly right between the shocked Murong siblings. For the first time, Kavo Tui looks genuinely rattled. He could not even track the kid's insanely fast movements. Ignoring the murderous glares, Cheon Sa-woo casually walks over to an empty table, sits down and orders a bowl of noodles. The Murong twins can only stare at his back, completely dazed by his audacity. Sensing his chance, Kavo Tui's eyes flash with cheap malice. He strikes immediately, catching the Murong twins completely off guard. Lunging with insane speed, his bony left hand shoots forward. The bandages wrapped around his arm whip out like a venomous snake, aiming straight for Murong Chi's face. Murong Kwang reacts instantly. His eyes narrow as he snaps his folding fan open, creating a lightning-fast shield that blocks Kavo Tui's lethal bandage strike. Shocked by the lightning-fast defense, Kavo Tui is forced backward. Seizing the moment, Kwang stomps the ground, lunging forward with explosive speed to launch a vicious counterattack. Knowing he cannot underestimate his foe, Kavo Tui floods his bandages with inner energy. They wrap around his hands like living snakes, forming deadly gauntlets. Raising his reinforced arms, Kavo Tui barely tanks the thunderous, crushing blow from Murong Kwang's fierce assault. They clash and rebound, instantly locking into a furious exchange. In the blink of an eye, blows are traded until Kwang slashes his fan, forcing Kavo Tui to scramble back. Using his toes to tap off the fan, he leaps away to gain distance. Suddenly, his fingers grip the wooden pillar, leaving him hanging upside down like a giant, creepy spider. Kwang sneers, mocking the senior's impressive running skills. Instead of getting mad, Kavo Tui just laughs right back, his voice dripping with venomous sarcasm. So the famous Murong martial arts are only at this level? As the words leave his mouth, Kwang's hat suddenly splits cleanly in half and falls. Now pay attention, because this is where the real mind games start. Kwang's eyes turn icy, unleashing pure killing intent. But suddenly, an invisible force blasts Kavo Tui's headscarf right off his head. Kavo Tui's smug smile completely vanishes. Turning to his sister, Kwang coldly issues an order. You take care of the White Dogs. I will handle this old fossil myself. Kavo Tui's face turns black as night, while the surrounding thugs shiver in absolute terror. Captain Lahathu desperately glances at the exit, but Murong Chi already blocks his path. Drawing her blade, she mocks him, saying running away is not an option. Tell me where you hid the stolen gold, and I will grant you a quick, painless death. This utterly enrages Lahathu, a hardened bandit leader who has never suffered such disrespect. Whether you are Morong royals or fortress elites, I am slaughtering everyone today. His thugs draw their blades and charge. At that moment, Kevo Tui roars for his own shadow squad to kill everyone. Instantly, dozens of dark assassins crash through the upstairs windows, joining the chaos. It turns out the old man set a massive trap beforehand. These highly trained killers descend, hacking through anything in their way. As fortress elites, they do not show a single hint of fear. They roar in unison, claiming the gold belongs to them. Hearing the massive uproar, Cheon Sa-woo, still happily eating his noodles, looks up in surprise. He looks around and mutters about 3 factions fighting over simple gold. Even as the owner begs him to flee this dangerous war zone, the kid just keeps slurping his food. Cheon Sa-woo complains that he has traveled from the north for 10 years without a decent meal. He casually asks the owner why everyone is fighting, mentioning he only overheard something about stolen gold. I know what you're thinking. This kid has some major connections, right? Hearing about the battle over the stolen gold, Cheon Sa-woo remembers his master mentioning these 2 powerhouse clans. Both factions are currently warring for absolute dominance over Liaoning. Suddenly, Morong-chi kicks an assassin, sending him crashing unconscious right into the food counter. She turns and spots Cheon Sa-woo eating, looking completely unbothered. She wonders how anyone could stay this chill in a literal war zone. Could this strange kid be some sort of hidden master? Suddenly, her instincts scream danger. Spinning around, she sees a fortress elite charging at her with a deadly spear. With one swift, brutal sword strike, she slices the charging attacker clean in half. Having dealt with the threat, she turns back to study Cheon Sa-woo, eventually dismissing her wild theory. The kid only looks 20, so there is no way he has mastered his inner energy yet. She coldly warns him to get lost if he wants to live. Thanks for the warning, but I only have 2 bites left. Let me finish my meal and do not mind me at all. Stunned by his sheer nerve, she tells him to suit himself before diving straight back into the chaotic bloodbath. Just then, the unconscious fortress thug from earlier finally wakes up. Spotting Cheon Sa-woo at the counter, he mistakes him for a rival bandit and lunges forward with a furious, bloodthirsty roar. In response, Cheon Sa-woo casually spins his chopsticks, infusing them with raw energy before tapping the attacker's finger. The powerful force instantly pierces through his flesh, destroying his meridians. Coughing up a pool of blood, the thug drops dead instantly. Cheon Sa-woo sighs, realizing the fortress elites are actually weak as hell. Glancing outside, he watches Kwang Vo Thui trading insane blows in a dead heat. The old spider sneers, demanding to know what the Morong clan's true goal is behind hoarding all this gold. Kwang narrows his eyes, coldly telling him there is absolutely nothing to discuss. He lunges with another fan strike, but his opponent narrowly slips away. Lahathu surveys the bloody field, realizing his bandits are simply no match for the highly trained fortress army. A terrified lackey stammers that 80% of their men are dead. Enraged, the captain screams that he is taking these bastards down with him. Clenching his fists, he channels his inner energy and smashes them down, unleashing a massive shockwave. Trust me, you and I cannot miss what happens next. Alright, you and I are diving into this madness. Everyone gets blasted back. Even the fighting masters Murong Guang and Ji Wushui are shaken. Murong-ji is shocked, never expecting this bandit to be this strong. Suddenly, her eyes go wide. Luo Xiaochu charges like a rabid bull, and before she can even blink, she gets violently sent flying. Iron-faced judge Murong twins. Luo Xiaochu screams that he will remember them and get his revenge before bolting from the inn. Murong Guang realizes things are going south and immediately gives chase. Ji Wushui does not want to waste time either, barking orders for his hunt squad to pursue. The tavern crowd watches in utter shock as a mob rushes out after Luo Xiaochu. Murong Guang easily catches up, sneering and asking if the bandit really thought his basic Lightfoot skill could save him. Ji Wushui also catches up with a threat, demanding the gold in exchange for protection from the Great Power Fortress. Meanwhile, Luo Xiaochu's goons back at the inn snap out of it, but Murong-ji blocks their escape. Zero hesitation. She swings her blade, cleanly slashing a goon's throat. He lets out a painful scream and collapses to the dirt. Ignoring the blood splattered on her face, she grits her teeth and vows to take Luo Xiaochu's life with her own hands. With a light step, she darts out of the inn. Meanwhile, the Beiming Inn has turned into a total war zone, with bodies piled up like mountains. Watch closely as Cheon Sa-woo slowly approaches a dying survivor who begs him for mercy. But saving lives? Not his style. Killing? Now that's what he's actually good at. With a cold look, Sa-woo reaches out his left hand, tapping 2 pressure points on the guy's neck, then injects his inner energy straight into him. The goon feels his blood boil in agony. Shaking, he gasps in fear as Sa-woo demands the location of the gold, promising him a quick and painless death instead of leaving him to rot in endless torture. East Dongming Mountain, Yinku Valley, a cave hidden under vines, the goon mutters before his eyes roll back and he finally stops breathing. Cheon Sa-woo lets go, his face completely expressionless. Thanks, have a safe trip, he says, gently closing the dead man's eyes to send him off. Half an hour later, deep in Yinku Valley on Dongming Mountain, 100 miles away, Cheon Sa-woo scans the area. He has got the right spot. Sure enough, fresh hoofprints and heavy wagon tracks mark the dirt. The tracks are inches deep, meaning this wagon was loaded with heavy loot. Following the trail into a ravine, Sa-woo spots a cave mouth completely covered by thick vines. I know what you are thinking, who wouldn't lose their mind over a cave packed with crates of shining gold? But Sa-woo? He literally does not care at all. He just tosses a few gold bars into his pouch and looks around, calculating. He knows this fortune will come in handy later, but how should he hide it for now? Stepping out of the cave, he analyzes the situation. Based on the chaos at the inn, the Great Power Fortress stands no chance. Eventually, the Murong clan will definitely come for this gold. Making up his mind, Sa-woo stretches out both hands, channeling his massive inner energy right into his palms. His master taught him that everything has a core flow, and severing it allows his heaven-shattering art to destroy anything. Sa-woo strikes outward, unleashing two powerful blasts of energy straight into the canyon walls. The cave violently shakes, rocks and dirt crumbling down to completely bury the entrance. Sa-woo leaps onto a high tree branch, quietly admiring his handiwork. Once the heavy dust clears, the entrance is totally sealed. Sa-woo shrugs. Perfect, now nobody can easily reach this stash. With that settled, he starts planning his next move. Right now, the Great Power Fortress in Fushun is fighting the Shenyang-based Murong clan over the Liaoning region. 10 years ago, when his master went searching for his daughter, he was stopped at Blood Tears Plain. Shenyang is the busiest city in Liaoning. After pondering for a moment, Sa-woo decides to head there first to scout out the situation. Meanwhile, Ji Wushui channels all his power into his fist, while Murong Guang pours his inner force into his fan, both unleashing deadly strikes at each other. Roof tiles shatter and fly everywhere. Luo Xiaoqiu shivers in fear, realizing these two are way out of his league, and desperately begs Senior Ji Wushui to stop this fight to the death. A sharp cut opens on Ji Wushui's bleeding cheek. Calling him a weak brat, he commands the search team to capture Luo Xiaoqiu immediately. The elite guards of Great Power Fortress charge at Luo Xiaoqiu. Murong Guang curses. Even though his skills are slightly superior, fighting a whole mob alone is a bad idea. But right as he gets outnumbered, a figure swoops in. It is Murongji, finally catching up, telling her brother to leave Luo Xiaoqiu to her. Instantly, cold sword light flashes, killing 4 elite guards of the Great Power Fortress on the spot. She quickly sheathes her blade, then lunges to grab Luo Xiaoqiu's throat. Before he can even react, she has him completely pinned down. Ji Wushui rushes to stop her, but a massive wave of inner energy cuts him off. Murong Guang blocks his path with a heavy strike. Ji Wushui desperately blocks with his arms, but the impact slashes his arms, drawing fresh blood. He mocks them, saying they should have backed off and that it is too late now. Even with Murongji choking his throat, Luo Xiaoqiu still gasps that the gold is his. Murongji sneers, promising to make him spill it. She floods him with her inner power, activating her clan's forbidden technique, the Shadow Soul art of the Murong family. That night, the Great Power Fortress is brightly lit as 7 bodies are laid out in the courtyard. Wan Jixing, chief of the fortress, stares at them in deep silence. It is a shame to lose so many men, but standing around won't help. They dared to slaughter the elite squad, proving they are fully ready for war with the fortress. Ji Wushui bows his head in shame, muttering that this failure was due to his own incompetence and asking Chief Wan for punishment. He replies that punishing him changes nothing. He does not get why the Murong family returned to the scene for mere gold, but the Great Power Fortress won't let them get away with it. Saying this, Wan Jixing's voice booms like a massive bell. Listen up, everyone. From today on, there is no peace between us and the Murong clan. No one leaves, we prepare for an all-out war. The disciples roar in agreement, their shouts echoing like thunder. Ji Wushui lowers his head in shame, but Wan Jixing cuts him off, saying if Wushui was truly useless, then he simply misjudged him. He tells him to stop overthinking and lead the vanguard in the upcoming clash to redeem himself. Hearing this, Ji Wushui immediately drops to one knee, deeply grateful. Wan Jixing nods, approving of his loyal spirit. He then stares sharply at a corpse on the mat. There are no sword wounds, meaning no external trauma. But surprisingly, his internal organs are completely untouched too, showing absolutely no inner injuries either. He checks the pulse, and trust me, it gets crazy. Look closely with me, because this old guy's face completely drops. The victim was totally blasted from the inside, his energy pathways shattered by insane inner force. Wan Jixing turns to Ji Wushui, shocked. He asks if anyone else was there when they fought the Murong twins. Ji Wushui mentions a random 20-something kid hanging around, but says he seemed totally average. Definitely not some secret powerhouse with crazy energy. Wan Jixing mutters that a 20-year-old having that much power is basically impossible. So there must be another elite backing them up. He orders Shengxian and Huichang to go receive the Beifeng envoy and protect them no matter what. After sending off his son, Wan Jixing gets lost in thought. Snapping energy pathways with that kind of insane precision is something even he cannot pull off. Does the Murong clan have a hidden master, or is some mysterious rogue player messing with them? Even with his ironclad mind, he is starting to sweat. This mystery person is a dangerous wild card. Meanwhile, back at the Murong estate in Shenyang, the Murong twins are hesitating right outside a door. You guys are late. Looks like things did not go as planned. Murong Guang, looking pale and pissed, snaps that he is sorry to disappoint. Disappoint? Please. I never had high hopes anyway. Cut the chatter, get inside, Dad is waiting. With that, Murong Juncheng swings the door open. Inside, an old man stands with his back turned, hands clasped, staring into the distance. This is Murong Dongtian, the clan head. Juncheng bows and announces that Guang and Ji are back. Dongtian turns around, totally cold. He heard they failed to get the gold, but they explain they used the Shadow Soul technique to extract the location. Hearing this, Dongtian's eyes turn razor sharp. But what? Well, they explain that when they arrived, a massive landslide had occurred, and the entire mountain had completely collapsed. But they beg him not to worry, promising that if given enough time, they will tear down mountains to find that gold. After listening to Murong Guang's full explanation, Dong Tian simply raises his left hand, curling his fingers as a monstrous vacuum force erupts directly from his open palm. Guang feels his throat closing up while Ji screams in sheer terror. Guang is yanked through the air, floating helplessly until his father grabs him by the neck, roaring why he should keep such useless trash alive. Ji wants to beg for mercy, but her older brother stops her, warning that dad is furious and she needs to stay quiet. Dong Tian is raging like a rabid lion now. He demands to know if they even understand why the clan had to seal its gates for 10 years. To join the Tiwu alliance and become part of the Wulong Union? He snorts, mocking his son's pathetic, narrow vision. Turns out, 20 years ago, the Morong clan grew so fast it terrified the 5 great clans. Worried about their own survival, they teamed up with the Tiwu alliance to form the Wulong Union just to keep them in check. Because of that, 20 years ago, a massive tragedy struck. Dong Tian suddenly declared the clan closed and brutally slaughtered every single elder who dared to oppose him. Do you seriously think I did all of this just to join that garbage Wulong Union? I want our clan to rule the entire Tiwu alliance. With that, he slams his son's head into the railing, veins popping on his forehead. He asks Guang what he sees. Guang, choking back the intense pain, stammers that he sees the Beiming Cave. Exactly, it is the Beiming Cave! With the legacy of the Beaming Emperor, the Wulong Union is nothing. We just need that gold to unlock the cave's entrance and complete my ultimate ambition. Yet your stupid mistake is about to ruin my 20-year plan. But hey, watch this next part carefully as Jiansheng steps in to calm him down, begging him to chill. He believes Guang did not mean to screw up, and Dad does not need to worry because he already has a solid backup plan ready to go. The Tima escort agency will deliver the gold in a few days, unlocking the Beaming Cave. Hearing this, Dongshin cools off and tells the twins to keep their hands off the project. Since the Shihu Alliance's Beifeng envoy is making moves, they are ordered to guard the perimeter and make sure absolutely nothing goes wrong. With that, Dongdian stares toward the Beaming Cave, whispering that he has endured 20 long years and is now just one single step away. He crushes the wooden railing with his bare hand, a sinister look twisting his wrinkled face. Soon the entire martial world will bow right beneath the Morong family's feet. Cheon Sa-woo is staring at the full moon when a sudden cry cuts the silence, begging him to save his sister. He rushes to pull his brother up, but someone calls his name from behind. You feel the chills too, right? Spinning around, he sees Wu-ai pale with fright, begging him to save her because she does not want to be dragged away. He tries to leap forward but realizes he is bound tight. The Yuan dynasty envoy glares like a hungry wolf, saying he loves breaking the spirits of gutsy punks like him. Sa-woo snaps awake, gasping. It was just a nightmare. Covered in cold sweat and feeling totally dazed, he suddenly hears soft, quiet footsteps drawing closer through the darkness. On high alert, Sa-woo spins around to see figures wearing bamboo hats. 2 of them step forward, and the leader politely cups his hands in greeting. Turns out it is Mo Boyu from the Tima escort agency. They are transporting cargo and looking for a spot to camp, asking Sa-woo if they can crash here tonight. Following martial world protocol, Sa-woo introduces himself, stating this is open land and there is absolutely no need to be polite. As the escort crew settles by the campfire, the chatty Mo Boyu strikes up a conversation with Sa-woo, revealing that they are currently hauling valuable goods straight to Shenyang. This high open ground makes defense easy, so they always camp here on their way to Shenyang. Hearing that Sa-woo is also headed to Shenyang, they get curious. Boyu asks if he has ties to the Morong clan, but then suddenly cuts himself off, reminding everyone that he cannot leak any client information. Sa-woo quickly apologizes, explaining he is just traveling to Shenyang and asked out of pure curiosity. Mo Jungshi, Boyu's younger brother, quickly steps in to ease the tension. He hands Sa-woo a plate of food. Sa-woo thanks him and smoothly changes the subject, asking how a crew like theirs usually gathers local intel in a new town. Boyu explains that it depends entirely on what kind of information you are looking for, while Jungshi adds that the Beggars sect has the fastest ears in the Central Plains. They might have low status, but their massive numbers mean their eyes and ears are absolutely everywhere. Turns out there is even a local Beggars branch right in Shenyang. This gives Sa-woo a solid plan. Boyu warns that Shenyang is a total powder keg with Dali Fortress and the Morongs clashing. Honestly, you and I should probably brace ourselves for the upcoming chaos. Alright, you and I are about to see our mysterious main character Cheon Sa-woo plot his next massive move. He says he absolutely must head to Shenyang. Seeing how incredibly chill Cheon Sa-woo is, Makbo Nongu realizes this young warrior is built different, making him feel like he spoke way too much. Night falls in silence. The next morning, Cheon Sa-woo rolls out with a convoy while Makbo Ingu starts filling him in on the latest martial arts world drama. He tells him that the Iron Martial Alliance is on top of the world right now, basically running a giant guild that is literally as massive as an entire city. That is completely unheard of. Since Cheon Sa-woo stays totally unfazed, Bo Ingu is shocked, asking if he has seriously never heard of this legendary alliance before. Cheon Sa-woo replies he is from the north and does not know much about martial arts politics. Hearing this, Bo Ungu spills all the tea. Turns out the Iron Martial Alliance is made of 3 heavy-hitting factions, pulling together the top fighters in the land under 2 ultimate saints, 3 tyrants, and 4 venerables. One of those saints is the Plum Blossom Sword Saint Van Deep II. He runs the Ninefold Hall, while the other is Fist Saint Huang Fu Tuan Vien, boss of the 5 dragons, both keeping each other perfectly in check. Word is their powers have reached the legendary Xiao Yao realm. Cheon Sa-woo thinks to himself that back north, a bunch of people hit that level too, but his master slaughtered every single one of them. He wonders if these big shots could actually stand a chance against his master. Actually, scratch that. He wonders if they could even beat him in a fight. But check this out. Suddenly, a familiar metallic scent cuts right through his thoughts, the unmistakable heavy smell of fresh blood. Mak Kwon-tich rides up in a panic, yelling that the road ahead is packed with bodies. This martial arts world is brutal and terrifying. Bo-eun-gu rushes ahead to check out the mess. Seeing hundreds of dead bodies scattered all over the place, Cheon Sa-woo shudders while Bo-eun-gu starts barking loud orders to the crew. It looks like Dailuk Castle and the Murong family clashed. We need to hurry and cross this bloody field immediately. The convoy kicks their horses into overdrive toward Shenyang. Sitting back in the carriage, Cheon Sa-woo notices something eerie. Almost all the corpses are wearing traditional clothes from the north. Bo-eun-gu breaks his focus, telling him not to stress because they will finally reach the gates of Shenyang by today. He mentions rumors about Dailuk Castle taking in northern refugees, and it seems those rumors are true since they are trying to avoid a massive fight early on. Hearing about refugees makes Cheon Sa-woo smile bitterly. Nobody wants to run away and die in a strange land unless they are totally out of options. But then a spark of hope hits him. If there are tons of refugees around here, maybe he can actually find some clues about his master's daughter and Ingu-ai. Suddenly, Kwon-tich screams from the front that he can see the bronze black dragon statue. Cheon Sa-woo listens as Bo-eun-gu explains the statue's dark history. After the Murong clan shut their gates, constant wars broke out, staining this entire field red, earning it the name Blood Tear Plain. To honor the fallen souls, people put up 2 massive bronze statues right on this spot. But 10 years ago, one was completely destroyed. No one knows how a statue weighing tens of thousands of pounds got crushed. Cheon Sa-woo frowns at it, wondering if his master did this. Before long, the massive walls of Shenyang rise ahead. Once inside, the convoy members say their goodbyes to Cheon Sa-woo. Kwon-tich bows, telling him the beggar sect branches on East Bamboo Street if he needs info. Cheon Sa-woo thanks him and Bo-eun-gu throws an arm over his shoulder, saying duty calls so they must part ways. He invites Cheon Sa-woo to drop by the Iron Horse convoy sometime so they can drink till they pass out, wishing the young hero epic luck on his journey. Cheon Sa-woo smiles and nods, promising to visit. Once the escort crew fades into the distance, he checks his surroundings and leaps easily onto a high roof. With a few quick bounds, he reaches the absolute highest point of the city wall, scanning the area to find where the Murong clan is hiding. He grins, spotting a massive fortress built right against the mountain. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto something. He spots 2 figures standing on the gate, the Murong siblings he ran into back at the Beiming Inn. Looks like his guess was totally spot on. Following their gaze, he notices a carriage line rolling through the gates. Cheon Sa-woo chuckles, realizing the Iron Horse convoy's cargo was definitely meant for the Murong family. Now pay attention here, because 3 random street thugs are about to learn a very painful lesson for brutally beating and cursing at a helpless child right before our eyes. They yell that this is beggar sect territory and tell the kid to get lost. Recognizing the kid's northern accent, Cheon Sa-woo frowns, leaps off the wall, and dashes straight toward them. The kid covers his head, crying that his mom is sick and he just wants the beggars to find his dad. The thug sneers, asking if he thinks they run a charity. He raises his staff to strike, but in that split second, a shadow blurs forward. Cheon Sa-woo stands right in front of the kid, casually extending one finger toward the incoming weapon. A blast of pure energy completely shatters the staff, leaving the thug staring at Cheon Sa-woo in utter shock. Cheon Sa-woo barks at them, asking if 3 grown men beating a child is how the beggar sect does things. He taps the pressure points of the other 2, instantly sending them flying backward. He wrecks them with 0 effort, completely unaware that an old beggar lounging on a nearby rooftop is watching his every move. That is Hong Woo-guai. The old beggar mutters, wondering if he saw this kid's master 10 years ago. Could this technique be? Just then, another beggar disciple gets back up, shouting, "Hey kid, who are you? How dare you interfere with the beggar sect?" He charges forward, clawing like an eagle at Cheon Sa-woo. Unfazed, Cheon Sa-woo blocks the strike and presses his thumb directly into the thug's Shenmin pressure point. A surge of powerful inner energy shoots from Cheon Sa-woo's meridians straight into the disciple's body, making him scream in pure agony as he drops to his knees. Cheon Sa-woo coldly asks what the kid did wrong to deserve this. He heard the beggar sect was filled with righteous heroes, but now it looks like it is all just hype. Just then, an old raspy voice echoes, saying it is a bit too harsh to judge the entire beggar sect over one tiny little incident. We rejected the brat's requests many times, but he refused to listen. I am Hong Woo-guai, an elder of the beggar sect. May I know your name, young hero? Cheon Sa-woo stares coldly at the old man, totally calm and collected. He says his name is Cheon Sa-woo from the north. Hong Woo-guai grins, asking if the young hero can let his disciple go. He acted wrong, but there is no need to cripple him. Cheon Sa-woo's eyes turn icy, warning the elder that only equals have the right to negotiate with him. Talk about a cold ending, right? Alright, you and I are about to watch Cheon Sa-woo absolutely dominate. Squeezing the bully's wrist, he ignores the beggar's screams and grins. Looks like we really aren't on the same level, are we? So my deal is simple. 100,000 beggar disciples won't seek revenge against you, and we will guarantee the kid's safety too. Cheon Sa-woo gets the hint. He curses the sly old geezer in his head, but lets go anyway. The injured disciple collapses to the floor, clutching his broken wrist. Hong Woo-guai chuckles, thanking Cheon Sa-woo for being reasonable and showing mercy. Cheon Sa-woo completely ignores the old man's flattery and turns his attention to the scared little girl hiding behind him. What is your name? Are you from the north too? The girl nods nervously and says her name is Ngo Nam. You said your mom is sick, right? Let's go check on her. As Cheon Sa-woo leads her away, the salty beggar disciple complains, asking the elder why they didn't just crush that brat. You should be glad you're breathing. If I hadn't stepped in, not just you, but this entire branch of the beggar's clan would have been wiped out. Look at those dead disciples. If he wanted you gone, even I couldn't stop him. Did you see his hands? Soft, pale, smoother than a girl's. But you have no idea what kind of monstrous, terrifying power is hiding underneath that skin. Hongwoo Guy trails off, staring into space as old memories flash before his eyes. Those hands look exactly like the ones of an old man I met 10 years ago. Delicate as a girl's, yet I will never forget the horror I witnessed that day. With a single, effortless strike, he turned a massive, heavy bronze statue into absolute scrap metal. Shaking, the old beggar whispers, I still remember his final chilling words. He promised his successor would return one day. Now, a massive storm is brewing. Nobody ever expected some crazy faction would dare to attack the Morong clan's elite patrol right here in Shenyang. Just moments ago, a squad of Morong disciples was casually patrolling the city streets when an underling suggests grabbing drinks after their shift, but the squad captain immediately shuts him down, demanding absolute discipline. Don't blink, because things are about to get insanely bloody. The captain warns his men that, even if the mighty fortress can't strike here, they must stay alert. Right then, boom, a hand drives straight through his chest. He never expected Kavo Thui from the mighty fortress to infiltrate the inner city. Seeing their captain dead, the disciples panic, but Kavo Thui roars to wipe them all out. His men swarm in, butchering everyone. A bit later, two imposing figures arrive at the scene, Morong Quan Ten and Morong Kwang. Staring at the pile of dead disciples, Morong Quan Tan asks coldly about the situation in the city. Morong Kwang sighs and gives a bleak report. Things are totally chaotic. These hit-and-run assassinations are happening constantly across the city. They're being smart, slowly cutting off our outer branches to isolate us completely. Right then, Morong Chi flies in with urgent news. The Northern Wind envoy from the Suho Min has just arrived, leaving both leaders completely stunned by the update. Morong Quan Tan asks coldly if Chu Mok Ling has actually entered Shenyang. Chi confirms it, stating that the Northern Wind envoy is absolutely here in person. Morong Kwang looks dead serious. It seems the Suho Min wants a piece of this action. Brother, we need to make our move now. The mighty fortress answers directly to the Suho Min, so Chu Mok Ling will obviously back them up. But if we act blindly and make a stupid mistake right now, we are basically declaring war on the entire Suho Min. Let me handle this. I will go meet him and find out what he wants. Kwang, go report this to father at the Bei Ming cave immediately. Hopefully our main plan can be completed tonight. Meanwhile, at a nearby inn, a local doctor is carefully checking a sick woman's pulse. After a long silence, the doctor sighs heavily. Her meridians are severely damaged and her energy flow is a complete mess. Hearing this, the little girl bursts into tears. Cheon Sa-woo steps in and asks, what's the problem? Are you lacking gold or are your medical skills just trash? Offended, the doctor snaps, I'm the top physician in Shenyang. To cure this, we need rare wild ginseng and extremely expensive herbs. Before the doctor can even finish complaining, Cheon Sa-woo slams a solid gold bar right onto the table. You and I both know money talks. Seeing that massive gold bar on the table, the greedy doctor immediately gulps, his attitude flipping completely. Don't worry, young master, I will definitely cure her. With that, the doctor bows and runs off, promising to return once the rare herbs are ready. Relieved that her mother can be saved, the girl cries, saying she can never repay his kindness. Cheon Sa-woo walks over and gently comforts her. Cruel fate only targets the weak, and demons only bully those who can't fight back. Promise me that no matter what, you'll never shed tears easily again. The little girl doesn't fully understand his deep words, but she nods anyway. Cheon Sa-woo then asks her what happened to her mother, before sitting by the window in deep thought. Ngu-ai being kidnapped by the Yuan envoys might not involve the Morong clan, but the clues about his master's missing daughter strongly point toward them. According to the girl, her father was a merchant traveling between the north and the central plains, and her mom got hurt looking for him. One day, his fellow northerners started mysteriously vanishing. Her dad went to the Morong clan for help since he knew them, but they coldly rejected him. That very night, her father vanished into thin air. Rumors quickly spread that the Morong clan kidnapped him and threw him into a cave with countless other northern captives. Cheon Sa-woo processes this, then suddenly addresses the old beggar sleeping in the corner. What do you make of this, old man? The beggar just grins widely. How did you find me? I could smell you from a mile away, Cheon Sa-woo retorts. Elder Hong ignores his teasing, knowing Cheon Sa-woo had been eavesdropping on the roof the whole time. So, what do you think about these northerners vanishing? Elder Hong shrugs and replies that these disappearances are actually nothing new around here. 20 years ago in Shenyang, and even across Liaoning, these kidnappings were incredibly common. The Beggars clan investigated back then but found nothing solid, though they suspected the Morong clan was involved. But once the Morong clan closed their gates, every single lead went completely cold. I thought the Beggars clan had the best info network, but maybe it's just hype. You kids are so impatient. We found nothing 20 years ago, but we've uncovered a lot of secrets recently. For example, the exact location of that hidden cave you're desperately looking for. The old beggar stops there, hinting his free intel is officially over. Cheon Sa-woo sighs. You want a deal? The beggar nods. That is just our rule. Well, looks like you and I have to wait and see what happens next. All right, you and I are jumping right in. A shadowed figure appears at the door, stepping slowly inside with a massive sword slung over his back. This is Chumak Ryong, the legendary Northern Wind Inspector. Unlike the established 2 saints, 3 blades, and 4 lords, the martial world recently crowned 3 rising stars known as the 3 heroes. Chumak Ryong is one of those prodigies, representing the powerful Tiger Alliance. After explaining his background, Hong Ogui whispers to Sa-woo that the Alliance must take this upcoming war incredibly seriously to send him. Hearing this, Sa-woo glances at Chumak Ryong again. Suddenly, another guest steps into the room. Murong Junchung bows politely, greeting him with humble respect, saying it is an absolute honor for the Murong family to host the great Northern Wind Inspector. Chumak Ryong replies coldly, acknowledging Junchung with a simple greeting. Junchung invites him inside for a private chat, but Mak Ryong declines, mentioning he already has a prior appointment. This catches Junchung off guard, making him wonder who he is meeting, while Mak Ryong bows to the old man, greeting Elder Hong with deep respect. Hong Ogui chuckles and asks if they have met, while Mak Ryong admits he knew the elder had been hiding in Shenyang for 10 years without a visit. This revelation shocks Junchung. A high-ranking beggar sect elder has been living in Shenyang for an entire decade completely under his radar. Mak Ryong immediately senses Junchung's sudden spike of panic. Clearly, the Murong family was completely in the dark. Junchung quickly masks his shock and steps forward to offer a proper greeting. He apologizes deeply for his previous rudeness to the elder. Hong Ogui smirks, whispering proudly to Sa-woo, asking if he finally realizes how legendary his master truly is. Now watch closely, because Junchung's next words grab Sa-woo's attention, as he demands a straight answer to one vital question before he heads out. He asks which side the Northern Wind Inspector will back if war erupts between the Murong clan and Dali Fortress. Facing this direct question, Mak Ryong remains totally unfazed. He states the invincible Blade Tyrant wants to stop this feud, suspecting that some shadowy mastermind is pulling the strings behind the scenes to force a clash. Junchung plays it cool, asking if the inspector is accusing his clan. Mak Ryong assures him he is overthinking as the master has no such intentions. Mak Ryong stares directly into Junchung's eyes, claiming he also believes they are innocent. Hearing this, Junchung clasps his hands behind his back and takes his leave. But after a few steps, he stops, looking back with a chilling warning that Shenyang will be chaotic tonight. Mak Ryong's eyes sharpen as he coldly replies that he can protect himself. Once outside, Junchung lets out a dark smirk. If the Blade Tyrant wants peace, did he seriously think the Murong clan would bow down out of fear? His polite act completely vanishes, replaced by a murderous glare. He mutters that tonight will be their grave, while back inside, Mak Ryong and Elder Hong continue their discussion. While Sa-woo analyzes their conversation, Mak Ryong suddenly interrupts him. He introduces himself as a representative of the Tiger Alliance and asks for Sa-woo's name, prompting a standard martial greeting. Deep down, Mak Ryong is utterly shocked because he cannot sense even a single shred of martial aura radiating from this mysterious teenager. Elder Hong takes the chance to ask why he came. He guesses Mak Ryong either wants intel on the Murong family or wants the beggar sect to stay neutral. Mak Ryong gets straight to the point. The elder guessed correctly. The Blade Tyrant is desperately trying to prevent a massive war from escalating. If an all-out war begins, the Tiger Alliance will get dragged in, while the Five Dragons Alliance watches like a vulture. Both sides would suffer devastating losses. Since the Blade Tyrant asked, Hong promises his sect will stay completely neutral. Suddenly, Elder Hong's tone sharpens, warning him not to harbor hidden schemes. Mak Ryong laughs it off as a joke. He asks how his alliance could possibly have ulterior motives. After some pleasantries, Mak Ryong leaves. That night at Dali Fortress, Bon Jok-song and his children personally welcome him back. Mak Ryong reports on his meetings, prompting Bon Sung-xian to ask how their fortress should prepare to strike back. Mak Ryong smirks, noting a war with the Murong family is inevitable, so launching a preemptive strike is their best move. Tonight, they will seize the inheritance of the Northern Emperor. Meanwhile, you and I see the master and disciple looking down at a silent Shenyang, as Hong asks Sa-woo if he plans to make a move tonight. Sa-woo replies that tonight is the perfect opportunity to slip inside. He leaps into the air with his hands behind his back, teasing the old man to keep up with him. Deep within the secret chamber of the Murong estate, Junchung reports everything to his powerful father. Murong Dongxian snarls, realizing the Tiger Alliance only came to mediate as a cover to steal the great Northern Emperor's legacy for themselves. He warns that even though Elder Hong promised neutrality, they must remain cautious. If the beggar sect dares to interfere with their plans, they will annihilate them along with the rest of their enemies. Dongxian stares intensely at the 2 golden wheels resting on the stone table, declaring that after tonight their clan will no longer have to hide in the shadows. He laughs crazily, claiming neither the 5 dragons nor the Iron Martial Alliance can stop him. With the golden wheels in his hands, the entire world will bow at his feet. Outside, the city streets are already littered with bloody corpses. Elder Hong mutters from behind that this is just the brutal reality of savage clan wars in the martial world. Stepping past the endless bodies, Sa-woo calmly replies that he is not shocked. In fact, their bloody conflict makes it much easier for them to slip past unnoticed. Hearing this, Elder Hong shivers, utterly stunned by the ruthless and cold-hearted mindset of such a young teenager. Soon they reach a mountain cave entrance as a freezing blast of air hits them, the legendary Northern Sea Cave, guarded by the Morong family for generations. Inside, Dali Fortress and the Morong clan are locked in a brutal battle. Screams echo through the caverns as Guy Musu charges forward, roaring to wipe out the Morong family. The Morong disciples desperately fight back to defend their sacred cave. Bansung Cheon and his sister follow close behind Guy Musu, instantly slaughtering several enemies who stand in their way. Chumok Ryong draws his blade, unleashing his devastating lion saber technique as brilliant slashes light up the darkness, instantly tearing several Morong guards to pieces. Within 30 minutes, Dali Fortress wipes the defenders out completely, but leader Bonjok Song frowns in deep confusion at their easy victory. He wonders why a place guarded so heavily for 20 years fell so easily. But before he can think, a blinding golden light suddenly blasts from behind, slicing several Dali warriors in half instantly. Hearing their agonizing screams, Chumok Ryong freezes in shock, and trust me, you and I can feel the impending doom. Yo, you and I are kicking off with a literal ambush as a gold beam of light rips through the air toward Van Trich Tin. Kavothui screams out, Alliance Master, watch out! Hearing the warning, he senses the danger from behind and tries to dodge. But that gold beam is too fast, clean slicing his left arm off as blood sprays everywhere, leaving Van Trich Tin clutching his bloody stump in a cold sweat. Heavy footsteps echo through the cave. Gritting his teeth, he looks up to see a squad of dark figures slowly marching in, their masked faces dripping with pure bloodlust. An old, powerful voice booms, revealing that even the Imperial Commissioner of Bakfong has personally shown up for this party. Guess the legacy of the Bakmin Emperor is just too juicy to ignore. Truong Mok Ling turns toward the voice, spotting an old man radiating an absolutely insane pressure, with two golden wheels spinning around him. It is Modung Dongtian, head of the Modung family. Meanwhile, let us check back in with Cheon Sa-woo, who steps inside with his companion only to find corpses littering the path. Cheon Sa-woo stops, seeing Dai Lukbao disciples turned into pincushions by arrows. They clearly triggered some nasty traps. Creeping deeper, Hong Wu-gai whispers, are you also here to snatch the Bakmin Emperor's legendary inheritance? Cheon Sa-woo keeps it real, I do not care about that junk. Hong Wu-gai is totally stunned, but that inheritance is literally every martial artist's ultimate dream. If you do not want it, why even come to the Modung family? Before he can finish, the floor tile beneath Hong Wu-gai sinks, triggering a trap. Panicking, the old man channels all his energy into his hands to block a massive stone pillar, but this trap possesses strength far beyond his wildest dreams. Now don't blink, because just as he gets crushed against the wall, a pale hand suddenly reaches out to save him. Cheon Sa-woo blurs forward, throwing a casual punch that completely shatters the 10,000-pound stone. He just smiles, his 1,000-year godly art has never failed a single time. Hong Wu-gai stares at him, jaw on the floor. After the rescue, they keep moving until they reach the exit, revealing a massive hidden world underneath the Bakmin cave. The old man is speechless at the view, staring at a giant ice lake stretching across the cavern. Out on the ice, a massive crowd surrounds a group. Hong Wu-gai spots Modung Dongtian on a stone platform. Could those golden wheels be the Emperor's legendary inheritance? But Cheon Sa-woo does not give a single damn about that treasure. Instead, his eyes lock onto a tiny shack tucked away in a far corner. He flies over, leaving Hong Wu-gai scratching his head in confusion. Who ignores ultimate power? Landing light as a feather, Cheon Sa-woo peers through the bars and finds northern prisoners locked inside. Catching up, Hong Wu-gai sees them too and gasps in shock. Cheon Sa-woo's eyes turn icy. He extends his hand, wrapping it in raw energy before unleashing a massive shockwave that blows the entire stone wall to pieces. Hearing the blast, Modung Dongtian frowns and turns, spotting an old man and a teenager. He instantly recognizes the old beggar as Hong Wu-ga, the beggar sect elder. He coldly orders Kwang Chi, take the Dark Sword Squad and erase those two. Remember, no one leaves this cave alive. Do not let a single soul escape. Think about how chill our main character is. He just wrecks the wall and asks if Ngo Thang Nam's dad is in there. A trembling man stumbles forward, crying out, I am Thang Nam's father. You know my girl? How is she? Is my wife doing okay? Cheon Sa-woo nods. They are safe, and I am here to bring you home. The father breaks down, falling to his knees. Thank you, young hero. Without you, we would have died in this hole. Sobbing, he adds, hundreds of us have already perished here. Modung Dongtian is a total monster. Even Hong Wu-gai is choked up, horrified by this evil. Cheon Sa-woo's gaze turns lethal as he declares, I need to talk to him. Just then a voice sneers, how dare you free these northern slaves? You guys have a death wish. Hearing that word, Cheon Sa-woo's anger boils over as he turns to see Modung Kwang and Modung Chi. Cheon Sa-woo demands, who are you calling slaves? Looking at his terrifying aura, Modung Chi completely freezes, unable to utter a single word. Could this kid be a northerner too? Hong Wu-gai groans inwardly, remembering rumors about a deadly squad the Modung family trained for 20 years. This must be the legendary Dark Sword team. Old man, keep an eye on these people for me. Stunned, Hong Wu-gai quickly asks what he is planning to do. I already told you I am going to see that old fossil. Hearing this, a dark swordsman snaps. You have got some nerve, using our master's name so casually. Unfazed, the teen steps forward with a cold order, beat it. The swordsman lunges, channeling dangerous energy into his blade, sparks flying. Watching this, Hong Wu-gai shivers, realizing Modung Dongtian really built a powerhouse squad. Completely ignoring the guy's energy, Cheon Sa-woo raises his hand as massive power explodes from his body. Smirking, he steps right into the attack, catching the blade bare-handed. To the swordsman's horror, his steel blade snaps like a twig. Cheon Sa-woo's smirk widens. If you want to block my Heaven Shattering style, you better be ready to die. In a flash, Cheon Sa-woo plants his palm right on the guy's chest. Instantly, an overwhelming flood of pure energy surges through the swordsman's meridians like a tidal wave. The warrior coughs up blood. With his hair whipping wildly, Cheon Sa-woo roars, "Anyone who gets in my way dies." Right then, sharp rings echo as swords are drawn. Mo Dong Kwang and Mo Dong Chi leap forward together, weapons bared, launching a combined strike on Cheon Sa-woo. Glaring at them, he coldly asks, "You two want to die today too?" Gathering raw energy in his hands, his power surges. "Fine, I will just wipe out your whole family." Suddenly, a flying sandal intercepts Mo Dong Shi's blade. Turns out Hongwoo Guy is jumping into the fray to watch Cheon Sa-woo's back. But the Mo Dong siblings strike together, blasting the old beggar away. Flipping midair, Hongwoo Guy lands smoothly, shouting, "I still have tricks left. Go on ahead, I will handle these kids." He glares back at Cheon Sa-woo, yelling, "What are you waiting for? Get moving!" Cheon Sa-woo smiles, completely understanding the old man's silent play. "You and I both know how this ends." As dozens of dark swordsmen charge, Cheon Sa-woo smirks, totally ready to paint this cave red. With a brutal elbow strike, he snaps a swordsman's arm, immediately following up with a devastating palm strike to his gut. "Get ready, because you and I are about to watch our boy Cheon Sa-woo unleash absolute havoc, starting with snapping a dude's leg and blasting his chin." That guy collapses, completely wrecked. Suddenly, another assassin lunges with pure murder in his eyes, aiming his blade straight for Cheon Sa-woo's heart. Hearing the wind howl behind him, Cheon Sa-woo just sneers. Before the killer even blinks, our boy vanishes and teleports right behind him, grabbing his throat. He grabs the sword hand, snaps it backward with raw force, and sends the blade flying before slapping the sword with a heavy palm strike. The sword rockets backward, impaling 3 other swordsmen who spit blood and drop dead instantly, while the blade embeds itself deep into the stone wall. The remaining swordsmen are shaking in their boots. Cheon Sa-woo doesn't stop, channeling raw energy into his acupoints. His eyes glow as he asks, "Have you ever heard of the Heaven Shattering Martial Force?" "I am about to open your eyes today," Cheon Sa-woo roars, unleashing a devastating palm strike. One swordsman tries to run, but gets blasted into dust on the spot. A storm of powerful energy barrages them like a relentless hurricane, instantly obliterating every single swordsman in its path. Cheon Sa-woo fights like a wild tiger descending the mountain, ripping through the mob with absolutely nobody able to stop him. A desperate swordsman screams, lunging straight for his head, but our boy doesn't even flinch, catching the sharp blade with just 2 fingers. The killer freezes in shock. With a cold glare, Cheon Sa-woo twists his fingers and literally bends the solid steel sword into a spiral. Shattering internal energy surges directly into the guy's arm, completely crushing his bones. The violent twisting force launches him high into the air before he crashes down lifeless. But these masked fools keep rushing in like brainless zombies, and honestly, you're going to want to see how he handles this insane mob. His eyes turn ice cold as he stomps the ground with immense power, sending dozens of loose pebbles floating into the air. Channeling his energy into both hands, he waits for the floating stones to descend, then swipes his arms to launch them like a swarm of deadly, high-speed arrows. These tiny pebbles carry absolutely devastating power, ripping through the army of swordsmen. They cannot even dodge as the pebbles explode violently, unleashing shockwaves of raw energy alongside agonizing screams. Yet this Black Sword Squad is incredibly relentless, and more of these suicidal fools keep charging forward. With one hand behind his back, Cheon Sa-woo raises his right palm, his robes fluttering in the wind. The black-clothed assassins close in rapidly, but instead of attacking immediately, they circle him like ghostly phantoms. Cheon Sa-woo channels his energy into his right hand, calmly watching their movements with a cold stare. Suddenly, dozens of swordsmen move in unison, creating a massive swirling vortex of energy that completely surrounds Cheon Sa-woo. The trap tightens, cutting off every single escape route, but our main character does not even blink, remaining absolutely unfazed. Out of nowhere, countless blades slash out from the vortex. The Black Sword Squad is deploying their legendary Big Dipper formation, perfected over 20 years, aiming to slice him to ribbons. But right then, a sharp, deadly glint flashes in the young hero's eyes. He drops low and slams his palm into the dirt, and trust me, we both know when he smirks like that, everyone is about to get blasted to pieces. The swordsman's array immediately shatters, making the entire northern cavern rumble violently. Even the powerful masters fighting nearby, including Hongwoo Guai, are forced to halt their intense clash. Looking over, they see a massive, gaping crater where the peaceful lake once was. Murongguang immediately orders his daughter, Ji, to go wipe out those northern captives first, telling her to return quickly while he handles this old beggar himself. With that, Murongguang lunges forward, swinging his fan to attack Hongwoo Guai. Hongwoo Guai flips through the air to dodge, completely furious now. He growls that while he can handle himself, those northern people are totally innocent. With a roar, Hongwoo Guai pulls a whip from his waist, spinning midair to lash out at the Murong siblings with the devastating force of a dragon rising from the deep sea. The siblings raise their weapons to block the strike. Seeing his opening attack miss, Hongwoo Guai leaps back to create some distance. The old beggar laughs aloud, shaking his whip and promising to show these brats his ultimate technique. Meanwhile, Murong Dongtian swings his golden wheel, slicing Ko Wuxi clean in half on the spot. Chu Moklan is absolutely horrified and enraged, letting out a wild roar as he charges directly at Murong Dongtian. He brings his blade down with crushing force, but a brilliant silver flash blocks his path. Murong Junchung has intercepted him just in time, easily parrying the strike with his own silver wheel. Chumak Lan is stunned, shocked that his opponent wields such a weapon. Murong Junchung sneers, mocking him by asking why a weakling like him is even called one of the three heroes. Right then, Van Thong Tien and his sister join the fray, charging Murong Dongtian, only to be instantly blasted away by his twin golden wheels. Before Van Trichting can even react to the danger, Dongtian lunges forward and grabs him tightly by the throat. Lifting him off the ground, Dongtian sneers that the Murong clan's grand ambition is almost complete, and their stronghold remains a threat, especially since they have claimed dominance over Liaoning for 20 years. But suddenly, a massive earth-shattering explosion violently shakes the entire cavern, interrupting him. Startled, Murong Dongtian whips his head around, only to see countless black-clothed swordsmen being launched high into the air, their agonizing screams echoing through the cavern. He tosses Van Trichtin aside, staring in absolute horror at the mountain of dead assassins now littering the floor. He is completely speechless, unable to believe the elite squad he spent 20 years training got totally wiped out in a single instant. Through the dust, a figure emerges, with his hands behind his back, standing tall. It is none other than Cheon Sa-woo, looking like a total boss after that massacre. Glaring up at Dong Tien with absolute killer eyes, Cheon Sa-woo demands to know what right he has to treat northerners like trash. The old man just scoffs, claiming survival of the fittest is the natural law. You might have some skills, kid, but trying to save these slaves is suicidal. Cheon Sa-woo smirks, asking if that means the strongest is always right. Exactly, whoever is stronger makes the rules. Cheon Sa-woo challenges him to a fight, drawing the attention of Murong Junchung and Chumak Lan. Chumak Lan instantly recognizes him as the mysterious kid from the tavern, then his eyes widen at the massive 30-meter crater nearby. This pretty boy is literally shaking, and that's where we leave it. Stay tuned because things are about to get even crazier. Yo, you and I are about to see why this guy is built different. Not because he can solo 100 Dark Blade squads or crater the earth with one palm, but because Cheon Sa-woo radiates pure terrifying energy. Cold sweat drips down Chumak Lan's face as he shudders, but right then, Mo Dong Kwanton steps up and says, "Your opponent is me." Mo Dong Kwanton charges, swinging his silver wheel down with insane force, forcing Chumak Lan to desperately block only to get blasted backwards several steps by the sheer, overwhelming impact. Chumak Lan tries to calm his boiling blood, staring back at Mo Dong Kwanton with the rabid, furious eyes of a wild lion. You wanted to know why I am ranked among the top 3 powerhouses, Mo Dong Kwanton. Today I'm going to show you exactly why I hold this title. Meanwhile, Mo Dong Dongtian sneers at Cheon Sa-woo, bragging that he controls his devastating golden wheel as naturally as his own arm. You are just a clueless brat acting tough. I have got the legacy of the Backman Emperor, so who in this world can even touch me? He channels his inner energy into his left hand, raising it high as the golden wheel spins around him, bursting with a brilliant gold light. MDD throws his left hand forward, sending the wheel screaming toward Cheon Sa-woo with the force of actual lightning, but our guy does not even flinch. He stands tall with one hand behind his back, slowly reaching out his pale left arm as a current of glowing green energy flows wildly along his skin. And here's where it gets crazy. He catches that razor-sharp wheel barehanded, setting off a massive deafening explosion on impact. MDD bursts out laughing, boasting that he spent 20 long years refining this legendary weapon. He claims blocking the Emperor's legacy barehanded is absolute suicide, but as the thick dust begins to clear, Cheon Sa-woo's cold, calm voice rings out, mocking him for relying on mere scrap metal. You really call yourself invincible? Old man, you must be fast asleep and dreaming. MDD's eyes pop in total shock, and once the smoke fully vanishes, Cheon Sa-woo is standing there completely untouched, asking if this trash is why the Mo Dong clan hoards gold. MDD panics, asking if he was the one who swiped his son's gold, but Cheon Sa-woo just sighs, asking if they seriously slaughtered all those innocent people just for a dumb toy. You have way too much free time, old man, the teen smirks. I do not want this garbage, so here, take it back. With a simple slap, he sends the golden wheel rocketed back at MDD, carrying far more raw, destructive force than the old man ever could. It flies straight toward MDD's high platform, forcing the terrified old man to throw his second wheel instead of blocking it head-on. The two massive golden wheels collide violently mid-air, releasing a deafening metallic screech that echoes across the battlefield like a giant war bell. A thunderous shockwave explodes, shattering the surrounding stone platform into flying debris, leaving MDD absolutely horrified because he never expected this brat to possess such insane strength. He desperately pours all his energy into his hands to regain control, but it is clear his defenses are totally crumbling. Terror fills the old man's eyes as his own weapon gets deflected right back, stopping just a couple of feet from his face. Staring at his trembling hands in sheer disbelief, he freezes as Sa-woo's icy voice echoes once more. Normally, as the head of the Mo Dong family, I would grant you a swift, honorable death. But his voice turns freezing cold as he thinks of the innocent northern people you slaughtered, letting his overwhelming energy explode outward in massive waves. Smirking as his hair flies in the wind, he says, "So you are not getting off easy. Now watch him pounce like a starving tiger." MDD quickly recalls both golden wheels, absolutely burning with rage at being humiliated by a mere brat. Waving his arms, he screams that basic kung fu will never defeat him, and taking his life is not going to be that easy. He commands the wheels to shred the kid, but Cheon Sa-woo effortlessly glides right between them like a butterfly dodging rain. Landing smoothly, he coldly asks if his moves are still just a joke to him, slamming his right hand down to spring himself back into the air. Today you are going to find out if my heaven-shattering art is really just a cheap trick. Spinning mid-air, the teen unleashes a brutal dropkick directly at his face, forcing the old man to block, though the shocking weight of the strike completely paralyzes him with fear. How does a brat have this much raw power? Before he can recover, Cheon Sa-woo spins and connects a nasty kick straight to his temple. The old man gets sent flying as the teen stares down at him, telling him to open his eyes and witness his supposed joke of a technique. Cheon Sa-woo presses the attack, but the veteran martial artist fights back, instantly redirecting his sharp wheels to intercept him. The wheels spin at high speed, aiming right for his neck, but he ducks cleanly, closing the distance to bury a heavy palm strike into the old man's gut. The old man flies backward like a broken kite, his pride completely shattered as these non-stop attacks push his rage to the absolute limit. He roars as his aura explodes, channeling every ounce of energy into his hands to launch both golden wheels in one final desperate attempt to end this. The wheels accelerate to a blinding speed, closing the distance to lock onto the teen in a fraction of a second. But Cheon Sa-woo casually weaves right through the middle, completely unharmed, prompting the old man to pull his fists back to pull off another trick. The weapons reverse direction on command, grazing the teen, making the old man grin as he yells that he has finally walked into his grave. But trust me, before he can even finish his sentence, his smug smile vanishes as the teen's body begins to fade away. The wheels only slice through a fading afterimage, and when MDD raises his eyes, the teen is already hovering right above him, bringing his heel crashing down toward his skull. He quickly raises his arms to block, but the teen just bounces off his guard, landing gracefully a few paces away to reset his stance. Yo, you and I are about to watch a legendary beatdown. Cheon Sa-woo crosses his arms, gathering his energy, and cold-heartedly tells the old geezer that this pain will haunt him forever. With that, the teen charges, launching a double palm strike straight at Mo Dung Dong Tien. The old man tries to counter, but our boy easily brushes his attack aside like it is nothing. Cheon Sa-woo grabs Mo Dung Dong Tien's right arm, slamming his own left hand directly into the old dude's elbow. A loud crack echoes as he strikes the pressure points, forcing his wild energy straight into the old man's meridians, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. Mo Dung Dong Tien feels the energy surge straight to his brain, and instantly his right eye starts bleeding. Cheon Sa-woo just smirks, telling the old man that this is only the beginning. Meanwhile, Mo Dung Kwanton and Tru Mok Lan are in a brutal clash elsewhere. Tru Mok Lan swings his blade, forcing his enemy back, and asks if he still doubts his title as one of the three heroes. Mo Dung Kwanton roars, charging back to attack, but right at that exact second, a massive wave of energy blasts through, followed by a deafening explosion nearby. Both fighters freeze in shock, and Tru Mok Lan quickly turns his head toward the source of the blast. Mo Dung Kwanton gets a terrible feeling and glances over. As the dust clears, an old man is standing there completely paralyzed, and it is Mo Dung Dong Tien totally covered in blood. Seeing his dad in such a pathetic state, Mo Dung Kwanton screams in panic, but the old guy is too distracted to reply. He is barely holding back the wild energy tearing his body apart, staring at his right arm and planning to use his own power to suppress Cheon Sa-woo's energy. Now watch closely here. Cheon Sa-woo reads his mind and warns him that if he wants to live a few seconds longer, he better not try that, because the moment he channels his energy, he is dead. Hearing this, Mo Dung Dong Tien grits his teeth, his face twisting in rage as he roars, asking how an elite like him could be scared by some brat. You say I will die if I use my power? I do not believe in that garbage. With that, Mo Dung Dong Tien forces his energy into his right arm and actually suppresses Cheon Sa-woo's power. He laughs out loud, mocking our boy for thinking such cheap tricks could stop him. Cheon Sa-woo just stares at him like he is already a dead man. And right on cue, the moment those words leave his mouth, things take a wild turn. The very energy Mo Dung Dong Tien thought he suppressed suddenly explodes, completely tearing through the meridians in his right arm. Bleeding from his nose and mouth, the old man panics as his internal energy goes completely wild. He quickly uses his left hand to strike the pressure points on his right arm, desperate to stop the energy from spreading. But as his own power enters, his face turns even more pale and twisted. Instead of settling down, the energy in his right arm gets even more violent. He tries to push through the pain, but the sheer force makes him stumble. Cheon Sa-woo stands there, arms crossed, and calmly tells him that sealing his meridians is a smart move, but his pathetic power cannot handle it. The energy will just spread from his arm to his entire body, because he promised he would not let him die that easily. Hearing this, Mo Dung Dong Tien's face goes dark. Gritting his teeth through the pain, he extends his left hand, summoning his two Fa Diet Golden Wheels back to his side. Cheon Sa-woo leaps back, easily dodging them, and mocks him that his current trash tier strength cannot even scratch him. But suddenly, Cheon Sa-woo's eyes widen in shock. He sees the old man control the Golden Wheels to completely slice off his own right arm. Can you believe this guy actually chopped his own arm off just to save his life? Seeing Mo Dung Dong Tien act so brutally to himself, our boy has to show a tiny bit of respect. Slicing off your own limb to stop the energy flow is pretty hardcore. Guess I underestimated you a bit. Mo Dung Dong Tien ignores the mockery and raises his left hand high, summoning a scorching wave of energy that completely wraps around the Golden Wheels. Under his control, the two wheels burn like twin suns, making the air warp from the heat. The old man's eyes are filled with pure, murderous hatred. He curses at him, swearing to skin our boy alive before his power explodes, sending the wheels spinning at insane speeds and turning the area into a massive sea of raging fire. The intense heat radiates outward, burning everything around them to ashes. Cheon Sa-woo finally gets serious as the old man starts glowing like a blinding midday sun, unleashing massive heat waves that swallow the entire Backman cave. Even True Mok-lan and Modung Kwanton feel the burn from afar. This crazy power spike forces them to stop fighting and look up at the stage in sheer disbelief. The old man screams that anyone messing with his clan's plans must pay with their life. Facing this insane pressure, Cheon Sa-woo just stands calm, crossing his arms without flinching. He retorts that if the old man used this earlier, he wouldn't have had to chop his own arm off. He takes a step back, channeling energy into his hands. Leaning down with his hands near his waist, a vibrant blue energy begins to swirl within his palms. With a cold gaze, the teen reiterates his promise to end the old man's life. He thrusts his hands forward, blasting a massive wave of energy that collides directly with Modung Dongtian's sea of flames. His inner power surges like a raging river, endlessly channeling into his hands for the ultimate clash. The blast suddenly spikes in power, completely shredding the raging flames surrounding the weapons. Cheon Sa-woo clenches his fists, shattering the Fa Diet Golden Wheels into tiny pieces, triggering a massive chain of thunderous explosions in the air. The non-stop explosions shake the entire Backman cave to its core. True Mok-lan and Modung Kwanton have to use their inner strength to withstand the shockwaves. Modung Kwanton screams for his father, while the heavily injured Van Trich Tin gets blasted too. The leader of the Dailuk fortress coughs up blood from the impact, while his underlings are sent flying helplessly into the air before crashing back down. Modung Dongtian desperately pushes his energy to survive, completely unable to accept reality. The legendary Fa Diet Golden Wheels of the Backman Emperor were just shattered like cheap glass by a kid. The once almighty clan leader trembles, stammering out, "Who on earth are you?" The teen chuckles coldly, revealing his name is Cheon Sa-woo, 35th generation of the Tianfavo Tuong. For 20 years since finding this cave, he had been planning everything, purging anyone who stood in his way. And trust me, you and I are about to see this absolute mastermind take over. So you and I are watching this old dude whine about his entire legacy getting wrecked by some random kid. What is your problem with us anyway? Cheon Sa-woo does not even reply, just stepping closer as Modung Dongtian backs away in pure panic. "Stay away from me." This supposedly legendary old master straight up falls on his butt, trembling as he watches Cheon Sa-woo approach with pure cold-blooded murder in his eyes. "I am completely done for, so please, do not kill me. I want to live. Name your price. I will give you literally anything." Did you show mercy when the northern people begged you? They were just worthless ants with zero value to us. But I am different. I am the head of this clan. You want the legacy of the Northern Dark Emperor, right? I can give you all of it. Just spare my life. Modung Kwanton tries to dodge, but the blade still grazes his face, spilling fresh blood. True Mok-lan straight up sliced his left eye blind. True Mok-lan mocks him for getting distracted mid-fight, but Modung Kwanton just screams in rage, calling him a cheap, classless coward for a sneak attack. He hurls his silver wheel directly at True Mok-lan's throat. True Mok-lan swings his blade down, clashing hard against the spinning weapon. But Modung Kwanton is absolutely furious, unleashing crazy power that blasts True Mok-lan backward across the room. Seizing the moment, he channels his inner energy into a fist and dashes straight at True Mok-lan, landing a brutal punch right to the gut. True Mok-lan gets blown away, tasting blood in his throat and coughs up a fresh mouthful. Knocking him back, Modung Kwanton recalls his silver wheel and immediately flings it forward again. He leaps forward, chasing right behind the silver wheel as it spins directly toward Cheon Sa-woo's neck on the high platform. Cheon Sa-woo is about to strike when his eyes flash. He casually raises his right hand and easily slaps the silver wheel away like it is nothing. Now watch closely, because his real goal is just saving his dying dad. He scoops him up, screaming that he will definitely return to get his bloody revenge. With that, he powers up his legs and leaps away, instantly crossing 30 meters to make his escape. Knowing he has to end this trash for good, Cheon Sa-woo raises his hand to strike, but the escaping coward controls his weapon to attack back, calling him as foolish as his father. But this attack is totally useless. Suddenly, the guy smirks and uses his left hand to divert the silver wheel right behind Cheon Sa-woo, triggering a massive, earth-shaking explosion right behind him. Cheon Sa-woo is shocked, realizing things are bad. He looks back to see a massive 10-ton stone pillar sliced in half and collapsing straight toward him. Yet he stays completely chill, admitting he did not see this coming before the giant pillar crushes down, burying the entire area in thick, blinding dust. Meanwhile, the old beggar is still holding his own against the Mo-dung siblings. Hong Woo-gai swings his whip, laughing that he will show these kids some real legendary power. Before he even finishes speaking, Modung Kwang charges in, spinning around to launch a fan attack, which Hong Woo-gai swiftly blocks with his whip. The fan and whip clash in mid-air with a loud boom, forcing the old beggar to step back and create some fighting space. Modung Kwang keeps pressing for a close combat showdown, followed by Modung Chi, who moves with insane lightning-fast agility. In a flash, she zips past her brother to block Hong Woo-gai's escape route, thrusting her sword straight at his throat, but the old man barely dodges. Just then, Modung Kwang's fan strikes, but the beggar flips through the air to dodge them both, landing on one hand before launching a double kick at the siblings. Caught up in their own attack, they get smashed by his kick, and the beggar immediately follows up by whipping them hard. The whip wraps around Mo Dong-kwang like a giant python as Hong Woo-gai yanks him high into the air with pure strength. Unable to break free, Mo Dong-kwang is thrown straight at his sister, causing them to crash into each other midair. The beggar pulls back his whip, sending them tumbling. As they struggle to stand looking like absolute losers, he scoffs at the so-called #1 clan of Shenyang. Even our beggar's sect does not decide who lives or dies, so who gave your trash family the right to do that? But right at that moment, a massive explosion echoes from afar. The old beggar looks over in shock as the entire cave starts to violently shake, terrifying all the rescued northerners. You feel the tension here, right? He is totally worried about Cheon Sa-woo. The siblings look over to see their older brother carrying their dad, screaming at them to retreat because he just activated the ultimate destruction array. Another massive blast erupts, sending a pillar of energy into the sky and blowing rocks everywhere. But inside the dust, a single finger calmly gestures. He turns around and completely freezes. Cheon Sa-woo is standing there looking serious, radiating a massive aura that literally pulverizes that giant falling stone pillar into dust. He cannot believe his eyes. He has never seen martial arts this insanely overpowered in his life. Mo Dong-chi screams to wait for them, but hearing about this destruction array makes Cheon Sa-woo's heart sink. Strange rumbling sounds echo from the ceiling of the cave. Mo Dong-chi looks panicked, telling her brother they need to run right now. But her brother has completely lost his mind, screaming that he would rather die here than run from that old beggar. She just stares at him in disbelief. She is totally stuck. Meanwhile, a wild-looking Mo Dong-kwang glares, shouting if the beggar really thinks his trash skills can match him. Stop talking. I will rip you apart and slaughter every single northern slave right before your eyes. But then a cold voice interrupts him. Cheon Sa-woo glares at him, asking if he really thinks he can. Instantly, he teleports right in front of him and strikes. He flies back like a leaf, shattering the wall 50 meters away. Trust me, you and I are about to see his sister lose her mind and charge. Alright, you and I are diving into a massive family crisis, as Murongji desperately tries to drag her useless brother back to his feet. She shakes him, yelling, "Second brother, wake up!" Just then, a cold voice mocks them. You guys treat other people's lives like trash, but your own brother's life is precious? With a tense look, Murongji demands, "Why do you keep targeting our family?" The youth fires back, "Targeting you? Let's be real, you clowns started this fight. Quit lying. You're the one who stole our gold at Bangsi, right? What is your actual goal?" I tracked 2 major clues from the north to the central plains, both leading straight to your family. 10 years ago, Yuan dynasty envoys headed north through Shenyang into Mount Changbai. Your sect was on total lockdown then, so maybe you weren't involved in that first incident. But 20 years ago, your family secretly rounded up and imprisoned refugees. A young girl was dragged to Shenyang through Blood Tier Terrace and vanished right after. Are you seriously going to look me in the eye and say your clan had absolutely nothing to do with her disappearance? An old man in the crowd freezes, realizing this kid might be here to find that missing girl, but nobody notices the lethal danger creeping up on them. Now watch closely. This is where everything gets completely out of hand. A massive blast rocks the cavern as Murongji realizes her oldest brother triggered the trap early. Countless buried thunder bombs explode, sending deafening shockwaves echoing all through the cavern. Even a powerhouse like Hong Woo-gai loses his cool. Accepting her fate, Murongji looks at Cheon Sa-woo with mixed emotions. From our first meeting at the inn, I knew you were different. Who knew you were a top master? But busybodies in this world never last long. Now you're getting buried in this cave, but if you somehow survive, I will be the one to hunt you down. Ignoring the fiery blasts around her, Murongji hoists her unconscious brother onto her back and leaps toward the exit. A final blast shatters the entire cavern into rubble. 2 weeks later, at the Murong estate, the old patriarch Dongtian drinks away his sorrows. In just 15 days, the old man has aged 10 years. He is brutal, but losing his son still broke him completely. Chugging his last cup of wine, he smashes it onto the ground. "Kwang, your death was a fluke. Our men do not fear death. I will avenge you. First, I'll wipe out the remaining Dali clan trash. Then we crush the local sects and rise above the 5 major families. Just give me a little more time, and nobody will mess up my plans." He rubs his severed arm, feeling the lingering pain and remembering that kid. The old patriarch is desperate to restore his glory, but who that kid actually was, he doesn't even care anymore. As long as he is dead under those rocks, it is enough. At midnight, dark clouds choke the sky. I know you saw this coming. Dongtian opens his eyes in the dead of night, only to find his worst nightmare standing right there. Cheon Sa-woo stares down at him coldly. "Old man, I told you I'd come for your life." It turns out Cheon Sa-woo used his heaven-breaking skill to escape. Those massive boulders blocking their escape? Under his ultimate power, they were sliced up like soft tofu. Hong Woo-gai closely followed behind him, sighing in relief. Without Cheon Sa-woo, they all would have been buried alive under that rubble. Just then, the old man in the crowd asks Cheon Sa-woo if the girl he's searching for is from the Han family. Cheon Sa-woo is stunned, confirming she was only 6. The old man reveals he was locked up in that very cave 20 years ago. Back then, the Murong family kidnapped tons of refugees just to make them mine that cavern. But since women and kids were too weak to dig, they simply sold them off to human traffickers. He remembers the girl's name was Han Shangya, an incredibly smart and bright kid. She was sold off shortly after being captured, but the old patriarch definitely kept the trade ledgers. If Cheon Sa-woo can get those records, he can easily track her down. Cheon Sa-woo immediately turns back, determined to settle this blood debt himself. And that is exactly why he snuck into the estate tonight. Cheon Sa-woo extends 2 fingers, striking Dong Tian's pressure points. A surge of violent inner energy instantly floods the old man's body. I told you I won't let you off easy, Cheon Sa-woo mutters coldly. It is finally time for you to pay for your crimes. As Dong Tian stares in absolute horror, the wild energy ruptures through his entire body and slowly dissipates into the room. Outside the door, his eldest son, Juncheng, calls out, "Father, we are ready to leave for the TU Alliance. Ji and I will get to the bottom of who framed the Dolly clan so we can win over more martial sects. We came to say goodbye before we head out." After waiting for a reply that never comes, Juncheng grows suspicious and peeks inside, his face turning pale. He sees his father slumped in his chair, completely unresponsive as raw energy violently surges under his skin. "Father, what's wrong with you?" "Ji, quick, get a doctor!" Meanwhile, Cheon Sa-woo has already vanished into the night, tightly clutching the recovered ledger in his hands. He sprints back to his inn room, slipping through the window only to hear a very familiar voice. "So did you get what you came for?" Cheon Sa-woo looks up to find Hong Woo-gai waiting. He was a villain, but still a big shot. "No regrets?" Cheon Sa-woo snaps back that he doesn't care about scum like that. Finding his master's daughter is the only thing that matters. Ignoring his cold attitude, the old master reminds him that, after 20 years, this ledger might not lead to anything. Cheon Sa-woo frowns, slamming the ledger down. He looks straight at Hong Woo-gai. "I need your help. Have you ever heard of the black market? And trust me, you and I are about to find out." "Yo, stick with me here." The moment the old beggar hears about the black merchants, he gets dead serious. He says they are actually called the Dark Merchant Coalition, but that name is a massive understatement. Rumor has it they are a shady alliance cooked up by a ton of wealthy merchants. But nobody knows who the boss is or how huge this syndicate really is. Rumor says they have their dirty hands in everything, even illegal slave trading, totally breaking the martial world's rules. One thing is for sure though, these black merchants are tight with the Five Dragons sect. So besides that Five Dragons connection, we have 0 useful clues? Pretty much. But the old man claims that if he gets involved, he can totally sniff these sketchy merchants out. Cheon Sa-woo glares at the old beggar, asking, "What's your move?" But Hong Woo-gai just smirks, saying free info ends right here. Cheon Sa-woo just grins and slaps a glowing pearl on the table. It is the night luminous pearl he swiped from the Cave of 10,000 Immortals. Hong Woo-gai drools looking at the glowing pearl. He has never seen one this gorgeous, but after a second he grits his teeth and pushes it back. Cheon Sa-woo is confused since the old man clearly wants it. So Hong Woo-gai starts spilling about what went down 10 years ago. Turns out, 10 years ago he met Han Woo-ba at Blood Tear Valley. Seeing just one of his epic strikes totally shattered the beggar's confidence. Han Woo-ba's parting words made Hong Woo-gai squat in Shenyang for 10 straight years, waiting for the old master's successor. Through freezing winters, scorching summers, and crazy storms, this beggar sect elder camped by the bronze black dragon statue, waiting patiently. But look closely here. Just days ago, he saw the Iron Horse escort passing through Blood Tear Valley and spotted our boy on the carriage. The second I laid eyes on you, I knew you were the one I was waiting for. Because your deep eyes look exactly like that old monster's. Cheon Sa-woo frowns, shocked the beggar met his master 10 years ago. "So you want my heaven-shattering art?" "Hell yeah, that's my ultimate dream. Like I said, if you want information, you have got to pay up." Agree to this deal and we scratch each other's backs. Cheon Sa-woo thinks it over and bursts out laughing. He bows his head, saying, "The heaven-shattering art is a family secret. I'm not sure I've mastered it all, but I will teach you everything I know." Hong Woo-gai grins ear to ear and bows back. He says solemnly, "No matter who you are hunting or how many people you want to find as a beggar sect elder, I will go all out to back you up." Under the moonlight, the old man and the teen share a sly grin. The deal is officially sealed. One is a powerhouse teen rookie entering the chaotic martial world. The other is a seasoned beggar sect elder. 2 totally unrelated people, now riding together all because of a crazy contract. The next morning, Cheon Sa-woo heads out early. Rumor says those shady black merchants are operating in Taiyuan, Shanxi. On the road, Hong Woo-gai hands Cheon Sa-woo a little notebook, telling him it lists all the big-name players in the Central Plains. "If you want to survive out here, you better study up." Cheon Sa-woo immediately flips it open and starts reading intensely. Alright, let's pause and look at this list. The first big shot is the Fist Saint Huangpu Junyuan, who runs the Five Dragons sect under the Iron Martial Alliance. Next is the second saint, Sword Saint Plum Blossom Yun Yezi, who guards the Ninefold Mansion. They are a massive faction under the Iron Martial Alliance, rivaling the Five Dragons. The old man notes that while these 2 are peak tier, the 3 overlords and 4 revered aren't far behind. After them are the 3 heroes and 3 flowers. The heroes are Ironblade, Shadowless Saber, and the Northern Wind Envoy. The 3 flowers are Bloodplum, Snow Lotus, and Waterflower. All of them are insanely famous young experts in the martial world. Cheon Sa-woo mutters, "Northern Wind Envoy." The beggar nods. "Yup, that Zhu Mulin we met in Shenyang is indeed the Northern Wind Envoy. He is from the Lion Lake Alliance. The Great Strength Fortress in Fushan is their branch. The unrivaled Saber Overlord, Zhu Hosheng, is the top of the 3 overlords, with power almost rivaling the 2 saints. And Zhu Mulin is his disciple, basically the leader of the younger generation. The 3 heroes and 3 flowers are your age, so you should definitely make friends with them." The old beggar and the young fighter keep marching toward Taiyuan Prefecture. When night falls, they set up camp on the outskirts of town. Hong Woo-guai chugs a huge gulp of strong liquor, feeling totally refreshed. Meanwhile, Cheon Sa-woo is still glued to the martial list. Suddenly he asks, "Old man, according to this list, is there really no one stronger than the two saints?" The beggar blinks, thinks, and says there might actually be one guy. Cheon Sa-woo gets super serious. The beggar continues, "Rumor says there is a monster in the northern plains called Heaven and Earth. This guy is not just insanely strong, he is brutal. They say even if all three overlords teamed up, they couldn't touch him. Nobody knows his real identity, so most folks think he is just a myth. I only know he exists unless some other hidden freak shows up like you." Cheon Sa-woo ignores the beggar's flattery. His mind is completely flooded with the image of that monster from 10 years ago. Could Heaven and Earth be that Yuan envoy who snatched Wu-ai? Hong Woo-guai glances at Cheon Sa-woo, sees he is calm, and asks to learn the Heaven Shattering art. Honestly, I do not know the Heaven Shattering art that well. My master just said it is an ancient style passed down for generations. Strike when they are weak, dodge when they are strong. Do whatever you want with no fixed moves. The beggar asks, wait, is this Heaven Shattering art just street brawling? No way, right? Of course not. To use the Heaven Shattering art perfectly, you must master the human body, its meridians, and pressure points. Once you understand all that, you can easily read your opponent's force and movement, strike their exact weak spots, shatter their muscles and bones, and completely block their blood flow. Master said everything in this world has a pulse. With that, Cheon Sa-woo unleashes a wave of pure energy. The energy blasts a rock, leaving Hong Woo-guai totally speechless. So what do you and I take from this? Absolutely nothing is unbreakable. Alright, let's jump back in as Cheon Sa-woo clenches his left fist, unleashing crazy energy that shatters a massive boulder and shakes the ground, catching Hong Woo-guai totally off guard. Knocked backward, he lands flat on his butt, with a face full of sheer terror. Even though he saw it with his own eyes, he still can't believe it. Suddenly, Hong Woo-guai notices his wine gourd tipped over, spilling his precious top-shelf liquor everywhere. He loses his mind, blaming Cheon Sa-woo on purpose, and after some petty bickering, they finally take a break. Meanwhile, over at Fort Dali in Fushan, two guys can't sleep a wink. Wan Jixing and Zhu Mulin sit around a stone table, looking absolutely stressed out. The Murong family claims Murong Dongtian kicked the bucket because of some heart condition. What's your take on this? Anyone with half a brain knows a powerhouse like him wouldn't die of heart failure. Cheon Sa-woo clearly took him out, but the Murong clan is just too chicken to admit it. Wan Jixing adds that his hit squad previously clashed with Cheon Sa-woo and Bongsi, where one of his men got his energy channels completely shattered and died. The fort master looks totally regretful, wishing he'd recruited him back then. But his buddy points out the kid would have said no anyway. Did you forget what he told us? If you hadn't paid those northern refugees a fair wage, just the fact that you forced them to fight the Murong clan would have brought down the exact same bloody ruin onto Fort Dali. Good thing Cheon Sa-woo didn't join the Five Dragons Alliance, otherwise our Lion-Tiger Alliance would be facing one hell of a terrifying monster. With Murong Dongtian dead, this is Fort Dali's golden ticket to take over Shenyang. I've got urgent business, so I can't stick around, but I'll be waiting for your good news. With that, Zhu Mulin leaves. This young hero is clearly not as calm as he pretends to be. Elsewhere in Shenyang, a mysterious guy wearing a bamboo hat rushes into a noisy tavern. He walks straight to a corner table on the second floor to report, but his boss immediately stops him. Hian Dao-hon motions for his underling to hold on because he's eavesdropping on something seriously juicy. Let's pause here because over at another table, a crowd is gathering around a guy with a missing leg, who is vividly describing the insane battle inside the Northern Abyss cave. That kid has hands as soft as a girl's, but you guys wouldn't believe the terrifying power hidden inside them. Just one touch from him, and your muscles and bones instantly twist into bloody knots. The entire Black Sword squad didn't stand a chance, and with just one gentle palm strike, the frozen lake inside the cave completely shattered. When I finally woke up, my leg was snapped, but I didn't feel a single thing. Because that kid stood right in front of me like a giant mountain, his pressure freezing me in place. The guy felt like some absolute god of war descended from heaven, completely unstoppable. Chen Dao-hwan feels a chill down his spine, but quickly keeps his cool, asking Minhui what he thinks of this story. Minhui laughs it off as pure exaggeration, claiming no martial arts could be that godlike. But his boss warns him there is no smoke without fire, ordering an immediate return to Taiwan. Go hit up the beggar's sect and dig up everything on this god of war. Minhui salutes as his boss asks for the real reason behind Murong Dongtian's death. The Murong clan claims it was heart failure, but nobody knows if it was a natural illness or a fatal blow from the outside. Some rumors even say he was assassinated. Quen Dao-hon swirls his tea deep in thought, finding it hilarious that they're too embarrassed to announce their own leader's cause of death. He wonders what went down between the Murong clan and that kid. Narrows his eyes, he slowly mutters that calling some brat a god of war is way too arrogant. Watch this, in just 3 days, an old man and a teenager sprint from Shenyang to Taiwan. Hong Woo-guai totally regrets refusing to ride horses, never expecting Cheon Sa-woo could literally sprint for 3 days straight. Exhausted, the duo hits up a local tavern. While stuffing his face, Hong Woo-guai explains the black merchants. Turns out, after the Yuan army got kicked north, a massive group called the Great Heaven Merchant Guild took over. They grew so fast they spooked the black merchants. Now, wherever the Great Heaven Guild sets up shop, the black merchants open a branch right next to them. And since the Great Heaven Guild is tight with the beggar sect, Hongwoo Guy is totally confident he can dig up the info they need. Suddenly, some shouting erupts in the middle of the street. They look out and see 3 guards blocking a guy's path. Cheon Sa-woo glares over, his eyes instantly shrinking. The man blocked by the guards has a face dripping with raw killer intent, radiating a seriously terrifying and dark vibe. Hongwoo Guy looks over too, his face turning sour as he realizes things are about to get messy. The cornered man sneers, mocking the so-called young master of the Huang family. Word on the street is you abuse your dad's power to run wild, driving dozens of girls to take their own lives after you ruin them. The guy's killing intent spikes even harder as he growls that the Yuan invaders were barely kicked out before trash, like him, started acting like absolute tyrants again. Furious, the 3 guards draw their swords to attack, but a voice from behind suddenly makes them freeze in their tracks. Huang Yiwo struts forward, offering a massive mountain of cash to hire Kang Wei on the spot. But Kang Wei just sneers, asking if this spoiled brat has ever heard of his title, the Underworld Demon Blade. Flicking his weapon sheath, his blade flashes menacingly as he coldly states that his sword is strictly reserved for purging evil. Suddenly, Kang Wei's aura shifts completely. The 3 guards turn pale hearing his deadly title, but before they can even twitch, a few bright flashes of light slice their throats, ending them instantly. Huang Yiwo stands there shaking like a leaf, completely paralyzed with fear. Hongwoo Guy stands up, asking if Cheon Sa-woo wants to step in. But our MC thinks if the killer's words are true, that scumbag deserves it. Hongwoo Guy argues that even if the kid is scum, his dad is a major righteous sect leader, so they can't just watch him get slaughtered. Cheon Sa-woo scoffs at the so-called righteous sects, calling them hypocrites and telling the old man to play hero alone. Meanwhile, Kang Wei lunges, swinging his blade to finish off the spoiled brat. As the kid screams in absolute terror, Hongwoo Guy blitzes in, screaming for them to stop, instantly appearing right in front of Kang Wei to unleash a swift kick. Kang Wei blocks. Hongwoo Guy misses, launching a flurry of kicks. Stick with me to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are diving straight into this epic clash as Kang Wei blocks and counters with his blades. They exchange rapid blows, completely locked in a stalemate, until Hongwoo Guy suddenly lands a brutal palm strike to Kang Wei's chest, sending him flying back. Kang Wei stumbles back, crouching low as his expression turns dead serious. He hooks his finger into the blade's ring, unleashing it with a savage throw straight at Hongwoo Guy. The spinning blade slices through the air, aiming directly for the old man's throat. The old beggar leaps up, kicking the sharp blade away, screaming for the young hero to stop and spare his life. But he totally misses the fact that a thin silver wire is secretly tied to the hilt. Kang Wei stays silent, catching his blade as it bounces right back to his hand. With a flick of his wrist, razor-thin silver threads wrap around Hongwoo Guy like a spiderweb. By the time the old beggar notices, it is way too late. Kang Wei smirks, saying he got him. He clenches his left hand, trapping the beggar completely before channeling explosive energy into his legs to charge straight at Hongwoo Guy. Cheon Sa-woo, who has been watching the entire fight, narrows his eyes. He channels massive inner energy into his hand and grabs a pair of chopsticks. With a quick flick of his wrist, Cheon Sa-woo sends the chopsticks flying like deadly arrows, instantly snapping the silver threads. Hongwoo Guy quickly breaks free, staring in utter shock. Kang Wei loses his balance, stumbling backward. This ruthless killer cannot believe his eyes. Even the famous blue treasure sword cannot break his silver wires, yet some random chopsticks just snap them. He is absolutely furious now. Let's see who is about to pay for trying to sneak attack him from the shadows. He glares toward the window where the chopsticks came from, but it is empty. Suddenly, a hand rests on his shoulder and a calm voice whispers in his ear, asking for a fair fight. So is using hidden weapons considered a fair fight to you? Cheon Sa-woo looks at him calmly, asking if they can just drop this whole thing today. Startled by the sudden presence behind him, Kang Wei quickly spins around, slashing his blade backward and shouting that they definitely have to fight now. Cheon Sa-woo easily dodges the blade, using the momentum to unleash a brutal spinning kick. Before Kang Wei can even track his movement, a heavy boot hits his face, sending him flying. Before the killer even hits the ground, Cheon Sa-woo catches up, grabs his wrist and shoulder, and ruthlessly snaps his arm in one swift motion. Ignoring Kang Wei's painful screams, Cheon Sa-woo slams a powerful palm strike directly into his back, sending him crashing and rolling across the ground. Gritting his teeth against the agonizing pain, the killer struggles to crawl back up, absolutely terrified. The kid's martial arts are way too unpredictable and impossible to read. Suddenly, his own blade flies right back at him, aiming straight for his forehead. Kang Wei uses every bit of his remaining strength to dodge the incoming weapon. Cheon Sa-woo just smiles, gathering bright blue energy at his fingertips. With a quick flick, the residual energy attached to the blade suddenly explodes with massive force. Kang Wei desperately tries to block it, but the blast still blows him away, sending him rolling across the dirt once again. Hongwoo Guy stares at the silver thread, realizing it is crafted from rare diamond stone. The beggar sect elder is stunned as a shocking realization flashes through his mind. Meanwhile, before Kang Wei can even catch his breath, he sees a cold light flash in Cheon Sa-woo's eyes. In an instant, the young hero is right in front of him. I know what you're thinking, this dude is toast. Cheon Sa-woo brings his hands together, channeling massive power, while Kang Wei turns pale, realizing he is dead. But right then, Hongwoo Guy suddenly yells out, begging Cheon Sa-woo to show mercy. Cheon Sa-woo hears the shout and his expression shifts, but it is too late to stop his earth-shattering palm strike. The massive stone wall behind Kang Wei completely collapses into a thick cloud of dust, leaving Hong Woo-gai standing there with his jaw dropped. Anyone hit by that would be blown to pieces, but Cheon Sa-woo actually managed to hold back a tiny bit of his power, saving Kang Wei from certain death with only minor injuries. The terrified killer stares at Cheon Sa-woo, who calmly tells him that their fight ends here today. Then his tone changes, asking if he wants to taste some funeral incense instead. Kang Wei's face drops, asking when the kid even figured it out. Meanwhile, on a tall rooftop miles away, a mysterious man wearing a bamboo hat stands holding a massive recurved bow. He peers down, murmuring about how rare it is for a kid to have such immense power. But against his 1,000-mile divine skill, the boy is just a sitting duck. The archer draws his bow, locking his target on the distant youth. He whispers that another arrogant kid is about to die, then slowly closes his eyes. Moments later, his eyes snap open with a sharp gleam, unleashing a massive wave of inner energy that surges in all directions. Everything within a vast radius of several dozen yards becomes crystal clear to him, allowing him to easily sense the life force of targets miles away. But right then, a voice whispers directly in his ear, warning him to stop. The archer gasps in absolute shock, realizing the kid is actually using advanced telepathy to talk to him. Cheon Sa-woo warns him that he spared him once already, so don't test his patience. Hearing this, the archer's eyes widen in disbelief. But he refuses to back down, aiming to put an arrow straight through the kid's head. Down below, Cheon Sa-woo slowly turns around, glaring back with freezing eyes. With a deadly flash in his eyes, a massive aura suddenly erupts from Cheon Sa-woo, releasing a terrifying wave of energy that explodes outward in all directions. The archer feels a massive force slam directly into his face, knocking him completely off balance and sending him stumbling backward. His bamboo hat flies off, and as he struggles to stand, he is deeply shaken. A moment later, he laughs it off, bowing and sending a telepathic reply. He admits he was way too arrogant, praising Cheon Sa-woo's insane skills and promising to return for another match. Cheon Sa-woo just silently watches him leave. As Hong Woo-gai walks over, Cheon Sa-woo keeps staring at the distant rooftop. Seeing the boy's unusually serious face, the old beggar asks him what is wrong. After a brief silence, Cheon Sa-woo says it is nothing. Not pushing further, Hong Woo-gai turns around and guides the young man up the mountain. As they walk, Cheon Sa-woo asks why the elder begged him to spare the killer's life. Hong Woo-gai explains it is all because of those silver wires. And there you have it. Looks like you and I are about to get dragged into a massive conspiracy involving the legendary Dark Commerce Guild and their infamous diamond stone weapons. Yo, stick with me because this martial arts story is about to get crazy. Cheon Sa-woo straight up warns that if Kang Hui and his crew team up, even he might lose. This totally blows Hong Woo-gai's mind. Like, this dude actually has backup? Yup, the moment you made a move, that shadow was watching your every step. If he had jumped in back then, you'd be 6 feet under by now, no cap. But Hong Woo-gai seriously couldn't care less about Sa-woo's warning. The old man just laughs it off, saying with Sa-woo around, he's got zero worries. So with the old-timer leading the way, they head straight up toward a massive mountain gate. Now watch closely, because things are about to get interesting. Reaching the mountain base, Sa-woo looks up and spots a totally blank signboard. Hong Woo-gai proudly flexes that this is the Taiwan branch of the legendary Beggars sect. That blank sign basically means they're all about justice and open doors. If you're homeless or just passing through, you can crash here, no questions asked. They wander inside and stop at this totally busted old temple. The old man pushes a random brick on the wall, and boom, a secret stone door slides right open. Sa-woo just shrugs and follows him into the dark. Trust me, you and I can hear bamboo staffs clacking as a horde of Beggars sect disciples emerges. Bowing in respect to Elder Hong Woo-gai, he looks out at the massive square with pride as thousands of Beggar Gang disciples gather. Stick with me because this hidden power is unreal. They assemble in what looks like a ruined temple. Nobody expects a massive force to hide behind these broken walls. Cheon Sa-woo never dreamed this place was their secret branch. Elder Hong Woo-gai leads Cheon Sa-woo into a secret room to brief him on the situation. Turns out this secret branch is their main hub for gathering intel. They collect all Central Plains information, verify it, and report back to headquarters. Since the Yuan envoy kidnapped Nguai 10 years ago, that info is already sent up. So Hong Woo-gai sent messengers to make contact. The old beggar then summons the branch leader Cheon Sa-woo to ask if they have any info on the Black Merchant. Cheon Sa-woo reveals that the leader of the Black Merchant branch here is Lian Tu-yi. He's not just a clever businessman, but also a formidable martial artist. The real problem is his extreme caution. He does not even trust his closest allies, so nobody knows his location. Beggar Gang disciples are desperately hunting for him. Elder Hong asks if Cheon Sa-woo really wants to clash with the Black Merchant. They are closely tied to the Five Dragon Alliance, making this a dangerous move. Turning them into enemies will make life incredibly hard. Hearing this, Cheon Sa-woo just smiles. He asks if the Elder is worried he will hunt them down directly. Hong Woo-gai sighs, knowing his reckless personality makes that highly likely, but he adds that they finally found info on the executioner he wanted investigated. It is indeed the underworld demon blade Kang Wei. He is currently locked up in a dark dungeon awaiting trial for his brutal crimes. Elder Hong's face pales upon hearing this name. If it is really him, they are in deep trouble. Meanwhile, inside a pitch-black cell, Kang Wei sits cross-legged, muttering. Pay attention here because his veins bulge in pure madness. He growls that all evil must be destroyed, leaving not a single soul alive. Suddenly, his eyes snap open as he screams his insane mantra. His skinny arms suddenly swell with massive muscles, inflating his entire body several times over. The prison guards hear the bizarre noises and grow suspicious. Inside the cell, Kangwei flicks his wrist, shooting out a thin, razor-sharp silver wire. Two guards walk over to investigate, completely blind to the silver wire wrapped around the wooden bars. In a flash, the wire slices through, shattering the door. Splinters fly everywhere. Kangwei mutters that anyone blocking his path of righteousness is also a demon. The terrified guards collapse to the cold floor. Stepping out like a savage demon from hell, he declares they all must die. Meanwhile, seeing the elder's grim expression, Cheon Sa-woo asks if he knows him. Elder Hong nods, saying Kangwei is infamous in the martial world. Standing over 7 feet tall, he wields a massive 5-foot sword. He is one of the 5 great guests of the 5-Dragon Alliance, ranked among their top 5 fighters. But the real problem is his twisted mind. He possesses an extreme, warped sense of justice, judging who is good or evil solely on his own whim. He ruthlessly slaughters anyone he labels as a demon. After breaking out, Kangwei massacres every guard in his path. Suddenly, a man wearing a bamboo hat stands in his way, holding a powerful bow. You and I both know who this archer is. The divine Boam Dao Duong stands tall, telling the Mad Blade that urgency forced his hand. He tosses Kangwei his sword. The madman catches it, asking what is so urgent that requires such desperate measures. Dao Duong reveals that Lien Tuyi needs them for a matter involving the 5-Dragon Alliance and the Black Merchant. Kangwei unsheathes his blade, sneering that they just want him to clean up their mess. He tells him to wait, as he has other business first. Meanwhile, at the Hua Tuong sect, Huang Yivo slams the table in a rage, yelling at his father that he was almost killed while he did nothing. He asks what locking up the enemy does when his father could easily order him executed. Sect leader Hong Do-chin immediately snaps back at him. He blames his son's foolish troublemaking for bringing disaster to the sect, but the brat retorts that those useless weaklings chose their own deaths. He even questions if he is actually his son. Sect leader Hong Do-chin just sighs, collapsing into his chair in utter disappointment. A sinister glint flashes in the young master's eyes as he storms outside, shouting for all disciples to gather and tear the bastard who insulted him to shreds. Leading the charge to the dungeon, the spoiled brat demands blood. But as they open the front gates, a massive, towering figure blocks their path. Kangwei stands there with a demonic grin. Before the young master can even react, a blinding flash of cold sword chi strikes like lightning. The arrogant young master is instantly sliced clean in half. The devastating blast wave does not stop, blowing away everyone standing behind him. Hearing the chaos, Huang Do-chin rushes out, roaring in agonizing grief. Unsheathing his sword, he lunges forward to attack the mad butcher. Kangwei laughs hysterically, yelling that the sect leader is the true source of evil for raising such a monster of a son. Stomping on the debris, the heavy sect leader leaps gracefully into the air. He utilizes his falling momentum to deliver a thunderous downward slash. Kangwei parries without hesitation. Their blades clash with a deafening screech of metal. He mocks the Huatuang sect for being true demons. He vows to exterminate their entire demonic sect. Infusing heavy force into his arms, he forcefully blows the sect leader back, sending him flying into the air. Furious, he barks that his sect has always acted with honor, a fact well known throughout the entire region of Taiyuan. Kangwei sneers, stating he only trusts his own judgment. Realizing words are useless, the sect leader unleashes his inner energy. He condenses his raw energy into dozens of sharp sword projections. Kangwei's eyes narrow, completely caught off guard by this high-level technique. With a sharp flick of his fingers, the deadly energy blades swarm toward Kangwei like a massive cloud of locusts. Not daring to underestimate the attack, Kangwei uses a defensive posture to block the blades, targeting his back while deflecting the rest. He glares, mocking the old man's efforts, warning him that he started this war. Trust me, you and I are about to see a bloodbath. Pay for your arrogance! Kangwei spins his sword like a goddamn hurricane, blocking every single incoming blade. Let us watch closely as this epic duel kicks off, with Huang Do-chin unleashing hell. But Kangwei is totally fine, leaving the Huatuang disciples completely shook and pale. Even Huang Do-chin breaks a cold sweat, gritting his teeth in absolute frustration as his master plan fails. His mouth twitches as he channels every ounce of his inner energy straight into his sword. A massive glowing aura wraps around the blade, transforming it into a gigantic, terrifying weapon of pure destruction. Kangwei just frowns slightly at the sight of that giant energy sword. Suddenly, Huang Do-chin leaps high into the air, rocket launching himself straight at Kangwei, who just scoffs with cold eyes. Okay, now we are actually talking. He takes a quick step back, crouches low, and holds his blade right at his hip. The infamous underworld demon blade cultivator just laughs like a total psycho. But a fancy trick like that is still not enough. Kangwei roars, twisting his hips to unleash a brutal horizontal slash. A massive, overwhelming wave of energy literally rips the air apart. Huang Do-chin is totally helpless mid-air, with absolutely zero way to dodge. The devastating energy slash clean slices right through him, his body getting cut in half as the pressure keeps going. It completely demolishes the entire building right behind him, causing a massive explosion. The roaring blast instantly shatters the quiet night of Taiwan Prefecture. Meanwhile, over at the Beggar Sect branch, Cheon Sa-woo and Hong Woo-gai are chilling around a warm campfire. The old beggar proudly hypes up their legendary signature dish, but Cheon Sa-woo just looks at the pot with pure disgust. He really does not want to eat that garbage. Just then, a sect disciple rushes over and whispers something to Trong Tanat. After hearing the news, Cheon Sa-woo instantly loses all color. Cheon Sa-woo and Hong Woo-gai notice his grim look and ask what is wrong. Cheon Sa-woo drops a heavy bomb saying the entire Hwa-tuang sect has just been completely wiped out. Now pay attention here because things are about to get seriously dark and bloody. Over at a Taiyuan gambling den, Kang Wei walks straight inside, radiating an insanely intense, murderous aura as he ascends. Up on the second floor, he coldly glares down at the noisy gamblers below. Suddenly, a creepy, low voice whispers from behind. A waiter bows politely to greet him with clasped hands. "Welcome, Master Kang Wei. Our chief is waiting for you inside." With that, the waiter leads him deeper into the establishment, walking towards a highly secure, secret room in the back. The waiter twists a bronze statue sitting on a desk, opening up a hidden doorway. He bows, gesturing for him to enter, where an old man is already waiting patiently in a chair. As Kang Wei steps inside, the old man slowly speaks up. "The legendary underworld demon blade graces us with his presence. What an honor." Kang Wei just glances around the room, totally unfazed. "You definitely know how to pick a spot, chief." He then gets dead serious, demanding to know why he was summoned. Lian Tuyi decides not to waste time and speaks directly. He asks Kang Wei for some personal help. Kang Wei narrows his eyes suspiciously, asking if this is an official order from the Five Dragon Alliance. Lian Tuyi quickly denies it, though. He claims it is his own business but benefits them anyway. Knowing he is being played, Kang Wei immediately turns around to leave. If it is not a direct order, he is out. "I do not take orders from you, bye." But Lian Tuyi stops him, saying, "Wait, Master Kang, I heard you made it your life mission to purge all evil, unorthodox factions, right? Right now, a bunch of northern outsiders are straight up stealing wealth from our central plains. Are you really going to just sit back and let those dirty devils take everything?" He keeps whispering poison like a literal demon whispering sweet lies. "As far as I know, the Great Heaven Chamber of Commerce was founded 10 years ago by some northern couples. They rake in tens of millions of silver from our central plains every single year, totally ruining the business of our black market merchant faction in the process, which is unacceptable." Hearing this, Kang Wei spins back around, totally shocked by the news. "Wait, so you are telling me the Great Heaven Chamber of Commerce is not even a local Central Plains force?" "Exactly. And get this, the Five Dragon Alliance is actually negotiating with them right now. No matter how much cash is involved, we should never do business with dirty foreign outsiders." Wow, you and I both know this guy is falling hard for this obvious bait. Kang Wei is absolutely furious, gripping his sword so hard his knuckles literally crack from the pressure. The demon blade is totally triggered now. Those foreign trash deserve to die. He stomps out, his voice dead cold as he promises, "Do not worry, they will completely disappear from Taiwan soon." Seeing Kang Wei leave with absolute murder in his eyes, Lian Tuyi just smirks like a villain. Suddenly, another mysterious man wearing a bamboo hat steps out from the dark room. Yin Daoyang speaks up in absolute awe of how easily he manipulated the warrior. "Just a few words and you have got him doing your dirty work." Lian Tuyi smiles proudly. "You flatter me too much, bro." Kang Wei's parents were brutally murdered by the Northern Yuan army, so he absolutely hates Northerners. I just gave him a little push in that direction. "That is what makes you so terrifying. So is our main plan still on track?" "Of course it is, and I want you in on it too. Let us head to Chibi Wall." Meanwhile, over at a local tavern in Taiyuan, Cheon Sa-woo still cannot stand the nasty food from the beggar sect. He decides to hit up a bar and drink alone instead. Staring down at his cup of alcohol, his mind is a total mess. He remembers the crazy intel he just heard back at the sect branch, feeling a deep, heavy guilt. He honestly does not know if sparing Kang Wei's life was the right move or a massive mistake. "What? Did you just say Kang Wei literally slaughtered the entire Hwa-tuang sect?" "Yes, not a single soul survived the massacre. They even hung up the dead bodies of Chief Huang Do-chin and his son, Huang Yi-vo, for everyone to see." Hong Woo-gai goes pale hearing this, unable to comprehend why the guy would go on such a ruthless rampage. "Leader Chuang, get some of our best guys to secretly tail him. Make sure you do not miss a single detail." Chuang Sa-woo immediately accepts the order while Cheon Sa-woo snapped out of it, trying to piece all these clues together. Since the black market merchants are acting so low-key, his immediate goal is to somehow get close to the Great Heaven Chamber of Commerce. Suddenly, a few figures catch his eye. Looking up, he spots a beautiful woman and two guys walking upstairs carrying long swords. Cheon Sa-woo instantly notices the unique patterns on their robes, recognizing them from the martial register. That is definitely the signature emblem of the Manhwa sect. The woman next to them has a gorgeous, elegant figure wearing a red veil with eyes as deep as water. But once he spots the plum blossom pattern stitched onto her red veil, everything clicks. Manhwa is a Taoist sect that historically never accepts female disciples, with only one exception. She is the blood plum blossom, Duan Mok Tung Yen, one of the three great flower prodigies. The three of them enter the second floor, only to find the tavern completely packed. Duan Mok Tung Yen scans the room and spots Cheon Sa-woo sitting all by himself near the window. She observes the young man, noting his incredibly deep eyes and calm aura. She walks right up to his table, politely asking if they can join him since there are no other open seats. Cheon Sa-woo just looks at her and smiles gently. And that is where we leave it. But trust me, you are going to want to see how this encounter goes down. Will he share his table or start a fight? "Yo, you and I are jumping into a crazy ride." After agreeing, the three sit down, order food, and Song Yan introduces herself and her sect to Sha-woo. The other two dudes introduce themselves as Zongren and Tong Muhe. Turns out these guys are actually elite, second-generation disciples from the famous Huashan sect. Our boy introduces himself as Cheon Sa-woo from the north. He asks which sect they belong to, but honestly, he claims his own skills are nothing special. He says he is not even part of the Central Plains martial world, using his skills just for self-defense. Songyeon instantly gets suspicious, but before she can probe further, Sa-woo just stands up to leave, saying it is getting late. Zongren is like, wait, normally people do not act this chill when hearing about a certain assassin. He says anyone hearing about the legendary Blood Plum Blossom should be shaking. But Songyeon plays it cool, saying the world is huge, maybe he just does not know her. She warns them to stay cautious anyway. The guys wonder if this quiet kid is secretly linked to the infamous underworld demonic blade, but Songyeon is pretty sure he is not. She doubts he had any part in wiping out the entire Hecheong sect. Sure, he knows martial arts, but she could not sense even a single shred of martial aura from him. And those eyes? They are way too peaceful, like someone who is completely over worldly drama. But Tang Muhe is not buying it and totally disagrees with her. He argues that even the legendary underworld demonic blade wouldn't dare attack the biggest sect in Taiwan alone. Besides, Kang Wei is a lone wolf who acts on his own beliefs, so there is no way he is teaming up with anyone. They decide to stop guessing because they will get real answers tomorrow when they meet the head of the Great Heaven Chamber. That night, they crash at an inn. The next morning, Songyeon is practicing her sword moves in her room when she spots something weird through her window. Now pay close attention here because right as she looks down at the street, she spots the mysterious youth from last night walking by. It is indeed Cheon Sa-woo. For some reason, this guy gives her major bad vibes, and she just cannot shake this overwhelming feeling of anxiety. She sheathes her sword and leaps right out the window. But at that exact second, her martial brothers knock on her door, calling for their senior sister. They say it is time to head to the Great Heaven Chamber of Commerce. Getting no reply, the two guys bust inside only to find the room completely empty. Meanwhile, in another inn nearby, Kang Wei is muttering to himself. The look in the underworld demonic blade's eyes suddenly turns incredibly dark and hostile. He calls everyone else heretics who must be wiped out. Standing up, he grabs his sword and vows to destroy the Great Heaven Chamber of Commerce. While he prepares to strike, the general manager of the Great Heaven Chamber, Chung Feng, is busy going over the books. Hearing some big news about today's plans, the sneaky branch leader's eyes flash with greed, ordering Chung Feng to grab piles of cash from the vault because the city walls collapsed last night. He wants to secure the rebuilding contract at all costs. Quan Do-hwan laughs, saying if they are bribing the prefect, they need to go big or go home. He wants to keep the official fully satisfied. The manager notes down every instruction and prepares to leave, but then Do-hwan asks for Nia Mingwei, who just returned from Shenyang. Soon Mingwei enters the study with a fresh report. According to his intel, the powerful Murong Dongtian was actually killed by the legendary god of war. But strangely, the Beggars sect is keeping completely quiet about this god of war. Do-hwan frowns because he knows the Beggars sect never hides stuff without a reason. Plus, their main rivals, the black merchants, have been completely silent. This news really throws the branch leader off because they are usually extremely aggressive. You and I both know that when a rival guild goes quiet for 3 whole months, they are definitely planning something absolutely insane behind the scenes. The rival boss, Lian Si, is definitely not the type to sit still. Then Mingwei drops another bomb. Kang Wei of the 5 Dragon Alliance is in town. This crazy assassin made a massive scene last night. Word on the street is that he slaughtered the young master of the Hecheong sect before going after the boss. He brutally executed their leader, Huang Duzheng, before single-handedly slaughtering every single disciple, completely erasing the entire Hecheong sect from existence in one night. Nobody knows his real motive yet, but they suspect his presence here is closely tied to the 5 Dragon Alliance, who has deep connections with the black merchants. This means the black merchants might strike soon. Du-hwan agrees with this theory, but he still cannot figure out what that old fox Lian Si is plotting. Even after fighting him countless times, he is still unpredictable. Du-hwan sighs, wishing their brilliant young mistress were here to easily see through his schemes. But speak of the devil, a guard suddenly runs in from the front courtyard, panting heavily with a letter sent directly from the young mistress herself. Du-hwan is hyped and demands to read it immediately. But as the branch leader skims through the pages, his excited expression quickly turns to absolute horror. He slams the letter onto the table in pure rage, leaving the entire room dead silent. Finally, Mingwei musters up the courage to ask what's wrong. Du-hwan reveals the negotiation failed. The 5 Dragon Alliance is demanding they back off and stop interfering with any other factions in the region. And to make things worse, they are demanding the young mistress marry into their family. Meanwhile, let's jump back to our main characters on the streets. Songyeon is stealthily tailing Sa-woo from a safe distance. Staring at his back as he strolls along, she can't help but wonder what his true goal is. Suddenly, Sa-woo whips his head around, but she instantly vanishes from the rooftop. He looks up at the empty tiles and lets out a sigh. He mutters that if she wanted to tag along, she should have just asked instead of sneaking around. Hiding in an alley, Songyeon holds her breath in shock. She thought she completely erased her presence, so how did he spot her? Before she can process this, her eyes go wide with pure shock. A massive dude holding a giant sword just stepped out and blocked Sa-woo's path. Our boy doesn't even flinch, just staring him down with icy eyes. He casually mentions how the assassin wiped out an entire sect last night but still dares to walk around. The killer laughs, ready to settle their score. Song-yen is stunned. It's obvious these two have a history, making her wonder if her partner was right about Sa-woo being involved in that bloody massacre. With her mind racing, she grips her sword tightly. Trust me, you and I are going to see a crazy fight when these monsters clash next. Alright, let's dive in. Cheon Sa-woo is completely unfazed by Kang Wei's threats, mostly wondering how this dude's broken arm magically healed overnight. I mean, he already took an L from Cheon Sa-woo before, yet he's back for more. Guess that flashy Underworld Demon Blade title isn't entirely fake. Meanwhile, Kang Wei is scheming too. He knows this kid's martial arts are insane, but since Cheon Sa-woo stopped him from executing Huang Nivo, he automatically assumes our boy is some evil heretic. Kang Wei smirks, gripping his sword. He admits Cheon Sa-woo is decent, then starts channeling his raw inner energy, letting his power explode around him like a storm. He claims he has to wipe out this evil heretic, but right as things get spicy, a flash of red swoops in and lands right between them. It is Doan Mok Tung-yen's sword in hand. She looks at Cheon Sa-woo with intense eyes and says, "We meet again, young hero. We will catch up later. Right now, I need to handle your business with this Underworld Demon Blade guy." With that, she steps toward Kang Wei, leaving Cheon Sa-woo frowning in confusion. He figures this Blood Plum Blossom girl has got it all wrong. Meanwhile, Tung-yen greets the older warrior respectfully, saying it has been a while, Senior Kong. Kang Wei lowers his blade and returns the greeting, but his mind is racing with suspicion. Why on earth is the famous Blood Plum Blossom here in Taiyuan? Did the Nine Heavens Mansion send her? He asks her straight up what her business is, and she confidently replies that she came specifically for him. She heard he slaughtered people in Taiyuan and came to investigate. Kang Wei scoffs, asking if she means the Huatuang sect. Those guys were pure evil. To him, they deserved death. But Tung-yen snaps back, telling him to wake up and think about how many innocent lives those beasts actually ruined. She asks how the victims are supposed to accept his ruthless actions. Meanwhile, this supposedly righteous young sect leader is running wild with no restraint. His own father just let him get away with it. Kang Wei literally laughs in her face, spitting out some old proverb about nipping evil in the bud. He is proud of his extreme methods, claiming that if you do not crush evil early, it grows. He will happily slaughter 10, 100, or even entire sects. He will wipe out entire sects without a second thought. His gaze turns sharp as he raises his sword, declaring he is not even afraid of the Iron Martial Alliance. Our boy Cheon Sa-woo just sighs, completely exhausted by this guy's crazy logic. Honestly, he is not even sure how to judge this messy situation anymore. Tung-yen reminds him that her Mount Hua sect serves the Nine Heavens Mansion, while he belongs to the Five Dragons Alliance. She draws her sword, staring him down. She refuses to back down, warning him that if they fight, it basically triggers an all-out war between their powerful factions. Talk about high stakes. The street goes dead silent as pure killing intent fills the air. Cheon Sa-woo gets serious too, realizing a massive crowd is already gathering to watch the drama. People are gossiping, pointing out the famous Blood Plum Blossom and the crazy killer Kang Wei. They have no clue why these two are about to throw down. Cheon Sa-woo shakes his head at how clueless these bystanders are. If a fight breaks out here, half of these idiots are going to get caught in the crossfire. Right on cue, Tam Mok Hop and Ha Tong-nan show up searching for their senior sister. They spot the massive crowd and decide to check it out. Tong-nan peeks through the mob and instantly freezes. He sees his sister squaring off against some scary dude, and his heart drops when he recognizes him. That is the infamous Underworld Demon Blade, Kang Wei. Without wasting a second, the two disciples leap over the crowd, screaming that they are here to help. Now pay attention here. Tung-yen gets distracted for a split second, and Kang Wei instantly seizes the opening, his eyes flashing with deadly intent. She draws her sword a second too late, spinning gracefully to dodge. Right before their blades clash and spark, a sudden shadow blurs into the frame. Cheon Sa-woo literally blocks both swords with his bare hands. He looks completely chill, casually telling them to cool it. One is a famous heroine, the other is a top elder of the Five Dragons Alliance. He warns them that a clash between them would turn this busy street into a literal bloodbath for innocents. He suggests they call it a day, but Kang Wei grinds his teeth, knowing that if he backs down now, he will never get another shot. Determined, the madman screams about destroying evil and puts all his strength into his grip. But Cheon Sa-woo is not about to let this slide. His eyes turn icy as a massive wave of raw power erupts from his body, slamming straight into Kang Wei's sword hand like a tidal wave. You and I can practically feel the sheer force of that impact. Kang Wei gasps in pain as the shadow of death looms over him yet again. But just like that, the crushing pressure vanishes into thin air. Kang Wei stares at the teenager in absolute disbelief, his mind completely blown. Cheon Sa-woo lets go, giving Kang Wei a gentle nudge that sends him stumbling back. Even the arrogant demon blade is shaking in his boots right now. The two Mount Hua disciples freeze in their tracks, utterly shocked that the kid they met last night is this much of an absolute monster. He casually grabs Tung-yen's hand and drags her away. She gasps out his name in shock, but Cheon Sa-woo doesn't care and just keeps walking. Suddenly, Kang Wei calls out from behind, begging the mysterious young hero to wait up and at least tell him his actual name before disappearing. Cheon Sa-woo glances back and calmly drops his name before dragging Tung-yen away. The other two disciples scramble to keep up with his pace. This leaves Kang Wei standing there completely dumbfounded and totally defeated. He doesn't want to abandon his beliefs, but Cheon Sa-woo is just way too overpowered. Realizing he stands no chance alone, he decides he needs backup. Meanwhile, as soon as Cheon Sa-woo escapes the crowd, two beggar sect disciples approach him. They explain their elder sent them to tail Kong Wei. Cheon Sa-woo looks back at the crazy swordsman and warns them this is a terrible idea. The guy is highly unstable right now, and if they get caught, they are dead meat. Watching this, Tung Yen is absolutely amazed by Cheon Sa-woo's influence. It completely confirms her suspicion that this teenager is anything but ordinary. The beggars bow in gratitude, promising to be extra careful from now on. Meanwhile, the two tagging along are totally confused until one finally speaks up, asking Cheon Sa-woo to let go. Stick around to see what happens next. Alright, let's dive back in as Cheon Sa-woo realizes he is still holding Doan Mok Tung Yen's hand, quickly lets go, apologizes, and Tang Mok Hop urges them toward the Great Heaven Merchant Guild. Hearing this, Cheon Sa-woo gets curious and asks to tag along. Tang Mok Hop happily agrees, while Dawn Mok Tung Yen suddenly recalls her master's strict advice before they set off. Her master warned her that this mission was brutal, but she had to succeed not just for the Ninefold Mansion, but also for her own sake. He told her to know what to do, who to ally with, and who to avoid. She promised her master she would keep those words locked in her heart. She is dead sure Cheon Sa-woo is linked to Kongwei, and he clearly has deep, shady ties with the beggar sect. Now pay attention. Based on those beggar disciples, she suspects he knows their elders, making him the absolute perfect ally she needs to recruit. Maybe she can even drag him into the Ninefold Mansion later. Soon they arrive at the massive Taiyuan branch of the Great Heaven Merchant Guild, and Cheon Sa-woo looks up. The place is insanely grand, boasting massive crimson doors. If a mere branch is this ridiculously luxurious, it shows just how filthy rich this guild really is. Doan Mok Tung Yen pulls out a jade pendant, hands it to the guard, and demands to see the branch leader. Standing behind her, Cheon Sa-woo spots it with his sharp eyes. He stares closely at the butterfly-shaped jade pendant in her hand. Suddenly, the young man freezes, reaches into his own robe, and starts frantically searching around. He actually owns a similar butterfly pendant, just slightly smaller. It was a parting gift from a girl named Tutu Ha over 10 years ago in the north. This is my most precious treasure, and I am giving it to you. One day, I will be the richest merchant alive. When that happens, bring this to find me. You and I can guess why he is smiling as he remembers this. He wonders how that spunky little girl is doing now, surviving somewhere out here in the Central Plains. This visit to the Great Heaven Merchant Guild might help him track down the Black Merchant, and maybe, just maybe, get some clues about Tutu-ha too. After getting permission, the guard leads them inside. Soon they reach the inner courtyard, where Chief Manager Trin Fong greets them, recognizing Dawn Mok as the famous Blood Plum Blossom. One of the 3 flowers 7 revered. Since you carry our young lady's token, you are a VIP guest of the Great Heaven Merchant Guild. Please, step inside. Trin Fong leads them to a small pavilion. The beautiful gardens and structures along the way make Cheon Sa-woo stare in awe, but he cannot shake off a weird thought. Is that little girl from his past living in a luxurious place like this now? Suddenly, Dawn Mok Tung Yen's voice completely cuts through his deep train of thought. Young hero Thien, I befriended someone from the Iron Martial Alliance a few days ago. They are incredibly tight with the Great Heaven Merchant Guild, which is why we are here. If you want to survive out here in the martial world, you really need to start making some useful connections. Cheon Sa-woo has absolutely no idea what she is on about. He just nods and keeps following them. Soon they enter the guest hall where the branch leader Quen Dao Hon is already waiting. Everyone quickly takes their seats. Quen Dao Hon cuts straight to the chase, asking if she is here to find the underworld demon blade Kong Wei. Doan Mok Tung Yen does not play games either, admitting she wants intel on him. The leader replies, we have been tracking Kong Wei for ages. Lately, he's been getting cozy with Lian Tu Yi of the Black Merchants. Cheon Sa-woo grins inwardly, his suspicions were spot on. Chief Manager Trin then brings out the ledgers. He hands them to Doan Mok, showcasing everything on Lian Tu Yi, his illegal trade, corrupt ties with local officials, and even alliances with other powerful martial sects. But we still have not pinned down his exact location. This classified info is strictly off limits, but since you have our young lady's token, we will make an exception. We are still clueless about Kongwei's true goal in Taiyuan, but we highly suspect it involves the Black Merchants, likely backed by the 5 Dragons Alliance. Doan Mok Tung Yen grabs the ledger and scans it with razor-sharp focus. But as her eyes land on one specific entry, her entire expression completely freezes. 20 years ago, they partnered with the Murong clan in human trafficking. Though she whispers it, the words hit Cheon Sa-woo like a sudden, massive thunderclap. Quen Dao Hon's sharp eye immediately catches the boy's sudden shift. He was quiet this whole time, so why the massive reaction over the Murong clan? Even though Cheon Sa-woo quickly masks his shock and plays it cool, that intense glare in his eyes instantly puts the old leader on high alert. Doan Mok Tung Yen closes the book, noting that valuable intel is never free. Quen Dao Hon does not hesitate, demanding protection from the Ninefold Mansion. He wants them to secure the guild and minimize their potential losses. She counters, the government backs you, why would you even need the Ninefold Mansion? Don Mok, the wiping out of the Hua Tuong sect, was a martial feud, so the law ignoring it makes sense. But check out what happened yesterday. Dozens of government guards were slaughtered, yet the officials did not even blink. The Taiyuan governor is definitely in bed with the 5 Dragons Alliance. They are going to let Kang Wei run wild. She sighs, explaining she does not have the authority to deploy the entire strength of the Ninefold Mansion. He assures her that just mobilizing the local sects around Taiyuan is plenty. After weighing her options, she nods and agrees to the deal. Cheon Sa-woo watches them negotiate over every tiny ounce of benefit, thinking these two are seriously calculative. Suddenly, Quyen Dao-hon turns his gaze to him. I still do not know this young brother's name. Bringing him to such a highly confidential talk tells me he is definitely someone special. Before Cheon Sa-woo can even open his mouth to answer, Doan Mok Tung Yan quickly speaks up, claiming she brought him because she needs his help. Ever since Murong Dong Tien was killed, the beggar sect completely locked down all info. Neither the Ninefold Mansion nor the Iron Martial Alliance can get anything. Hearing this, Quyen Dao-hon locks his eyes back onto Cheon Sa-woo. Young hero, we know you have an incredibly special connection with the beggar sect. If you can help us extract that intel, the Ninefold Mansion will reward you handsomely. Cheon Sa-woo slowly closes his eyes, realizing their true hidden motive. They only dragged him along because of his beggar sect ties. When his eyes snap open, his entire aura suddenly shifts into something cold and incredibly dangerous. My connection with them is not what you think. I will pass the word, but do not expect much. And trust me, you and I can see this is just getting started. Hey, check this out. Cheon Sa-woo stands straight up, totally done wasting time with these guys. He bails, leaving those two Manhwa disciples completely shook by his savage vibe. Even Guan Duan, a hardened veteran of the martial world, breaks into a cold sweat. This kid is no joke, a straight-up beast for his age. Dan Mok Song Yan instantly regrets being so damn impatient, shouting, "Young hero Cheon, wait!" But Sa-woo is already out the door, leaving her completely hanging. She feels like an idiot for rushing. They only met once, yet she crossed the line and broke a major taboo of the Marim. Talk about a rookie mistake. Guan outwardly complains the kid is way too sensitive, but he secretly keeps him on his radar. He recalls how their young lady has been hunting for a certain boy. Supposedly, he was her childhood best friend. That northern accent and those sharp, intense eyes are a dead ringer for the exact description the young lady gave him. Could this kid actually be the one she's been desperately looking for? Meanwhile, Sa-woo leaves the Great Heavens Merchant Guild alone, carrying the exact intel he wanted. He finally got the dirt on Yeon Sa-woo. Next up, locating this black market dealer. But the second he steps outside, a beggar disciple rushes right up to him. The guy says Elder Hong sent him to invite Sa-woo back to their headquarters. Meanwhile, over at Mount Ojo, a lone figure is creeping through the dense forest. It is Kong Hui, the loser Sa-woo recently thrashed. Two beggar disciples tasked with tailing the guy are keeping their distance, keeping their eyes glued to him. Suddenly, one of them gets a sharp pain. He tells his partner to keep watching while he takes a quick bathroom break. But when he gets back, Kang Hui has completely vanished. The poor guy scratches his head, totally clueless on what to do. He has no idea a deadly shadow is creeping up right behind him. Suddenly, a cold voice speaks. He spins around and freezes. Kang Hui is standing there, eyes cold as ice, whispering, "Looking for me, are we?" The poor beggar is absolutely terrified. He drops to the dirt in pure panic. But check this out. Before he can even scream, a hair-thin silver wire whips through the air, wrapping right around his neck. Flash of light, blood splatters everywhere, and the beggar drops dead. Kang Hui calmly walks over to two shady figures waiting in the woods. The guy in white is confused. He asks why Kang Hui wasted his time killing a random beggar. Kang Hui snorts, pointing out no ordinary beggar could ever tail him like that. They were definitely being tracked. Yum Do-young agrees with the call, coldly ordering him to sweep the area. They need to make sure there are no other rats snooping around their secret base. We absolutely cannot let anyone find the Red Cliff Wall. Hidden in a nearby bush, Ma Daewon covers his mouth, shaking in pure terror as he watches everything. Tears stream down his face, silently swearing he will get bloody revenge for his fallen brother. Meanwhile, the killers hike up a hidden mountain trail, crossing a ridge. A massive luxury fortress suddenly looms ahead of them. The Red Cliff Wall, the secret hub of the black merchants. Inside, Yeon Sa-woo is chilling on the porch. He looks out over the courtyard as a subordinate in black kneels, reporting that the slaves are fully brainwashed and will follow any command without hesitation. In just 5 days, they'll be ready for delivery to the Five Dragons Alliance. Give them a few years of training, and their combat power will be absolutely insane. Yeon Sa-woo nods, but then lets out a heavy sigh, claiming something is still missing. The lackey reassures him that these slaves have the ultimate physical conditioning. Once trained, they will become an unstoppable army. But Sa-woo shakes his head. That is not what he means at all. He is talking about their actual potential. Think about this, guys. He complains their talent is trash. He grits his teeth, remembering a girl with god-tier potential who managed to escape 20 years ago. Right on cue, Kang Hui and Yum Do-yang walk in. Kang Hui gets straight to the point, demanding Sa-woo's help, while Yum brings up their little beggar problem. Hearing this, the old fox immediately panics, realizing they might have been tailed. But Kang Hui shrugs it off, acting like one dead beggar is no big deal. Yum backs him up, saying he scanned the area and found nothing, so there is no need to sweat it. But Yeon Sa-woo is way too paranoid for that. He declares it is time to pack up and abandon the Red Cliff Wall. Both men are stunned, knowing he spent 20 long years building this place up. But hesitating now will only bring disaster. If the Beggars Association found them once, they can easily do it again. He looks at Yum, giving his final orders. Tomorrow morning, deliver those slaves to the Five Dragons Alliance while I prep everything. As long as the sects keep fighting and the Ming Dynasty clashes with Northern Yuan, their black market business will always thrive. There is no need to stress over short-term losses. Turning to Kang Hui, Yeon Sa-woo asks what he actually wants from him. The infamous Blade Master sneers, replying that he just needs help finding a certain item. Meanwhile, back at the Beggars Association branch, a major crisis is unfolding. Ma Dae-won is kneeling in the main hall, crying his eyes out while surrounded by disciples. Hearing the whole story, Elder Hong O-gai's expression turns deadly serious. The traumatized disciple slams his head on the floor, begging for punishment, crying that he was too weak and could only watch his brother Liam get murdered. Sa-woo crosses his arms, sighing that his warnings from yesterday actually came true. Elder Hong tells the crying beggar to stop blaming himself for Liam's tragic death. Kang Hui is the one who did this. Meanwhile, Jang So-ul steps up, guessing that Mount Ojo is exactly where Cheon Sa-woo has been hiding all this time. They need to catch that old fox before he runs. Jang mentions he already sent their top tracker to scout the mountain, promising they will get answers soon. Elder Hong nods. Even he never imagined Cheon Sa-woo would hide in the wilderness right outside Taiyuan City. But right at that moment, another disciple rushes inside. He shouts that they found the secret fortress on Mount Ojo, begging the elder to order a full raid so they can avenge their fallen brother Liam. Elder Hong snaps to his feet, barking out orders. He tells branch leader Jang to stay behind, protect their base, and keep a close eye on the merchant guild. He has a nasty gut feeling that something huge is about to go down there. Turning back to the crowd, the elder unleashes a voice like cracking thunder. He orders everyone below 6th rank to stay put with the branch leader, but anyone 6th rank and above is marching with him to hunt down and crush Kang Hui. The beggars roar in agreement, their shouts shaking the entire hall. But as the elder turns around, he spots Sa-woo quietly heading for the door, looking completely unbothered. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see how he handles this insane clash, especially with a deadly monster like Kang Hui waiting in the wings. Alright, you and I are about to watch some old beggars kick butt. Cheon Sa-woo is quiet, basically agreeing. Hey kid, do not underestimate our beggar sect, let us go together. Cheon Sa-woo just smirks. This secret hideout stayed hidden in the mountains for 20 years, but tonight some random old beggar rolls up begging for food. Hong Woo-gai acts super shocked to get the attention of those two Hakthong guards. He walks right up, begging for a scrap of food, making up a story. He even promises them a spot in the beggar sect if they ever go broke. But the moment they hear those words, those guards instantly get super tense. One guard draws his blade, ready to slice, but the old man blocks him. I am just asking for scraps, why get all violent? Hong Woo-gai sneers coldly. Boom! Both guards get blasted through the air, smashing into the massive gates and crashing down hard. Hong Woo-gai yells out, "Alright boys, move in right now. Take them down fast." Suddenly, a swarm of beggar sect disciples charges in, swinging bamboo staffs like a pack of starving wolves. The Hakthong guards quickly draw their weapons to fight back. Both sides clash in a brutal brawl. Within seconds, the entire Shichbich Tuong base erupts into pure chaotic violence. But right in the middle of it, our old master and young hero are just strolling through like they own the place. Hong Woo-gai gives Cheon Sa-woo a smug look. How about that? Our crew does not just dig up secrets. Our martial arts are top tier too. And he is right. Within 15 minutes, the beggars are dominating the fight. Out of nowhere, a guard charges them with a sword. Zero panic from Hong Woo-gai. Hands behind his back, he casually throws a kick right at the guy's face. Dirty toes that have not seen water in 30 years jam straight into the guy's nose. The old man grins, powers up his foot, and kicks him away like a ball. Now look upstairs because Lian Tuyi is absolutely losing his mind, slamming his fist on the balcony. He wanted to smuggle the slaves out tomorrow. But this sudden midnight raid completely ruined all his plans. Lian Tuyi furiously demands to know where Kang Wei is, but Am Dao Duong says he is busy. He is dealing with Dai Tian Thuong Hoi. Hero you just gonna stand there? If we let these beggars slaughter us, Ngu Longmin will suffer heavy losses. I am no match for that kid, so I am just waiting for the perfect opening. Besides, why did you not prepare? I am deeply disappointed in you. Saying this, Am Dao Duong coldly sets down his teacup. Know your place. Honestly, even if this entire fortress gets wiped out and you die right here, it means nothing. Our alliance with Am Hak Thuong Hoi will be just fine. Whatever goes down tonight has absolutely nothing to do with Hak Thuong or Ngu Long Min. Understood. This entire mess is on you alone. Hearing this, Lian Tuyi grinds his teeth, boiling with rage. He knows exactly what this shady guy is trying to do. Am Dao Duong wants to wash his hands of this human trafficking. Once the righteous sects find out, they will attack him, making him their only scapegoat. He steps up to the edge, glaring down at Hong Woo-gai and Cheon Sa-woo. Forcing a calm face, he sneers. Is this how the righteous beggar sect acts? Sneaking into private property at night. If word of this gets out, you guys will be the laughingstock of the Marim. But Hong Woo-gai is not playing games. One of my disciples was murdered right here, and this old man is here for justice. Cheon Sa-woo looks up, finally laying eyes on this mysterious sect leader. This is the monster who kidnapped his master's daughter 20 years ago. Lian Tuyi scoffs. You say I killed a beggar? Where is the proof of that? You are just bullies picking on the weak. Hong Woo-gai barks back that they have an actual witness. If you are innocent, let our sect search this place. So you beggars are dead set on starting a war with me? Hong Woo-gai looks at him with ice-cold eyes. You killed my disciple first, you bastard. Lian Tuyi smirks, whips out a small whistle, and blows a sharp, creepy note. Suddenly, a massive wave of heavy footsteps starts echoing from all around them. Let us pause right here because what walks out next is absolutely sickening. A massive brainwashed crowd surrounds the beggar sect, wearing rags with completely blank faces. These are the slaves trained to be weapons for Ngu Long Min. The beggar disciples freeze. One brave disciple rushes forward, swinging his staff at a slave's head. But the slave does not even flinch or try to dodge. The disciple is completely stunned, unable to believe it. His strike lands, knocking the slave's hood off. Beneath the hood is the innocent face of a little kid. Cheon Sa-woo and Hong Woo-gai stare in absolute horror at what they are seeing. Lian Tu-yi bursts into a sick, twisted laugh. Do not look so shocked. They have been trained to never feel a single shred of pain anymore. Aren't you beggars all about justice? Let us see if you can bring yourselves to slaughter little kids. Hearing this, Cheon Sa-woo's blood instantly boils with rage. This old monster deserves to burn. Even Dao Duong speaks up, warning Lian Tu-yi that using these children as human shields violates their deal. Who cares about rules when my life is on the line? If you do not want these slaves to die here, then jump in and help me right now. Otherwise, how are you going to explain this massive loss to Gulong Min? Dao Duong's face darkens, his mouth twitching in pure silent rage. Finally, he speaks up, summoning the blood swordsman. Instantly, a ghostly figure materializes out of the shadows. The elite forces of Gulong Min are here. At his command, the elite killer leaps onto the balcony railing, draws his flashing blade in a blur, and dives straight down into the battle below. More assassins drop down, joining the fray. Cheon Sa-woo counts only 12 of them, but their aura feels as strong as an entire army charging at once. These 12 blood swordsmen plunge straight into the battle. Their leader leaps high, swinging his blade down and slicing a beggar disciple clean in half. Blood sprays everywhere, dripping down his long sword. The beggars take a step back in terror. Dark red blood splatters across the killer's white cloak. Under his hood, his expression is terrifying. The lead killer growls a cold command to kill them all, and his squad charges with lethal precision. The tide of the battle instantly flips against the beggars, but looking closely, Cheon Sa-woo finally notices something deeply wrong with these kids. Even though they are little kids, their stature is exactly like a fully grown adult. Someone artificially forced their bones and muscles to grow like this. Trust me, you and I are going to have to wait and see how our hero saves these brainwashed kids, because they literally cannot stop fighting. Yo, you and I are jumping right into a total nightmare. These poor kids are so messed up they cannot move, and they will not live past 20. This fills Cheon Sa-woo with pure, unfiltered rage. Did those scumbags do this to his master's daughter too? Hong Woo-gai notices his insane killing intent instantly. He quickly slaps a hand on Cheon Sa-woo's shoulder, his voice turning deadly serious. Chill out, kid. Those white-clothed freaks are actually elites from the Five Dragon Alliance. Start a fight now, and there is no going back. Cheon Sa-woo just glares at him. You are a beggar clan elder, yet you let your disciples get slaughtered like this? The old man sighs. The beggar clan and the Alliance are holding on to a super fragile peace right now. The Northern Plains are not fully defeated yet, you see. So all the sects have this unspoken rule to just compromise. That is how this stupid martial world works. Everyone talks big about honor, but when it matters, when their own skins are on the line, nobody gives a damn. But you are a total wild card. You do not belong to the Central Plains factions. If you stick your nose in this, the Five Dragon Alliance is going to hunt you down. Cheon Sa-woo just scoffs. Hey, Elder, do you even hear those kids? Do you hear them crying? They are terrified out of their minds, but they cannot back down. What about your own disciples? Are you just ignoring them? Why are they spilling their blood for nothing? I started training when I was 14, and it has been 12 years. You have been doing this way longer, right? Cheon Sa-woo snaps, yelling at the old man. If you learn martial arts but chicken out when it matters, then tell me, why the hell did you learn your divine martial arts? Those words hit the old beggar like a truck. Ever since he became an elder, he's been playing it safe, calculating every single loss and gain. But wait, this is where it gets crazy. The old guy realizes his mindset is weaker than a kid's. His disciples are dying, and he is just standing there. Fired up, Hong Woo-gai whips out his weapon and laughs. All right, kid, I like your style. Go grab Lian Tu-yi. I will handle these bloodsword punks. He channels his inner energy, and his whip strikes like a dragon leaping into the sea. In a flash, it wraps around the wrist of a bloodsword assassin. He pulls hard, launching his body forward and delivers a brutal kick right to the guy's face. The dude screams as his sword flies out of his hand. The old man's eyes turn ice cold. He sweeps his foot, kicking the hilt of the dropped sword and sending the 3-foot blade flying like a missile. It pierces straight through the chest of another bloodsword fighter, pinning him backwards. The sheer force of the kick blasts him 30 meters away. The sword slams deep into a pillar, pinning him there, dead instantly. Seeing his man turn into a human wall decoration, the enemy leader totally loses his cool. He screams at his squad to stay alert. Meanwhile, the old beggar just laughs with his hands on his hips. Boys, let's go wild today. Show them what we've got. Our clan has been quiet for way too long. Let us show these punks the real power of beggars. The disciples cheer, instantly swarming the remaining swordsmen. The old elder leads the charge, his whip crackling with thunderous force. The enemies do not even dare block it, scrambling to dodge the attacks. He shatters their formation in a single strike and orders his crew to set up the dog-beating formation. The enemy leader's face goes pale. Now, check out this sneak attack. While the leader scrambles to retreat, a beggar disciple jumps him from behind, catching him totally off guard. He clutches his back, spinning around to strike back, but eats a staff straight to the face instead. He stumbles backward, desperately trying to get some breathing room. But the beggar stays on him like glue. The swordsman leaps into the air, stomping on the staff's tip to catapult himself backward to escape. He aims to strike the outer ring and break free. He is done fighting, he just wants to run for his life, but it is way too late. Another beggar vaults off his buddy's shoulders like a human rocket. He brings his heavy staff down, crushing the leader's neck in one shot. The rest of the squad gets absolutely wrecked. The dog-beating formation is fully complete, and Cheon Sa-woo watches the whole thing with absolute respect. He looks up at the balcony where the Black Spear leader Lian Tu-yi is standing. The villain is literally grinding his teeth in pure anger. He cannot believe his high-tier alliance killers got wiped out by a bunch of beggars, but while he is raging, Cheon Sa-woo's eyes lock onto him. Cheon Sa-woo leaps into the air, launching a surprise attack. Lian Tu-yi is too busy screaming curses to notice the killer wind rushing straight at him. Before he can even blink, Cheon Sa-woo is standing right in front of him. The cowardly boss falls flat on his butt in absolute terror. Cheon Sa-woo raises his left hand, his palm glowing with deadly energy, his voice is ice cold. Lian Tu-yi, 20 years ago, how many kids did you buy? Where did you take them? I have 0 patience left. Where is he right now? For the first time, this corrupt gang leader feels death's cold grip. He tries to open his mouth to speak, but his voice is completely frozen from fear. But suddenly, an annoying voice cuts through the air. Well, kid, did not expect to meet again so soon. Dao Duong slowly draws his sun-shattering bow with a smug, wicked grin. This time, we will see who survives. He lets loose an arrow at a blinding speed, a golden aura of inner energy crackling around its tip. Crossing 30 meters in a millisecond, the shot is insanely fast. Cheon Sa-woo was ready, but even he did not expect this level of speed. A golden streak of light flashes right toward his chest. The sheer, overwhelming power of the blast blows our young hero straight backward. He lands on his feet, the arrow still stuck in his chest. He spits out some blood. Dao Duong poured his absolute maximum power into that shot. Lian Tu-yi starts cheering, thinking Cheon Sa-woo is finally dead. But as the smug archer looks a bit closer, his grin completely vanishes. Cheon Sa-woo is slowly standing back up, gripping the arrow. Only a tiny bit of the tip is sticking out of his hand, meaning he caught it. Our hero literally caught that lethal shot barehanded at the absolute last second. He stares at the arrow, his heart beating fast. If he had not jumped back, he would be dead. He tosses it aside with a cold glare. Trust me, you and I are about to see a beatdown. Nice try, old man, but you blew your only shot. Yin Daoyang whiffs his strike, and trust me, we are about to watch him pay. His golden eye vision skill allows him to analyze every detail. In a split second, all the energy flowing around Cheon Sa-woo is laid bare before his eyes. He spots a massive surge of energy hidden deep within the kid's dantian. Wisps of power pierce through his crown, rising high. Yin Daoyang gulps hard, unable to believe a young teen could possess such insanely pure internal power. Trying to steady his shaking nerves, he quickly pulls out another deadly arrow, then he leaps down from the balcony. Gliding through the air, Yin Daoyang draws his bow, condensing a bright golden energy on his arrowhead before letting it fly. Straight at Cheon Sa-woo, who easily steps back to dodge it, but Cheon Sa-woo frowns, totally confused. If this guy is a sniper, why is he closing the distance? Why not keep his distance? Right then, Yin Daoyang rushes in right behind his arrow, his eyes glowing as the martial master's energy begins to surge. The energy flows wild. In a clean, rapid motion, the master fires a volley of 10 arrows. Cheon Sa-woo sprints like crazy, dodging them with insane speed. He moves so fast he leaves afterimages behind. Yin Daoyang keeps 30 meters between them, his hands moving like a blur as he fires non-stop. The arrows hit like thunder, shredding everything. Seriously, watch closely because those shots punch straight through solid stone. Upstairs, Lian Si stares down in shock. Even though Yin Daoyang is a top elite of the Five Dragon Alliance, he cannot touch this kid. The Black Mountain Gang leader realizes he needs to run. This place is way too dangerous and he needs to bounce. Meanwhile, Cheon Sa-woo keeps dodging, knowing that if he just plays defense, he is dead. He will just be a sitting duck. Spotting a massive flagpole ahead, Cheon Sa-woo grabs it. Already moving at high speed, his grip on the pole swings his body around, launching himself forward like a straight-up cannonball. He flies directly at Yin Daoyang, who instantly panics and tries to back off. Cheon Sa-woo misses, lands perfectly, and immediately bounces back up like a spring. Seeing the kid go from defense to full-on offense makes the master freeze. Terrified by the sudden counterattack, he fires 10 rapid-fire arrows. But Cheon Sa-woo moves like a straight ghost, flashing in and out of sight. He dodges every single shot. Before they know it, their chase leads them to a small building, and the master dives inside without a second thought. Cheon Sa-woo refuses to let him escape and charges right in. Suddenly, Yin Daoyang shoots razor-sharp silver wires from his wrist, weaving a deadly trap. In a split second, a thick web fills the room. The kid charges straight into it, realizing too late that he has walked into a massive trap. He plants his foot to stop himself. Too late to run now, brat. The old man sneers as he yanks his hand to tighten the trap. The wires snap shut around Cheon Sa-woo's neck, but our boy is insanely fast, dodging backward just as a few hairs get sliced clean off. I knew something was off when you got close. This was all a trap to lure me in. Well, it was fun until you ruined the surprise. Cheon Sa-woo's eyes turn ice cold. You think killing kids is a game? He channels a massive burst of internal energy straight into his fingertips, preparing, and flicks the nearest silver wire. A terrifying shockwave travels down the thread. In an instant, the entire deadly web starts snapping like cheap string. Splinters of wood fly everywhere as the angry teen's cold voice rings out. Those poor kids were barely 13 or 14 years old, yet you sick monsters tortured them like this. Yin Daoyang is completely shook. These silver wires are forged from diamond-hard steel, making them unbreakable. You and I are witnessing insane control here. He cannot believe a young kid can manipulate his internal energy to snap diamond-hard wires. Cheon Sa-woo's eyes burn with pure killing intent. Fighting trash like you makes me sick. Before the words even settle, the kid completely vanishes. Yin Daoyang panics, desperately trying to back away, but the angry teen is right on his heels. Charging forward, he leaps off a pillar. Rounding the corner, he sees the old master aiming right at him. With icy eyes, Cheon Sa-woo raises his right hand and unleashes a devastating palm strike. He slams his hand into the nearest stone pillar. The shockwave of his pure physical power explodes, and in a second, the entire building starts collapsing. Buried under the rubble, the old man stares in absolute shock. He cannot believe a single strike could cause this much destruction. Out of the dust, Yin Daoyang leaps out of the wreckage, barely escaping being buried alive. But before he can even catch his breath, a dark shadow is already on him. He laughs in self-mockery. He is supposed to be one of the top 5 masters of the Alliance, yet a random kid is pushing him to his limits. He cannot accept being humiliated by a nobody. The master sighs, "We are fighting to the death, yet we do not even know each other's names. I am Yin Daoyang, the Iron Cavalry Master. I am Cheon Sa-woo from the northern border, and today I am taking your life." Hearing this, the old man smirks. Saying nothing, he draws another 10 arrows. The master steps forward, his glowing eyes returning to normal but flashing with a lethal coldness. 10 arrows levitate midair right in front of him. Controlled by sheer willpower, he channels every ounce of his remaining energy, wrapping it around the weapons. The arrows spin wildly, charged with destructive energy. In one fluid, beautiful motion, the legendary archer draws his bow back to its absolute limit. In a flash, all 10 arrows fuse into a single devastating vortex of wind and lightning, roaring straight toward the young teen. But Cheon Sa-woo shows zero fear. Thrusting his left hand forward, a massive torrent of raw internal energy erupts from his palm, instantly colliding with the incoming arrow. The old master's energy is completely shattered by the teen's overwhelming force. A massive, deafening explosion rocks the entire area, sending jagged stone debris flying everywhere. Before the dust even clears, Cheon Sa-woo charges through. He raises his hand, ready to bring it down on his opponent like an entire mountain crashing down, aiming straight for Yin Daoyang's head. Terrified, the master refuses to just sit and die, throwing everything he has left into one final desperate move. He loads his final arrow at point-blank range, impossible to dodge. Trust me, you and I are about to see if our boy survives this final clash. Get ready, because you and I are jumping right into a killer fight as Cheon Sa-woo twists his body midair to dodge a lethal arrow. His pale hand shoots out, snatching the arrow with sheer force, and he keeps diving straight down like an absolute beast. In a flash, they pass each other, and boom, the arrow is lodged right in Yin Daoyang's forehead. Cheon Sa-woo lands coldly. "I told you your trash life was mine today," he says, as Yin Daoyang collapses dead. Even Hongwu Guy is completely shocked. He quickly snaps out of it, realizing this crazy battle is about to throw the entire Ngulong alliance into absolute chaos. He looks around to grab Lian Tuyi, only to find the Black Mountain sect leader has already vanished, riding off like a coward. Galloping like mad toward Taiwan, Lian Tuyi is shaking like a terrified puppy, knowing the Beggars sect has totally blocked all escape routes. He needs Kang Wei of the Great Heaven Merchant Group to smuggle him out. Meanwhile, Kang Wei is flashing a seriously wicked smirk. Suddenly, the Merchant Group's main gate is completely smashed open, followed by agonizing screams echoing throughout the entire estate. Tong Mak Hoa and Doan Mak Tungyan are startled mid-talk when the manager Tring Fong rushes in, totally out of breath. "Kang Wei is attacking, our guards are dying, you need to escape." But Krendo Huan snaps, "Shut up, I am not leaving. If I run, this branch is done, and the Lady and Ngulong Alliance will be in deep danger." Everyone is super confused. Now pay attention here, because even the experts are completely baffled as to why this overpowered psycho is suddenly launching an attack. But Doan Mak Tungwin gets it. Ngulong Alliance wants to stop the Merchant Group from teaming up with other major players. They rush outside to see the guards surrounding Kang Wei. One brave guard charges right at him, but Kang Wei does not even flinch. Drawing his sword, Kang Wei moves like a deadly butterfly, flickering in and out under the moonlight as he begins a bloody massacre. Severed limbs and blood splatter everywhere. The Madao Minfu psycho laughs like a maniac, shouting, "You trash all deserve to die." Another guard sneaks up behind him, but Kang Wei just smirks, flicks his wrist, and drives his blade straight through the guy's chest. Two more guards charge in rage, but they are sliced down before they can even get close. The power gap is just way too massive. Every single swing of Kang Wei's sword claims another life. He is moving like the literal god of death out here. Guard Captain Neat Min Hui grits his teeth in pure rage. Channeling energy into his legs, he leaps high into the air. "You psycho, I am taking you down today," he yells. Kang Wei mockingly scoffs with those trash skills and charges straight back. Nyip Min Hui strikes downwards with heavy momentum, but Kang Wei blocks it easily. In an instant, their swords clash in a wild flurry. Sparks fly as Kang Wei unleashes a barrage of brutal, heavy strikes, leaving Nyip Min Hui struggling to desperately defend himself. You and I both saw that coming, right? After 10 quick moves, he blasts his opponent back, totally bored of the weak fight. Kang Wei's aura explodes as he flings his heavy scabbard straight at Nyip Min Hui's face to throw him off guard. Nyip Min Hui blocks it, but Kang Wei is already right in front of him. His eyes widen in pure panic. Before he can react, Kang Wei's blade slices him completely in half. Blood sprays everywhere as the captain falls. Kendo Huan turns pale, horrified to see his most trusted man brutally killed. With his final breath, the dying captain wheezes out, "Kangwei, you will rot in hell." Kangwei just laughs, "Sure, but I am taking you with me first." The crazy killer leaps straight at a shocked Cheon Sa-woo, laughing maniacally as he prepares to deal the final blow. His sword descends with crazy force, but just inches from Cheon Sa-woo's head. The blade is suddenly stopped dead in its tracks. Tangmak Hoa and his ally block the lethal strike. "Back off, Kangwei, the Manhwa sect will not stand by." Furious, Kangwei presses down with insane force, sparks flying between their blades when suddenly another shadow drops from above. Landing right on the blades, Duan Mok Tung Hien growls coldly, "You think you can lay a finger on my aunt, trash?" She leaps and thrusts her sword straight at Kangwei's throat, forcing him to dodge back and block in a panic. The other two capitalize on this, sweeping at his legs, but Kangwei easily leaps back to evade the joint strike. "Your Nine Heavens mansion started this fight, now face the consequences," he roars. They yell back, "Stop talking, just kill him!" The three of them surround and jump him all at once, with Duan Mok Tung Win seizing an opening to strike. Kangwei barely parries, but the sheer force of the impact blows him back several meters straight into a wall. Grimacing, he realizes the blood plum bone melting wave's reputation is absolutely no joke. He has to go all out now. Suddenly, his eyes snap wide open as his muscles physically expand, blue veins bulging insanely as he taps into his ultimate inner power. This terrifying transformation shocks the entire group, leaving even the strongest masters staring in complete and utter disbelief. A massive shockwave of energy explodes outward, instantly blasting the three of them back. Duan Mok Tung Win quickly reacts. She twists mid-air, landing safely, and trust me, you and I are not ready for the chaos coming next. Get ready, because you and I are dropping straight into some high-stakes drama. She escapes safely using Mount Hua's signature footwork, Dark Fragrance Float, leaving Tong Mu He and his buddy struggling to recover. They stumble back several yards before they can even stand straight, totally on guard. Kangwei just mocks them, laughing if that was indeed the legendary Dark Fragrance Float, calling it pretty slick. Absolutely peerless. But honestly, they aren't even focusing on his skill right now. They're remembering their master's warning about a forbidden technique that can forcefully boost someone's body. It expands your bones and muscles, multiplying your physical strength like crazy. Seeing this freakish power-up with their own eyes has them totally shook. Kangwei just smirks and taunts them. He mocks, "Are you seriously scared of just this? If you knew what the Five Dragons Alliance is planning, you would literally faint from pure terror." Then he violently repels all three. He blasts Duanmu Songyan and her crew back, telling them coldly that is all they get. If he leaks anything else, his boss will literally put him in the ground first. Hearing this from afar, Quan Du-hun is completely stunned. Is this insane plan actually Mastermind Huang Fu Jr. is doing? Meanwhile, Kangwei is not nearly as calm as he acts. He knows Duanmu Songyan is a certified beast, and those other two Mount Hua disciples are absolutely no joke. If he gets dragged into a long fight, things could get ugly. With a win up in the air, Kangwei swaps his sword to his right hand, steps forward and crouches low, ready to unleash a devastating offensive. Duanmu Songyan frowns in disbelief. This underworld demon blade thug fought left-handed this entire time, but turns out he is actually a righty. Talk about keeping a deadly trump card hidden. Now pay close attention, because we are switching sides to the Wuzu Mountain Temple. The surviving Bloodsword killers are cornered, desperately trying to launch a final suicidal breakout attempt. Hong Wukui looks dead serious, snapping his whip like a hungry python. It wraps tight around one killer's neck, and with a savage yank of his arm, he launches himself forward. He flies in like a rocket, slamming a brutal knee strike straight into the assassin's face. Then the old beggar starts moving like a rapid dragon, slick and incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, the remaining three assassins are completely wiped out. One of them is still twitching on the ground, struggling to move, but Hong Wukui stomps his foot down with zero hesitation, crushing the guy's skull right then and there. Just as the fight ends, Cheon Sa-woo walks over after dealing with Yin Daoyang. Hong Wukui warns him that Lian Si managed to escape, but our boy is not sweating it at all. He points at the surviving assassins, saying they will talk. They just need to squeeze the info out of them. But Hong Wukui doubts it, saying these guys are elite Five Dragons cultists, trained to endure any torture without speaking. No matter what they do, they might get nothing. But Cheon Sa-woo just gives a cold, dark stare, saying they will definitely talk. No doubt about it. The beggar sect disciples tie up the survivors. Out of the original 12 elite killers, only 6 are left breathing. That is when Hong Wukui looks over. He focuses on the kids nearby, thinking that if they grab Lian Si, the beggar sect will have some massive leverage to negotiate with the Five Dragons Alliance. Plus, if they can snap these brainwashed kids out of it, they'll have direct proof to expose those sick traffickers. Hong Wukui gently pats one kid's shoulder, comforting him that the beggar sect will keep them safe until they recover completely. But what was meant as a kind gesture triggers an insanely hostile reaction. The kid is totally terrified. Instantly, his survival instincts kick in and he draws a hidden short sword, its cold steel flashing right in front of them. Hong Wukui gasps as the blade slices dangerously close to his face. He quickly bends backward, barely dodging the lethal slash, and leaps back to get some space. But that just triggers the rest of the slave kids. They completely lose it, charging like a rabid pack straight at Hong Wukui with weapons drawn. You and I both know our main boy is not about to let this get messy. Cheon Sa-woo steps in to shield Hong Wukui, looking totally chill as he prepares to handle these kids. He calmly says they are just misunderstanding their help. Hong Woo-kui panics a bit, pleading that they are just brainwashed kids, but Cheon Sa-woo tells him to chill. He promises not to hurt them, then stomps his foot with massive force, instantly shattering a 3-foot stone slab right under him into pieces. He channels his insane energy into his fingertips and taps a fragment. Boom! The stone explodes into a storm of tiny shards flying everywhere. The shards rain down like a storm, perfectly striking the pressure points of over 100 kids, freezing them in place instantly without leaving a scratch. The beggar set guys are absolutely stunned, whispering about how this kid their elder brought along is actually a high-key god. Cheon Sa-woo slowly walks forward. He gently holds one of the frozen kids, remembering how Han Woo-bo once saved him. He softly whispers that no one will ever control them again. They are finally free. Tears stream down the kid's face, even if he doesn't fully understand. Meanwhile, Hong Woo-kui drags the surviving killers over. Once the kids are safe, Cheon Sa-woo demands to know where Lian Si fled. The assassin spits back, telling him to dream on because he won't talk. Our boy's eyes turn ice cold. Lightning fast, he jabs 2 fingers into 3 pressure points on the killer's chest, taking complete control of his body. The killer's arm moves completely against his will. Cheon Sa-woo forces a dagger into his hand, slowly moving the blade toward his own comrade's throat. The killer claims a bloodsword assassin dies before snitching. Cheon Sa-woo smiles coldly, saying if he wants to play the hero, he is happy to oblige. He flexes his fingers, forcing the killer's hand to aim the blade directly at his friend's throat instead. The killer is utterly terrified, trying to resist. He desperately fights his own hand, but it's totally useless. The dagger slowly, agonizingly presses closer and closer to his ally's neck, driving him insane. With pure terror in his eyes, he screams for him to stop. But Cheon Sa-woo just smirks, completely ignoring his frantic cries for mercy. He whispers that since comrades are so important, he will make him execute every single one of them himself. Hong Woo-kui watches, totally stunned by this. These assassins are brainwashed from childhood with an ironclad rule never to betray their own. Their mental shields are usually absolutely impossible to break. Our boy's brutal tactic is genius, completely shattering their mental defenses in seconds. Watching his friend about to get slowly murdered by his own hand, he completely breaks, screaming for him to stop, and confesses that Lian Si has definitely fled to the Great Heaven Merchant Group to hide. Our boy asks if it is true. The killer begs, swearing Lian Si got Kong Wei to agree to wipe out the Great Heaven Merchant Group. Stick around, because this is about to blow up. Yo, stick with me here because things are getting serious. Hong Woo-kui asks what the kid is planning, and Cheon Sa-woo answers with a grim face that he must go to the Great Heavenly Merchant Group to capture Lian Tui, begging the elder to watch over this place. With that, Cheon Sa-woo channels energy into his feet and leaps into the air, vanishing completely. Immediately, the stone ground cracks, debris flies everywhere, and the insane wind forces everyone to squint their eyes. In just a split second, Cheon Sa-woo is already over 100 leagues away. He knows that even with 3 Manhwa disciples, the merchant group can barely survive against Kong Wei. If he arrives too late, Lian Tui will definitely escape, and the clue to his master's daughter will be lost again. Desperate, Cheon Sa-woo uses his light footwork with everything he has, leaving only a blurry shadow dashing toward Taiyuan under the moonlight. This place was once the most luxurious manor in Taiyuan, but now, because of one man, it is reduced to absolute ruins. Quen Daohuan watches the chaos unfold, knowing his life now depends entirely on those 3 Manhwa disciples. Even though the merchant group has traps that could blow up the whole manor, he is willing to die, but he absolutely refuses to let the young lady get hurt. Chief Manager Tran Fong urges him to run, but Quen Daohuan completely ignores the advice. Watching the 3 Manhwa disciples fighting to the death with Kong Wei, the frail merchant leader mutters that since he made an alliance with Doan Mok Tungnam, he will never betray his allies, even if it costs him his life. Sure, merchants love money, but keeping their word is what actually matters. Clenching his fists, Quen Daohuan whispers, asking the young lady to forgive him, since he cannot serve her anymore, but he will never break his blood oath. Right then, Kong Wei lets out a massive roar and leaps high into the air. Doan Mok Tungnam warns her juniors. Pay attention here because this blade demon is channeling his energy, gathering all his power into his sword to slash down, sending lethal sword chi flying. Doan Mok Tungnam looks grave. The Manhwa warrior quickly steps back, channeling every ounce of her internal energy into her blade. Leaping into the sky like a winter plum blossom in the freezing snow, her sword chi surges wildly around her body with immense, overwhelming force. She gathers the energy and slashes, unleashing a strike that blooms like a plum blossom. The 2 longsword wielders clash instantly in a fierce, brutal struggle. Seeing this, Tang Mok and his companion dodge to the sides. 2 massive waves of swordlight crash together, and in an instant a shockwave explodes outward. The impact unleashes a devastating gale. Kong Wei sneers, admitting the Snow Plum Blossom technique lives up to its hype. Then a sadistic glint flashes in his eye. If she thinks this petty trick can stop him, she is dead wrong. Roaring, Kong Wei stabs his sword deep into the ground with both hands, unleashing insane pressure. His aura spikes as he pumps massive energy into his blade, and the solid ground beneath them instantly starts to crack and shatter into pieces. This is his signature killer move, the Heaven Descending Strike. In an instant, a colossal wave of sword energy surges forward, sweeping up shattered boulders. Doan Mok Tungnam stares in absolute, utter disbelief as the terrifying tide of swordlight rushes toward them, packed with earth-shattering power. Tongnan and the other disciple quickly try to block the hit, but the incoming force is heavy as a mountain, completely overwhelming their weaker cultivation. You and I both know she cannot block this alone. The Snowplum Blossom quickly makes a decisive move, calling her juniors over to back her up. She orders Tongnan and Manhwa to form the three-talent sword array to aid her. The Manhwa disciples get the memo and immediately fall back. They quickly form the sword array, linking their auras together. Channeling their powers as one, they launch a massive sword light to clash with the enemy. The two forces collide in midair. The entire manor shakes violently, and as the dust finally clears, Kang Wei staggers back a step. The Blade Demon catches his breath, hands on his hips. Suddenly, he wipes his nose and fresh red blood leaks out. He definitely took serious internal damage. But the other side got it way worse. Tongnan and Manhwa are bleeding from their eyes and ears, completely lifeless as they collapse to the ground. With her allies dead, Dawnmok Tungnam is left in tattered clothes, barely holding herself up with her sword. Seeing this, Kang Wei lets out a cruel laugh. He sneers, telling her she cannot blame him for bullying the weak. His eyes flash with pure malice as he says she brought this death on herself. Meanwhile, on a street not far from the merchant group, a squad of beggar sect disciples armed with bamboo staffs is actively patrolling the area. Ordered by Hong Wukui, they are blocking all major roads in Taiyuan. This unusual move makes all the bypassers stop and stare. As leader Truong Tanat listens to his reports, a massive earth-shaking explosion suddenly echoes in the distance. He freezes in total shock. Realizing it came from the merchant group, his face pales. Right then, loud hoofbeats sound behind them, forcing them to quickly turn around. Through the crowded streets, they spot someone riding a horse at breakneck speed. It is none other than Lian Tui, frantically trying to escape. A disciple yells not to let Lian Tui get away, but the target has already sped past. Truong Tanat immediately barks orders to give chase. The beggar sect disciples rush toward the great heavenly merchant group, completely unaware that the place has already turned into a bloody war zone. Kang Wei slowly walks toward Dawnmok Tungnam with a twisted, sadistic grin, mocking Manhwa for teaming up with northern merchants to steal from the Central Plains. He mocks them for siding with northern merchants to plunder the Central Plains, sneering that Dawnmok Tungnam and her beloved Manhwa sect have completely degenerated into worthless heretics. Hearing this, she gnashes her teeth, screaming at him to keep her sect's name out of his mouth. She forces herself up to attack, but Kang Wei is too fast, swinging his blade. With zero energy left, she barely manages to block his strike. The impact blasts her backward, sending her crashing onto the ground. Her butterfly jade pendant slips from her robes as Kang Wei casually rests his sword on his shoulder. He walks over, cold and arrogant, mocking her for being weak. He tells her that in this cruel world, strength is everything, and the sharpest sword writes justice. With her collapsed on the dirt, Kang Wei is about to finish her. Trust me, you do not want to miss what happens next. Let's jump into a wild story where this psycho looks back, aiming to destroy the merchant group, making killing their boss his ultimate most urgent goal. With that, he turns toward the master and servant nearby. Duanmu Zongyan struggles to stand, trying desperately to block him, but she has absolutely zero strength left in her. The loyal manager Chen Feng risks his life to shield his master, refusing to budge a single inch despite her desperate tugs. Right then, Kang Wei raises his cold blade. He sneers, telling them to stop struggling and die together. But suddenly, a panicked voice screams from behind as Lian Si comes racing in on a horse. Shaking, he yells that they need to get out of there fast. Kang Wei freezes, demanding to know what the hell is actually going on. The beggar clan and a crazy strong kid just raided the Scarlet Thunderwall, and while Hero Yin is holding them off, he won't last long. He warns they must retreat immediately. Kang Wei's face darkens as he mutters that running is no longer an option, because that monster has already arrived. As Kang Wei stares grimly behind them, Lian Si looks back and completely loses his mind. A silent figure is already standing on top of the ruined debris. Under the moonlight, a long-haired teen stands tall and proud. Screaming like he just saw a ghost, Lian Si collapses straight onto the dirty ground. He can't wrap his head around how this absolute menace got here so fast. Meanwhile, Cheon Sa-woo stares at the cold bodies lying in the distance. Two of them are Zongmu and his friend, the very guys who were just laughing and joking with him earlier today, now completely lifeless and cold. The young warrior sighs, realizing he still arrived a step too late. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto a butterfly-shaped jade pendant lying in the dirt. He leaps down instantly, crossing the yard in just 2 bounds to reach Duanmu Zongyan. Bending down, Cheon Sa-woo picks up the dropped jade pendant to inspect it. He sees the words Xiaohu carved right into it, and a smug smirk plays on his lips. Just as he suspected, this belongs to Xiaohu. Walking over to Duanmu Zongyan, he takes her hand, presses the jade into her palm, and drapes his long coat over her shoulders to cover her up. Gently scolding her, he mutters that her clothes are completely shredded. He notes that Kang Wei is no joke, and she really took a beating this time. Leaning in closer, his voice softens as he thanks her for risking her life to keep that promise. The owner of this jade would definitely appreciate it. His close breath makes Duanmu Zongyan's face flush red, leaving the legendary Snowplum Blossom of the martial world totally speechless and stammering like a kid. She has no clue how to respond. Standing up, the teen tells her to just rest and recover because he is going to handle Kang Wei himself. But she frantically cries out, telling him to run because he is no match for that psycho. Cheon Sa-woo totally ignores her warning though. Staring at the ruined merchant headquarters, he coldly declares that the bastard must pay for today. With that, he walks right up to confront Kang Wei. Glaring at him, he asks if he did all this just because the Great Heaven Merchant Group was started by outsiders. Kang Wei proudly admits it. He claims they just kicked out the invaders, and he won't let foreign trash steal their wealth. Killing their leader was only the first step. He vows that the brat from the north will be punished next. Hearing this, Cheon Sa-woo's raw energy surges violently, his eyes freezing over with rage. He whispers that this pathetic excuse is more than enough reason to slaughter him. Feeling that suffocating aura, Kang Wei turns pale, completely freaked out. The coward desperately yells at him to wait and not attack yet. He is heavily injured internally, and fighting Cheon Sa-woo right now would mean instant death. Let's look back at a secret detail from episode 30, because he has to use that forbidden item if he wants to survive this fight. Back at the Scarlet Thunder Wall, Kang Wei demanded a favor. He asked if Lian Si was hiding a divine pill that could boost his strength. He said normal people use it for longevity, but a warrior can skyrocket their power, so hand it over. Lian Si claimed he was just joking. He laughed that if he had it, he would be a top-tier master by now. But Kang Wei brought up a stolen pill where 20 people died. He knew Lian Si was a prime suspect, and even though the case went cold, he still holds some dirty inside info he could easily report. If he leaks it to the sect, it is over. Lian Si's face drops, asking if he is being threatened. Kang Wei just smirks, claiming otherwise. Lian Si glares at him before telling him to follow. Kang Wei grins, agreeing to keep his mouth shut, but right then, someone chimes in. Yin Daoyang warns him directly, stating that playing with fire like this is going to get him brutally killed. But Kang Wei does not care. He sneers that exposing the pill might kill him later. But fighting that freak now with his current strength guarantees he dies right this second. We both know he is desperate, choosing the lesser evil. Soon enough, Lian Si leads him straight into a hidden dusty room. Inside a fancy box lies the legendary divine pill stolen years ago. He hands it over, hoping to wash his hands of this mess. He warns him that this is an early prototype, meaning the crazy power boost it gives is highly unstable and dangerous to use. Snatching the pill, Kang Wei tells him to chill because he is heading straight for the merchant group to finish this once and for all. He stares at the pill like it is his savior, willing to pay any price to destroy that kid. Cheon Sa-woo watches him pull it out. The dark pill leaves the teen totally confused, but Kang Wei swallows it without a second thought, instantly feeling a massive rush of raw energy. The crazy swordsman throws his arms up and laughs maniacally as this massive overflowing tide of power surges straight through every single muscle. Cheon Sa-woo scowls, sensing his opponent's inner power multiply in a split second. Kang Wei casually swings his sword, unleashing a terrifying shockwave. He screams that if he does not slaughter Cheon Sa-woo today, he will regret it forever, but our hero does not even flinch. He calmly tells him to shut up and bring it on, leaving you and I desperately waiting to see who survives this ultimate clash. Yo, get ready, cause you and I are about to watch an epic clash go down. He swings his sword, blasting powerful energy everywhere, sending shattered rocks flying while our main boy barely dodges it. Stepping back, he evades the deadly strike. But Kang Wei presses forward, unleashing a massive mountain-splitting slash that sends a blinding wave of sword light straight toward our young hero. Yet that devastating attack gets blocked dead in its tracks. It is like a massive roaring river slamming into a towering mountain, splitting into two helpless streams. Kang Wei gapes in total disbelief. Right there, a bare pale hand is holding his blade barehanded. Then the cold voice of the teenager whispers right in his ear. Kang Wei, you are absolutely dead today. With that, Cheon Sa-woo lunges forward, charging straight down the middle. Our guy swings his hand in a flash. He delivers a brutal palm strike directly to Kang Wei's sword arm. Overwhelming, raw energy surges deep inside, making him scream out in agonizing pain as it tears through. That insane power shoots from his arm to his 5-foot blade, causing the metal to crack and shatter. Cheon Sa-woo completely ignores those pathetic screams of agony. Don't blink, because our boy slams another strike into his elbow. Bones shatter loudly as he gives him a killer look. You are the demonic blade, right? Well, today I am sending you straight to the underworld. Grabbing the giant's wrist, Cheon Sa-woo spins around, using his momentum to hurl the massive brute away. Kang Wei flies through the air, trying to gather his energy and stabilize himself, but his internal blood flow is a total mess, completely blocking his martial power. He cannot channel any energy. Suddenly, a shadow blurs toward him, making the brute turn pale. The moment Cheon Sa-woo threw him, he was already chasing him down. Focusing his fierce energy into his palm, our hero delivers a devastating blow right to Kang Wei's core. The guy gasps in pain, flying backward like a withered leaf. But our boy is not done. He relentlessly pursues, leaping up to stomp brutally onto Kang Wei's left arm, driving his entire weight into the elbow. The sheer force completely crushes the joint, shattering his arm instantly. Striking twice in rapid succession, our hero does not slow down for even a second. Moving like a literal ghost, he closes the distance and pushes both palms forward, striking Kang Wei's spine with insane force. Once again, the giant gets launched. He flies backward like a broken kite, his bones shattered to pieces and his muscles completely destroyed. Looking at the mangled mess of flesh hitting the dirt, Cheon Sa-woo pulls back his hands, calming his raging energy. He slowly walks over to the beaten brute, saying coldly, "Go be a demonic blade in hell." With that, he turns to leave, but the tables suddenly turn. Amazingly, Kang Wei, who should be totally dead, actually begins to crawl back up on his feet. You and I both know this is creepy. His body twists in a bizarre, mangled posture while the horrific sound of snapping bones echoes from deep inside him. The crazy brute bursts into a mad laugh, shouting, "Do you know why they call me the demonic blade? Even if my bones are turned to dust, and my muscles are ripped apart by your force." Springing back up like a coil, he yells, "I am an immortal returning from hell to slay all evil." As waves of dark energy erupt around him, his broken arms instantly snap back into place, fully healed. Talk about a completely broken power-up, right? Cheon Sa-woo stands nearby, watching this show with total indifference. His eyes are dead calm. His special technique actually injects energy directly into the opponent's body. The goal is to utterly destroy their muscles, shatter their bones, and block their inner energy flow from the inside out. Explaining his moves like a boss, our guy smirks and stretches out his hand, curling his fingers. "I wanted to leave your body intact, but looks like I was being way too nice." In an instant, Cheon Sa-woo releases his energy, triggering the hidden force already inside Kangwee to blow up. "If you are supposedly immortal, then fine. I will make sure there is nothing left of you to heal." As the massive power detonates, Kangwee's screams fade away into absolute nothingness. He literally vaporizes into a cloud of blue smoke. Lian Tui's eyes pop out, unable to believe the mighty demonic blade got completely erased by a kid. Watching Cheon Sa-woo turn his icy gaze toward him, the terrified human trafficker starts shaking like a leaf. "Well, Lian Tui, now we finally have time to chat." Suddenly, a rush of footsteps echoes as the beggar sect disciples finally show up late to the party. Meanwhile, the Grand Heaven caravan finally quietens down. 2 days later, in the study of Quen Dao Huan, manager Tran Fong reports the massive losses of the Grand Heaven caravan to his boss. The leader orders him to take care of the fallen guards' families, then asks about Doan Mok Tung Nam. Tran Fong says she is in rough shape. The young swordswoman has not touched food for 2 entire days, just sitting silently next to her dead sect brothers. Hearing this, the boss rubs his temples. This whole mess left the Grand Heaven caravan heavily indebted to the Nine Heavens mansion. Even with their deal, he is still stressed about them demanding more. He sighs heavily, leaning back in his chair, feeling like a total failure for disappointing his young mistress. Things are looking incredibly bleak right now. After a long silence, he finally asks, "Where is our young savior, Cheon Sa-woo, right now?" Tran Fong answers honestly without hesitation. He dragged Lian Tui down to the dungeon and banned everyone from going near. Down in the dark cells, the trafficker is losing his absolute mind. "Is anybody there? What do you want from me?" He screams frantically. Suddenly, a cold voice echoes from the doorway. "Lian Tui, you better start praying. Pray that you remember what happened 20 years ago." Seeing Cheon Sa-woo drag a chair over, the scumbag panics and scrambles backward, completely terrified. After witnessing the kid's brutal methods the other night, this scum is utterly traumatized. Sitting down comfortably, Cheon Sa-woo asks in an icy tone, "20 years ago, how many kids did you buy from the Muyong family and where did you ship them off?" Leaning in, he smirks. "I do not have much patience." Moments later, agonizing screams echo through the dungeon walls. Cut to a few days later at the beggar sect branch in Taiyuan, where members gather to gossip. "Did you hear? The demonic blade got completely vaporized, not even a single bone left." "Yeah, I heard. Apparently, it was done by the guy they call the War God." "Seriously? Then why is he here to see Elder Hong today?" "No clue, but word is he was torturing Lian Tui, and those screams lasted all night." "Shut it. Elder Hong is here. And trust me, you and I do not want to miss what happens next." Alright, you and I are diving right back into the epic journey of Cheon Sa-woo. He stands there, looking cold as hell, while rescued kids are brought to the beggar sect. Right now, some disciples are trying to help them recover and train. The old man and the young warrior silently watch this heavy scene without saying a word. After a long silence, Cheon Sa-woo finally speaks up, asking, "Elder, do you think they will ever recover and be normal again?" Honestly, who knows? No one can promise anything. It could take a single year, or it could take 10 whole years. Right now, they do not even remember their own names, only the cold numbers assigned to them. This brainwashing method is extremely twisted, and I am afraid it is going to take a massive amount of time to undo. I have ordered my crew to lock down all news, but who knows if we can actually hide this from the Five Dragons Alliance. Cheon Sa-woo gives a slight nod, then asks about the favor he requested from Hong Woo-gai. The old man replies that gathering the info was brutal, but luckily he finished it. With that, Hong Woo-gai reaches into his robe and pulls out a secret ledger. It is the dark child trafficking record of Lian Tui. The buying and training methods are detailed, but they still cannot trace where the brainwashed kids were shipped off to. Cheon Sa-woo flips through the pages carefully before casually saying, "No big deal. Once we tear down the Five Dragons Alliance, we will naturally find our answers." "Thanks for the help, old man." At first, Hong Woo-gai just laughs it off, telling him not to worry about it. But then the heavy meaning of Cheon Sa-woo's casual threat sinks in, and the old beggar breaks into a cold sweat. The elder stares straight into the kid's eyes, and seeing that dead serious face, he knows Cheon Sa-woo's plan to destroy the Five Dragons Alliance is absolutely not a joke. Hong Woo-gai hesitates for a brief second before making a bold choice. He genuinely views Cheon Sa-woo as a true brother, so he is going to roll with him. Standing up, Cheon Sa-woo says, "Let's move out. These kids will be sent to Quen Dao Huan." Hearing this, Hong Woo-gai freezes in shock, warning him, "That guy might not be trustworthy. Can we even trust him?" Cheon Sa-woo responds, "I am not sure, but I trust Xiao Tiao-hu. You know, the young leader of the Great Heaven Merchant Group. We go way back to when we were just little kids. I just want to ensure these children are never used as puppets again." The old man frowns. "What is that supposed to mean? Don't you trust our beggar sect?" Cheon Sa-woo sighs, "I trust you, but I do not trust your sect leader." When dealing with a literal army of brainwashed killing machines, any power in the martial world would get greedy. Hong Woo-gai scratches his head, completely speechless, before quickly changing the subject to ask where they are heading next. South, straight to Anhui. According to Lian Tuyi, my master's daughter is there. She is only 28, but she already runs the entire Great Heaven Merchant Group. Her 10-branch presidents highly respect and completely obey her. Right now, she has gathered everyone to ask for a massive favor. She announces, if you ever meet a man from Takback carrying my token, report to me instantly and back him up with everything you have. This is my father's direct order and my personal plea. This is the absolute highest order of the Great Heaven Merchant Group, so do not mess around. Back in the guest room, Quen Dao, Huan looks at Cheon Sa-woo preparing to leave while his lady's old warning echoes in his mind. As a loyal subordinate to Xiao Tiaohu, he is always extremely careful. That night, when Cheon Sa-woo picked up the lady's token, the subtle shift in the kid's face burned into his memory. He knows for a fact that, after arriving in the Central Plains, she only gave out 3 tokens, and none of those holders were male. Piecing this together, Quen Dao Hon gets straight to the point, asking Cheon Sa-woo if he is from Takback. Now pay attention here, because once the kid admits it, Quen Dao Hon immediately sits straight up. He eagerly asks, do you know our young lady, young hero Tian? The kid doesn't play dumb, asking back how has Tuho been doing lately. Hearing this, the man gets so hyped he clenches his fists, but still carefully asks if the kid has the lady's token. Cheon Sa-woo reaches inside his robe, searching around for a second, before pulling out an exquisite butterfly-shaped jade pendant. Seeing this, Quen Dao Huan's eyes go completely wide. This exact small pendant was the very first piece the lady ever crafted. The usually calm boss completely loses his cool, rushing over to grab Cheon Sa-woo's hands, crying out in pure emotion, young hero Tian, I have finally found you. Our lady has been searching for you for years. Let us hit the road right now so I can take you to her. She is currently at the Iron Feather Alliance, and hearing this will make her day. Honestly, she's been miserable lately. Staring at the hyped-up boss, Cheon Sa-woo is a bit taken aback. He asks, what happened to Tu Ho during these years? Quen Dao Hon sighs deeply, calms his racing heart, and lays out the entire story. Apparently, the Great Heaven Merchant Group grew way too fast, turning them into a prime target for greedy factions who want to force them under their banners, especially the Five Dragons Alliance. You and I know how dirty these groups play, and now they are trying to use a forced marriage to take over the merchant empire. Since that marriage trap failed, they sent their 5 great masters in the Black Spear to wipe out all of our branch offices across the land. Luckily, you saved our Shanxi branch from total destruction, but who knows what kind of dirty tricks they will pull next. Still, knowing you are here will make our lady insanely happy. Cheon Sa-woo listens quietly, already planning his next move. He admits he misses her too, but he has bigger things to handle first. He says he must leave immediately for an urgent mission. Seeing that dead serious look on the kid's face, Quen Dao Hon knows better than to stop him, so he asks where he is going. Cheon Sa-woo answers that he is heading to Anhui first, and once that is settled, he will find Tu Ho himself. They both stand and bow. As he watches the kid walk away, Quen Dao Hon falls into deep thought. He cannot believe the guy his lady waited 10 whole years for is this young warrior. His power is absolutely unreal, easily making him unmatched among his peers. Suddenly, a wild realization hits Quen Dao Hon like a lightning bolt. If Cheon Sa-woo traveled all the way from Takback, he definitely had to pass through Liaoning to get to Shanxi. Doing the math on the timeline, he was in Liaoning right when that mysterious war god first showed up. Plus, he is tight with the beggar sect's elder, Hong Woo-gai. And didn't the beggar sect recently censor everything that went down with the Murong family? Back in Liaoning, the absolute beast who crushed both Dai Li Bao and the legendary Murong family was crowned the new war god. Trust me, you and I are about to see all these wild clues connect as Quen Dao Hon slowly taps his finger. Alright, you and I are about to dive into a massive martial arts storm. This old merchant sits alone, feeling the calm before the tempest hits the Central Plains, wondering if this storm will bless or completely wreck the Great Heaven Merchant Group. Clenching his fists in absolute determination, he decides he must warn the young lady immediately. Because the god of war? Yeah, that is definitely Cheon Sa-woo. Meanwhile, out on the waves of Taihu Lake, a silver-haired guy stands tall at the bow of a speeding boat, staring into the distance. He passes 72 peaks and 48 islands before reaching Tuoshan Island. The dock is already packed with tons of docked boats. This tiny place is the smallest of the 48 islands, completely ignored by the world. But since the black merchant established their secret hideout here, nobody dares get close. The boat docks and the silver-haired boss steps onto the pier. Right away, a crowd of loyal lackeys drops to their knees in absolute respect, chanting greetings to the leader. With his hands behind his back, he walks past them in dead silence, heading straight for the main hall of this hidden island fortress. Taking his throne, the boss listens to reports from all over. Thanks to their hard work, their total income actually surged by 40%, which is pretty solid. But they complain that if the Great Heaven Merchant Group had not messed with them, they would have made way more cash. The silver-haired leader just nods slowly. Now pay attention, because this rivalry is about to get bloodier. The bosses keep crying about how the Great Heaven Group keeps stealing all their biggest deals. The silver-haired leader thinks for a second, then mutters that it is time to destroy the Great Heaven Group. But another member warns that the danger is far worse. Tons of new trading groups are rising up, shaking their monopoly to the core. Then he notices the big boss slowly tapping his finger on his chair. The worried member asks what is bothering the leader so much. The boss replies that their secret plot to take down the Great Heaven Group is already moving. It might take a bit of time to show results, but he promises it will soon crush their rivals and give everyone the perfect payback they want. Then his tone turns deadly. He asks if they have heard of the new god of war, pointing out that the Murong family head was recently slaughtered. And now, Lian Si of Shanxi has completely vanished. Hearing this shocking news, the other branch presidents are left in absolute, stunned disbelief at what is happening. Lian Si was always super cautious, so how did he just disappear? Word on the street is that the god of war did it, killing 2 masters too. The boss says he does not care about their deaths, but over 100 slaves meant for the alliance have vanished, which totally ruins their business reputation. This hurts their credibility big time. One of the branch leaders stands up, offering to personally investigate since their Henan branch is right next to Shanxi. He promises to get answers very soon. As he speaks, a wicked murderous glint flashes in his eyes, showing he is ready to play extremely dirty. He vows to make this guy pay. He will dig up his identity and either recruit him to their side with massive bribes or take him out permanently. If he refuses, they will just eliminate him. Meanwhile, in Taiyuan, Cheon Sa-woo is chilling by the city gates waiting for his buddy Hong Woo-kui. I know what you're thinking. Even a badass god of war has to eat, right? He spots a sign claiming to have the best noodles under heaven. Just as he orders a big bowl of pork trotter noodles to satisfy his hunger, a beautiful girl sneaks up behind him. It is none other than Duanmu. She is super grateful for his heroic save earlier. Reaching into her robes, she pulls out a beautiful butterfly jade pendant and asks him a question. She asks if he knows who this jade belongs to. The young hero just smiles and nods, confirming her suspicions and making her heart skip a beat. She wonders how he knows Miss Su. Sa-woo replies that it was over 10 years ago, so she probably does not even remember him anymore. But Duanmu tells him that Su Xiaohu never forgot and has been looking for him. She kept her promise to build the strongest merchant group in the land. Now it is his turn to keep his end of the bargain. On one side, we have a crazy strong warrior newly crowned as the god of war, and on the other, a young business genius ruling the economy. Nobody would guess these two shared a deep, fated bond since they were kids. Flashback to 10 years ago, when Sa-woo was traveling to Miaoshang Mountain with his master, Han Wu-ba. Getting close to their destination, they decided to rest at a small inn. The master tells him they will rest today because tomorrow he will teach him his final ultimate lesson. Sa-woo clenches his fist, knowing exactly what that means, but respectfully nods. As they finish their dinner, a lively little figure suddenly comes skipping toward their table. She slams her tiny hand on their table. It is an adorable, doll-like little girl who immediately stares directly into Cheon Sa-woo's unusual eyes. She gasps in awe, asking why his eyes are blue because they look so pretty. She is super friendly and starts chatting up Sa-woo. Finally, Han Wu-ba asks what she wants. Turning to the old master, she notices his eyes are blue too, which totally blows her mind. She gives them a sweet smile. She explains that she and her dad are looking for a place to eat, but since the inn is packed, she wants to know if they can share their table. Sa-woo looks at his master, who silently nods yes. The girl immediately yells to her dad, bragging that she knew the old man would agree. She plops down right next to Sa-woo, massaging her tired legs while complaining about the long walk. Finding her adorable, Sa-woo decides to strike up a conversation. He asks how old she is and where she is from. She pouts, saying she is 12 and definitely not a kid anymore. Then she asks for his name again. Smiling, he tells her his real name. She thinks it is pretty but a bit sad, introducing herself as Su Xiaohu. The two quickly become friends as night falls. Watching his daughter smile happily, her father sighs with a heavy heart, feeling guilty for making her travel. She sweetly comforts him, but then pouts, grumbling that they wouldn't be in this mess if her uncle hadn't betrayed their family merchant group. Her father just sighs, telling her there was nothing they could do. Nobody could stand up against the massive pressure from the rival trading groups. Listening closely, Han Wu-ba looks over with curiosity. Trust me, you and I are about to see how this chance meeting changes everything for them. Alright, let's dive into this crazy journey with a tackback merchant who lost everything in business, now heading to Trung-win to start over. Han Gu-ba spits facts, saying Trung-win is a total mess right now, making it hard to get rich from scratch. The merchant replies that he knows, but there is this general named Chu Nguyen Truong starting an uprising. Rumor is they kicked the Nguyen army up north, so now is the perfect time to rebuild. That is why he is heading there to test his luck. Hearing that the Nguyen dynasty fell to the Ming, Cheon Sa-woo totally freezes. Years ago, his best bro Jisan fell off a cliff, status unknown. Plus, Ngo Ai-kiet got snatched by Nguyen messengers and vanished. Now that the Nguyen forces are pushed back north, he wonders how Ngo Ai-kiet is doing. Xiao Tiaohu is super young but sharp as a tack, instantly catching on to the young man's sudden shift in mood. She tells him not to worry, boasting that once she becomes the richest boss in Trung-win, he can hit her up for anything. Seeing her so confident, Cheon Sa-woo is stunned for a second, then cracks a smile and pats her head. He thanks her, calling her Tio-ho, saying he is counting on her down the road. This sudden touch completely stuns the little girl, making her cheeks turn bright red. But a second later, Xiao Tiaohu gets super mad and screams that his head pats will stunt her growth. If she stays short, who is going to marry her? Is he going to take responsibility for that? Her bizarre logic leaves Cheon Sa-woo totally lost. The young guy breaks into a cold sweat. She adds that since he is good-looking, she will let it slide, but no more head pats. Even Han Ngu-ba, who is always super serious, cannot help but laugh at her. What a funny kid. That night, the inn is fully packed, forcing all four into one room. Han Ngu-ba lets the father-daughter duo crash on the bed while the other two sleep like logs. Now, pay attention to the crazy vibe starting right here. Xiao Tiaohu feels this weird fluttering in her chest looking at his handsome face. Suddenly, her dad whispers from behind that her intense staring is burning a hole in him. Embarrassed and angry, she starts bickering and fighting with her dad. Han Ngu-ba chuckles, telling Cheon Sa-woo it is time to go, teasing him about being a total chick magnet. The boy gets super flustered, getting up to leave with his master. Xiao Tiaohu chases them to the door, asking where they are going, but Cheon Sa-woo just bids farewell. Hearing this, her heart sinks, her sparkly eyes suddenly filling up with tears. Meanwhile, the master and disciple push through the night toward Mount Mu Huang. Suddenly, her voice calls out from behind as Xiao Tiaohu chases them down alone. She forces a bright smile, handing Cheon Sa-woo a butterfly jade pendant. She tells her big brother Cheon Sa-woo it is her most precious treasure, matching his eyes. She gives it to him, vowing that she will become the richest merchant in Trungwin. She gets super serious, demanding he promise to come find her. Staring at her earnest little face, Cheon Sa-woo smiles gently. He promises her that he will definitely come back to find her. Watching the duo fade into the dark night, her dad catches up and questions her action, asking why she gave away her most prized possession to some random kid. She snaps back that she knows how to read people, and those two are built different. They have this insane aura that screams they are not ordinary. She is absolutely sure her big brother Cheon Sa-woo is going to be a legendary hero in the future. He is basically her first business investment. Her dad teases if it is just an investment, but she tells him to stay out of her private business. Meanwhile, Han Ngu-ba smiles, pointing out that the girl has great features with thick brows and starry eyes, showing she is incredibly smart. Her forehead shows she is destined for insane wealth, and her full lips mean she is deeply loyal. He tells Cheon Sa-woo to cherish this destiny. The boy looks at the butterfly jade in his hand, softly agreeing. Cheon Sa-woo finally snaps out of his flashback, staring at the token. He snaps out of his memories, whispering that he will find her. Now you and I are switching over to Thietvu Min, where Xiao Tiaohu is walking to her room. A lackey follows behind, complaining that flat-out rejecting Nungulong Min was a rookie mistake. She turns and shoots back, asking what he thinks. Smart means asking if he actually wants her to marry into that group. The lackey is totally speechless, struggling to find words to convince her. She storms into her room, telling Bitchnock to block anyone from bothering her. The dude tries to speak up, but Bitchnock slams the door right in his face. Xiao Tiaohu leans against the window, looking pretty down. After a minute, she asks if there is any word from Uncle Quen. Bitchnock respectfully replies that the guild leader has not sent any mail yet. Hearing this, she frowns, remembering she handed a token to Don Mok Tung Nam for a team-up. The Tai Nguyen branch should have updated her by now. Did something go sideways? Right then, a guard knocks, reporting that two big shots from Ngulong Min, named Huang Fu Van Shuan and Nonggong Suchao, are asking for an audience. Coldly, she orders her staff to make them wait in the front hall while she heads over. Entering the hall, she is greeted by Van Juyen showering her with fake praises, but she keeps it totally chill and indifferent. After sitting down, she cuts straight to the chase and asks what they want. Nonggong Suchao does not beat around the bush, demanding to borrow 100,000 gold taels from the Dai Thien merchant group. Xiao Tiaohu raises an eyebrow, instantly sitting up straight with a deadly serious look. She warns that asking for 100,000 gold taels requires at least a basic explanation of what it is for. That is basic courtesy in business. Q just snickers behind her hand. This top female warrior of Tam Hoa speaks with pure arrogance, dripping with disrespect as she looks down on her. She claims she can only reveal that the gold is for building a new crew in Thietvu Min. Then her gaze turns extremely sharp and hostile. She sneers, asking why she thinks they are equal partners. The Daithian merchant group might be massive, but at the end of the day, they are just merchants. She tells her straight up that even if they refuse to pay, it does not change a thing. She advises Xiao Tiaohu to stop being so delusional. The savage insult makes Xiao Tiaohu shake with pure anger, while Bitchnock watches her lady with a broken heart, feeling her pain. After a quiet second, Xiao Tiaohu holds back her rage, keeping it cool and classy. She rejects the request, and trust me, you and I are about to see a massive war explode next. Yo, you and I are jumping right into a wild negotiation where 100,000 gold taels are on the line, and she is still stalling for more deals. She wants to hear from the Nine Heavens Mansion and Lion Alliance first. Meanwhile, young master Huangpu Yunchuan watches these two girls trade subtle blows, completely tuned out of their actual conversation. One is a top beauty from the legendary Nonggong family, and the other is the badass female boss running the Great Heaven Merchant Group. This clueless second young master of the Quan Sheng clan is having a whole main character moment, thinking these girls are fighting over him. But Tu Xiao's clever answer completely shuts down Nonggong Suchao, leaving her totally speechless. After some fake small talk, she gets up to leave, but this Blood Lotus lady drops a final passive-aggressive warning before she goes. She tells Miss Tu to think carefully and not waste a good chance. Tu Xiaohu politely replies she will, while Huangpu Yunchuan grabs her hand, acting all clingy. Faced with this sudden annoying touchiness from the young master, Tu Xiaohu does not even flinch. She slickly pulls her hand back and gives him a polite cold goodbye. Once they leave, Nanggong Suqiao's fake smile instantly vanishes. She knows damn well that Tu Xiaohu mentioned those other two massive factions on purpose to play them against each other. This petty blood lotus is absolutely fuming, swearing to herself that one day she will make Tu Xiaohu crawl and beg for mercy. Meanwhile, right in the very next room, Tu Xiaohu rubs her temples with a heavy sigh. Pay attention here because she knows that no matter how much cash she makes, raw power always wins in this world. Luckily, the Iron Feather Alliance is currently split into 3 rival factions of equal strength. Since they all want to control her massive merchant group, she has some leverage. She plays them like a fiddle, balancing perfectly right in the middle. Suddenly, a sweet memory from 10 years ago flashes through the mind of this business genius. She smiles softly at the memory. Meanwhile, over at the gates of Taiyuan City in Shanxi, our main character Cheon Sa-woo and his companion are wrapping up their goodbyes. Watching the young man walk away, everyone has their own hidden thoughts. Quan Do-won orders Chief Manager Chen Feng to send an urgent message to all their branches. They must back Cheon Sa-woo with everything they have whenever he needs it. Meanwhile, Duanmu Zhongyan is feeling incredibly conflicted because of how things ended between them earlier. She had asked to travel together with him, but he totally rejected her with a cold truth. He said, "I know you have an agenda, and keeping you around means constant guard duty. That is just a useless burden to me." This Snowplum beauty deeply regrets her actions, realizing that the young monster only opens his heart to those who are completely genuine. As for Cheon Sa-woo, he heads south with his old buddy. Hearing their destination is Hefei, the old beggar warns him that the place is an absolute tiger's den. He replies he is only going to dig up some info, not to pick fights. But hey, the tree wants peace, yet the wind keeps blowing. You not looking for trouble does not mean trouble will not find you. As night falls, they set up camp in the woods. Hong Wukui munches on some dried meat while speaking with deep meaning. "You brat, just how many enemies have you made since coming to the Central Plains?" Suddenly, the old beggar locks his sharp gaze onto the dark forest right behind them. "You and I both know what is coming next." He hears rustling in the bushes as a pack of black-clothed assassins sprint straight toward them with lethal intent. Cheon Sa-woo just sighs and blames it on bad luck. The old man chugs his liquor and notes their movement speed, warning that these guys are actually highly trained experts. He nods calmly. Exactly 18 of them, all armed with longswords. Looks like there is no getting a good night's sleep, but a little post-dinner workout sounds pretty fun. Moments later, the assassins surround their camp, lurking in the shadows. They exchange quick nods, and one killer leaps down from the trees like a hungry predator. With cold eyes, he launches himself off the ground, rushing forward like a bullet, aiming a deadly thrust straight at the kid's face. It is lightning fast. Cheon Sa-woo just uses 2 fingers to casually flick the incoming blade, instantly warping the heavy steel. The assassin's eyes widen in pure terror as his weapon bends like paper. An overwhelming shockwave travels up his sword arm, blasting him backward like a broken kite. After spinning wildly mid-air, he crashes hard onto the dirt, completely broken. His sword arm is literally twisted like a wet rope from the kid's insane inner energy. Seeing their buddy get absolutely wrecked, the other killers jump out of the trees. But the old beggar just takes a massive swig of his booze. He puffs out his chest, lets out a tiger-like roar, and spits a massive cloud of alcohol forward. His energy supercharges the liquid, turning the mist into a heavy rain of deadly daggers that shreds into the group. Screams of pain echo as they drop from the sky. At that exact moment, Cheon Sa-woo's eyes grow icy cold. He stomps the ground hard, instantly extinguishing the campfire and kicking up the burning logs like missiles. The flaming debris pierces right through the attackers like glowing spears. Some get hit in vital spots and die instantly, while others are burned alive by their own soaked clothes. The leader is absolutely horrified as half of his squad gets wiped out in a single breath. Seeing this disaster, he frantically orders them to rush the kid directly. Before the command even finishes, the ground under them erupts. A hidden sword thrusts straight up from the dirt, aiming to slice the main character's throat open. He casually reaches out with his right hand, clawing his fingers. His dominant, aggressive energy floods outward, freezing the incoming blade dead in its tracks. The assassin cannot push his weapon even an inch forward. With a completely expressionless face, our overpowered hero looks down at his target and talks some trash. "You really thought this garbage tier skill was enough to take my life?" His eyes flash with a dangerous light as he channels even more raw power into his hand. He snaps the high-grade steel blade like it is a piece of paper. Then he unleashes a brutal palm strike right into the chest of the hidden assassin. The shockwave tears open the ground for yards around them, launching rocks and debris everywhere as the killer gets completely obliterated into dust, leaving absolutely nothing behind. More attackers leap in to fill the gap, but our boy does not even blink. He strikes first, delivering a direct palm crush to the nearest thug's skull. Moving like a soaring dragon, his silhouette blurs through the chaotic battlefield, leaving a trail of broken bodies. Every single hit he lands is an instant kill. The leader is completely terrified by this monster power, instantly turning around to run for his life. But our main character just raises his left hand calmly. He focuses his insane internal energy and fires a massive blast from a distance, hitting the runner square in the back. The leader lets out a painful gasp, feeling like a sledgehammer smashed him down. He rolls away, coughing up blood, and that is where we leave it. But trust me, things are about to get crazier. Yo, stick with me here. This trash assassin spits blood, grits his teeth, and flees into the woods while our main character holds back his ally. Just let the guy go. They are just low-level hirelings following orders, so capturing them won't reveal anything. Who do you think sent them anyway? No clue, but my money is definitely on the Black Bank Syndicate. After resting up for the night, this old warrior and our young hero hit the road once again. Those dead assassins left absolutely zero clues behind. Even the ones who survived immediately swallowed poison to keep silent. Besides, the Morong clan is currently dealing with their own huge crisis. So the Five Dragon Alliance won't bother you yet. But if the black merchants really sent them, it means their high-ranking bosses are already keeping tabs on you. Hong Wukui looks dead serious here. He warns that they probably figured out his real identity as the god of war. A few days later, they arrive in Yuan. This place Yuan is famous as the source of the Ji River, bordered by the Taihang Mountains to the north and the Yellow River to the south, acting as a massive gateway. Once inside, the old man heads off to run some errands, leaving Sa-woo waiting alone at a local tavern. While chilling by the window, he spots three shady figures. It is a master and his two servants slowly walking in. Since it is lunch hour and the tavern is packed, they head upstairs straight towards Sa-woo. The leader introduces himself as Jung Yu, boss of the Hongye escort agency. He asks if they can share the table since our boy is dining all by himself. One older bodyguard introduces himself as Xue Xiao, but just as the other guard is about to speak, he suddenly clutches his chest, looking like he is in massive pain. Cold sweat pours down his face as he struggles to stay quiet. Sa-woo glances over and spots a faint blue energy pulsing secretly right inside the guy's chest. Now watch this closely, guys. Sa-woo flashes a sly, knowing smirk and happily invites them to sit down, playing along with their little game. While chatting, Sa-woo comments that they do not really act like master and servants. Jung Yu replies that they are actually as close as real brothers. He asks why Sa-woo is drinking cheap, watered-down booze and hands him some premium Dukong wine brought all the way from Yichang, claiming it is top-tier stuff. Jung hands over the flask, and Sa-woo pours a glass without hesitating. Meanwhile, the two bodyguards stare intensely at him, looking way too anxious about a simple drink. Jung squints his eyes with a smug grin. Sa-woo lifts the glass, takes a quick sniff, and praises the rich, sweet aroma of the wine. With that, he downs the whole glass. Seeing him swallow it, Xue Xiao lets out a tiny, sinister smirk. But right at that exact moment, Sa-woo's ears twitch as he catches the faint sound of footsteps moving across the roof tiles. A bunch of masked assassins are already lying in wait up there. They are dressed exactly like the killers from the other night. Sa-woo calmly finishes his drink and stares them down, totally unfazed by the trap. He tells them they can drop the act. Even though they pretended to look around, their eyes were locked onto his table the entire time. Now that he shared his table and drank their wine, he wants them to spill it. Jung Yu's face instantly drops when he hears this bold attitude. He calls the kid either stupidly brave or just a fool. Since the trap is set, he reveals that the wine was laced with a deadly poison called Beixiao powder. Once you swallow it, it completely destroys your inner energy. You won't be able to use any martial arts, and you'll die in 3 days without the antidote. So you and I both saw this trap coming, right? Sa-woo stumbles up, acting weak, and asks if they sent those other killers. Jung steps behind him, sighing that since only one elite assassin survived their last fight, they had to use poison. He gives him two choices now. Either answer his questions or die from the poison in 3 days. Sa-woo grits his teeth and asks if they are with the Five Dragon Alliance. Jung's face goes cold as he tells him he is the one asking questions. He pats Sa-woo's shoulder and asks if he is the rumored god of war. Having his own suspicions, Sa-woo asks if they belong to the black merchants. But before the words even leave his mouth, the guard draws his sword. He screams about avenging his comrades and swings his sword right at Sa-woo's neck, but Jung angrily orders him to stop immediately. He demands to know where the children are hidden, warning the kid that he should answer honestly unless he wants a fate worse than death. Hearing this, Sa-woo is absolutely sure about his theory. His aura completely shifts as he coldly mockingly asks if they really think they can break him. Suddenly, the guard with the sword turns pale as a surge of violent internal energy explodes from inside his own body. The other two are frozen in shock, completely clueless as to what is happening. Turns out this guard is the exact assassin Sa-woo spared before. When Sa-woo struck his chest back then, he secretly injected his own internal energy into him. That is why he knew something was off when the guy clutched his chest. He only played along to uncover their true identities. As for that deadly Beixiao poison, it was easily neutralized the moment it touched his lips. His heavenly destruction art completely destroyed the poison. Realizing they are exposed, Xue Xiao barks at the hidden killers to attack right now. With a loud shout, black-clothed assassins crash through the ceiling, brandishing their swords and charging straight at Sa-woo with deadly intent. With a cold glare, Sa-woo thrusts his hands forward, striking two assassins square in the chest. They let out a quick gasp and drop dead instantly. Seeing his buddies get absolutely wrecked, Xue Xiao immediately books it. Sa-woo scoffs at their fake brotherhood, calling it totally pathetic. An assassin screams at him for disrespecting their leader and thrusts a sword right at Sa-woo's head, but the kid easily dodges the strike. Using the momentum, he spins and delivers a devastating kick straight to the killer's head. The last assassin turns completely pale, seeing his squad wiped out. Sa-woo lunges forward instantly and grabs his head, channeling raw power into his palm before brutally smashing the guy's face straight into a wooden pillar. And that is how you clear a room, guys. Sa-woo turns around with a cold glare, ready to finish off the real leader. Jung Yu trembles as the young monster slowly walks toward him, stuttering that he won't say a thing. Sa-woo just lets out a menacing smirk. Alright, you and I are about to watch a weak kid turn into an absolute legend. Let's see if this tough guy realizes his body cannot lie. Seconds later, agonizing screams echo everywhere. It is a blazing hot summer noon, but this dude feels like he is trapped in an ice cellar, shivering violently. Cheon Sa-woo stretches out his hand to channel a blast of internal energy into Trin-hoo. Ignoring his pathetic shrieks, our boy coldly says, I just blocked the energy flow in your 12 main meridians. No blood flow means no warmth. Give it another 15 minutes and your limbs are going to freeze solid. Saying this, Cheon Sa-woo looks at him with ice-cold eyes and demands, who exactly is that 2Q guy who ran away? Trin-hoo cannot handle the freezing pain anymore, whimpering, I am just a manager. He's the boss of Honghep Escort and the head of the Black Merchant branch in Henan. Please spare me. Hearing this, Cheon Sa-woo frowns, putting the pieces together. Meanwhile, 2Q runs straight back to the Hongheep agency, where his minions suggest rallying everyone to save Trin-hoo. But 2Q completely shuts them down, saying wasting their entire crew for one guy is stupid. This ruthless boss puts on his mask and mutters, that kid is too strong, we need a better plan. Just like that, he orders them to abandon the agency and retreat. An hour later, Cheon Sa-woo and Hongwoo-gai arrive at the scene only to find it completely empty. Hongwoo-gai says they should stop wasting time here. He suggests heading straight to Anhui. Cheon Sa-woo nods, knowing the trail is cold anyway. There is a horse market nearby. We need to move fast. Stick with me here, because this is where the beggar elder drops a massive secret. He asks our boy, guess what I found out at the Henan branch? Stop playing games and spill it, our boy responds. The elder reveals it is about the Yuan envoy from 15 years ago. Instantly, Cheon Sa-woo freezes. Suddenly, an insane amount of bloodlust explodes from the kid. The old man warns, chill out. It is not confirmed yet. Our beggar clan is still tracking them down. We will get real info soon. Cheon Sa-woo closes his eyes, trying to control his raging anger. After a moment, he calms down and softly says, thanks. Meanwhile, down by a ferry dock on the Yellow River, a crowd of locals is staring at the water and sighing. Heavy rain is pouring down, making the river roar like an angry lion. Right then, an old ferryman looks out onto the raging waves with a look of absolute disbelief. He cannot believe anyone would dare cross in this crazy weather, but there is a tiny boat drifting freely on the wild, roaring water. On that boat, a guy stands with his arms crossed, looking epic. His massive internal energy forms a shield, keeping the rain from even touching him. With a deep gaze, he mutters that he will reclaim the lost lands of the Central Plains. Suddenly, a massive 30-foot wave rises up, crashing toward him. The man snaps out of it, eyes flashing sharp. You think some tiny waves can block my path? Dropping his stance, he focuses his energy deeply. Using a heavy anchor technique, he stabilizes the boat instantly. Then he thrusts both hands forward, channeling a massive wave of inner power into his palms. His hair flies wild as he screams, under heaven and earth, I alone am supreme. Boom, his sheer energy explodes outward in a massive shockwave. Now watch closely. This shockwave obliterates everything in its path. Trees collapse and giant waves shatter as his power blasts across a wide radius. Around his boat, the water goes totally still. Even the dark storm clouds are blown away, letting bright sunlight shine down on his fierce face. The guy looks incredibly dominant. His boat drifts north, docking at Yuan, where another man in a red robe has been waiting respectfully. Seeing the boss step ashore, Ma Tong-dao bows deeply and greets him as the lord. Heilian Da-kyu nods, stepping off the boat. Tong-dao, long time no see. The two of them walk together toward a nearby horse market. Along the way, the lord asks about his castle. Ma Tong-dao reports that during his 2-year absence, the young lord's martial arts progressed insanely fast, earning praise from the 7 great demons. They say he might have even surpassed the castle lord himself. Heilian Da-kyu just chuckles silently. Then his face turns serious as he asks, how is that girl doing? Tong-dao answers that she is still the same, only showing a bit of warmth toward the young lord. The lord goes silent for a moment, then quickens his pace toward the market. Let's move, it's time to go back. Meanwhile, over at the market, not far away, Hongwoo-gai is busy picking out 2 horses. The old beggar starts sharing his pro horse-picking tips, but gets zero response from our boy. Turning around, he sees Cheon Sa-woo browsing a small junk stall. A moment later, the kid walks over holding a rusty bronze butterfly ornament. He says he has not seen Xiao Tiaohu in ages and wants to give her a reunion gift. Hongwoo-gai completely roasts him for being basic. He says even beggars wouldn't give a girl rusty junk. But then Cheon Sa-woo channels his inner energy right into his palm, and the thick rust begins to flake right off. This flex totally blows the old beggar elder's mind, making him praise the kid's control. Suddenly, Cheon Sa-woo senses an insanely heavy pressure crashing down from behind. Freezing instantly, he spins around to see who it is. 2 figures are standing silently a short distance away. One of them is a man wrapped in a black cloak, radiating a godlike aura. The kid instantly senses that this guy's power easily matches his own master's, or maybe even surpasses it. Feeling the threat, the teen clenches his fists, unleashing his own crushing aura to push back against the stranger. Heilian Da-kyu is genuinely shocked by this kid's raw strength. He laughs out loud and asks Ma Tong-dao, since when did the Central Plains have monsters like this? Meanwhile, Tong-dao is choking under the pressure. He stares at the teen, but the kid just glares right back, completely unfazed. Ready to protect his lord, this fierce warrior preps his stance, curling his fingers like a giant eagle's claw. Knowing this kid is highly dangerous, he is about to strike first to gain the upper hand. Before he can strike, Heilian Da-kyu stops him, warning, you are no match for him. Trust me, you and I are in for one hell of a ride. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a wild standoff. Ma Tongdao awkwardly bows an apology while Hong Woo-gai is absolutely stunned, his throat completely dry. The kid's power straight up eclipses Huang Fu Quan Wet of Ton Thong. This is the legendary unity of heaven and man, a level thought to be pure myth. Seeing Halian-dak flex this legendary state, Hong Woo-gai completely loses his balance and collapses. But Halian-daku just stares. He glares at the young kid, taking a massive step forward to assert his dominance. Cheon Sa-woo has zero fear, stepping up calmly to face him. The drizzle literally recoils from their sheer pressure. Suddenly, Cheon Sa-woo's energy explodes, and Halian-daka immediately charges up his own massive power. The kid channels wild force into his fist, while the master focuses his insane chi into his palm. Both are unleashing everything they've got for this clash. They strike, but suddenly Cheon Sa-woo's eyes widen as his mind reels. His full power punch hits nothing but thin air, leaving him totally lost. He looks around confused, feeling like he just plunged into a deep, pitch-black wine cellar. Suddenly, a massive shockwave ambushes Cheon Sa-woo from the dark. He instinctively dodges as the blast grazes his cheek, blowing past him and leveling the entire street. Suddenly, Cheon Sa-woo snaps back to reality. Wait for it, that entire mental battle literally happened in a split second. Cold sweat drops down the kid's face as the man's deep voice echoes. "You've got a nice little toy there," he says. Cheon Sa-woo looks down, noticing the rust on his butterfly jade pendant has flaked right off. The shockwave stripped the rust, exposing the pendant's true form. Even crazier, as soon as Cheon Sa-woo channels his chi into it, a secret reveals itself. 6 tiny words carve themselves onto the butterfly wings. This was left by Trinhan Tu, who used a secret technique to etch them, but nobody recognizes it. "I've traveled the Central Plains for 2 years and never met a beast like you," Hoklian Kook chuckles, asking the young hero for his name. "I am Cheon Sa-woo, also new to the Central Plains." Hearing this, Halian-daku freezes for a second, then bursts into thunderous laughter. His laugh booms like thunder, sending massive shockwaves everywhere. Hong Woo-gai covers his ears, struggling to cope, while Ma Tongdao also has to focus. He exerts his energy just to stay standing. When Halian-dak calms down, he admits he was wrong to underestimate such a young hero. "I am Halian-dak, and it is a massive honor to meet you." Cheon Sa-woo just smiles, not letting the praise go to his head. Just then, Ma Tongdao brings over an absolute beast of a pitch-black horse. Halian-dako strokes its mane, hyping up the stallion. He hands the reins to Cheon Sa-woo, saying it is destiny, so the horse is yours. But the kid politely declines, saying he cannot accept. Halian-daku doesn't push it, mounting his ride and stating he has to head north. Cheon Sa-woo replies that he is also heading there. "Awesome," the master says. "When you make it north, come find me at Phi Tuyet City." Then he gives the young fighter a long look. "If you visit Hakuyet City, you'll be treated like absolute royalty. Catch you later." With that, he rides off with a loud horse neigh. The massive stallion dashes forward as Ma Tongdao struggles to keep up. This supposedly invincible blood demon is secretly scheming, thinking this kid is too dangerous. He thinks leaving him alive is a huge mistake. But Halian-da straight up reads his mind, telling Tongdao not to be stupid. "I don't want to lose my right-hand man," the Lord warns. Ma Tongdao is shook, asking if the kid is really that insanely powerful. "From the very first glance, I knew he was the only modern master who could challenge me. We traded blows in a flash just now. You and I cannot fathom how insane his power is. I could block his full-force punch, but if it actually lands, I am definitely losing my arm. His energy is just that savage and dominant. It feels like there's absolutely nothing in this world that young kid cannot break into pieces." The city lord rubs his shoulder, feeling pretty lucky his arm is still attached. "If we ever want to conquer the Central Plains," he adds, "that kid is going to be our absolute biggest obstacle." He smirks, secretly hyped for that future battle, as they both gallop away to the north. Back on the other side, Hong Woo-gai sighs heavily. The beggar sect elder is straight up embarrassed by how useless he was during that tense confrontation. Seeing Cheon Sa-woo standing there in a daze, he asks if the poison is still affecting him. But the kid says he completely cleared it. He grips his butterfly jade pendant tightly, explaining that ever since he mastered the Heaven Shattering divine art 10 years ago, he has never been this stressed. Halian-daku is the first opponent to push him this hard. Hong Woo-gai tells him to shake it off, they need to move. Meanwhile, at the Iron Feather Alliance, a carrier pigeon lands. A guy in green opens the message and rushes straight to find Xiao Tiao-hu. He runs into the hall, standing before Xiao Tiao-hu. Seeing him in such a rush, she asks what is wrong. "My lady, here is a secret letter." It is a secret message from the Shanxi branch. Xiao Tiao-hu unrolls it and reads, her gorgeous face turning completely serious, making her maid ask what happened. But she suddenly beams with joy, her voice sounding sweet as a songbird. Brother Cheon Sa-woo is finally in the Central Plains. Meanwhile, Nongong Suqiao. She reads the report on her side, and her face drops instantly. The spoiled daughter of the Nongong clan frowns, her eyes burning with pure rage. Jong-sun asks what's up, only to find out that both the Demon Blade and Iron Cavalry Master are dead. He is absolutely shook by the news. They were taken down by someone called the God of War. Kang Wei's body was completely vaporized, and nobody knows where this crazy beast came from. He is definitely not with the Nine Heavens Mansion, but the Five Dragon Alliance took a massive hit. Nongong Suqiao slams down the report. "I have never heard of this God of War," she coldly orders. "Go find out everything." Jong-sun says it is easy, but there is one problem. If he crushed 2 top 5 Dragon Alliance masters, he is out of our league. But trust me, you and I are about to see this war escalate. Alright, you and I are diving into a shady world where calling the Wu Gang Yin family for backup is the only play. See, the 5 dragons need recruits. If this guy plays nice, we sign him. If not, well, Jiangshan cold-muttered, wipe him out. No mercy. Next, Jiangshan dropped some fresh intel. He just heard that those shady Black Spear thugs are lurking in Henan to ambush our guy. Nanggong Suqiao is way too sharp, instantly figuring out that the Black Spear crowd is hunting the legendary war god too. She is absolutely right. High-ups ordered this hit, but those clowns got completely wrecked and went into hiding. Suddenly, Jiangshan totally switches up the topic. Lady Nanggong, do me a favor and double-check this. Word is the Lion Alliance Guardian got put down last night. It definitely traces back to Liaoning. That Guardian definitely knew the whole ugly truth, so Jiangshan wants her to go dig around and find out what really went down in Liaoning. She nods along, but secretly, she is playing her own game. She knows Murong Dongtian and Huangfu Junyo had a highly classified secret deal. Now that Murong is dead, nobody knows what they agreed on. But she knows he handed some mystery package to a small escort agency first. So she locked down those delivery guys to squeeze them. Once the plans are set, Jiangshan gets up and heads out. This 5 dragons master is stressing out. Nanggong Suqiao is skilled but way too impatient, and that insane Wugong Yin family is just pure trouble. Watch closely here because this assassin clan is literally a nightmare. Hundreds of top-tier killers, but is a random war god even worth using them? He laughs it off. Without the Alliance protecting them, those Wu Gang assassins would have been hunted down by the entire martial arts world years ago. Besides, dirty work is what they do best. The martial arts master looks up at the sky, letting out a heavy sigh. You are just a shooting star destined to burn out fast. Meanwhile, back in her room, Nanggong Suqiao is plotting something completely different. This elite fighter stares coldly at a nearby door, muttering that the sneaky little punk Su Xiaohu is playing way too many mind games. She needs to seize the Great Heaven Merchant Group but has 0 clues. Frustrated, she snaps that the kid is just lucky. If you were born in a martial arts family, I would have ended you already. Meanwhile, 2 riders pull up near Luzhou City. So you are looking for Han Xiangya? Yeah, apparently she is actually his master's long-lost daughter. She is the daughter of the Han family chief. Rumor has it her skills easily surpass the legendary 3 flowers and 3 heroes combined. They say she is basically at sword immortal level. The Han family used to rule, but they fell off hard when the Nanggong clan rose. The duo slip into the city. At the beggar sect base, Hong Wukui scans the intel, but there is still 0 news on the Yuan envoy. The old beggar looks pretty embarrassed, telling the kid that tracking this guy down is going to take a bit more time. Shan Wuxi says he has errands to run. Hearing this, the old man's face instantly turns dead serious. He warns the kid to watch his steps since they are in Nanggong territory, but the boy just laughs it off. Night falls on the massive Nanggong manor. You and I can instantly feel their flexing power just by looking at this fancy central hall. A massive ancient tree trunk stands carved with golden letters about righteous justice. Near it, a white-haired senior asks if Suqiao got the captives talking yet. They are cracking them now. We will get answers soon. They need to hurry up before the Huangfu family beats them to it. If they blow this, catching up is impossible. But Shigong assures his brother that their efforts will definitely pay off. Meanwhile, deep in the dark dungeons, heavy chains rattle. A beat-up prisoner is hanging there, barely holding on to life. A buff interrogator screams, demanding to know what secret package was passed to Huangfu, but the prisoner refuses to break. This tough guy is the escort leader Mo. Meanwhile, back in the hall, Shigong gets up to arrange a marriage alliance with the Hans. He complains that the old Han leader is super annoying, but they need his daughter. He promises his brother he will get a straight answer tonight. No more playing nice. As the moon rises, a shadow-like figure silently glides across the dark city rooftops. The young hero lands softly on a roof, staring at the massive, glowing mansion of the infamous Nanggong clan. But Shan Wuxi turns away, looking at a run-down estate instead. That is his target for the night. A dozen guards are patrolling outside, which is weird because this family is supposed to be broke and totally powerless now. Could they be hired muscle from some other sect? Brushing the thought aside, he silently slips over the roof like a cat. He carefully peels back a roof tile to spy on the room below. Inside, 2 figures are having a highly intense debate. This marriage deal is a total win for you, so stop stalling. The Han leader hesitates, saying his daughter is far away. She is training elsewhere, so he cannot just marry her off. The Nanggong rep snaps, asking if his son is not good enough. No, of course not, the Han chief quickly apologizes, but Nanggong Shigong is completely out of patience and is done playing nice. He barks, demanding to know if they are looking down on the Nanggong clan. The old man just coughs, trembling with fear. He stammers a denial, but Nanggong just declares the wedding is officially set. He gets up to leave, totally ignoring any excuses. He walks out, leaving the frantic old man chasing after him. Trust me, you and I need to see how this mess resolves. Yo, you and I are about to dive into some sketchy family drama. If this alliance works, the Nanggong clan will totally back the Han family to restore their clout. Han Jungwoo is tempted, but insists on letting his daughter make her own call. But the Nanggong boomer is like, are you trippin'? Parents make the rules, kids don't choose. It's settled then. Tomorrow, I will return to finalize the wedding details. With that, Nanggong Tigong rides off with his squad trailing behind. Hidden nearby, Cheon Sa-woo overhears every single word of their conversation. But wait, Han Xiangya is currently over at the Iron Feather Alliance. Did our boy Cheon Sa-woo sneak in here tonight for absolutely nothing? Meanwhile, Han Jungwoo heads back to his room, sighing heavily. He never expected the Nanggong clan to be this pushy. Just thinking about sacrificing his own daughter for family clout makes this sick leader cough violently, almost passing out right there. It takes him a minute to catch his breath. No matter what, this forced marriage is going to ruin his daughter's life. Right then, a mysterious voice echoes right beside him, telling him to stop crying and just talk to her directly. Han Jung-woo gasps, instantly snapping his thin left hand out to telekinetically grab a sword 10 meters away. The weak old leader tries to unsheath his weapon to fight back, but our young hero moves like actual lightning. Let's pause here, watch this insanely fast dash. In a literal blink, Cheon Sa-woo is right in his face. Han Jung-woo is completely shook as the teen grips the hilt. The old man strains with all his might but cannot even budge the blade. Realizing he is completely outclassed, he lets go and asks, "Who the heck are you?" Cheon Sa-woo politely apologizes, reveals his real name, and says he is here for Han Xiangya. The leader sits back down, asking what their relationship actually is. Cheon Sa-woo walks over to a portrait on the wall and drops a truth bomb. "As far as I know, Miss Han is not actually your real daughter, right? 20 years ago, you found Han Xiangya in Shanxi and adopted her." Hearing this, Han Jung-woo is completely stunned, his voice trembling as he asks how the kid knows. "I traveled all the way from the northern border to the central plains because her biological father asked me to find her." At this, Han Jung-woo gasps, "Is he still alive?" Remembering his master's dying words, Cheon Sa-woo explains that his master passed away, but before his death, the old man made him promise to look out for his daughter. "He told me if she was struggling, I had to step in and save her. So please, tell me what is actually going on with Miss Han right now." Han Jung-woo hesitates for a second, then spills the tea. 20 years ago, the Murong clan sold Han Xiangya to the Yi Alliance, sending her to Red Thunder Fort. She was highly trained in Shanxi, but being a certified genius, she managed to escape. Luckily, I was passing by, rescued her, and brought her to my home. I kept searching for her real parents, but she suffered so much she lost all her memories. Now you might be wondering, why is the Nongong clan forcing this marriage? They do not care about her at all. They just want to exploit her crazy martial arts skills. That is exactly why I have always been totally against this marriage. But she is 800 miles away at the Iron Feather Alliance, and the Nongong clan is massive. If your story is legit, please save her and set her free. Without wasting a second, Cheon Sa-woo bolts, catching up to the Nongong squad. He stalks one of their disciples from behind, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The guard only feels a sudden breeze before a hand clamps over his mouth and nose. Before he can even react, he gets lifted clean off the ground. The whole stealth takedown happens in a flash, leaving the other disciples completely clueless. Cheon Sa-woo paralyzes the guy, strips his uniform, and quickly puts it on. Looking at the massive Nongong estate, our boy is determined to expose the sketchy truth behind why this powerful family wants Han Xiangya so badly. He slips inside. As the disciples march into the courtyard, one guy feels a sudden chill and looks back, only to spot a strange figure blending into their ranks out of nowhere. Seeing the teen's unfamiliar face, he instantly demands to know who he is. But Cheon Sa-woo does not talk, he just thrusts his right hand forward with speed, shooting sharp beams of true chi straight from his fingertips into the necks of the surrounding disciples. They cannot even scream, completely paralyzed on the spot. They freeze like wooden logs and start walking forward like mindless puppets. This savage move is the human puppet art, derived from his master's Heaven Shattering Divine Art. What exactly is this crazy puppet technique, master? The Heaven Shattering Divine Art has been passed down for thousands of years, absorbing secrets from countless legendary fighters. They copied and adapted their rivals' best moves, and this puppet art is one of them. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. Let's dive into this crazy story where a secret technique uses inner energy to control a foe. But get this, it does not just control their movements, it completely jacks their mind too. If you master this puppet technique, hiding and doing stealthy assassinations becomes as easy as breathing. You can literally force their brain to do whatever you want on a total whim, like child's play. Cheon Sa-woo follows the group into the inner courtyard, completely unaware that a black-clothed swordsman has already slipped inside. Just as our boy looks around, the Shadow Ninja is plotting his next move. The Nongong clan's security is tight as hell, so trying to brute force his way inside would get him caught instantly. Meanwhile, Nongong Tix Chuang asks his guards about the dungeon situation. They tell him that the third master is still down there, giving someone a brutal interrogation. He is actually shocked by this. He did not expect anyone to survive this long under his brutal brother. With that in mind, he decides to check it out. Tiet Kwong heads straight for the prison. They pass a fake rock mountain, reach the backyard, and slide down a secret entrance into the deep, dark dungeon. The rank smell of mold and blood makes Cheon Sa-woo wrinkle his nose. He silently shadows Tiet Kwong through the pitch-black tunnels, watching him head to the very end. There is a cell waiting there. Tiet Kwong asks his brother for an update, and Du Kwong complains that he already used 2 brutal torture methods but got nothing. The guy still refuses to open his mouth. Annoyed, Tiet Kwong steps up, grabs Mac Battengu by his face, and tells him to start talking or die. Spill it if you want to live. What did Mo Dong Dong Tien give Huang Fu Quan yet? Now pay attention, the poor captive's face is covered, leaving him mumbling helplessly. If he talks, his family gets wiped out, so he chooses death over spilling secrets. Tiet Kwong loses his temper and snatches a sword from his brother. He drives the blade straight into Battengu's shoulder, making him scream in pure agony. The villain snarls that his patience is thin and he will slaughter his family. Hearing the name of the Iron Horse escort, Cheon Sa-woo freezes in shock. He stares at the bloody prisoner and realizes he actually knows this guy. It is Mak Battengu, his old traveling companion. Throwing away his cover, Cheon Sa-woo steps right into the cell, unleashing an incredibly heavy, suffocating pressure. The two interrogators freeze instantly under his terrifying pressure. Thiet Kwong is furious, realizing he felt someone tailing him after they left the Han estate. He had ignored it back then, thinking his mind was just playing tricks. But right now, Cheon Sa-woo simply flicks his fingers, shooting two insane bursts of energy. The blasts hit the heavy chains holding the prisoner. Even though they are thick as a kid's arm, they instantly shatter, and our hero throws his coat over him. Gently covering Battengu, he ignores the enemies. Finally snapping out of their daze, Du Kwong blocks our boy's path, demanding to know who the hell he is. Cheon Sa-woo just drops a freezing "get lost." Under that terrifying stare, the mighty Third Master actually starts sweating, but our boy is not done yet. He unleashes his raw pressure, shouting, "I said get lost." In a flash, both brothers are blasted backwards, smashing straight through the solid brick walls. Meanwhile, in the main hall, the clan head is reading a secret letter. His face is dead serious because the message says that legendary war god is heading south. You and I both know what is coming next. Just as he orders his guards to hunt this war god, a massive explosion suddenly rattles the entire mansion. He runs to the window, looks out, and jaw drops as two bodies fly out of the dungeon like ragdolls, seeing his own brothers thrown like trash. The head of the clan is completely speechless. The beaten brothers tumble across the courtyard for several yards before barely managing to pick themselves back up. Terrified, they cannot believe a kid has this kind of insane power. They watch as he slowly walks out, carrying the bloody captive on his back. Thiet Kwong screams, demanding to know his name. But Cheon Sa-woo just keeps walking, waves of terrifying energy rippling off his body with every single step. I am Cheon Sa-woo from the north. You guys probably have never heard my name before, but someone once gave me a title you would definitely recognize. His eyes gleam as he drops the bomb. They call me the war god. The second those words leave his mouth, the entire courtyard goes dead silent. The boss steps out, trying to play it cool. So the legendary war god visits us. If there is a misunderstanding, let us talk inside. Then he whispers to his guards to prep a lethal trap for their guest. Moments later, our boy is escorted right into the main family hall. Staring at their golden plaque about justice and saving the world, he just scoffs. The old man sits on his throne with a smug grin. He brags that those words represent a century of honor, but then his tone shifts, and he admits he has heard of the kid's reputation. You killed Mo Dong Tien, and the Black Spear of Shangxi tasted defeat by your hands too. The old man's eyes turn sharp as needles. What are you really doing here in my territory? Did you seriously come all this way just to rescue this pathetic trash on your back? He calmly replies that they are friends, and he does not leave friends behind. Hearing this, the old clan head slowly stands up, grasping his weapon. He caresses his blade, calling it the Emperor's sword, boasting about how many lives it has claimed. He stares at our hero with absolute ice. In this cruel martial world, there is no such thing as justice. The only ones who are right are the ones who survive. He points his blade directly right at our boy. Since you saw what we did, I have to silence you to protect our family reputation. On his direct command, 11 elite assassins leap out from the shadows, blades drawn, ready to slice our young warrior into bloody pieces. He dodges smoothly, launching a brutal kick to an assassin's face. The guy screams as his sword flies high, spinning wildly before crashing down. Landing the blow, his massive aura shifts into overdrive. He lets out a cold laugh, his voice freezing the room as he mocks them. You think weaklings like you can actually hold me back? He charges forward, unleashing a massive palm strike that shoots like a blazing laser beam. It blasts straight through several assassins, ending them on the spot. Seeing this level of power, the remaining brothers can only stare in absolute horror. They raise their swords to join, but a mysterious voice suddenly echoes directly in their ears. Trust me, we are in for a crazy ride next. Let's dive into this insane clash with Namgong Wu Gang. He snaps at his allies, fools, don't you get why we are ganging up on him? Murong Dongshan was a top-tier boss in Liaoning, and he died silently at the hands of this god of war. Either this punk's power totally crushed Murong, or his martial arts style is just incredibly unique. I mean, he is young, so how much internal energy could he really have? His moves must have a trick. We just need to watch closely and wait for the right moment to strike and win. Seeing the three Namgong brothers standing there, Cheon Sa-woo quickly figures out their plan. Our young protagonist slams his foot down, launching into the air like a hawk. Channeling absolute beast power into his palms, he sneers, "If you guys want a show, I will give you one." He unleashes a devastating palm strike, sending a massive waterfall of energy crashing down onto the black-clothed swordsman below. In a flash, the enemies are completely swallowed by raw power. Suddenly, Namgong Wu Gang's eyes turn icy cold. He spots a brief opening right as Sa-woo's attack finishes. Is spent before his next move starts. The Namgong Patriarch screams, "Strike now!" Namgong Chul Gang charges forward, unleashing his legendary Void Sword style. Namgong Diok Gang joins in, whipping out his 13 lightning swords. The three brothers launch a coordinated strike from 3 different directions, targeting our boy mid-air. Now pay attention to this wild counter. Wu Gang thrusts a lightning-fast sword straight at Sa-woo's back, but Sa-woo reacts like he has eyes behind his head. He grabs Wu Gang's wrist in a flash. That sure kill strike suddenly swerves, driving straight into the chest of Namgong Chul Gang, who was rushing in. Sa-woo pulls the exact same stunt, slapping Chulgang's armpit to redirect the wild blade, forcing it to point right at Namgang Deokgang's chest. And he does not stop there. With a quick two-finger tap to Deokgang's shoulder, his sword spins around, aiming right back at his own big brother. Just like that, the three Namgang brothers end up impaling each other. Chulgang takes a fatal hit to the heart and drops dead on the spot. Deokgang also gets his chest pierced and stops breathing. Only Woo-gang barely survives by dodging the vital blow, though his arm gets sliced clean off. Watching Sa-woo walk away carrying his silent companion, the Namgang patriarch stands there utterly frozen. Even with his years of battle experience, this makes zero sense. Suddenly, Woo-gang reaches out, using his energy to pull his emperor's sword right back into his hand. Gritting his teeth, the patriarch tries to steady his breathing. He channels every ounce of his remaining energy straight into the blade. Hearing the sudden noise behind him, Sa-woo stops and turns around to see what is up. Woo-gang is charging straight at him with absolute desperation. Our hero frowns, completely surprised by how reckless this old geezer is being. As the sword swings, with a force that could literally split mountains, Sa-woo easily steps aside. Woo-gang roars in pure rage. "You little brat, today you are going down!" He leaps into the air, driving his sword straight at the young man. But right then, Sa-woo's eyes flash with a deadly cold glare. With a simple twist of his hands, Sa-woo redirects the blade. In a split second, the sword plunges straight into Woo-gang's own chest. Woo-gang spits out a final curse. "You just crossed the Five Dragons Alliance. You'll die a painful death." Sa-woo just shrugs calmly. "Not your problem." He slams his palm against the hilt, sending the sword flying and pinning the patriarch's body straight to the floor. The blade digs deep, shattering the stone tiles. The impact is so insane that debris flies everywhere, locking the Grand Patriarch of the Namgang clan in place. You and I both know he is not done yet. Looking up at the golden sign of the clan, Sa-woo raises his left hand and channels immense force. With a powerful punch, he releases a massive wave of energy. A nearby century-old tree suddenly explodes into absolute splinters from the crushing shockwave. With ice-cold eyes, he mutters, "Your Namgang clan does not deserve this sign." Meanwhile, high up on a dangerous cliff sits a secluded estate. Though it looks like a simple place, martial artists avoid this forbidden mountain cliff. It belongs to one of the two legendary saints of the martial world, the all-victorious Hwangpu Quan Yuet. Out on the porch, he sits alone as a loyal subordinate kneels before him, delivering some shocking news. The messenger reports that this crazy god of war destroyed the Murong clan in Liaoning, and just days ago single-handedly raided the Namgang estate. He slaughtered countless disciples. The third master, Deokgang, died on the spot, and the second master, Chulgang, was sent straight to the afterlife. Even the Grand Patriarch, Woo-gang, was pinned directly to the floor of his own hall. Before breathing his last, the leader witnessed a truly humiliating, horrific sight. He watched the god of war smash their sacred family plaque to pieces. Now this mysterious fighter's name is spreading like wildfire through the martial world. Young martial artists absolutely worship him, while the old masters are getting pretty nervous that this new powerhouse is going to steal their top spots. On top of that, rumors say the Black Spear Group has already targeted him. Hearing this, Hwangpu Quan Nuet pauses, his calm expression shifting slightly. His voice remains completely chill as he asks, "The Black Spear got involved too?" The scout nods, confirming that their Henan branch leader led the ambush. They tried to ambush him in Henan, but were absolutely crushed. Hwangpu Quan Yuet looks up at the sky, silent for a moment before giving an order. "Send a message to young Sogyo, I want to see her." Meanwhile, over at the Chokwu Alliance, Namgang Sogyo is reading a letter sent from afar. The top female warrior's eyes instantly widen in shock as she reads. She furiously crumples the paper on her desk, gritting her teeth with pure, burning rage. "God of War, I am going to tear you to pieces." Meanwhile, in another room, Xiaotiaohu also hears that the Namgang clan has been completely destroyed. She is shocked, but mostly worried for Sa-woo. With the Namgang clan down, the Five Dragons Alliance will definitely retaliate, so she acts fast. She orders her assistants, "Send letters to all merchant branches immediately. Tell them to spread the news of the God of War wiping out the Namgang clan. Make sure to emphasize that the Namgang clan was holding innocent hostages, and that Sa-woo was just acting like a righteous hero. We need to protect him. We can't let him become public enemy number one. Let's make sure the whole world fears him. And trust me, you and I need to see what happens next." Alright, you and I are jumping right into a massive mess. Send letters immediately to Nine Heavens Mansion and Ziming. Tell them I need to meet for urgent business. The Iron Feather Alliance factions are secretly hostile, but on the outside, they are still allies. We absolutely cannot let them team up against brother Cheon Sa-woo. After barking out a series of orders, Xiaotiaohu pauses for a second, then says, "Also put eyes on Nangang Suqiao. That witch will definitely try everything to take down brother Cheon Sa-woo." Xiaotiaohu's face turns ice cold as he adds, "As we must act fast." That night, Zhang Shan gets Nangang Suqiao's letter, ordering him to Henan to assassinate the war god. To play it safe, besides deploying his Wugong Yin clan, he also hires assassins from the Qingyang sect. But reading her letter, he realizes he got it all wrong. The war god already hit Luzhou and wiped out the Nangang clan. In her letter, Nangang Suqiao spills everything. Huangpu Junye, wanting to keep secrets, locked up Mobuyu's family. If this leaks, her reputation is trash. But since the Nangang clan secretly saved Mobuyu, Chuansheng finds out he will unleash his wrath on them. So the top priority now is to silence Mobuyu forever, ensuring he rats out the Nongong clan. If the war god raids the Iron Feather Alliance to save Mobuyu's family, he and Huangpu Junyu will definitely clash. That is the perfect time to kill him. Reading the letter, Zhongshan is highly impressed by this lady. Despite her family getting wiped, she remains totally calm. Her plans are calculated. Beside him, the Yin clan leader asks what happened. Zhongshan tells him straight up that the war god, but pay attention here, things are getting crazy. The war god is actually in Luzhou and their priority is now killing Mobuyu. Suddenly, Zhongshan senses someone sneaking close. The Five Dragons League expert is ready to draw his blade and strike when a creepy voice mutters, "You made us waste so much of our time." It is Yin Duyan of the Wugang Yin clan. Another woman steps forward, warning them to stay alert because they still know absolutely nothing about the war god. This gig barely pays, yet you went ahead and hired those killers from the Qingyang sect to join us. Saying this, Yin Muzhen suddenly sneers, but if we get to slaughter Mobuyu, it is still a win. Meanwhile, a carriage is racing toward the Iron Feather Alliance. Hong Wukui keeps grumbling while driving. He only looked away for a second, and Cheon Sa-woo already caused this massive mess. Hearing silence inside, he pulls back the curtain and looks in, only to see Cheon Sa-woo channeling true chi in his palm. He is refining drops of human essence, dripping them into Mobuyu's mouth. Watching this, Hong Wukui whispers to ask how his injury is. Cheon Sa-woo replies, "I did all I could, the rest is up to fate. Plus, his meridians are totally shattered. Even if he survives, he can never fight again." Hearing this, Hong Wukui feels bad, but is still super curious about Huangpu Junyu's dark secrets. Soon, Mobuyu wakes up, incredibly grateful to Cheon Sa-woo for saving his life. Cheon Sa-woo then asks what exactly he was escorting that pushed Quan Sheng to kidnap his family. Mobuyu sighs and spills the whole story. Turns out they took a new mission from the Morong clan, escaping right before Dali Fort raided the place. But the Iron Horse escort always respects the rules. They only carry cargo, never asking about the client's secrets. All he knows is that it was a red-painted coffin, wrapped in iron chains and covered with talismans. You and I both know a cursed coffin is bad news, right? It was dug up from Northern Abyss Cave. They say whoever controls it dominates the martial world. At this point, Mobuyu gets super emotional. "Young Master Shan, my family is still trapped in the Iron Feather Alliance. I have to save them. We are already heading to the Iron Feather Alliance. Just rest and heal up, do not worry." Hong Wukui frowns, knowing once Cheon Sa-woo decides something, not even 9 bulls could pull him back. But their beggar sect always stays neutral. If they get dragged into this mess, they will be in deep trouble. The whole sect would face a major crisis. So he silently decides he must report this straight to the sect leader. Suddenly, Cheon Sa-woo cuts in, interrupting his thoughts. "Elder, what is that thick rope in the carriage for?" "Oh, that is a lifeline. We use it to anchor boats or rescue drowning guys. If it gets in your way, just throw it out." Cheon Sa-woo nods, keeping it in mind. "Let us keep it. Might come in handy later." Hong Wukui scolds him for being superstitious, then continues driving the carriage rapidly toward the Iron Feather Alliance. Little did they know, danger was already lurking. A hostile group is waiting in the woods nearby. Zhongshan guessed Cheon Sa-woo was heading to the Alliance, so they had been lying in wait since last night. Yin Muzhen glances at the creepy figure lurking behind her. Sect leader of Qingyang, who gets to strike first when they show up. Standing with folded arms, he casually sneers, "Just do not get in our way and we are cool." Yin Jijiao gets super pissed by his arrogance, but Yin Muzhen warns her that the old man is over 60 and extremely dangerous. He might stab them in the back when they least expect it. Suddenly, the sky opens up with a heavy downpour. Yin Muzhen smirks, "Perfect weather for a slaughter, get ready." Inside the carriage, Cheon Sa-woo suddenly narrows his eyes. He hears movement slicing through the rain. Listening closely, he becomes absolutely sure that a group is closing in fast. Suddenly, a massive clap of thunder roars, and dozens of black-clad assassins burst out of the dark forest, charging straight at them. Moving with total silence, these killers are clearly elite pros. Suddenly, a loud thud shakes the carriage as the lead assassin lands on top. But instantly, Cheon Sa-woo smashes right through the window, delivering a brutal, bone-crushing kick straight to the assassin's chin, sending him flying. Landing smoothly, the teen sees more killers leaping onto the roof. Balancing on his hands, Cheon Sa-woo spins his body with crazy power like a top, unleashing a rapid-fire flurry of devastating kicks. The assassins take direct hits to their heads, their bones shattering instantly. After trading blows, Cheon Sa-woo is totally shocked. These guys coordinate so damn well and move in perfect sync, unlike any amateur assassins he has crossed paths with before. Then Hong Wukui recognizes their weapons, arm-bound daggers. And trust me, you and I are going to see a wild clash in the next episode. You and I are diving straight into the savage world of the Wugang Yin assassin clan. Hong Wukui whips the horses wild, but those persistent killers are still hot on their tail. Our boy gathers insane raw energy in his hands, completely unfazed by the swarm of killers. Cheon Sa-woo moves his arms like a shield, protecting his body as he goes on the attack. Every single strike knocks an assassin straight off the carriage. The lucky ones end up with shattered bones and ruined insides, while the unlucky ones have their meridians torn apart instantly. They die right on the spot. But suddenly 2 figures block the road ahead. Hong Wukui panics, seeing these new enemies standing right in their path. The duo is dressed in green, radiating pure, suffocating bloodlust. The old beggar screams in panic, telling Cheon Sa-woo to watch out because the Qingyang sect has also joined the hunt. 2 deadly assassin clans are teaming up. But our main character is chill as ice. Cheon Sa-woo opens his eyes, flicking a single finger to blast brutal energy right into their chests. They fly backward like they got smashed by sledgehammers, but out of nowhere, another killer drops from above, stepping on his dead ally to launch himself straight at Cheon Sa-woo. He uses the rebound force to speed forward, but Cheon Sa-woo is too quick, reaching out with a lightning-fast grip to catch the guy by his throat with absolute precision. Lifting the killer with one hand, his voice is dead quiet like an ancient well. He warns him that whether they are Five Dragon Alliance or Nongong family, it does not matter. They need to tell their masters to face him themselves. Suddenly, the captured assassin's eyes burst into flames as a massive, destructive energy starts surging violently inside his body. Pay attention here, because this is where the fight gets totally out of hand. That crazy Qingyang sect assassin is about to self-destruct right in our hero's face. He explodes, sending a massive shockwave straight into the sky. The blast is so ridiculously powerful that people half a mile away in Yuan can feel the ground shake. Yin Muzhen crosses his arms, laughing at the chaos, praising the legendary Hellburst technique. But the Qingyang sect master does not care about his empty compliments at all. The master assassin just flickers and vanishes into thin air. Yuan speaks up, asking if it is finally time to launch their backup plan as they originally agreed. He orders Yuan to follow him, leaving Gujiao with Mr. Jiang. They absolutely must eliminate Mo Buyu, but taking down the war god would be the ultimate jackpot. The reputation of their assassin family rests entirely on Jiao. Meanwhile, Cheon Sa-woo stepping up to become the Heavenly Destroyer General means walking over mountains of dead bodies. Even though his godly martial arts are supposedly invincible under the heavens, every power has its fatal weakness. Over the last 1,000 years, this bloody path has taken many lives. The road of the Heavenly Destroyer General is paved with the lives of over 500 warriors. Like it or not, the second you claim this title, your hands are stained. You are locked onto a path of endless slaughter and fear. His master asks if he is truly ready for this curse. The boy does not rush to answer, asking instead, he asks how his master ever conquered that terrifying fear. Hanwoo Ba just laughs arrogantly, boasting that even against 10,000 armies, he still walks completely free. A loud blast blows away half the carriage. Inside, Mo Buyu grits his teeth, ignoring the flying wood splinters, while Hong Woo-koi desperately fights to control the reins. The old beggar looks back, screaming to check if the war god is all right. As the thick smoke finally clears, you and I see him standing tall amid the wreckage. His clothes are shredded, and a sharp bone splinter is impaling his shoulder. His face is deadpan as he tells them not to worry, pulling the bone out casually. He forces his muscles to seal the wound instantly using pure energy. He grabs a heavy rope from the wreckage and leaps high into the air like a total badass. He channels his massive inner energy directly into the rope. In a split second, it whips forward like a flying dragon, targeting the assassins who are still chasing them. The raw force explodes inside them, killing several assassins instantly. With a quick flick of his wrist, he loops the rope right around another killer's neck. He rips the guy's head clean off with one brutal yank. Some Qingyang sect cultists try to pull another self-destruction stunt, but our boy is not having it. He wields that rope like a master, keeping the suicide bombers at a safe distance. Yet these crazy zealots keep throwing themselves forward, completely ignoring the danger. Cheon Sa-woo swings the rope with insane power, sharpening the tip with energy to impale multiple enemies at once, pinning them in midair like human kebabs. 3 killers dangle lifelessly in the air, but 4 more instantly leap into the fray. Instead of targeting Cheon Sa-woo directly, they grab onto the rope. They plant their feet and pull with all their combined strength, locking the line tight. Even with his insane inner reserves, Cheon Sa-woo gets violently yanked off balance. Another assassin runs along the tightrope like a maniac. Realizing what they are planning, Cheon Sa-woo taps his index finger on the cord, sending a wave of chi. The shockwave travels down the line like lightning. It shoots straight through the runner's foot acupoint, flooding his entire body with uncontrollable, destructive force. He gets blasted into the sky and literally ripped in half. His half-charged hellburst explosion triggers way too early, catching his own allies in the blast radius. The fiery explosion wipes out the remaining Wugang Yin forces, but suddenly, another stealthy assassin drops from the sky, aiming directly for Mo Buyu's throat. He dives with his dagger pointed right at the helpless target. Have you ever heard of a legendary strike descending from the heavens? Well, this is it. Seeing the killer dive towards Mo Buyu, Cheon Sa-woo's emotionless expression finally cracks. He whips his rope with desperate speed to intercept the blade. He slices the assassin cleanly in half, but he has no idea that Yin Gujiao is lurking in the dark forest, letting out a sharp, eerie scream. Her beautiful right eye suddenly glows a terrifying bloody red. She activates the secret Blood Eye curse, allowing her to share her vision with the entire clan. Meanwhile, Yin Muzhen is hiding in the shadows, using his turtle breathing technique to erase his heartbeat and breath entirely, blending into the background like a ghost. He lies completely still like a venomous snake in winter. Suddenly, his eyes flare blood red as he receives the visual feed from Gujiao's shared curse. Every single move Cheon Sa-woo makes is now being watched. Meanwhile, their carriage horses are completely drenched in sweat, reaching their absolute limit after this intense chase. But the assassins are still swarming them like a relentless army of ants. Hong Woo-koi desperately whips the horses, trying to keep their escape plan alive. Cheon Sa-woo keeps swinging his rope, desperately fending off the endless waves of enemies. Both sides are completely exhausted, pushing past their limits in this high-speed war. Screams and loud explosions echo down the road. Wukoi asks if he is alright, but you and I are going to have to wait and see if they survive. Yo, stick with me because this kid is pushed to his absolute limit right now, signaling he is fine while gasping for air. Hongwoo Guy drives desperately through the storm. Fending off a horde of relentless assassins makes it even worse. If this keeps up, no matter how insane his martial arts are, he is going to drop dead from pure exhaustion. The old beggar yells to hang on because they are almost out of this forest. But right at that exact second, the old man freezes as his face goes pale with terror. Now watch closely because instead of an exit, there's a massive cliff right ahead. Hong Woo-gai panics, desperately pulling back on the reins to stop the runaway carriage. With the carriage about to plunge, Cheon Sa-woo channels his energy and whips his rope forward. It shoots out like a bullet, wrapping tightly around a massive ancient tree. The insane force actually crushes the bark, sending splinters flying everywhere. He grits his teeth, pulling with everything he has got to force the wild carriage to a sudden halt. It stops right on the edge of the abyss before racing off again. Seizing the moment, a few assassins catch up, but the teen is already gathering energy in his hand. With a massive roar, he literally rips that giant tree right out of the ground. The trunk sweeps across like a giant bat, instantly sending those trash assassins flying away. But another Thon Duong assassin unleashes a hellish burst skill. The rope, which had already taken over 100 lives, finally snaps under the pressure and breaks in half. Suddenly, Cheon Sa-woo notices the pursuers have vanished into thin air. The old beggar asks if those bastards gave up, but our main character stays completely silent. You and I both know that silence means trouble. He stares deep into the woods, feeling a creepy gaze on him as a pair of blood-red eyes glow in the dark. This stealth assassin mutters that the game has just begun for the god of war. And right on cue, Cheon Sa-woo's pupils shrink as a new threat blocks their path. A towering figure stands in the middle of the road like an iron fortress. Once the old man gets a clear look at his face, he completely loses his mind. It is none other than Am-do-Vian of the Am family. The giant hunches over, roaring that the god of war's life ends today, unleashing a brutal iron punch. The blow slams down on the horse, making the carriage feel like it hit a literal mountain. The old beggar barely dodges the shockwave by tilting his head. Meanwhile, Cheon Sa-woo grabs Mak Batengu to protect him. Just as the mountain-crushing fist is about to obliterate them, our main character leaps high into the air. Am-do-Vian rages, asking if they think they can run. His leg muscles swell like crazy, launching his massive body forward like a human missile. Cheon Sa-woo is shocked that this giant actually moves like wind. Seeing the massive fist loaded with deadly energy, he immediately prepares to block the incoming strike. Lightning rips through the stormy sky as they are about to clash for real. But out of nowhere, a creepy voice echoes from right above Cheon Sa-woo. This is Mok Tran, who has been lurking in the shadows. He used a breath-suppressing technique to completely erase his presence from the battlefield. Even with Cheon Sa-woo's superhuman senses, there was no way to detect him. The hidden assassin whispers that he has been waiting for the god of war. With a flick of his wrist, deadly energy shoots out from his sleeves. Under his absolute control, the force condenses into a sharp, invisible sword blade. The blade shoots directly at Cheon Sa-woo's back. He spins around, unleashing a massive palm strike to barely block the deadly pincer attack from both sides. While blocking the giant's iron fist, Cheon Sa-woo gets tangled up in a trap. Mok Tran had already laid out countless invisible, deadly steel threads everywhere. Using the recoil in his agile movement, Cheon Sa-woo barely keeps his balance. Believing they finally have him cornered, the two villains let out a nasty laugh. They charge right at him, trading high-speed blows in midair. Caught in a brutal 2-versus-1 ambush, our main character is pushed into a very tight spot. Am-do-Vian's heavy fists are insanely fast and brutal. Meanwhile, Mok Tran strikes from blind spots with deadly precision, giving our hero absolutely no breathing room. Worse, they are shielding their arms with true chi to counter his special ultimate skill. Realizing he is trapped, Cheon Sa-woo knows he needs a crazy trump card. He must end this with a single devastating blow. Watching them clash endlessly in midair, Hong Gu-ki is sweating bullets, completely shocked by the enemy's strength. This beggar sect elder never expected the Am family to pack such insane power. Since meeting Cheon Sa-woo, he has never seen the kid struggle this hard before. But just as our hero is stuck on the defensive, his eyes suddenly flash with cold determination. He thrusts his left hand forward, fingers curling like claws. Pure, destructive energy surges through his palm like a tidal wave. But out of nowhere, razor-sharp golden threads quietly wrap around the young man's arm. Cheon Sa-woo looks back, completely caught off guard. The moment he gets distracted, even more golden wires tighten around his body, locking him down completely. With a sharp snap, the threads bind him completely, leaving him unable to move. Mok Tran floats above, stepping on his deadly golden strings with pride. He sneers that rookies always make the same mistake, thinking their flashy martial arts can let them run wild and rule the entire martial world. The villain bursts out laughing, reminding him that in this world, pride means nothing. Only one thing matters at the end of the day, life or death. With a cruel smirk, he attacks, sending 9 deadly threads straight at Cheon Sa-woo's vital points. But suddenly a smug grin appears on our hero's face. His raw inner force explodes outward like a bomb. The unbreakable threads that could easily hold 10,000 tons snap like cheap plastic in an instant. Mok Tran's eyes pop out in pure horror. He watches in disbelief as the massive energy around the young man condenses into something absolutely legendary. A massive, majestic blue dragon materializes, crackling with pure lightning and thunder. With an epic roar, it charges straight at the terrified Am family leader. Vian screams and charges, trying to save his brother with his heavy fists. But trying to stop this is like bringing a knife to a gunfight. The moment he gets close, the overwhelming energy sweeps him up. An earth-shattering explosion rips through the sky, blasting both brothers backward into the dirt. Vian flies back dozens of meters, knocked out cold. Meanwhile, Tran is thrown into the air, staring blankly as he free falls. As he falls, he stares at Cheon Sa-woo standing calmly on his own wire trap. A terrifying, crazy thought he flashes inside his fading mind. This kid's power level might already match the legendary Two Saints, and that's where we leave it. Trust me, his journey is only getting wilder. Alright, let's jump right into this madness as Cheon Sa-woo grabs the falling Tran, choking him coldly while saying, "Maybe you do not know, but the Heaven Soul General has never lost." Before the words even leave his mouth, he feels a freezing chill in his chest. A long sword quietly pierces through his body, and it turns out the Thon Duong sect leader has crept up behind Tran like a ghost. One sword pierces straight through Tran and stabs Cheon Sa-woo in the chest. Tran struggles to look back, wanting to curse, but he cannot make a single sound. Tran, you always said I would stab you in the back, and how could I miss such a perfect chance? Go ahead and die peacefully with the war god. And of course, take the puppet on his back with you. The Thon Duong leader thrusts his sword forward with both hands, but the blade cannot sink any deeper into the young man. His muscles trap the blade tight. Tran uses his final breath to gasp out, "You idiot, why did you not aim for the head first?" Right then, Cheon Sa-woo's brow furrows as a cold smirk plays on his lips. Decapitation actually sounds like a great idea. Now pay attention here, because this is where the kid unleashes absolute hell as a wave of raw energy erupts from his palm, sending Tran's head flying straight into the air. Cheon Sa-woo's right hand stays in a choking grip as the headless body collapses, and right next to it drops the severed head of the Thon Duong sect leader. He took out both in an instant. Then, like an arrow shot from a bow, the young warrior blurs and shoots straight down toward the ground. Cheon Sa-woo lands softly in front of Honggu Kui and says gently, "Elder, please look after Master Mac first." The beggar elder asks about his injuries, but the young man says he is fine. Suddenly he turns toward the deep forest, saying, "Elder, wait here, I will be right back." Hidden in the woods, Jong-sun and Ko-jiao feel a chill run down their spines under his freezing gaze. Suddenly, Cheon Sa-woo kicks off the ground and launches forward. Like a furious tiger charging down a mountain, he rushes their hiding spot. Jong-sun tries to fight his rising panic, and the Ingu Long-min ally throws several bombs. But the explosive shells are easily deflected mid-air by Cheon Sa-woo's raw inner energy. The young man moves like actual lightning, appearing in front of them in a flash. Terrified, Ko-jiao turns pale and bolts immediately. Jong-sun also loses all courage to fight and runs for his life, while the two catch a glimpse of what happens next. Cheon Sa-woo raises his right hand and strikes the massive tree they were just hiding behind. With one powerful strike, he snaps the giant trunk completely in half. Jong-sun flees in the opposite direction of Ko-jiao. Cheon Sa-woo's terrifying power has completely shattered his will to fight back. Two elite master assassins just got slaughtered by this kid. Now he can only pray that the monster goes after Ko-jiao instead of him. But you and I both know Karma is a beast, because footsteps start echoing right behind him, ringing in his ears like a giant death toll. Jong-sun trembles, feeling Cheon Sa-woo's murderous gaze locking onto his back. Cold sweat pours down his face as he desperately pushes his speed to the limit. No matter how fast he runs or how much inner energy he burns, those relentless footsteps keep drawing closer, sounding like a literal death sentence. Facing certain death, he suddenly cooks up a vicious plan. A small brown porcelain bottle slides down from his sleeve right into his hand. Inside is the lethal Demon King Sand. Harvested from the hottest desert, even a pinch can dehydrate a target instantly, turning them into a shriveled corpse. Counting the footsteps drawing closer, Jong-sun suddenly yells and spins around to strike, but to his utter shock, Cheon Sa-woo is nowhere to be seen. Clutching the poison sand, he freezes in confusion. Little does he know, Cheon Sa-woo had leaped high into the air and was silently landing right behind him. Turning around to hurl the porcelain bottle, Jong-sun is completely caught off guard as the young warrior anticipates his move and throws a brutal punch. Cheon Sa-woo smashes his right fist directly into Jong-sun's left arm, then immediately reaches out with his left hand to grab him. Screaming in agony, Jong-sun is completely helpless as Cheon Sa-woo grips his arm tight, brutally forcing the poison bottle right into his mouth. Pinning him down, the young fighter asks coldly, "Looks like you are the mastermind behind this ambush. Spill it, who sent you?" Seeing his captive refuse to talk, Cheon Sa-woo's face grows darker. "If you will not speak, do not blame me for being ruthless." Meanwhile, over at the Lion sect under the Thiet Vu Alliance, Xiao Tiaohu arrives to meet the invincible blade master Triet Hao Sin. Trying to keep her cool, she presents her request, begging the Lion sect to crush the Ingu Long Alliance. Triet Hao Sin eyes her carefully. Sitting down, he booms, "A mere girl, a minor young master of some merchant guild, dares to make demands like this? Do you know what you are saying?" "Of course I do. Coming here so late is actually for the good of the Lion sect." Hearing this, Triet Hao Sin stops his teacup mid-air. "Little girl, you cannot fool me. You are actually doing all this for that guy they call the War God, are you not?" His eyes flash. War God? That title is way too arrogant," she replies. "Since you know him, you must have heard about his epic victories." He is in the eye of the martial arts storm, so befriending a young genius like him can only bring benefits to your sect. Just because he defeated the Mu Dung and Nongong families, my lion sect must befriend him? Little girl, are you looking down on this old man? I have ruled the martial arts world for decades, and even the two sages could not touch me. Yet you expect me to flatter some kid? It is laughable. She replies, your legendary blade skills are famous, but forming an alliance with the war god brings only absolute benefits to us. Our three factions and the Thiet Vu alliance are bound together. Attacking Gu Longmin will definitely trigger a massive war, so how is that beneficial? From what I know, your martial arts are godlike, but you are already over 70 years old. Triet Hao Sin's face instantly darkens at her words. Xiao Tiaohu ignores his anger, saying, nobody lives forever, elder. If you pass away, what do you and I think will happen to your sect? Triet Hao Sin's hair stands on end as he roars, you insolent brat, how dare you say such treasonous things? Yo, stick with me because we are about to watch a total badass girl step right up and stand her ground against a terrifying, legendary boss. Triet Hao Sin is flexing his insane aura. Xiao Tiaohu secretly clutches her dress, trying her best to look totally chill. This super smart girl knows her words are already doing some serious damage to his massive ego. Bowing down, she sweetly tells him to cool off because she is only spitting straight facts, whether this grand leader is ready to admit it or not. The Ingulong Alliance, Sutu Alliance, and the third party are bound to clash soon. The war god's power is unreal, so backing him right now will definitely pay off later. She drops this truth bomb with absolute confidence. If the alliance leader is willing to help the war god out, she promises her merchant group will fully back his clan. Hearing her break down the situation so perfectly, Triet Hao Sin suddenly cracks a wide grin. He asks if she really thinks this guy is worth that much hype. Instantly, his overwhelming pressure vanishes, leaving Xiao Tiaohu a bit stunned. She points out that her trade group never loses money, yet they are willing to bet on him. He notes how unusual it is for her legendary group to make concessions for the war god. It is clear she holds this mysterious fighter in incredibly high regard. She boldly replies that as a merchant, she only invests in high-value targets, and trust her, the war god's true potential is way beyond what the leader can imagine. The entire hall falls dead silent after her bold claim. After a tense silence, Triet Hao Sin speaks up, stating his alliance will not act unless they are directly threatened. But then this legendary blade master shifts his tone, pointing out they also have zero obligation to team up with the Ungu Long alliance to take down the war god. He asks if she gets his drift, and Xiao Tiaohu definitely does. Knowing she got exactly what she came for, the clever girl gets up to make her exit. But before she can leave, his voice echoes from behind, asking if she is married yet, offering to set her up with a pretty solid guy he knows. She politely declines his matchmaking offer, stating she has zero interest in marriage, especially some forced political union, and steps right out of the hall. Alright, pay attention here because things are about to shift big time. As her footsteps fade away, the legendary blade master lets out a heavy sigh. He tells Triet Mok Ling that the girl is amazing, but clearly has her eyes on someone else already. Mok Ling does not deny his dad's teasing. Instead, he just thanks his dad for going along with his request, admitting he had no plans to attack the war god anyway, even without his dad's advice. He realizes that Smart Girl did not come to ask them to destroy their rivals. Her real game plan was just to keep them from interfering in the fight. She is seriously sharp, brave, and has insane vision for her age. Honestly, the more the Ingulong Alliance and the war god tear each other apart, the better. There is absolutely no reason for them to jump into this messy drama. Right after, the father mentions receiving a very urgent letter from a powerful castle lord. The castle lord desperately warned them in his letter that clashing with the war god would bring nothing but total ruin and massive losses to their own alliance. Mok Ling admits that both he and the castle lord saw the war god's terrifying skills firsthand, but what scares him most is the beggar sect elder's backing. Elder Hong Gu Kui hid in Shenyang for 10 whole years just waiting for this guy, and now he is pulling out all the stops to support the war god. The father sighs deeply because the beggar sect always rolls solo and avoids conflicts, yet this legendary elder is breaking all his rules for one mysterious fighter. It is clear this war god is a major threat. Meanwhile, over at the Ingulong Alliance, their absolute leader summons a mysterious woman in the dead of night. He asks her if she knows the name of the dark flowers growing in his garden. This creepy plant is famously called the vengeance herb in the south. Legend says women bite on it while waiting for their husbands. If they find out their man cheated or betrayed their tribe, they secretly poison them with its juice. The victim does not die instantly. Instead, their internal energy channels violently rupture and their entire body starts rotting away while they are still wide awake and screaming. After 3 long days and 3 nights of absolute unbearable agony, they finally die. Standing nearby, the young master stops smiling, realizing his dad is completely furious. Look closely. You and I can see her literally sweating bullets right now. She knows this terrifying master wants her to hand over those puppets, and she is totally freaking out. She immediately drops to her knees, begging for mercy. But the terrifying leader just tilts his head, pretending to be confused about why she is apologizing. This completely freezes her in place, unable to read his next move. Suddenly, the master's voice turns cold and incredibly sharp, demanding answers from her. He asks if her father did not already pay with his life, demanding to know if she is still keeping secrets from him under his roof. Under his crushing pressure, she can barely even breathe. She finally realizes that even if the war god does not destroy her clan, this ruthless leader definitely will. Suddenly, the master casually flicks his finger, unleashing a massive burst of invisible energy that completely wraps around her body like a tight, suffocating grip. Instantly, she is lifted high into the air. Watching this insane flex, the young master is absolutely shook, wondering if his father has reached the demigod realm. As she is gently dropped back to the hard floor, the terrifying master calmly tells her to stand up, claiming only absolute fools cling to the past. He turns around with his hands behind his back, asking why she had to play mind games with him instead of just asking for those puppets directly. He questions her loyalty, but the young master quickly steps in to defend her, claiming she is doing her absolute best and will not disgrace their alliance. The leader tells them to handle it themselves since he is too old to care about minor drama, then turns around and walks back into his chamber. Sitting down, he coldly demands an update on the war god's identity. Instantly, a loyal spy silently appears from the shadows and kneels on the floor. The spy reports that the target's real name is Cheon Sa-woo, a rogue fighter with zero clan ties who seems to have come from the Outer Realms. Hearing this, the boss calculates his moves. The Nongong clan is heavily damaged, but still has some use left, especially if they can eliminate this war god. If they fail and get wiped out by him, it still gets rid of a potential headache for him anyway. A cold, wicked smile creeps onto his face. So what do you and I take from this epic setup? Let's watch as the second young master leads her down the mountain, whispering about the secret clan. Listen up, you and I are about to watch some epic drama. Still zero news, so those guys definitely failed. Nongong Suqiao says she heard the god of war is heading to the Yangtze River, and she has also passed this job to a faction near the river. Huangfu Yunchuan goes back to his usual slacker attitude, saying straight up, if Nongong Suqiao finds it too hard, then he can step in and wipe out the god of war for her. Nongong Suqiao just glares at him, saying the god of war is insanely strong, so do not even think about underestimating him. Hearing that, Huangfu Yunchuan's eyes flash with annoyance. Is this guy's martial arts really better than mine? Nongong Suqiao looks dead serious and gives him a slow nod. Seeing that, Huangfu Yunchuan suddenly grins. This goofy second young master is suddenly loaded with raw battle hype. Meanwhile, upriver on the Yangtze, inside the Lushui Fortress, one of the 18 river strongholds, Chief Dugu Jing is plotting with his crew over a secret order from headquarters. His lackey warns that the god of war's power is way too unpredictable. Sure, the big boss promised a massive payout, but this could easily ruin their entire Lushui stronghold. Because of this, his right-hand man, Fan Te, begs the chief to think twice before acting. This tough-looking leader stays quiet, and the pair of heavy iron balls in his hand keeps spinning as he starts to hesitate. He mutters, sure, the god of war is tough, but if we fight him on the water, he won't even be able to use half of his raw power against us. Plus, if we manage to take him out, our Lushui stronghold is going to rule over all 18 river factions. Our reputation will skyrocket to the absolute top. With a cold laugh, Dugu Jing is ready to ambush the god of war. But let's check in on our main character, who risked his life to save his ungrateful friend. Because as soon as he wakes up, he blames him. He tells Cheon Sa-woo that he feels terrible about getting him hurt, and says he should have just run away on his own. Mogu Yu asks why he even bothered to save him. Cheon Sa-woo replies that back in prison, Mogu Yu chose to suffer rather than betray his family, proving he is a real man. Besides, they are both martial artists who know each other, so there is no need for formal talk. Hearing this, Mogu Yu smiles, feeling a little less guilty inside. Cheon Sa-woo tells him to get some rest, then stands up and heads outside. Leaving the cramped cabin, our young hero walks up to the breezy deck of the ship. After escaping their pursuers, they found a branch of the Great Heaven Merchant Group. The very next day, they hopped onto one of their passenger ships, heading straight toward the Tiayu Alliance. Cheon Sa-woo leans against the wooden railing, looking out at the massive Yangtze River and the endless mountains in the distance. The view is honestly pretty sick. But suddenly his eyes narrow. A figure standing on the deck catches his attention, and as he looks closer, he realizes it is actually a young kid hugging a long sword. Cheon Sa-woo watches him for a bit and is surprised to see that even though the kid holds a sword, his posture has absolutely zero traces of any killing intent. The kid has no clue he is being watched either. Right now, he is totally lost in his memories from before he left his mountain home. His master told him, Hansu, if you want to leave, I won't stop you. Take this old sword. It is worn out, but it will keep you safe. Hansu stared at the weapon his master gave him. The scabbard is totally battered, and the hilt wrapping is torn up, barely showing two faded characters carved into the worn-out wood, reading, Zhongnan. His master warned him that a real swordsman does not need a flashy blade, but true sword courage. Hansu snaps out of it, looks up at the sky, and sighs. Compared to the massive martial world, Zhongnan Mountain feels way too small. Suddenly, he feels someone staring at him, and when he turns around, he sees another young guy watching him from across the deck. Hansu freezes, noticing the guy has striking blue eyes. Right then, Hong Woo-ki sneaks up behind Cheon Sa-woo, asking him what he is. Looking at Cheon Sa-woo just shrugs and says he is just curious. Hong Woo-ki throws an arm over his shoulder, dragging him back inside the cabin for a quick drink. He tells him Captain Ma set up a feast for them. Now, you and I see Hansu watching this old beggar drag the kid away, but he does not think about it. He just stands up to stretch his muscles, but then he spots a fishing boat casting nets way too close to their ship, making him look twice. This area is packed with heavy ship traffic, so fishing here makes absolutely zero sense. He looks closer and notices that these so-called fishermen have incredibly jacked muscles. They are radiating a seriously dangerous vibe. When he locks eyes with one of them, Han-soo is instantly certain these guys are not fishermen. They are martial artists. Shortly after, the two boats drift apart, making it look like a random passing on the river that did not cause any trouble. But things are about to get crazy. That night, 3 Lu Shui warships quietly wait in the dark. Spotting the massive merchant ship through his telescope, Dugu Jing asks his men if their target is actually on board. Fanti reports that he personally saw the god of war and Hong Wookie standing on the deck, but he is still not sure if Mogu Yu is with them. Even after sharing this intel, the lackey begs his boss to reconsider. If the god of war is as deadly as the rumors say, they stand 0 chance. Hearing this, Dugu Jing completely loses his mind and yells, "What the hell are you scared of? I do not care how strong his martial arts are. If we sink his ship, he is going to end up as fish food at the bottom of the river." He swings his long spear and barks a loud order to his crew, telling them this is their shot at glory. The pirates roar in agreement, waving their weapons with crazy hype as they get ready to strike. Meanwhile, on Cheon Sa-woo's ship, Hong Wookie is busy drinking with Captain Ma Yaomen. The captain is totally brown-nosing, saying that serving 2 legendary heroes is the greatest honor of his life. Hong Wookie laughs it off, saying they are all brothers of the rivers and lakes, so there is no need to be formal. They even invite Mogu Yu to join. They are completely clueless that danger is creeping up on them. Only Han-soo is still on deck, unable to shake off his bad feelings about that fishy boat from earlier. Just then, a quiet voice speaks up behind him. Han-soo turns around and sees the blue-eyed kid from before, who calmly asks him if he also noticed they are being tailed. Cheon Sa-woo stares out at the dark river reeds, casually saying they might just be local pirates, or maybe they are elite killers. Before he can even finish his sentence, the entire ship violently shakes. Trust me, you and I are about to see a crazy fight as everyone gets alert, especially Giyu, who looks out the window only to see a massive thug leap from the water. Suddenly, several dark figures rush the boat, and as 3 vicious pirates landing right on the deck, Han-soo grabs his sword hilt, desperate to fight back. But his arm completely freezes up, refusing to move no matter how hard he... Alright, you and I are about to watch a guy pull his soul out trying to unsheath a sword. Cheon Sa-woo just stares at him. Like, dude, is this your first day being a swordsman? Seeing the thugs closing in, Cheon Sa-woo just stretches out his right hand, charging it with some insane heavy energy. Then, with a casual slap of his palm, he unleashes a massive shockwave. 3 pirates take the hit straight to the chest and drop dead instantly. Han-tuk completely freezes up while our overpowered protagonist casually mutters, "Hey friend, hesitation is defeat." Meanwhile, down in the cabin, the crew is desperately trying to plug a massive leak. Hong Eun-gu Kui runs down asking if they hit an underwater reef. But Captain Ma knows this route is completely clear. Just then, a scout runs back with some bad news. A giant iron chain is stretched across the river, blocking their path. Captain Ma pales instantly, recognizing this dirty trick. It is the signature move of the notorious Six Waters gang. Hong Gu-kui immediately connects the dots. He knows the Nongong family has tight ties with the 18 river gangs. This whole ambush? Definitely a hit ordered by the Nongong clan. The old beggar tells the captain to patch the hull fast. Then he rushes up to the deck, ready to smash some pirate heads. But deep down, the old man is freaking out. If the entire 18 river gangs show up, we are talking about thousands of killers. No matter how strong you are, you cannot slaughter them all. He leaps onto the mainmast to get a visual. Out on the water, 3 war vessels are turning around, heading straight for them. At least it is just the Six Waters faction tonight. The old beggar lets out a sigh of relief and drops down next to Cheon Sa-woo. These punks are from the Six Waters faction. Their leader, Kin, is a total psycho. The 5 Dragon Alliance must be pulling the strings behind this. But Cheon Sa-woo is just like, river gangs, Dragon Alliance, whoever, they all die the same. Han-tuk feels a cold shiver down his spine. Who the hell is this guy? But pay attention here, because our boy is about to show us how to handle a mob. As the pirates charge the deck screaming, Cheon Sa-woo curls his hand into a claw, his palms surging with dark energy as his cold eyes lock onto them. Bring them on, I will slaughter every last one. With a single thrust of his right palm, the lead pirate gets blasted into oblivion before he can even blink. The guys behind him instantly lose their minds. They start screaming at the others to watch out, completely terrified. Han-tuk's eyes are practically popping out of his skull. He never expected this quiet kid to be so utterly ruthless in battle. Old Hong notices Han-tuk shaking like a leaf. Sensing the kid's internal crisis, the veteran beggar decides to drop some wisdom. First time out in the world, so you cannot handle the blood, huh? Don't let his brutal strikes fool you. This guy has only been in the martial world for 2 months, and he is only 26. But when it is time to fight, he never hesitates to protect what matters. He would literally take on the entire martial world alone. With that, the old man gives Han-tuk a deeply meaningful look. I can feel your inner energy, kid. It is massive. You have got insane talent, so do not waste it. Han-tuk grips his sword so hard his knuckles go white, as his mind turns into a total battlefield right now. Senior, I swore an oath to only draw my blade to protect the innocent. Cut the crap. You can't even save your own skin right now, let alone the world. These harsh words hit Han-tuk like a lightning bolt. Suddenly, the ideals he held so high feel like a complete joke. But before he can spiral, a roaring command cuts off his thoughts. Now you and I can see the danger as Kin orders his men to rain fire down on them. In a split second, hundreds of pirates draw their bows, unleashing a deadly storm of flaming arrows that fly like locusts straight toward the main ship. The sails catch fire instantly. Several of the sailors get impaled and drop dead, while the wooden deck starts turning into a raging inferno. Honggu Kui grimaces at the sight. These bastards are trying to roast them alive. Meanwhile, Hantuk is dodging left and right, somehow staying completely untouched by the lethal rain. That is when Cheon Sa-woo lets out a cold smirk. He channels his absolute peak energy and throws a brutal punch directly into the river. The calm river explodes into a massive 30-foot wave, forming a giant wall of water between the two vessels. The flaming arrows slam into the water wall, instantly getting snuffed out and falling harmlessly into the river. Then the water collapses like a waterfall, putting out the fire on their ship. The pirates on deck cannot react in time and get swept away. Honggu Ki is completely frozen by this godlike display. It takes Cheon Sa-woo yelling at him to finally snap him back to reality. "Elder, give me a boost. Launch me onto their ship." Honggu Ki gets the plan immediately, whipping out his steel chain while Cheon Sa-woo leaps right onto it. "Hang tight, senior. I will be right back." With a massive earth-shattering swing, Honggu Ki flings his steel whip, launching Cheon Sa-woo like a human cannonball straight toward the enemy warship over 30 meters away. Seeing him drop like a meteor, the gang prepares to fight, but they do not expect Cheon Sa-woo to slam his foot down hard on the deck. The shockwave instantly blasts the pirates into the air. Smirking, Cheon Sa-woo channels raw destructive power into both palms and slams them straight into the ship's wooden deck. The thick wooden deck explodes, blasting every single thug off the ship. The massive warship literally snaps in half from his single strike, and Cheon Sa-woo casually lands on a floating piece of debris. Having wrecked one ship, he looks around, kicks off the debris, and launches himself forward again. In a flash, the remaining two ships are sliced in half, sending screaming pirates plunging into the water. Completely ignoring the agonizing screams around him, his eyes lock onto the final warship in the distance. A cold smirk plays on his lips as he whispers, "Just one last ship left." With that, he literally starts walking across the water. Back on their ship, Hantuk is utterly brain-dead. If he did not see it himself, he would never believe a human could do this. Honggu Kui, still busy trading blows with the pirates, yells out, "Quit standing there doing nothing, help me out." Suddenly, Hantuk looks like a different beast. "Senior, launch me onto that ship. Trust me, you and I are not ready for whatever this kid is about to pull next." "Yo, stick with me here." Our guy suddenly locks in, looking like a totally different person. "Senior, sorry to bother you, but can you get me onto that boat?" Honggu Kui is shocked. But then, "Yo, get ready, because we are diving right into one crazy leap of faith." Hantu copies the move, jumping first while Hongwu Kui hurls him forward like a straight-up rocket. He flies. The old beggar shields his eyes, staring into the distance, wondering if this kid finally got his brain working. Meanwhile, on the last warship of the Lu Shui gang, Gujing freezes in absolute shock, his hands trembling hard as he grips his trident. Behind him, Fan Jie mutters that they should honestly just fall back immediately, but before he can even finish his sentence, a shadow comes skimming across the water. Once Du Gujing sees exactly who it is, his face turns pale as he stands on the bow of the boat. Fan Zhe looks up and screams a warning to watch their heads. He sees our young swordsman dropping down from the sky, aiming directly at them with his blade. Du Gujing swings his trident up to skewer him, but out of nowhere, Zhang Xiaoyu unleashes a devastating punch packed with the raw power of rumbling wind and lightning. The crazy force of that fist slams right into the bow, completely shattering the massive warship with a single blow. Trapped in a desperate corner, the furious gang leader, Du Gujing, roars, channeling every bit of his energy into his weapon. He twirls that trident like a madman, ready to risk his entire life to fight the war god. Fan Jie draws his sword, aiming to intercept the kid mid-air and cover his boss. Du Gujing charges straight at Zhang Xiaoyu with his weapon raised high. Fan Jie leaps up to slash down at Hantu. In this split second, Hantu closes his eyes, hearing the words of Zhang Xiaoyu echoing in his mind. Hesitation leads to straight-up defeat, my friend. Suddenly, a sharp ring of a sword echoes like a roaring dragon. Hantu snaps his eyes open, glowing with absolute intensity. His legendary blade, the Shijin, flashes brightly. In the blink of an eye, they clash in midair, and Fan Jie's entire sword arm gets sliced clean off. Watch this next move carefully. Zhang Xiaoyu cold stares his foe and delivers a brutal palm strike, snapping the trident in half and driving his power straight forward. The strike hits him right in the chest. Du Gujing feels massive energy ripping through his veins before Zhang Xiaoyu blast punches a clean hole right through his torso. The shockwave is so massive that the pirates behind him get blown into the sky, dying instantly. Even the warship itself gets completely pulverized into floating splinters. The whole thing just disintegrates into junk wood on the river. After one-shotting Du Gujing, Zhang Xiaoyu turns around to check on Hantu. Even though the kid's swordplay was a bit sloppy, his blade roared like a beast, proving he has already achieved the legendary state of sword-mind unity. Fan Jie, kneeling with his arm cut off, growls through his teeth that the kid has nice moves, but is still way too green for the real world. With that, he grabs his sword and launches a sneaky, blinding strike straight at Hantu's head. Taken completely off guard, the kid frantically tries to dodge. He barely tilts his head in time, but his hat gets sliced clean in half. He stumbles back to get some space, but Fan Jie aggressively presses the attack. The villain lunges to finish him off, but in that split second, Zhang Xiaoyu shoots a beam of pure energy from his fingertips, stopping him dead in his tracks. It invades Fan Jie's body, completely paralyzing him. This is the secret puppet technique born from his divine art. Fan Jie desperately tries to look behind him, but You and I both know he is totally cooked now. He cannot even turn his head before a cold iron grip squeezes his throat from behind. Cheon Sa-woo lifts him off the ground like a doll. Fanjae screams to be released or killed, warning that the 18 river gangs will end them. Our hero just scoffs, saying their big boss is the one who should be worried. With a cold smirk, he shoots a blast of energy into the guy's neck. He tosses him aside like a dead dog, then asks Han-tu if he is okay. Once the kid nods, Cheon Sa-woo looks back at the crawling villain. He tells him that he planted a bomb of energy inside his core. If his gang leader cannot neutralize it, he is going to explode into tiny pieces. He warns him that he only has 2 days left to live. Hearing this, Fanza loses his mind with absolute terror as our scary hero speaks calmly. He tells him to send a message to their grand boss. If they still want smoke, they can come find him anytime, and he will gladly crush them again. The surviving pirates scram like roaches, jumping into the river and swimming for their lives. Han-tu steps up, bowing with deep respect to his savior. He introduces himself as the top disciple of the Jonan sect and thanks him. Cheon Sa-woo tells him to chill, saying they both did some solid work. He introduces himself as Cheon Sa-woo. The two hit it off immediately, planning to get completely wasted tonight to celebrate their massive win while the rest of the gang flees. Only Hong Woo-kui is left behind, still aggressively sweeping up the trash pirates on the deck. Meanwhile, over at the Taiyu Alliance headquarters in Dongting Lake, an old man stares out from his balcony looking stressed out. He just got the news about the Lu Shui gang getting wrecked, but what shocks him is that not a single one of the 18 river camps dares to move a finger. Nanggong Shangyuan argues they should just kill the war god themselves, instead of relying on useless allies. Both the Yin family and Qingyang sect got utterly demolished by him, and Shang Shan was turned into a dried-up corpse. He was even forced to swallow a poison pill. After a long, heavy silence, Nanggong Chujin sighs and wonders who this overpowered beast really is. Su Chao mentions she has a new scheme ready, hoping for a better result this time. They better succeed because dealing with this rookie is becoming a major headache. Meanwhile, at a dock near Dongting Lake, a massive crowd of martial arts masters gathers, all hyped to catch a glimpse of the legendary war god. Huangfu Yunchuan warns them that cheap tricks will never work against someone that broken, urging everyone to seriously rethink their life choices. But Nanggong Su Chao refuses to listen, claiming that even if they cannot kill him, they can still make his friends suffer some serious pain. Huangfu Yunchuan gives her a silent, judging stare. Out on the vast waters of Dongting Lake, a massive ship sails smoothly, cutting through the waves. After last night's insane battle, the crew has finally fixed the ship up. Hong Woo-kui pushes Mo Gu-yu out of the cabin in his wheelchair. The warm breeze and gentle sun hit the deck. The old beggar relaxes completely, but Mo Gu-yu is still frowning, looking incredibly stressed out. The river gang's backed off, but he knows the Five Dragon Alliance is not done yet. You and I know a huge storm is coming next. Yo, stick with me on this. If the Five Dragon Alliance breaks the Marine rules, he will order 100,000 beggar sect disciples to beg at their gates. Too bad that advice totally failed. I owe young hero Dan way too much. Honestly, if it was not for me and my family, he would not even have to go head-to-head with the Five Dragon Alliance at all. Seriously, stop overthinking it. He literally trashed the Morong clan and wrecked the black merchant's business. Even without you, he was bound to clash with them anyway. That crazy kid only does what he thinks is right, so stop feeling so guilty about it. Right then, Han-suk hesitantly walks up behind Cheon Sa-woo, totally conflicted. Staring at the war god's back, his mind is a complete mess. He already knows all about this beast's insane legendary achievements that shook the entire Marine. First, he completely crushed the Morong clan in Liaoning and defeated their old head, Morong Dongtian. Then, he destroyed the black market merchants over in Shanxi. He sliced down the iron cavalry bow and the underworld magic blade. Plus, to rescue Mok Gokwu, he went on a brutal rampage and literally pinned the Namgung clan leader to the spot. Namgung Woojin to death right there. Han-suk is just overflowing with respect, wishing he could fight side by side with this absolute monster. Seeing him standing there, behind him in total silence, Cheon Sa-woo breaks the ice. Looks like young hero Han is still riding a massive high after his very first real battle. But Han-suk suddenly bows deeply. I am hyped, but only because I got to see your god-level martial arts, big brother. Hearing this, Cheon Sa-woo turns around, totally confused. Han-suk keeps bowing respectfully and says, I this useless Han want to call you big brother and serve you from now on. Both Hong Woo-kai and Mok Gokwu are completely stunned. But Han-suk is dead serious, showing he is not playing around with this request at all. Cheon Sa-woo just smiles helplessly. Hey, we can just hang out as brothers, no need to bow and get all formal. Hong Woo-kai bursts out laughing at this. Sa-woo, what if this old man calls you big brother too? That instantly cracks up even the gloomy Mok Gokwu. Soon, a massive flag appears in their sight. With the flag in sight, Cheon Sa-woo and his crew finally reach the Iron Feather Alliance. Now, pay attention here because things are about to get intense. Fifth Sage Huangpu Gunyub is chilling, admiring a super weird plant. 5 different colored flowers are growing from a single root. This Five Dragon Alliance leader asks his subordinate, if one flower gets sick, the root rots. Cut it off and it is no longer special. Keep it and all 5 die. What is the play here? Since his subordinate is too scared to answer, Huangpu Gunyub does not press him. Whatever. Take a walk with me. I am feeling pretty annoyed today. The two head out of the quiet courtyard together. While walking, the Fifth Sage casually asks, so I heard that War God has officially stepped into Hunan territory. Yeah, his ship is approaching the Iron Feather Alliance and is about to dock. Should we launch our strike right now? Huangpu. Gun Yob says their alliance's reputation has already tanked. Since they did not crush him early on, making a move now will just make them look pathetic. A cold gleam flashes in the Fist Sage's eyes. Honestly, it is my fault for trusting So-kyul so much. She is just too young and inexperienced. Standing on the mountain peak, Hwangpu Gun Yob stares out at the river. A massive ship is cutting through the waves, heading straight toward them. The Fist Sage narrows his eyes. He is finally here. The strongest force in the Marine, the Iron Feather Alliance, actually lined up a massive army just to welcome one kid. Leading them is an old man with a very smug smile on his face. This is Ga Jung-hak, the guy who runs the docks for the Iron Feather Alliance. He does not get why they are hyping up some rookie kids so much. As the massive ship finally docks, Ga Jung-hak shouts out, "We are here to welcome you. Step off the ship and let's talk, War God." But as Cheon Sa-woo slowly walks down, Ga Jung-hak's smug grin instantly vanishes. This absolute beast has his eyes half closed, with raw energy swirling around his body. He looks insanely sharp, radiating a completely unmatched, dominating aura. Suddenly, Cheon Sa-woo snaps his eyes open. The bustling docks instantly go dead silent. Hong Woo-kai and the others did not expect this insane welcome party. "You and I both know these guys are just total cannon fodder, right?" Cheon Sa-woo tells his crew they are nothing, and they only need to watch one guy. He looks right up at the distant cliff, lock-eyed with Hwangpu Gun Yob, who is staring right back at him with incredibly sharp, menacing eyes. Separated by hundreds of feet, their eyes lock. "Nice to meet you, Fist Sage." Meanwhile, Hwangpu Euncheon is watching the war god with a creepy, intense interest, while Namgung So-kyul literally grits her teeth seeing her father's killer. Spotting a man in a purple robe walk up, Hwangpu Euncheon whispers, "Dokwi, what do you think of him? That kid looks totally relaxed, but his guard is up. His internal energy is flowing perfectly. He is completely unbothered. This war god is definitely a top-tier beast." Guillaume Gakok sneers and says, "Lady Namgung, I do not know what you are planning, but you better play it safe. He is definitely not someone you can take down with just a couple of cheap assassins." Hwangpu Euncheon agrees, telling her she needs to watch her step. Back at the docks, Cheon Sa-woo steps off the boat. Ga Jung-hak steps up and introduces himself as the Outer Hall leader of the Iron Feather Alliance. "Nice to meet you, Leader Ga. I am Cheon Sa-woo. I honestly thought we would have a massive fight the second we docked, but I guess I overthought it. Your grudge with the Five Dragon Alliance actually has nothing to do with us. The Iron Feather Alliance is not nearly as petty as you think, kid. As long as you do not break our rules, nobody here will mess with you. But just so you know, outside the public areas, we have 3 independent zones, managed separately by 3 different factions. Whatever happens in those zones, the other 2 won't interfere at all. Like this dock, it is completely under my control. If I were a member of the Five Dragon Alliance instead of the Lion Alliance, you and I would probably be throwing down and fighting right now." The hall leader's eyes suddenly sharpen. "Let me give you one last piece of solid advice. The only one who is right here is the one who survives. If Mok Gok-woo is actually innocent, you have to keep him alive to even stand a chance of proving it." Hearing this, Cheon Sa-woo just scoffs. The culprits run wild while the victims have to walk on eggshells. Classic, that's where we leave it, and trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me, because right now, a voice clear as a bell rings out. "Brother Cheon Sa-woo, I am here to help clear Master Mo's name." Immediately, the crowd goes absolutely wild. Nobody expected the young leader of the Great Heaven Merchant Group to back our god of war, leaving even veteran Hong Woo-gai totally shocked. Cheon Sa-woo slowly walks right up to the gorgeous Xiao Tiao-hu. Looking at her, this absolute beast softens up and speaks to her with pure gentleness. "Tuho, is it really you? It has been way too long." He reaches out and gently pats her head, just like they did when they first met as kids. Huangfu Van Juan, watching from the sidelines, is completely shook. Did this girl reject him just for this cheap god of war? The Fist Saint's second son is fuming. Gritting his teeth, he snarls, "To Q, I do not care what your plan is. Just make sure this god of war suffers a fate worse than death. Do it now!" "Do not worry, young master, I will make him beg for mercy." She then glances over at a shady black-clothed figure hiding in the crowd. Yen Lian Hoa nods silently. The assassin's eyes gleam with absolute ice. Meanwhile, having her head patted by Cheon Sa-woo makes the beautiful Xiao Tiao-hu totally flustered. She drops her elegant act and pouts. "Brother Cheon Sa-woo, stop messing with my hair. If you keep doing that, I am never going to grow any taller." Hong Woo-gai smiles, loving this wholesome moment. It is the first time he has seen Cheon Sa-woo this relaxed, but nobody notices a shadow creeping through the crowd. An assassin quietly grips his hilt, then suddenly lunges. With a sharp ring, his blade unsheathes as he leaps high into the air, aiming straight for them. Now watch closely, because this is where everything gets crazy. The maid screams a warning, while the others are way too far to do anything. They cannot make it in time. When Van Juyen realizes the killer is targeting Xiao Tiao-hu, he loses his mind. Wait, why is she the target? But the killer is committed. Suddenly, Cheon Sa-woo lifts his leg and unleashes an insane flying kick, striking the assassin right in the throat with brutal force. The impact is so devastating it literally decapitates the guy. Instantly, blood sprays everywhere, but Cheon Sa-woo quickly steps in to shield his girl. He takes the entire blood splatter himself. They lock eyes and the chemistry is off the charts. "Tyoho, I promised you nobody would ever hurt you." But the moment is ruined when some elders yell, "Then you dare murder a Five Dragon Alliance member in broad daylight? That is way too far. This is the Iron Feather Alliance, not some playground for you to act wild." Cheon Sa-woo cold smiles. Everyone saw it. He swung first. "I just defended myself. If your little alliance wants smoke, I can personally go pull up on the Fist Saint to explain, but first he owes me an answer. Cheon Sa-woo glares at the distant Hwangfu Kwan-yuet. Explain to me why a member of your alliance just tried to assassinate the leader of the merchant group. You call yourself a Fist Saint, so why are you keeping Mokok Ninggu's family locked up? Confronted by this bold kid, Kwan-yuet is furious. He literally laughs in pure rage, muttering, "What an insolent little brat." On the docks, all the martial artists start whispering and gossiping. Some are shocked, saying Cheon Sa-woo has a death wish for publicly calling out a powerhouse. Others think if he is right, the Fist Saint looks super dirty. Mokok Ninggu is stunned. He never expected Cheon Sa-woo to throw down with a legend just to defend him. Hantuk looks at Hong Woo-gai in panic. Elder is bro seriously declaring war on the entire alliance. Now let's pause. This kid is absolutely fearless, but the risks are insane. The old beggar stays silent. This drama is way out of his league. The Fist Saint will never admit it, but staying quiet makes him look guilty. Either way, these two are absolutely going to throw hands. Meanwhile, Hwangfu Van Shuyan is not thinking about any of that big picture stuff. He is just pure angry. He had no clue Nanggong Suqiao would actually try to murder Xiao Tiaohu, the girl he is obsessed with. Fuming, he glares over at her. He dashes forward, grabs Nanggong Suqiao by her throat, and violently pins her against a wooden pillar. She has never seen him this psycho. Shaking, she stammers, "Young master, you literally agreed to this. I thought you wanted that beggar sect elder dead. You knew I was simping for Xiao Tiaohu, yet you tried to end her? Tell me, girl, how many lives do you think you have?" Suddenly, a firm hand rests on his shoulder. Kim Kok-nok grunts. Van Juyen, drop the attitude. This is not the time to throw a tantrum. The God of War just cornered their alliance. If they do not fix this mess, their reputation is completely cooked. Van Juyen finally cools his head. To Q, I am holding a grudge for this. He lets her go and turns to Kim Kok-nok, asking if he has a way out. The guy wants to drag our alliance down. We need to flip the script and make this personal. Kim Kok-nok powers up his legs and leaps. He lands right in front of Cheon Sa-woo in seconds. Quite a privilege to meet the legendary God of War. I am Kim Kok-nok, the ghost. Seeing the ghost step up, the crowd panics. Master Kim, if your alliance keeps pushing this, we are going to pass the point of no return. Relax, I just see a top-tier fighter and my hands are itching for a fight. I am only here to spar. This is purely personal business. Cheon Sa-woo smirked at that. Kim Kok-nok raises his left hand to his face, resting his right hand tightly on his waist to prep. He slides his left foot forward, dropping into a sick low combat stance. Glaring at Cheon Sa-woo, he cold speaks to his opponent. We both live by the sword. Why waste breath on words? Let our fists do the talking. Watching this unfold, Xiao Tiaohu looks incredibly worried. Cheon Sa-woo tells her, "Do not worry, Tuho, stand back. And honestly, you and I know this fight is about to be absolute peak fiction." Cheon Sa-woo pulls his robe back, taking a solid step back. "You are right, talk is cheap. Come catch these hands, they're killing and 10 explodes." Kim Kok-nok speaks slowly. "For years I have lived like some loyal guard dog protecting Van Juyen." Suddenly his eyes turn incredibly sharp. "But today we are going to have a real satisfying fight." Before his words even land, he charges straight at Cheon Sa-woo with insane speed. "Yo, you and I are about to witness an absolute clash of monsters right here." Cheon Sa-woo tries to block this insane blow but gets blasted back as Kim Kok-nok rushes in to finish it. He throws a savage punch right at Cheon Sa-woo's chest. The young man blocks it, but Kim Kok-nok immediately unleashes a brutal barrage of consecutive strikes, each one heavier and faster than lightning. Cheon Sa-woo stays cool, deflecting every single blow with insane agility, shutting down his opponent's entire offense without breaking a sweat. Suddenly, our boy's eyes turn ice cold as he launches a lethal high kick right at Kim Kok-nok's head. The guy barely reacts in time, desperately blocking the crushing blow with his arms. Taking the opening, Cheon Sa-woo flips the script from defense to offense, packing his entire inner energy into a left fist that slams straight into Kim Kok-nok's gut. It hits like a literal sledgehammer. His blood boils inside as he gets sent flying backward like a broken kite, stumbling back several yards before he can even stand straight again. The savage shockwave of inner energy inside Kim Kok-nok makes him wince. Frowning, he mutters, "The God of War lives up to the hype. I lost. I only came here to get justice, not to start a massacre." But before he even finishes speaking, the guy suddenly roars, blasting out a massive wave of raw energy from his body. "But this weak level won't beat me. Let's go." Cheon Sa-woo's eyes light up with pure battle hype. Exactly what I wanted. Just like that, both reset their breathing and clash again. Meanwhile, on a nearby mountain peak, an old man and a kid are quietly watching the fight. Van Deep too looks totally serious and whispers grave. Nobody has ever dared to openly trash-talk Hwangfu Kwan-yuet like that. At first, I thought he was just a loudmouth clout chaser, but his martial arts are actually super legit. Tangon, is he really that legendary God of War everyone has been hyping up lately? Yeah, master, his name is Cheon Sa-woo from the northern frontier. Who knew that frozen wasteland could produce such a young beast? 10 years ago, I heard rumors about an absolute master up there, reputed to have godlike strength. Sadly, with all the constant wars back then, I never got to check him out. Is our new God of War connected to him? Now pay attention to this tower, because another father and son are spectating. Chiet Hao-sam squeezes 2 iron balls in his hand, muttering in a deep voice, "If this is all the God of War has got, I am honestly a bit disappointed. Total waste of that girl from the Great Thien Merchant Group risking her life to beg me." Maybe he is being a bit too harsh, but since the opponent is the infamous Bean Ghost, he shouldn't expect a miracle. Chiet Muklan, standing right next to him, respectfully asks, "So you think the god of war will lose?" It's too early to call, but the bean ghost is no joke. What do you know about him? Chitmuklan replies that he only heard the opponent is incredibly strong, but there has been zero news about the bean ghost in the martial world for years now. 5 years ago, Kim Kok-nok burst into the scene like a shooting star, nicknamed the Bean Ghost. Since then, he traveled everywhere, challenging the absolute top masters of the world. This included the legendary swordsman Vu Chi Kiem, who got literally sliced in half during their battle. Even Tia Chuni Dong, the famous Shandong boxing master, was killed when Kim Kok-nok shattered his meridians with a single punch. People said if he kept going, he would definitely become one of the four sovereigns. But I never expected him to end up as Hongfu von Shuyan's son-in-law. That old geezer Hongfu Quanwit still acts so damn high and mighty, thinking because he is the fist saint he can just throw money at his lackeys like garbage. He couldn't even control a young girl like Nanggong Suqiao. Meanwhile, Hongfu Chuanwet and his subordinate are plotting with very different ideas. The lackey asks if they should make a move, but the fist saint says it is useless now. Chiat Hao Sam from the Lion Alliance doesn't care about us, and Van Diep too from the Ninefolds Mansion is just waiting for me to fail. After a moment of silence, Hongfu Quanwit coldly orders, "Go hide the people from the Thiet Ma escort. Make sure you do not leave any traces at all." His subordinate obeys and vanishes. You and I both know this guy is planning something evil as he mutters, "Nanggong Suqiao, how should I deal with you?" Meanwhile, Cheon Sa-woo and Kim Kok-nok are locked in a fierce battle. Both pour all their raw power into a massive clash, the shockwave cracking the ground and sending heavy rocks flying everywhere. Cheon Sa-woo covers his chest, taking a few steps back to stabilize his breathing. Compared to him, Kim Kok-nok looks way more beaten up, blasted back 3 yards before barely standing again. Hong Woo-gai asks worriedly, "God of War, are you okay? I have never seen you struggle in a fight like this." Cheon Sa-woo sighs, "To let you see me like this, I embarrassed myself. My barrier energy doesn't seem to work on him. Bro, my master told me the Bean Ghost is the disciple of Taoist Tian Kung, head of the four sovereigns. His strength is not just martial arts, but his absolute madness in a fight. He has zero fear of death, which is exactly why so many top masters died by his hands. Remember, when strong men fight, it is a battle of nerve. If you lose your nerve, you lose half the battle." Hearing this, Hong Woo-gai looks at Cheon Sa-woo with a smirk. "Well, when it comes to nerve, our god of war is definitely not lacking." Cheon Sa-woo smiles. "Of course, just sit back and watch." Meanwhile, Kim Kok-nok stabilizes the boiling blood inside his chest. The Bean Ghost sneers with a laugh, "Interesting, let's go again." With that, Kim Kok-nok swings his hands, shooting a dark iron chain from his loose robes. Cheon Sa-woo frowns. Dodging this chain would be child's play, but Xiao Tiaohu standing right behind him would definitely get killed by that lethal chain. Thinking fast, Cheon Sa-woo channels his inner energy into his palms, preparing to block. He prepares to take the hit. But unexpectedly, Kim Kok-nok shoots out a second chain, which was actually hidden deep underground, aiming straight for Cheon Sa-woo's legs. It bursts up from the dirt in an instant. The young man quickly flips backward to dodge, but the 2 iron chains, fully controlled by Kim Kok-nok, pursue him like relentless shadows. Seizing the opening, Kim Kok charges forward, instantly binding Cheon Sa-woo's limbs tight. Just like that, Cheon Sa-woo is dragged violently, helplessly forward. The Bean Ghost leaps into the air, focusing all his energy into his right leg, and launches a devastating dropkick straight at Cheon Sa-woo's head. Cheon Sa-woo desperately tries to block, but the force of this kick is way beyond his expectations. Despite his best efforts, he is violently blasted back by the impact, crashing hard into the ground as dust clouds erupt everywhere. When the dust clears, Kim Kok-nok is standing tall, while Cheon Sa-woo lies defeated on the floor, gasping. And that is where we leave it today, as the shocked crowd gasps in disbelief seeing Cheon Sa-woo down. Will he get up? Trust me, you do not want to miss the next part. Alright, you and I are about to watch this epic clash as Jin Gyu speaks. "The Fist Saint saved my master, so I am here to protect Huangfu Yunchuan. God of War, I must thank you. It has been years since I felt this hyped." Right after those words, the entire vibe of the arena totally flips as our young hero suddenly slams both hands onto the ground, launching himself straight into the air. "Thanks for clearing up my first question. Now I just need to figure out why my aura does absolutely nothing to you." Cheon Sa-woo's eyes turn razor sharp. "Your muscles and blood flow are clearly built different from normal people." Right after saying that, our guy extends 2 fingers, letting thin sparks of sharp energy dance. Suddenly, Jin Gyu feels his entire body shake as the hidden internal energy he was hiding during their clash gets violently triggered by Xiaowu. His loose purple robe instantly shreds to pieces, exposing thick iron chains wrapped tightly all around his body. So that is it. Chains forged from 1,000-year dark iron. I was wondering where you hid those chains. Turns out you wrapped them around yourself. No wonder my aura could not leave a scratch. Jin Gyu scowls, totally shocked that his opponent figured out his secret trick this fast. But he quickly raises his left arm, yelling, "So what if you know?" This crazy dude channels massive waves of internal energy into his iron chains. Instantly, the dark iron chains erupt in roaring flames. Jin Gyu drops low, focusing his energy as countless blazing chains start whipping around like wildfire serpents. He swings both arms, launching a wave of chains straight at Cheon Sa-woo. But watch closely, because our hero stays cool as ice, whispering, "Everything in this world has flow lines, and cutting those lines makes absolutely anything breakable." Xiaowu quickly chops his hands, and those dark iron chains instantly shatter. In seconds, he flips from defense to pure offense, dodging smoothly while slicing every single chain. This legendary dark iron, which weapons cannot even scratch, gets sliced like soft tofu by his bare hands. Sa-woo suddenly loads explosive power into his feet, blitzing forward like a missile straight toward Jin-gyu. Jin-gyu tries to desperately pull his chains back to block, but he is way too slow. Sa-woo delivers a brutal right kick, then spins using his hips to drive a savage elbow right into the guy's chest. This insane strike hits like a freight train, sending a devastating shockwave straight through Jin-gyu's heart. The chains around his body instantly shatter from the impact. Without missing a beat, Cheon Sa-woo raises his left fist, packing it with raw internal energy. Our boy lands a devastating punch right on the exact same spot. Those heavy dark iron chains completely lose their defensive power, exploding into flying shards. Ignoring the agonizing pain in his chest, Jin-gyu throws a desperate counterpunch right at Cheon Sa-woo's face. But our boy reacts instantly, raising his fist to block. Their fists collide with an absolute bang, and the sound of shattering metal echoes as the dark iron chains wrapped around Jin-gyu's arm get completely obliterated. He gets blown back, staring at his bare arms in total shock. Honestly, you and I both know he is totally cooked. After a moment, he catches his breath, saying, "Now I get why so many top-tier masters died by your hand. The title God of War is no joke." He suddenly bursts out laughing, finding this intense near-death thrill weirdly nostalgic. Suddenly, the crazy guy's eyes turn incredibly sharp again. "God of War, watch out. This is my final move." Jin-gyu raises his left hand to the sky, and the loose chains under his command spin upward, instantly forming a massive earth-shaking tornado of iron chains. This is his absolute signature ultimate move, the 8 Desolations Blood Death Wheel. Even Cheon Sa-woo looks completely serious now, realizing this guy is betting his entire life and internal energy on this one final attack. The chain tornado surges forward with terrifying force, aiming to completely shred him to pieces. But Cheon Sa-woo just calmly reaches out his right hand, unleashing a palm strike right into the storm. His massive energy erupts, wrapping around the entire spinning vortex. Cheon Sa-woo masterfully controls his orb to spin in reverse, cracking the chains piece by piece. With an absolute earth-shattering explosion, Jin-gyu is left standing there completely stunned and speechless. Countless broken metal pieces rain down around them. A weird thought pops into Jin-gyu's head as he actually thinks this destruction looks incredibly beautiful, but he knows death is hiding right behind that beauty. Suddenly, his pupils shrink as Cheon Sa-woo's pale bare hand cleanly pierces straight through his chest. Cheon Sa-woo whispers, "You are the first martial artist to respect me since I arrived in the Central Plains, so I gave it my absolute everything. Is that so? I am honored then. Fighting you was absolutely amazing. Too bad I won't get a rematch. Honestly, there is no real beef between us. But you cannot solve this massive mess. It is all the fault of that old mastermind, Fist Saint Hwangfu Junyu, who started all of this, blaming his followers while he acts all high and mighty. If I do not throw a punch at him, I cannot die in peace." Having said this, Cheon Sa-woo clenches his fist and unleashes a massive shockwave of energy straight at Hwangfu Junyo, who is standing hundreds of feet away. Hwangfu Junyo did not expect this kid to attack directly. The Fist Saint quickly flares his energy, grumbling, "Has the 5 Dragon Alliance fallen so low that some random brat actually thinks he can step to me?" He clenches his right fist, watching the powerful energy blast rush toward him. He plants his feet, twists his hips, and throws a punch to meet it head-on. The two massive forces collide with a crash, blinding everyone in thick dust. Hwangfu Junyu grunts as his raw energy explodes, splitting the clashing forces to the sides. The leftover shockwave rips across the lake, making giant steam clouds boil up. Hwangfu Junyu forces down the chaotic blood churning inside his chest and slowly pulls back his fist, steam rising off his knuckles. It is clear that blocking that hit actually took a decent amount of his raw strength. After catching his breath, he sneers, sending a telepathic message. "Welcome to the Iron Feather Alliance, God of War. I will make sure to treat you well." Cheon Sa-woo just smiles. Standing tall, he coldly transmits back, "I'm looking forward to your performance. Trust me, you and I are in for one wild ride." Hwangfu Junyu sweeps his sleeves and walks back to his courtyard. Sitting under the roof, the Fist Saint stares down at his right hand, and it's trembling. "Yo, you and I are jumping right into this crazy mess," as a shadow drops to one knee, reporting that everything is ready for the Iron Heart Cloud arrows to strike. The Fist Sage Hwangfu Kunyu tilts his head. Dong Yushin is a top-tier powerhouse on the Elder Council, so isn't it kind of a waste to send a beast like him? Sure, his skills are insane, but the guy is way too righteous for his own good. He is always clashing with the other corrupt elders in the group. The lackey thinks this upright elder will definitely block the 5 Dragon Alliance's growth. Plus, since he is not from the 5 great families, they can easily frame him later. No one will care if he takes the fall. Hwangfu Chunyu closes his eyes, thinking it over before giving the cold order to execute their plan tonight. The assassin's eyes gleam with malice as he bows out. Left alone, the old man stares at his right hand, which is still shaking after clashing with the God of War. His expression grows darker by the second, because he realizes the main character is a straight-up monster who cannot be underestimated under any circumstances. If Nanggong Suqiao had not kidnapped Mo Guyu, things would never have gotten this messy. With a sharp glare, the old man extends 2 fingers, channeling his inner energy. He shoots a blast of energy that snips off a dying flower. The Fist Sage scoffs, knowing that being too hesitant only brings destruction. That severed flower represents his ruthless decision. Meanwhile, seeing his personal bodyguard slain with his father not giving a single damn, the second young master steps up. Huangpu Yunchuan confronts the crowd with a furious look. He yells that this punk openly killed his guard, which is basically spitting in the face of the Five Dragon Alliance. He orders his men to throw the main character into prison. But suddenly, the battered Jin Gyu struggles to stand up and tells the young master to shut his mouth. He says this fight was his own choice and has nothing to do with the Alliance, declaring that in a real duel, death is always a risk. He accepted his defeat and begged the young master not to ruin his honor. Hearing this, the martial artists watching the fight immediately start shouting in support. They yell that this was a fair duel, and even the Five Dragon Alliance cannot just bully people. The whole dock descends into pure, chaotic shouting. Now, watch closely here. The crowd yells at the second young master to scram, and his face turns purple with absolute rage toward our main character. Meanwhile, Cheon Sa-woo looks at his dying rival with pity, finally realizing the harsh reality of this cutthroat martial world. The dying warrior gasps out for him. He tells him not to waste pity, as dying in battle is fine, but warns him to watch out for his master, the powerful Taoist Tianqiong. His master is extremely prideful and will definitely hunt him down for revenge. With those final warning words, the legendary warrior takes his very last breath. He leaves the crowded dock in a heavy, somber silence. Later that night at the merchant base, Hong Wukui and Han Su discuss the situation with tense expressions. Han Su points out how incredibly suspicious this whole thing is, since the main character openly killed the young master's bodyguard and disrespected the top dog. Yet the Five Dragon Alliance is staying completely quiet. Maybe they are terrified of his insane strength, or maybe they are just scared of public backlash. He asks Elder Hong why his boss and Lady Su are acting so chill right now. The Elder replies they haven't seen each other in 10 long years. So let's leave them be. While we watch them in the pavilion, the two old friends are catching up on everything that happened over the past 10 years. When she asks if his master Han Wubo came with him, Cheon Sa-woo reveals the old man passed away 10 years ago, making her apologize in sadness. The young man smiles, saying his master is resting in peace since his revenge is complete. However, the old master still left behind one final unfulfilled wish. His tone turns dead serious as he asks her if she knows about the famous Luzhou Han family. She nods, saying she obviously knows of them. Though they are ruined now, they were once a powerhouse in Anhui, and their daughter is a legendary lady who gained huge respect in the Lion Alliance. Suddenly, the maid Jinlian rushes in with urgent news. She has finally located the secret prison where the innocent family of the Iron Horse escort is kept. Rumor has it that Elder Dong Yuxian is holding them, but the Alliance's brutal enforcement squad just arrived there to execute him on the spot. Hearing this crazy news, Cheon Sa-woo snaps up and asks where they are. The maid points the way, and Lady Su offers to lead him there right now. But the young man already leaps out of the pavilion like a bolt of lightning, yelling at the maid to stay back and protect her mistress. He sprints wild and fast, shocked that the Grand Fist Sage would use such a brainless scheme. Suddenly, he hears angry voices echoing from a nearby yard. Elder Dong screams that he would never kidnap Mo Guyu's family, but the assassins yell back that they already found solid evidence of his betrayal. They accuse him of selling out to the Northern Plains before joining the Alliance, leaking top-secret intel to the enemy this entire time. They claim he kidnapped the escort family to frame the Alliance and tear the Central Plains apart, leaving him with absolutely nowhere to run. The Elder roars back in fury, calling it pure garbage since he is an honorable martial artist who would never sell out his own country. But the killers cut him off, declaring that his treason and schemes against the Alliance leader mean his life is forfeit right here and now. The executioner swings his blade down to make an example of him. Right then, our main character lands on the wall, witnessing this entire brutal trap. Recovering from his shock, he lets out a mocking smirk, muttering that the old Fist Sage is a master at setting up his own loyal people. The rest of the night goes by peacefully. The next morning, the crew gathers in the merchant hall, and the main character explains the crazy setup. Hong Wukui looks completely stunned, unable to believe the Great Alliance would frame one of their own top elders, so shamelessly just to cover their tracks. Lady Su points out that the guy was always too honest, constantly clashing with the council and opposing the leader, making him the perfect sacrificial lamb. But Han Su is still confused about how they could fake his treason with the North, even if they could fake the kidnapping evidence. But Lady Su tells him not to dig any deeper. And trust me, you and I are about to see this mystery turn even more dangerous. Look, you and I are diving into a world where only results matter. Sa-woo, do you believe that tomorrow Dong Vu-hien is going to be branded a total villain by everyone? Everyone will spit on him, totally obsessed with his fake ties to the Northern Plains. Soon, nobody will even care that the Five Dragon Alliance kidnapped Mac's entire family. Nobody would dare suspect an elite group like them. Instead, they will literally praise Huang Fuchuan Nuit as some legendary hero standing up for righteous justice. But Hong Wugai is not buying it, saying we still have Mac, who is both the victim and witness. Controlling the narrative will not be that easy. But the Five Dragon Alliance plays dirty. Since Quan Nuit pinned everything on Vu Hien, he has definitely set up the evidence to look flawless. Mac's word alone won't do crap. The Iron Feather Alliance is their home turf, and with their insane power and deep roots, they are basically untouchable. Even if they take a hit, they can bounce right back. But if we mess up, we are completely finished. We need a perfect plan to take them down. It has to be a one-shot kill. Sa-woo nods, admitting they don't know enough about the Iron Feather Alliance yet, so Xiao Tiaohu starts breaking down the facts. First up is Van Deep II, the Sword Saint Lord of the Nine-Tier Mansion. Rumor has it this old man is absolutely not to be messed with. His sword skills are insane. Some say he is way past the standard energy sword level and might even be a legendary land sword immortal by now. Hongwu guy scoffed, calling that immortal stuff total cap, but he thinks the saber tyrant tree at Hao Sam is the real deal who built his own faction. His legendary saber style is pure offensive madness, completely ignoring defense. Barely anyone in the martial world can survive even a single strike from him. Hao Sam claims he hates thinking and just relies on raw instinct for everything, but building the entire Lion Alliance in just 20 years is no accident. There is no way he did that with just gut feelings. But compared to those two, the guy we actually need to watch out for the most is the Fist Saint Huang Fu Quan Yet. Now pay close attention, because this old villain is not just strong, he is incredibly sneaky and cunning. Even though their factions clash behind the scenes, they won't fight as long as they share the loot. Quan Yuet knows this game inside and out. He literally couldn't care less what people think of him. Hearing this, Makok Ninggu's face goes dark, fearing the worst for his loved ones. If Quan Yuet is really that heartless, his brother and family might already be dead. Seeing his clenched fists, Tu-ho quickly reads his mind. Don't worry, Mac. Your family is definitely still alive. The fact that Quan Yuet rushed to blame Dong Vu Hien proves that he is actually panicking. He never expected things to spiral like this. The sudden arrival of our god of war was totally outside of his little master plan, you see? As long as Sa-woo is in this town, they won't dare touch your family. They are his last bargaining chip. Sa-woo nods, listening to her breakdown. He realizes the real battle has already begun in the shadows. Meanwhile, in Quan Yet's private courtyard, a spy delivers some seriously tense news. Ever since the god of war fought that demon, the younger martial artists are starting to rebel. 10 years ago, after the northern enemies were kicked out, the alliance turned into a greedy power struggle. Lazy old masters holding high ranks did absolutely nothing, but our main guy is changing all of that. His sheer power is waking up the youth, but Quan Yuet remains chill, claiming the same rebellious phase is happening in the other factions too. If their leaders don't act, the Five Dragons have no reason to interfere, but the henchman is still worried about this wild card of a hero. If they ignore him and he teams up with their rivals, it is game over. But hearing this, the old leader just gives a cold laugh. Let's pause right here. This old villain actually thinks he has got everything under control, laughing off the threat of any potential team-up. He claims our guy is way too proud to join them. They will probably end up fighting each other instead, so collaboration is totally out of the question. The subordinate stays quiet, so the boss asks if he wants the hero dead. The spy admits he is worried the kid will become an uncontrollable variable. Quan Yuet plots, suggesting they use Nanggong Suqiao instead. Since she wants revenge for her father's death, they can push her to the front lines. We will act like we are helping her, and if she takes him out, great. If things go wrong, we just frame her exactly like we framed Dang. If she dies, even better. We will just say the god of war wiped out her family to hide his crimes, shifting all the blame onto him. The old snake smirks, thinking his plan is absolutely flawless. Meanwhile, Sa-woo has zero clue he is being set up like a pawn. Out on the balcony, our main duo is chilling and talking. Xiao Tiaohu warns him that both major factions will definitely try to recruit him. Sa-woo asks her who they should side with, but she frowns, saying it is way too early to tell. It is best not to get close yet. He nods in agreement and then asks her out on a date. She is totally hyped, thinking it is just going to be the two of them. She gets so excited and runs off to change into a cute outfit, but just as he is waiting, he spots someone else in the distance. It is Han-tuk training aggressively because he is in a bad mood. Sa-woo, being the nice guy, immediately invites his little bro along. He says they are going for a walk anyway, so Han-tuk should tag along. Then Sa-woo turns to Tu-ho to get her approval. She's internally screaming because he completely ruined the vibe, but she can't say no. Meanwhile, Han-tuk is hyped and accepts the invite instantly. She clenches her fists, thinking these sworn brothers are both totally clueless when it comes to girls. He asks why she didn't change her clothes. She angrily snaps that she is not changing anymore. Meanwhile, over at the Five Dragons base, Q is pacing around, feeling incredibly anxious. She knows the boss is completely done with her. A ruthless leader like him never forgives someone who fails twice, and she messed up badly. And that is where we leave it today. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens when she finally opens that door. Yo, you and I are diving straight into a dark room with 3 cold corpses, where Yan Lianhua makes a deadly choice to survive. She needs Huang Fu Junyue completely in her debt so her clan survives. Just then, a guard bows and Namgong Suqiao instantly demands to know if he found anything. The scout claims the autopsies revealed the war god's secret techniques. Without another word, he leads her straight to a freezing jade bed. He rips off the white sheet, exposing a perfectly preserved corpse. It is the Wuyang Yin clan assassin who got absolutely wrecked by the war god. Suqiao stares at the body, demanding answers. The guard points out that all 3 corpses share one terrifying detail. Their entire meridian systems are completely shattered. Yet the actual kill blow was their hearts literally exploding from the inside. Suqiao gasps, realizing they all died purely from the war god's insane internal energy. Exactly, which means touching this beast in a fight is a straight-up death sentence. Suqiao frowns, her mind racing as she processes this lethal threat. Moments later, she heads to the Grand Hall, breaking the news to Namgong Chujin and Namgong Shangyuan. Chujin admits he has never heard of such crazy martial arts. Shang Yuan nods, looking dead serious. If they want to put the war god in the dirt, they have to hit him from a distance. Up close, they would have to seal his pressure points. But who knows if that even works. Hearing this, Chujin falls into a deep, silent thought. Finally, he speaks up. They need a legendary top-tier master who specializes in long-range weapons. Shang Yuan quickly asks his dad if he has anyone in mind. Chujin admits he knows just the guy, though recruiting him won't be easy. With a fierce slam of his sword against the floor, he makes his decision. He vows to recruit this warrior himself, telling them to keep analyzing the bodies. Now watch closely because their plot to kill the war god is on. Meanwhile, over at the Nine Heavens mansion, Duanmu Songyan nervously paces into the main hall. She finds her master, Yun Yezi, standing there with his back turned. Looking up, he notes that she is tight with the young leader of the Great Heavenly Merchant Guild, and even met the war god in Taiyuan. Songyan explains that she and Su Xiaohu are besties, and that Cheon Sa-woo actually saved her back in Taiyuan. Her master nods, pleased with this connection. He orders her to visit the Merchant Guild and arrange a meeting with the war god. She hesitates, asking if they should wait since Xiaowu is targets on back. Yun Yezi clutches his chest, sighing that he wishes they could wait, but his time is running out. Cut to the bustling streets of the Iron Feather Alliance. Su Xiaohu walks ahead while Cheon Sa-woo and Hansu casually follow behind. Xiaowu notices she looks pale and asks if she is feeling alright. She forces a fake smile, claiming she is fine, before immediately taking her frustration out on Hansu, calling him out about his sect duties. Since his Zhongnan Sword sect answers to Nine Heavens Mansion, why has he not visited the elders yet? Hansu flushes red, totally embarrassed by her question. He clearly has issues. You and I both knew some trouble was brewing, and right on cue, a mocking voice sneers from the crowd. The speaker demands to know why Hansu is shopping instead of greeting his elder. Spotting the arrogant group approaching, Hansu turns pale with dread. It is Shiwan Hai, an elder of his sect. Hansu bows instantly, but Wai just keeps barking insults at him, making Xiaowu frown in disgust. Now Xiaowu gets why his sworn brother hated the idea of visiting this place. Xiaowu whispers to him, filling him in on the nasty elder's background. Since their sect leader is in isolation, this toxic elder runs the entire show. But the insults do not stop there as his disciples step up. One punk even dares to insult Hansu's deceased master, mocking him for using swordplay to pick up girls instead of actually training. He laughs, telling Hansu not to be a weak loser like his dead master. Hansu shakes with absolute rage, ready to snap back. But Wan Hai cuts him off with more insults, mocking him for wasting time trying to revive their sect's lost sword styles, just like his useless master. Pushed past his limit, Hansu roars that the 36 Heavenly Dipper swords is their ultimate art, and his master did nothing wrong by rebuilding it. Suddenly, a cold, calm voice cuts through the tension, asking if they are ganging up on him. Wan Hai whips his head around to see who dared speak. His jaw drops. A young man in green is standing right next to Hansu, yet the elder did not even sense him sneaking up. This guy blends seamlessly with his surroundings, proving he is a high-tier powerhouse. But a cocky disciple named Chung Zhozhan steps forward without thinking. He sneers, demanding the meddling brat show some respect and state his name. Our guy casually replies that the punk is not worthy of knowing it. Furious, Zhozhan takes a step back and reaches for his sword, but Wan Hai quickly grabs his arm, warning him to back down immediately. He warns his disciple that he is hopelessly outmatched. Turning to the young man, Wan Hai demands his name with a tense, serious look. Our hero introduces himself as Cheon Sa-woo from the north, Hansu's sworn brother, explaining they met on the river and instantly clicked. He politely takes the blame for keeping Hansu busy, asking the elder not to punish his friend for neglecting his sect duties. Wan Hai freezes, racking his brain as the name Cheon Sa-woo rings a massive bell. Where has he heard that name before? Then yesterday's legendary harbor battle flashes in his mind, his eyes widen in pure terror as he gasps out in disbelief. He realizes this is the legendary war god who crushed the fight demon and challenged the Fist Saint himself. Instantly, a massive crowd gathers around them. Overnight, his epic reputation had spread across the entire region. The cocky disciple, Zhozhan, breaks out in a cold sweat, realizing how close he came to dying. Wan Hai recalls the Sword Saint's strict order to never provoke this monster. Sweating bullets, he quickly changes his tune to play nice. He lets Hansu off the hook only because the war god asked. Trust me, you and I can see right through this cowardly elder. Hansu reluctantly bows, but as they brush past each other, Wan Hai whispers a venomous warning that this is far from over. You and I are about to see this clown get wrecked. With the god of war backing me, you think I am scared? Senior brother, I am testing your skills later. Just as the crew from the Zhongnan Sword sect prepares to bounce, Cheon Sa-woo suddenly barks, Elder Shi, hold up. Wan Hai freezes in his tracks, completely shocked. Zhozhan looks back in pure terror, fearing this psycho might snap, but Cheon Sa-woo just stands there dead serious, shouting, maybe right now you trash Hansu's skills, but let me tell you, never look down on a broke kid, because his future limits are way beyond anything you could ever touch. Wan Hai grits his teeth, but remembering this guy's insane power and the Sword Saint's direct orders, the old elder has to swallow his rage, bow out, and take his squad away. Big bro, I know you were backing me up, but that last line was super cringe, Shan Sha. Wu pats Hansu's shoulder, saying gently, since I hit the Central Plains, I have met tons of top-tier fighters, many swordsmen, but none with a heart as pure as yours. I was not just talking trash back there. Hansu gets totally choked up, wanting to speak, but the words just won't come. out, finally whispering, "Big bro, I am leaving first." Watching Hansu walk away, Su Xiaohu murmurs, he really should have spoken his mind. Young hero Han is great at everything, except he is way too shy, so he can never unleash his real potential. If he fixes that flaw, almost nobody in the martial world could touch him. Seeing Su Xiaohu go quiet, Cheon Sa-woo asks what is on her mind. Su Xiaohu smiles, saying she is a merchant, so of course, she is chasing that bag. Cheon Sa-woo smirks, realizing, wait, you want to invest in Hansu? The girl giggles, her voice sounding sweet as a songbird. Why not? Brother Xiaowu thinks he is a beast, so missing out on a talent like him would be a total waste. Once Hansu leaves, Su Xiaohu turns back, smiling, and says, the day is still young, let's hang out a bit more. Cheon Sa-woo freezes when she grabs his hand, totally flustered as he lets Su Xiaohu drag him all over the Taeyu alliance. Good times fly by fast, and soon the sun is dipping below the horizon. Seeing the streets start to empty out, the two get ready to head back. Suddenly, they hear a carriage racing up behind them. Cheon Sa-woo and Su Xiaohu spin around and spot a carriage barreling straight at them. Cheon Sa-woo instantly pulls Su Xiaohu behind his back. The second the carriage screeches to a halt, a gorgeous girl steps down. The newcomer is actually Nonggong Suqiao. Miss Su, long time no see. Xiao, still a bit shaken, greets her back. Oh, Miss Nonggong. Hearing this, Cheon Sa-woo's heart skips a beat. So this is one of the three famous ladies of the land. Nonggong Suqiao steps closer, saying she wanted to find Miss Su to talk business like last time, but says, seems like I ruined your date. She then looks at Cheon Sa-woo. You must be the god of war. Sweet Nom. Gong, cut the fake politeness. There is absolutely zero pleasure in us meeting like this. Facing the young warrior's icy response, Nonggong Qiao keeps her cool. We are all in the same martial world, so basic manners still apply. She reaches out her hand, wanting to shake Shan Sha-woo's hand. But then she remembers the warning from her crew. Everyone who touched him got their meridians shredded and hearts ruptured. Never touch the god of war directly. Watch closely here. Nonggong Suqiao pulls her hand back in pure panic, clenching her fist, absolutely terrified. That is when his cold voice rings out. Cut the crap. Don't play games with me, whether it's kidnapping like last time or trying to run Xiaohu down with your carriage just now. I only fought back to defend myself before, but if you pull any more shady stunts, I will end you. Having spoken, Cheon Sa-woo called Su Xiaohu to walk away. They brush past her, leaving Nonggong Suqiao frozen in shock. She grits her teeth, her face twisting in sheer rage. God of War, I swear I will destroy you. Meanwhile, in the Lion Alliance's Grand Hall, the invincible blade tyrant Jae-hosen sits solemnly. Mulan, I want to meet the god of war. Can you make it happen? Jae-mulan thinks and says, I got this. Leave it to me. Soon the moon rises. High as Cheon Sa-woo and Su Xiaohu head back to the Great Heaven Merchant Group's quarters. On the way, Su Xiaohu starts breaking down the current situation all over again. Cheon Sa-woo is amazed by her big brain. You handle all the scheming and mind games, and I will handle the beatdowns. If you hit any roadblocks, just let me know. Maybe I can help. Su Xiaohu hesitates, then admits there is indeed a super annoying problem she is facing. You and I both know how tough business is, especially with black market dealers squeezing her crew, making her hesitate on a big deal with the Five Dragons Alliance. To keep her cash flow safe, she has not replied yet. I got some spare change, about 100,000 gold taels. Will that help? Su Xiaohu stares with her eyes wide open, but then asks in complete shock how on earth he got that much cash. So Cheon Sa-woo breaks down the whole crazy story of how he played both sides in the faction wars to swoop in like a boss and swipe all that gold. I hid all that gold at Yizui Ridge on Dongming Mountain, which is 100 miles from Bensi. Just take whatever you need, seriously. Xiaohu is incredibly touched, promising to pay back every single coin, but before she can even finish, Cheon Sa-woo gently taps her forehead. He calls her a silly girl, telling her to forget about paying him back because helping her is all he wants. Laughing together, they reach the mansion gate and find Jin Lian, maid running up in a huge rush. She bows and reports, Jamulan, the boss of the Beifeng Guard, is here to see Cheon Sa-woo. Cheon Sa-woo hears this and stays cool. But Su Xiaohu looks a bit worried. Once they enter the main hall, Jamulan is waiting there, greeting him, young hero Sean. Long time no see. Cheon Sa-woo bows back, sorry for keeping the young master waiting. In his mind, he realizes everything is playing out just as Xiaohu predicted, but the Lion Alliance is moving way faster than expected. After some quick small talk, Jamulan gets straight to business, saying the Lord of Wanbao from Dali Fort is incredibly grateful for his heroic help, so he wants to invite him over to show his appreciation. Hong Wuki, standing nearby, asks, so is this an invitation from the Flying Eagle clan? Stick with me because you and I are about to find out if this is a massive trap. Yo, you and I are diving into a crazy Murim clash today. The Alliance gathered their top prodigies under Master Wan's Winged Eagle Squad, and hearing about these young talents, Cheon Sa-woo ponders for a bit before asking, I heard the Ice Flower Han Xiangya is also with the Lion Alliance. Is she in this Winged Eagle Squad too? Su Xiaohu glances at Cheon Sa-woo while Jae-muling tenses up, his mind racing. Earlier during their chat, Cheon Sa-woo seemed totally distracted, but now he is actively asking about the lady of the Han family. Jae-muling smirks, thinking he finally found the guy's weakness, and replies, of course, Lady Han is in the squad, and my father highly values her. We have a gathering in a few days, and if young hero Sean honors us with his presence, you will definitely meet her. Cheon Sa-woo accepts, saying he will be there. Just then, a maid quietly slips over to Su Xiaohu, whispering to her that Lady Duanmu wants to see her. Su Xiaohu tells the maid to lead Duanmu Songyan to the side parlor and says she will follow shortly. Hearing this quick exchange, Jamuling frowns, shocked that the Nine Heavens mansion is acting this fast. To avoid an awkward run-in, he immediately gets up and bids his farewell. Leaving the estate, Jamuling looks back, thinking how every power is eyeing the Grand Heaven Merchant Group and the God of War, especially since the five Dragons Alliance sent out top experts. Yet Cheon Sa-woo meets both him and Duanmu Songyeon without a care, completely ignoring Hwangpu Junyu, who is tracking him. This gets the young master of the Lion Alliance pretty hyped up, wondering what kind of insane storm this God of War is about to stir up. Meanwhile, Su Xiaohu was all smiles earlier, but back home she is totally sulking because Cheon Sa-woo accepted Jaemuling's invite but rejected her close bestie, Duanmu Songyeon. This makes her feel like she completely lost face in front of her friend. Seeing her throw a tantrum, Cheon Sa-woo has to explain. He did not accept Jamuling for the Lion Alliance, nor did he reject Duanmu Songyeon for Nine Heavens. Jamuling only invited him to meet the young fighters of the Winged Eagle Squad, not the invincible Blade Overlord, while Duanmu wanted him to meet the Sword Saint. Su Xiaohu stares at him. Brother Xiaowu, going to their squad basically tells everyone you support the Lion Alliance. You should either accept both or reject both. Now here is where things get tricky. Hearing this, Cheon Sa-woo instantly gets the point. In the chaotic Murim, if you do not play fair, factions get restless, so he knows he must visit the Winged Eagle Squad. He immediately asks Su Xiaohu if there is a way to satisfy both sides, and she tells him there absolutely is. The Iron Martial Alliance was built to fight the Yuan dynasty, so they secretly constructed an underground fortress just in case their defenses ever crumbled. Though the entire alliance was wiped out back then, Su Xiaohu pulls out a rare ancient map and spreads it out. She paid a fortune to acquire this blueprint. After the Yuan fell, this underground fort was abandoned and forgotten by everyone. She suggests he can secretly meet the Sword Saint right inside this hidden place. They are solving both problems. The next night, Cheon Sa-woo finds the secret entrance. Let us pause here because this desolate place is about to get crazy. Looking around, the place is totally ruined and clearly abandoned for decades. Hands clasped behind his back, he cautiously walks deep into the dark tunnel. Suddenly, a massive boulder blocks the path. Xiaohu had warned him that the retreating guards sealed the tunnel years ago. Seeing this block, Cheon Sa-woo gathers his raging internal energy into his palm. He slams it forward and the massive boulder instantly starts cracking from its very center. But suddenly, his eyes snap wide open. He senses a familiar energy signature leaking through the cracks, feeling exactly like the time he and his master breached the Myriad Immortals cave. Instantly, he knows this is the doing of the legendary Plum Blossom Sword Saint. This absolute grandmaster is flexing his raw power, releasing a wave of true energy as if directly challenging Cheon Sa-woo. Hey kid, have you ever witnessed what absolute strength really looks like? Cheon Sa-woo just smiles and stomps his foot. His own massive internal force erupts instantly, sending shockwaves blasting out in all directions as he mutters, Sword Saint, do you even have the right to face my heavenly shattering martial statue? The two forces violently crash against each other and dissolve, leaving the tunnel in dead silence once again. He continues walking calmly with his hands behind his back. Out of nowhere, a blinding light pierces the pitch darkness. He looks up to see a glowing sword floating in midair, realizing it is not physical but a mind sword. This unique technique means your energy materializes wherever your mind wills it, and it is lethally sharp. Suddenly, this glowing mind sword dissolves into countless falling plum blossom petals. Within seconds, a massive plum tree sprouts from the ground, shooting up toward the ceiling as a relentless storm of petals rains down on him. In an instant, an entire plum forest surrounds him. Standing in the center, Cheon Sa-woo is genuinely impressed, sensing the dense energy packed inside every single petal. If they all attack at once, even he would struggle to block them. He mutters, the Plum Blossom Sword Saint truly lives up to his epic name, a true immortal of the sword. Just then, a raspy voice echoes, to receive praise from the legendary God of War is my honor. Care to trade a blow with me? Instantly, Yuan Yezi's eyes glow a creepy dark red. The plum forest whips up a wild storm, as massive energy sweeps thousands of sharp petals straight at the young hero. Remaining perfectly chill, Cheon Sa-woo asks, is this why you wanted to meet me? Even as the razor-sharp storm closes in, he does not move a single muscle. The petals instantly lose their force, drifting down harmlessly like gentle rain. Unharmed, he stands calm as Yuan Yezi asks, kid, why did you not fight back? Cheon Sa-woo replies, your skill is beautiful, but has zero killing intent, so why resist? Yuan Yezi laughs, calling him a true genius, introducing himself as the master of the Nine Heavens Mansion. Plum Blossom Sword Saint, I am Cheon Sa-woo. He walks up and sits cross-legged, and honestly, you and I can feel the hype building here. The Grandmaster slowly asks, I have a question. What if I had not stopped my attack at the final second? What would you have done then? Were you that confident you could survive my full power? Cheon Sa-woo smiles. My martial arts are unique. I can easily see through your attacks. Yo, you and I are about to see if this kid can read the legendary Sword Saint's murderous aura. One bad guess, though? He is straight up dead, but I figured a big shot like you wouldn't crawl down here just to paint the walls with my blood. Yuan Yezi freezes. He has never heard anyone in the martial arts world pull off this kind of crazy skill. So kid, what does my aura say now? Your energy is totally hidden, like you have reached some crazy level of ultimate mastery. But there is one thing that does not add up. Cheon Sa-woo glares, eyes turning razor sharp. I can feel your inner energy is totally leaking from your heart. Real talk, did some coward actually poison the great Sword Saint? Yuan Yezi just stares at the kid, dead silent for what feels like forever. Meanwhile, over at the Great Heaven Guild, Jinlian is sweeping up and muttering about how wild it is that the legendary sword saint requested a meetup with our boy. Meanwhile, Su Xiaohu is throwing a massive tantrum because Cheon Sa-woo is heading to that eagle sect, obviously simping for Han Xiangya. Jinlian tries to play it down, saying this Han girl is an ice queen and Cheon Sa-woo probably just wants a quick look. But Xiaohu is not hearing any of it, totally obsessed with what is going on between those two. Did her precious big brother visit Luzhou for some other family, or was it really just for that ice girl, princess? Overthinking it makes her lose her mind, so she orders Jinlian to ping their Anhui branch and dig up every single piece of dirt on Cheon Sa-woo during his stay in Luzhou. Jinlian says, miss, they already sent everything. Why not just ask the guy yourself? Xiaohu looks like she is about to cry. If my brother is actually chasing that girl, I will lose it. Shut up and text the Anhui branch and check every single place he has ever visited. Do not miss a single detail, got it? Now stick with me because back in the cave, the old man is about to drop a bomb. Ever heard of the ice prism goo poison? Cheon Sa-woo shakes his head, no clue. I had to dig through ancient scrolls for ages just to find any info on this crap. This parasite is tiny like a grain of rice. It is not from the swampy south where most bugs thrive. This nasty thing only lives in the frozen north. It sleeps in the cold, but once it gets inside you, it literally devours your inner energy. And like you guessed, someone poisoned me with it, eating up 30% of my power. Xiaowu is completely shocked. Who could possibly pull off a successful sneak attack on the legendary Plum Blossom Sword Saint? It is embarrassing, but I have no clue when or where I got infected. Right now, I am using my life force to block it, but it only slows down the corruption. Once my energy runs out, I will freeze into a solid block of ice. Xiaowu asks if it can burn the parasite out with raw heat. The old man sighs. This bug actually feeds on life energy. Even with his maxed out purple mist technique, trying to burn it is like pouring gasoline on a fire. Xiaowu gets it, but asks, why tell a total stranger a massive secret like this? The old man just throws a question right back, asking how the kid views the Iron Martial Alliance. Xiaowu does not sugarcoat it. The alliance is a total mess right now. Spot on. It looks peaceful on the surface, but factions are constantly backstabbing each other behind the scenes. Especially in the last few months, dozens of top-tier fighters have vanished without a trace. The old man thinks this is all tied to his poisoning, and the mastermind is probably from the Ninefold Mansion. Now, watch closely as the old man drops a crazy request, asking him to help investigate the Alliance's dark secrets. He feels a massive storm brewing in the shadows. Since you do not belong to any faction, you are the perfect guy for this. Plus, you are incredibly strong. The young fighters in the Alliance totally worship you. I hope you can step up and carry the weight of saving everyone. But Xiaowu is not buying any of this hype. He straight up rejects the legendary Sword Saint's plea without even blinking. The old man frowns, demanding to know why. Xiaowu says he has zero interest in getting dragged into guild wars. Besides, the Ninefold Mansion is packed with top-tier elites. If there is a rat, they can clean their own house. He is a complete outsider, and poking around now will only stir up more trouble instead of fixing anything. Yunyezi stands up and tries to talk some sense into him, laying out the stakes. Finally, he sighs. Fine, but if the Alliance goes into total civil war, promise me you will help our Ninefold Mansion out. He gives Xiaowu a very telling look. That is not asking too much, is it? As long as it does not go against my morals, I can give it a shot. But real talk, I still do not want to be a part of your dirty martial world drama. Xiaowu stands up to bail. Before he leaves, the old man warns him to watch his back around the Quanxing Guild and never underestimate Huangpu Junyu. Nobody has ever seen that guy go all out. With that, Yunyezi springs into the air, flexing his Huashan Sec step-by-step blooming technique. He literally glides across empty air like he is flying, then zooms right out of there, leaving only a huge gust of wind in the cave. Kid, the future of the martial world definitely belongs to you. Xiaowu watches the old man fade into the distance, totally impressed by how insane that Huashan movement technique really is. But then he remembers that even a powerhouse like the Sword Saint got poisoned. This alliance is definitely a wretched hive of scum and villainy. Shaking off the thought, he tries to copy the old man's airwalk, but after failing a few times, he gives up and just walks out of the secret cave. Meanwhile, 400 miles away in Dongku County, two beggar sect disciples are walking around with a portrait, asking everyone for info. It shows a former government official. Word on the street is that this guy named Sha Nusi used to travel with the Northern Embassy, and right now, he is hiding out in Dongku. After asking around, a local finally tells them that Sha Nusi lives in a house right up on the hillside. The beggars thank the local and head off. Tracking this guy down is their ticket to finding that old official. But they completely miss that a buff dude is watching them from the shadows. His face is hidden by a mask. Trust me, you and I are about to see some serious trouble next. Alright, you and I are back in this crazy story. Even with that nasty scar on his face, we can see the sheer rage as two beggar clan disciples drag a new guy forward. This is Zhang Chengze, the local branch leader of Dongku. He got the top job basically because he is the only beggar in town. The lead four-pocket disciple says they have tracked down He Nuosi. He orders Zhang Chengze to lead the way, and the group heads straight for the school up on the hill. Zhang mentions that He Nuosi came here 5 years ago to teach. Just as they reach the school, they run right into an old man walking out. It turns out He Nuosi and Zhang have known each other for years, so this sudden visit is surprising. Seeing these random beggars showing up, the old man looks shocked. Zhang bows and introduces them, explaining these are beggar clan disciples who want to ask about his past journey to the north. Hearing this, the old man breaks into a cold sweat. The lead four-pocket disciple bows and says, "We heard 10 years ago you accompanied the Yuan envoy north. We need to find a kidnapped girl." Hearing that, Hinuosi completely freezes up, totally speechless. After a tense silence, the old man trembles and tells them he will go with them, but first he needs to pack his things. As Hinuosi heads inside, one of the disciples worries he might try to make a run for it, but another says he used to work for the Yuan dynasty, so he has changed. He is probably a safe bet now. But right then, a heavy, cold voice booms from behind them out of nowhere. "Once a traitor, always a traitor." They all whip around in shock. The beggar clan disciples shout, demanding to know who is there. The voice continues, icy and ruthless. 10 years ago, he betrayed his people, and now he is betraying the Yuan dynasty. The speaker is a massive, muscular man, and his eyes are filled with pure murder. He mutters that he should have never let that old traitor live back then. Things are getting intense. Staring at the giant's brutal facial scar, the lead disciple's eyes widen. He realizes this must be the Yuan dynasty official from the portrait. No way. This is the guy they wanted. Wait, isn't that the Yuan official from the portrait? He screams, "Don't let him run, he's the one we're after." Trust me, you're going to want to watch this next part very closely. The other disciples gasp, instantly losing their minds before charging right at the giant. Lightning suddenly tears through the dark sky as they launch their attack all at once. This is epic. But this absolute beast of a man does not even flinch. He just clenches his massive fists, looking at them like they are nothing but annoying bugs. Meanwhile, Hinuosi is struggling inside. The poor old man looks like he aged 10 years in seconds. He never cared when people called him a Yuan lapdog, but what happened 10 years ago? That was a heavy burden. Every single night, the agonizing cries of that kidnapped young girl echoed in his ears. It was torture. Trembling, Hinuosi steps outside. Today, he might finally find his peace. But the moment he opens the door, his jaw drops in horror. Zhang Chengze is lying there, neck snapped like a twig. The other beggar clan disciples? Slumped on the ground, completely destroyed. The giant glares down at Hinuosi with cold eyes. "I was going to let you live out your days in peace, but you just had to push it." He is absolutely ruthless. With a shrug, the giant tosses aside the limp body he is holding and steps toward the trembling old man. Hinuosi is so terrified his knees buckle, and he falls to the ground. The massive warrior stares down at him with pure malice, growling that the black-blooded nobles do not tolerate any betrayal. He slowly raises his massive muscular arm. The old man is done for. Hinuosi closes his eyes in total despair. 2 hours later, back at the Iron Martial Alliance, a beggar clan disciple reports the whole massacre at Dongku to Hong Wuqi. Hong Wuqi's face turns dark. Their hard-earned lead is totally dead now. Even worse, the enemy struck right after they found Hinuosi, meaning this was a clean cleanup job to silence him. This can only mean one thing. Whoever did this has been watching the beggar clan's every single move for the last 10 years. Hong Wuqi immediately decides to report this to Cheon Sa-woo. Hong Wuqi instantly decides to report this to Cheon Sa-woo. Meanwhile, at the Namgung estate, a ghostly woman in black suddenly materializes in the room. Let's see what kind of chaos she's bringing. She gets straight to the point, asking Namgung Sogyo where the war god is. Namgung Sogyo calmly replies that he is currently staying with the Great Heaven Merchant Group. She adds that she has already prepared a new identity and place for her to stay, so she can easily monitor the war god and strike when the timing is perfect. Then, she gives the woman a knowing, chilling look, warning her that once this mission is over, she will die too. But the woman does not even care. Her eyes are cold. As long as she can take him down, her own life means nothing. With that, she vanishes into thin air. Right after she leaves, heavy footsteps echo from the shadows. Namgung Seokim stares at where the woman was standing and mutters that he thought she was too terrified of the war god to ever return. Yet Sogyo somehow convinced her. Sogyo smiles, confident she will get the job done. Then she asks her uncle how his invitation to the helper went. Seo Kim smiles back, saying everything went smoothly. He explains that he only had to mention his disciple's death at the hands of the war god, and the man immediately agreed to help. But his reaction was strangely calm. Upon hearing about his disciple, he just shrugged and called him a useless tool. That cool indifference only proves just how incredibly furious he actually is. He is a man of action. He is not much of a talker, he just lets his fists do the work. Now they just have to wait for Songwon to finish his task, and the trap will be fully set. Sogyo asks how much longer her brother needs. Seo Kim tells her it should be done very soon, warning that haste makes waste. If this fails, the Namgung family is history. She reassures her uncle that they will succeed this time. Meanwhile, the oldest son of the Morong family, seeking revenge for his father, arrives at 5 Dragon Gate to join forces. Instead, he gets tortured by Hyangbu Gunwol until he is wishing for death. A moment later, Gunwol prepares to leave and an old monk respectfully guides them to the exit. Before they part ways, the old monk makes 2 requests to Gunwol. He states frankly that the disciples have been working tirelessly lately and asks for a few days of rest. Knowing that breaking the seal takes massive energy, Gunwol immediately nods in agreement. But then the old monk's face darkens as he brings up his second, more sinister request. He asks the alliance leader for permission to leave for a few days. Gunwol's eyes narrow as he asks what the old monk is planning to do out there. The monk replies that he wants to find the perfect body to create his final corpse demon. Gunwol immediately catches on to what he's talking about. He asks if the master already has a target in mind. The old monk just smiles, quietly confirming his suspicion. Gunwell agrees, but warns him that this must be the last time. People are already starting to get suspicious. These esoteric monks had a secret deal with Gunwell. They help him unseal the 7 extreme cold stones to refine his power. In return, the 5 Dragon Gate protects them and leaves them with 1 corpse demon to rebuild their cult. As soon as the subordinate hears about the immortal demon, to refine an immortal corpse demon in exchange for the 5 dragon sex protection. When his subordinate hears those 3 words, he freezes. And that's where we leave it. Things are about to get wild. Alright, you and I are about to find out if this is like Kong Wei. Huangfu Guanyue tells his recruit that Kong Wei cannot even compare. Turns out the immortal corpse demon is a forbidden ancient art. Regular corpse refining uses dead bodies, but this sick method requires living humans as sacrifices. But the crafting process is insanely difficult. One tiny slip-up and the victim's soul is completely obliterated, shattered into absolute nothingness. Until 500 years ago, when an esoteric monk created the extreme cold yin essence using massive yin energy to completely neutralize the victim's inner life force, then using secret spells to bind their soul, finally making these immortal demons real. These monsters actually keep their minds, meaning they do not forget their deadly martial arts. Plus, their bodies are way stronger than normal humans. The scariest part? Even though they can think, they have lost every single shred of basic humanity. Once they go wild, they will brutally murder their own families without hesitation. At their core, they are just pure demons born to kill. There is a crazy backstory here. 500 years ago, a faction of esoteric monks fled to Shenyang, secretly crafting that cold yin essence inside a mountain. They wanted these immortal demons to reclaim the western regions, but the Northridge Emperor, the absolute strongest master of the North, caught wind of their scheme. Fearing these demons would unleash absolute chaos on the world, he went solo to their cave and completely wiped out every single one of those rogue monks. After taking the 7 refined cold yin essences, the Northridge Emperor felt their world-shattering power and decided to use his insane cultivation to destroy them. But pay attention here, this evil item was too cursed. No matter how deep his internal energy was, he could not even scratch it. Instead, under his heavy energy attacks, the extreme yin power exploded, instantly freezing the entire cave and turning it into a massive, chilling tomb of ice. The mighty Northridge Emperor barely escaped with his life, but this made him absolutely certain that if this pure evil ever escaped, the entire world would fall into total madness. So he spent the rest of his life guarding the cave to protect humanity. Because of that, the place became known as the Northridge Cave. 500 years later, just 20 years ago, Murong Dongtian stumbled upon this cave. The Northridge Emperor was long dead, but his body had never decayed. Murong Dongtian recognized the legendary emperor on sight, especially since those 7 mysterious boxes were still floating right there behind his preserved corpse. He even inherited the emperor's martial arts and the secret to making the golden wheel, but he kept it completely quiet, telling absolutely nobody. Only when he realized he could not open those boxes did he send a letter to Tone Thang, who was always tracking the emperor's legacy. He offered to hand over the emperor's body and the 7 boxes, demanding Huangfu Guanyue let the Murong clan join the 5 Dragon sect and pay 10,000 gold. Knowing how insanely valuable those 7 boxes were, Huangfu Guanyu agreed instantly, which led to the Iron Horse Escort Agency transport mission later on. After sharing the secret, Huangfu Guanyu boasts that just 1 immortal corpse demon can match the strength of 3 whole grand sects. You and I both know what that means for 7 of them. Tone Thang smiles coldly, knowing the Snowfeather sect's days are numbered. Meanwhile, at the Great Heaven Merchant Group, Cheon Sa-woo leans on the railing, staring at the lake pavilion, catching Hong Wuki's curious gaze. Seeing Mo Guvu frowning in the pavilion, the old beggar reads Cheon Sa-woo's mind and comforts him, saying they did everything they possibly could. Cheon Sa-woo says nothing but asks why Hansu has been missing. Hong Wuki says Hansu went to the Zhongnan sect and has been locked in his room since. He figures the kid went through some heavy stuff over there, but then again, he is no psychic who can know everything. Cheon Sa-woo senses the old beggar has more to say and tells him to spill it. Hong Wuki rubs his head, finally revealing the truth. They finally found a lead on the Yuan envoy. 10 years ago, a man named Hanu Tu followed that envoy all the way north. Hearing this, Cheon Sa-woo immediately says he wants to meet the guy. But the old beggar breaks the news that he has completely vanished. No body, no trace. The beggar gang even lost 4 disciples trying to track him, making Cheon Sa-woo's eyes widen in absolute shock. He was 400 miles away in Dongku, and the beggar wanted to bring him as a surprise. But things went completely sideways, and he apologizes. Cheon Sa-woo grips the railing in silent shock. With his insane speed, 400 miles would have taken less than a day to travel. He would only need 1 day to find out where his sister Wu Ai is. The thought alone makes his entire world spin. Hong Wuki admits they never saw this coming. The enemy let Hanu Tu live for 10 years, yet killed him the second they found him. Regaining his cool, Cheon Sa-woo tells Elder Hong it is not his fault, but his icy glare makes the old man shiver. He can feel the pure fury masking Cheon Sa-woo's calm words as the young man turns his head back, speaking with absolute sincerity. He blames himself for neglecting this search, and they start analyzing. Hong Wuki wonders why the enemy did not kill him sooner. Cheon Sa-woo figures they were lurking in the shadows, waiting for someone to investigate so they could track their pursuers right back. Hong Wuki finds it hard to believe. Why would such a secretive organization risk leaving clues just to track their enemies down? Grabbing an umbrella, Cheon Sa-woo says he must head to the Lion Alliance, as he has a meeting with the flying escort today. Hong Woo-ki tells him to be safe, secretly planning to send his own men to investigate, as Cheon Sa-woo walks out into the rain. But trust me, this is where things get messy. Suddenly, a group of massive thugs blocks his path in the pouring rain. Their leader introduces himself as Guo Dashan from Tiki, part of the 17 branches of the Iron Feather sect, making Cheon Sa-woo frown. Taking off his hat, Guo Dashan sneers, saying Cheon Sa-woo's fight with Do-kun proved he is worthy of his absolute full strength. Yo, you and I are about to see this clown Guo Dashan challenge our boy, but before he can even finish his sentence, he feels his vision blur as Cheon Sa-woo instantly flashes right behind him. The Purple Banner Master freezes for a split second, but then a savage smirk creeps onto his face. Don't blame me then, he roars, spinning around and unleashing a devastating low punch straight toward the young man's back with all his brute force. But a brutal scream echoes through the rainy street instead. Meanwhile, over at the Lion Alliance gate, Jae Muling is waiting anxiously for his scheduled meeting with Cheon Sa-woo. The agreed time was 5 p.m., but 15 minutes pass and there is still no sign of him. Suddenly, a lone figure emerges through the pouring rain. Jae Muling rushes over to greet him with a respectful bow. Cheon Sa-woo apologizes, explaining that a minor delay on the road held him back, and Jae Muling spots a fresh rip on the warrior's umbrella, immediately figuring out what went down. He personally leads the way, bringing Cheon Sa-woo straight to the Grand Hall. Dozens of elite youth from the Flying Eagle Brigade are already waiting inside. Jae Muling steps up to introduce them, boasting about their skills and status. These guys are the absolute best talents from the forces under the Lion Alliance. They have mastered their own family martial arts, and their fathers also taught them the secret techniques of the Lion Alliance. They are literally the future of the Alliance, which is why the Alliance leader poured his entire soul into training them. Cheon Sa-woo sweeps his gaze across the Flying Eagle Brigade, and his eyes lock onto a stunning girl dressed in snow-white robes. It takes only one glance. He remembers the portrait of the ice flower from Luzhou, instantly realizing she is Han Xiangya, the girl he has been searching for. Suddenly his master's words echo deep in his mind. Sa-woo, if her life is a mess, help her out. But if she is doing well, just leave her in peace and let her live. Looking at her, he silently whispers, Master, the girl you always cherished is right here. She is doing great, so you can finally rest in peace now. But pay close attention here, because Jae Muling catches that exact look. The young master smirks, realizing our hero's gaze toward the ice flower is far from normal. Everything is playing out exactly as he predicted. Jae Muling steps in smoothly, saying, Young hero Sean, let me introduce you to the star of the show. This is the eldest daughter of Luzhou's Han family, Han Xiangya, one of the 3 legendary flowers of the world, and the vice leader of our brigade. My father highly values her talents. Han Xiangya speaks up, her voice cold yet elegant as she says, meeting the war god today is truly my honor. Cheon Sa-woo plays it cool with a polite reply, but suddenly heavy thudding footsteps echo through the hall. Both of them turn around to see who it is. A massive old man built like an absolute brick tower strides into the room, letting out a roaring laugh that shakes the walls. He walks straight up to them. Looking at Cheon Sa-woo, he booms, you must be the famous war god. I am Wan Dejong, the supreme leader of Dali Castle. Before anyone can even react, Wan Dejong wraps his tree trunk arms around Cheon Sa-woo in a massive bear hug. Thank you so much, kid. When I heard you were coming today, I could barely sleep. Because of you, Dali Castle survived that total bloodbath in Shenyang. I honestly have no idea how I can ever repay your massive favor. With that, the old man lifts Cheon Sa-woo up and literally spins him around, leaving the watching Flying Eagle members standing there with their jaws on the floor. Yo, have you ever seen Elder Wan be this friendly to anyone? Never, man. Only the Alliance leader gets that kind of treatment from him. Even Jae Muling is totally shocked. But watch this. Wan Dejong completely ignores the crowd, pulling Cheon Sa-woo aside, determined to have an epic chat. He insists they celebrate properly today. But Cheon Sa-woo's eyes unconsciously drift back to Han Xiang, quietly asking if ignoring all these elite disciples is really fine. The old elder catches him looking and immediately puts 2 and 2 together. He wonders if Jae Muling was right about our boy crushing on the ice flower. A sly grin spreads across the elder's face. Don't worry about them, let the kids play on their own while we catch up, he chuckles. But then he turns his head to address Han Xiangya. Girl, once this gathering is over, stick around for a bit. She bows silently, waiting for his words. I have something important to discuss with you. Her face remains totally expressionless as she gives a quiet nod, and the 2 men head to the back hall. Once they take their seats, the elder showers him with endless praise. He tells Cheon Sa-woo that his legendary deeds have fired up every young warrior in the land. But our main character stays completely humble, saying, Senior, you flatter me. I just did what I had to do. The old man bursts into a loud laugh. Stop being so modest, kid. Every word I said is true. Tons of young fighters look up to you like a god. Then his tone suddenly shifts. Those old titles like the 2 saints and 3 overlords have been around for way too long. Those old fossils have ruled the Iron Feather Gate for decades. Do you really think that's fair? Sure, they built this place, but their outdated ways are the exact reason why the sect is completely stuck right now. They are old and stubborn, refusing to hand over the reins to the next generation. Now that the Yuan dynasty has retreated north, things must change. Honestly, the Iron Feather Gate should have disbanded by now. Cheon Sa-woo is totally confused by this, asking, wait, do you actually want us to disband? Yuan stares intensely at him. Of course not, kid. I just have massive hopes for you. You don't even realize you've become a literal hurricane. A storm that is about to shake the entire Iron Feather Gate to its core. Meanwhile, the heavy rain outside continues to pour down without stopping. And through the storm, an eerie monk stands balanced on a single silk thread. Watching the Grand Hall like a creepy night owl, he mutters to himself. With talent like that, it would be a total waste not to turn you into an immortal corpse demon. Han Xiangya, you were born for this destiny. The old monk's eyes burn with pure madness. Tonight I will turn you into the most beautiful creation ever. Back inside, the elder happily hosts the feast. For our young hero, even personally pouring him a cup to show his ultimate respect. Cheon Sa-woo accepts the drink from Yuan, raising it up. He sniffs it, catching a rich, sweet aroma. The elder proudly calls it dragon flower, and trust me, you and I are about to see things go wild. Some of the rarest, finest wine on earth. Once they get buzzed, this elder suddenly grins. Alright, let's see where this goes. Young hero Shan, what do you think of Xiangya? Cheon Sa-woo says it is just their first meeting, so he does not feel anything special. But he notices Yuan face suddenly go dead serious, even though his eyes scream otherwise. Honestly, you and I both know heroes always fall for babes, especially when she has got so much more going for her. Alright, you and I are jumping into a crazy marine legend. He has got god-tier martial arts, but this girl? Ice cold. Though if you are down, I can easily play matchmaker for you two. Cheon Sa-woo just stares back, deadpan. Thanks for the offer, old man, but I am not interested. Seeing the kid reject him so fast, Van Duke Jong just laughs it off. Come on, you two look perfect together, do not take it seriously. Let us drink. Meanwhile, out in the hallway, Thiet Mok Ling is absolutely losing his mind. The elder and Cheon Sa-woo have been talking for 4 whole hours. The young master clenches his fists, feeling like something is seriously off about this meeting. Are they plotting something behind his back? Just then a gorgeous girl glides in. Thiet Mok Ling turns and asks Han Wang, what she is doing here. She says the alliance leader ordered her to bring him in. Lin frowns. He wanted to walk Cheon Sa-woo out himself, but now he has to bail early. He tells Wang Ha to follow him to the back hall. But the second they step inside, Lin's face completely drops. Elder Jiang is totally wasted, which is crazy because the old man never drinks like this. He looks at Cheon Sa-woo and mumbles that the elder must really dig him. Cheon Sa-woo just shrugs it off with a smirk, then turns to Lin, asking if he wants to down a couple of cups too. Thiet Mok Ling plays it cool and declines, claiming he has got urgent business to take care of. But suddenly, the wasted old elder interrupts out of nowhere, slurring that the Lion Alliance cannot be rude, so Huang Na should walk their guest out. The girl nods, stepping in front of Cheon Sa-woo and gesturing for him to follow. As they walk off, the drunk elder mutters to himself that the god of war and the ice flower are a match made in heaven. Ling asks if he is seriously trying to hook them up. Now watch this. The elder drops a major reality check about how she cannot avoid getting married anyway. Plus, she is from the Han clan, which is basically dying out. If Cheon Sa-woo has even a tiny crush on her, getting them hitched is actually a massive win. If they tie the knot, it does not just help the Flying Eagle squad. The Lion Alliance scores an insanely overpowered top-tier ally in the process. The old man chuckles, saying if they both decline, they lose nothing anyway. Lin bids him goodbye and steps out of the back hall completely alone. The elder's words are spinning in his head. Huang Na's talent is light years ahead of his. In the martial arts world, it is only a matter of time before she leaves him in the dust. But since her clan is trashed here now, she is stuck as a vice commander. Marrying the god of war? Honestly, that might be her best play. The young master watches their figures fade into the distance, his mind racing with intense thoughts he cannot control. Cheon Sa-woo is literally his age, but he has only been in the martial arts world for 3 months and already built a terrifying legendary reputation. First, he wrecked the head of the powerful Murong family in Shenyang, then totally flexed on 2 strong elders from the 5 Dragon sect in Taiyuan. Next, he raided the Nongong clan completely alone, forcing their leader to end his own life, before absolutely crushing 2 of the most lethal assassin families around. Even the 18 massive river bandit camps are terrified of him, and he literally ended Dao Khan, the top disciple of the legendary high-tier Taoist priest. Lin knows if he tried that path, he would be dead in days, but hey, you and I know he has got a highly ambitious father waiting for his move. The old man is just playing the waiting game, playing chess like those sneaky old foxes from the 5 Dragon sect and the 9 Heavens mansion. All 3 factions know whoever recruits the god of war gets a massive power-up, meaning the other 2 would immediately team up against them. Yesterday's enemies become today's allies in a split second. That is the harsh reality of the Marim. That is why no one dares to openly recruit him yet. Watching them fade into the bustling crowd, the young master sighs, muttering that the legendary god of war is giving everyone a massive headache. Walking behind Huang Na, her freezing attitude instantly reminds him of his master. Deciding to break the awkward silence, Cheon Sa-woo strikes up a conversation, bluntly pointing out she looks nothing like her dad. She stops in surprise, turning around to ask if he actually knows her father. Cheon Sa-woo mentions he visited the Han estate in Luzhou. Instantly, her face turns back to ice as she coldly asks how her father is doing. He is doing fine, but he is worried sick about you. She stares back with a mysterious look, saying since he met him, he probably knows the truth. She is just his adopted daughter, but he always treated her like his own flesh and blood. Cheon Sa-woo is slightly taken back by her honesty. And before he can even ask his next question, she completely shuts him down, making it extremely clear she is not answering anything else. Watching her walk away, Cheon Sa-woo gets a massive wave of nostalgia. Her cold aura, her blunt words, even her stride, it is exactly like his master. He smiles bitterly to himself. Her current dad is a powerful clan leader who genuinely loves her, and she seems to be doing totally fine. Should he even bring up the painful truth about his master? Or is it better to just let her live her peaceful life in ignorance? But suddenly, Cheon Sa-woo's eyes widen as glowing blue beads start floating in the air. Time itself feels like it is grinding to a screeching halt. A creepy, distorted voice echoes out from the shadows. Ordinary fools are always blinded by mere physical beauty, unable to see what really matters. But this old monk can see the insane hidden talent buried beneath her gorgeous face. Han Xiangya, you are going to be my masterpiece. I will refine your body into the most perfect, unstoppable, immortal zombie demon ever created. He pulls a bizarre glowing talisman from his sleeve, muttering a dark spell as it bursts into flames. The rising smoke turns into a wave of pure psychic energy, rushing straight for her. Just as the dark energy is about to strike her, a freezing voice shatters the silence. Cheon Sa-woo turns around with a heavy glare, demanding to know what the old creep thinks he is doing. The sheer power of his shout freezes the psychic energy dead in its tracks. This soul-stealing spell is lethal, but trust me, you and I are about to see this evil monk regret picking a fight with our god-tier main character. Yo, you and I are about to see some crazy action. Our boy Cheon Sa-woo completely ignores the monk's secret spell, his eyes flashing cold as absolute death, and he unleashes his own mind power. Boom! The Buddhist beads explode all at once. Cheon Sa-woo raises his left hand, channeling massive raw internal energy straight into his palm. He curves his fingers into a deadly claw and swipes at that mental attack. The old monk panics and dodges, flickering like a ghost to teleport right behind Cheon Sa-woo. He is fully ready to kill the kid. The old monk realizes this kid is a ticking time bomb. If he lets him live, Cheon Sa-woo will destroy him later. But what the old creep does not know is that Cheon Sa-woo mastered the heavenly breaking divine art, a crazy style that is totally wild and unpredictable. Suddenly, the young beast whips around like a hungry tiger, unleashing a massive palm strike right into the monk's chest. The epic shockwave immediately blasts the monk's mental energy to pieces. Cheon Sa-woo stands tall, one hand behind his back. The enemy's spiritual aura turns to green smoke and vanishes, leaving only a cursed talisman ripped into 3 pieces slowly floating down to the dirty ground. Cheon Sa-woo turns around to see the old monk coughing up blood from his mouth and nose, totally wrecked by the backlash. Our main character glares with pure murderous intent. The monk's face pales in sheer terror under that icy glare, but then his eyes turn wicked and venomous as he spits out one final threatening promise. I will never let that woman go. With those parting words, the monk mysteriously vanishes into thin air, leaving nothing behind but a ragged, broken umbrella. As it hits the ground, the illusion breaks. Han Xiangya is totally clueless and asks what just happened. Cheon Sa-woo looks at her with a heavy, complicated expression. Now watch this, guys. Cheon Sa-woo looks at her, thinking that if he had not learned his insane, heavenly-breaking martial art, Han Xiangya would be history. This legendary style has been passed down for over 1,000 years. Its masters fought countless bizarre experts, encountering all kinds of dirty tricks and weird magic along the way. So they kept adapting and perfecting it, creating a technique called chi perception, which lets the user see right through any change in an opponent's energy. That is exactly why Cheon Sa-woo did not fall for the monk's cheap illusion, and could easily target and shatter that ghostly spiritual energy attack head-on. Cheon Sa-woo snaps out of his thoughts. His master once told him that if Han Xiangya could inherit her master's Moonsoul sword art, she would be just as broken. But right now, she is clearly not at that god-tier level yet, which is why she could not see through the monk's sneaky spiritual trap. Suddenly, Cheon Sa-woo whips his head around. He is absolutely sure the monk's presence is gone, but he still gets this creepy feeling that somebody is watching him. He scans the area but sees absolutely nothing. Finally, he looks back at Han Xiangya and shrugs off her question, saying, "It is nothing. Let us go." But when he turns, he notices her staring at him with a super weird look. Cheon Sa-woo keeps his cool and asks, "Why are you looking at me like that?" She sighs, her voice icy but helpless. "Then why are you following me?" The young man jokes that someone just stole his umbrella, but then he grabs her hand. Leaving her completely stunned, he casually says, "No need to buy a new one. We are less than half a mile away anyway. Let me hold the umbrella." Staring at his gentle smile, Han Xiangya freezes. The boy standing in front of her suddenly feels incredibly familiar, like someone she used to know. Seeing her spaced out, Cheon Sa-woo asks if she is okay. She smiles softly and says, "It is nothing. I just felt like your smile was really familiar. It reminds me of someone I do not actually know. You smile exactly like him. He always appears in my dreams, but I can never remember his face. His eyes are terrifying, but he always smiles so warmly at me." And maybe because of Cheon Sa-woo's gentle vibe, this ice-cold girl finally opens up to him. Can you believe it? That one warm smile actually melts our ice queen Han Xiangya, and she finally opens up. Turns out she has zero memories of anything before age 8. All she knows is her name, and the hellish place where she suffered absolute torture. She closes her eyes, trying to block out those horrible, painful memories. She whispers that a childhood head injury wiped her memory, adding, "I have no idea why I'm telling you this. I have never told anyone before." She looks at him. "Maybe it is because your eyes and your smile look just like the mysterious old man I keep seeing in my dreams." Meanwhile, at a roadside tavern, a woman in black watches them walk into an alley. She knows how terrifying the god of war is, so she stays far away. She barely dares to look at him for more than 2 seconds. Ever since her clan, the Ingu Dwang-em family, was wiped out, she has been living like a stray dog. Until Nanggong Suqiao offered to help her get revenge. Without hesitation, she agreed to stalk the god of war and find his one fatal weakness. Amto Jiao has been tailing him for 3 days straight, and her only conclusion so far was that the guy is completely invincible with 0 weaknesses. But today, she saw everything. She watched his umbrella get ripped to shreds, and it looked like he was literally fighting the invisible air itself. It looked incredibly bizarre, but she realized one crucial thing. The god of war was fiercely protecting Han Xiangya. This cold girl is his weakness. Right then, a stunning figure walks up to her. It is Nanggong Suqiao, the mastermind who gave her the mission. She smirks at the spy. Ko Jiao, you are still as seductive as ever. The spy coldly replies that since her family fell, she is no longer a normal woman anyway. Q drops the subject, sitting down across from her. She reveals that all their preparations are complete, and now they just need to lure him in. To Jiao shivers, staying completely silent. After a long, tense moment, she finally lifts her veil, her eyes burning with a wild, fanatical craze. Don't worry, she whispers. I just figured out the absolute perfect trap to drag him down to hell. Q grins like a total psychopath. The next morning at the Great Heaven Merchant Group, Xiao Tiaohu stares at Cheon Sa-woo with a super creepy smirk, making him break out in cold sweat. Tiaohu, do you have something to tell me? Why are you staring at me like that? Cheon Sa-woo asks, getting totally freaked out by her look. Brother Cheon Sa-woo, shouldn't you be the one telling me something? Like, what exactly did you get up to yesterday? Hearing this, Cheon Sa-woo instantly panics. Cheon Sa-woo sweats. What could I have done? But Tiaohu smirks, telling him to take his time. And trust me, you and I can't wait to see how he wriggles out of this one. Yo, you and I are jumping right into a mess. He claims he just grabbed drinks with Elder Van, but Xiao Tiaohu is giving him this massive side-eye. Is that really all, Cheon Sa-woo? He insists that's it, like what else could there be? But who knows, it rained all night yesterday. Maybe big bro Cheon Sa-woo was with that ice flower, strolling in the rain, or sharing a single umbrella. Hearing that, Cheon Sa-woo completely freezes up. This little brat literally nailed every single detail, making him panicky. Tries to hurriedly switch the topic. Tiaohu, do you actually remember my master? Seeing his dead serious face, Xiao Tiaohu drops the teasing and says she obviously does. Of course she remembers. That old white-haired guy looked strict, but he was super warm and sweet to her. Just like Cheon Sa-woo, he's a precious memory to her. Then she asks why he's shifting the topic from the ice flower to the old man. Cheon Sa-woo drops a bomb, saying Han Xiangya is actually his master's daughter. This news hits like a massive thunderbolt out of nowhere, and Xiao Tiaohu is totally speechless. Cheon Sa-woo tells her it's a crazy long story that goes back starting 10 years ago. Now watch closely, because an hour later, Xiao Tiaohu knows the whole truth. Her eyes are overflowing with tears as she learns the dark reality, what Han Xiangya went through. Eavesdropping nearby, Han Gukui feels the pain too and asks Cheon Sa-woo if he plans to reveal the truth to the ice flower. Wu confesses he's totally torn, looking at Xiao Tiaohu for her opinion. But before the girl can even open her mouth, the old beggar chimes in first and shares his thoughts. I think you gotta tell her everything. She deserves to know the truth about her real identity. Whether she accepts it is up to her. Xiao Tiaohu nods in agreement. You are his only successor, so you're the only one who can tell her. Plus, Ingu Longmon is plotting something nasty now, so we can't afford to waste any more time. Hearing this, Cheon Sa-woo furrows his brows, wondering what the hell those Ningu Longmon scumbags are up to. What's their deal now? When he hears they've been making suspicious moves lately, Cheon Sa-woo gets worried, listening closely to Xiao Tiaohu's explanation to find out why. Turns out their supplies have skyrocketed over the past few days. They're hoarding medical herbs and weapons way beyond anything normal, which is highly sketchy. Toho's betting they're preparing a massive move. Not only that, but spies are swarming around Thiet Vumon like crazy, keeping a super close eye on everyone. But get this, they're tracking everyone blindly, so Tiaohu guesses these spies are actually sent by the Sword Saint. You and I know things are getting chaotic. The Lion Alliance is quiet for now, but a monster like the Invincible Blade Overlord won't just sit and die. Their common enemy, the Yuan, has retreated north. This means Thiet Vumon's final collapse is basically inevitable now. When that dark day comes, Han Xiangya and the caravan will definitely side with the powerful Lion Alliance. Cheon Sa-woo tries to sort out his chaotic thoughts. He hates getting dragged into these faction wars, but there's no way he can just ignore Han Xiangya's safety. His original plan was to find his master's daughter and then search for his 5 beloved sisters. But now, this whole situation is way more complicated than expected. Suddenly, a loud shout echoes through the air. Cheon Sa-woo looks up and sees someone fiercely swinging a sword in the courtyard. This guy is none other than Han Tuk, who's been locked up in his room for days. The top disciple of the Trungnam sect is completely drenched in sweat. Cheon Sa-woo is secretly impressed. His junior has an insanely stubborn dedication to the sword. Meanwhile, at the bustling dock of Thiet Vumon, a tavern packed with people suddenly goes dead silent. Everyone's listening intently to this beefy dude boasting. Kwashdai-sun is rambling on and on about how he bravely went toe-to-toe with the god of war, claiming he went 800 rounds before getting his arm snapped. But I've got his moves figured out now. Next time, I'll make him beg for mercy. With that, Kwashdai-sun raises his arm, yelling, "Long live 17! His crew roars back in hype, but a lone swordsman in the corner watches silently. Nam Van Hao holds his sword, deep in thought. He knows Daisun's skills well. If he only got a broken arm from the God of War, maybe the God of War isn't all that special. Van Hao scoffs, shouting out loud, Master Quax is truly brave. I'm genuinely impressed by your skills. Hearing a familiar voice, Daisun spins around. Nam Van Hao steps forward with his head held high, continuing to speak with a smug grin on his face. But we can't let the God of War bully 17 like this. Master Quash, let's team up and hunt him down. No way he beats all of us. Hearing that, Quash Daisun starts sweating bullets. He's absolutely terrified inside, but has no clue how to back down without losing face in front of everyone. Meanwhile, back at the caravan, Hantuk catches his breath and resumes his training, his sharp sword aura sending fallen leaves flying all over the courtyard. Elder Thok Van Hai's harsh words still echo in his mind. Do you really want to follow your useless master's footsteps? Hantuk tightly shuts his eyes, trying to banish the voice, but it clings to him like a shadow. How long will you waste your life on that worthless, trashy sword style? Look at yourself, you're just as pathetic as him. Reviving the 36 Heavenly Gang swords is nothing but a foolish, impossible daydream. Suddenly, Hantuk screams, "Shut up!" as his strikes grow incredibly fast and fierce. He is executing the famous 36 Heavenly Gang swords with absolute fury. This style is the ultimate Trungnam technique, and reviving it was his master's lifelong dream. Hantuk moves like a flying dragon, turning into a blur, with raw energy erupting everywhere. I won't let my master's decades of hard work go to waste. Nobody gets to insult our sacred martial art. Pointing his blade, Hantuk catches a single falling leaf right on the tip. He frowns, his eyes burning with intense determination as he mutters, "Even if it takes my entire life, I will master this." He immediately starts over. His master only managed to reconstruct the first 24 moves, leaving the final 12 with only raw theories and no actual forms. Hantuk wants to recreate those last 12 moves through sheer endless training. Just as he's about to start the cycle again, Cheon Sa-woo glides in, saying softly, "Man, your dedication to the blade is way stronger than I expected." Hantuk stops, totally surprised. Is there something wrong with my form? Without saying a word, Cheon Sa-woo grabs a heavy sword right off the weapon rack. He spins the hilt, launching the sheath off. Drawing the blade, he yells, "Nothing is wrong. But trust me, you and I are about to test your limits right now. Alright, you and I are about to watch some epic martial arts action as I spar with you, brother." Hantuk is thrilled. Wait, you know swordplay? All martial arts lead to the same peak. Some even mastered ultimate swordplay by watching the Yangtze River, and this is why. Then absolute silence falls over the yard. Hantuk locks his eyes on Cheon Sa-woo's every single move. The second a falling leaf drifts between them, Cheon Sa-woo completely vanishes from sight. Hantuk gasps, shocked by his brother's insane speed. In a flash, Cheon Sa-woo leaps into the air and brings his blade crashing down toward Hantuk. Hantuk tilts his blade to block, then taps his foot to glide backward, diffusing the impact. Gaining some distance, Hantuk prepares to launch his counterattack. Hantuk charges, pouring power into his legs. He swings a massive two-handed slash using his waist momentum, but Cheon Sa-woo easily blocks it with a flick. The blades clash with a deafening screech. Oddly, Hantuk feels zero weight from the strike, like swinging at thin air, yet his own hands go completely numb. Hantuk realizes Cheon Sa-woo is holding back his internal energy to avoid damaging the sword left by Hantuk's master while teaching him a lesson. Deeply grateful, Hantuk vows not to let his big brother down. Suddenly, Hantuk unleashes a strike with earth-shattering power, throwing everything he has into it. Suddenly, Hantuk swings with absolute groundbreaking force. Even Cheon Sa-woo decides not to block this head-on, quickly leaping back to dodge the incoming strike. Sharp sword energy tears downward, shattering the stone tiles on the ground. Cheon Sa-woo spins mid-air like a graceful swallow before landing softly behind his opponent. Standing behind Hantuk, Cheon Sa-woo remains completely calm. Meanwhile, Hantuk's eyes go wide in total disbelief, realizing he just pulled off the 25th move. Feeling like he is in a dream, the young man mutters, "I actually did it." Snapping out of it, he cheers wildly. "Brother, thanks to you, I found my path." Cheon Sa-woo smiles and says softly, "Honestly, I should thank you. It was awesome getting to witness such a brilliant and flawless sword style today." Watching them from the balcony, Honggu Kui, a beggar sect elder, refuses to accept Cheon Sa-woo's greatness, even though he saw how Cheon Sa-woo guided Hantuk. He knows Hantuk only pulled off that final move thanks to Cheon Sa-woo's masterclass guidance. Suddenly, a massive uproar downstairs cuts his thoughts short. The old beggar looks over and spots a rowdy crowd storming the main gate. They look like absolute demons led by the Blue Banner Master Nam Van Hao. Seeing them storming toward the Great Heaven Caravan, Honggu Kui is totally baffled. Meanwhile, Quax Dai-sun turns pale, screaming that he is not ready for a rematch. Hearing the chaotic footsteps drawing closer, Cheon Sa-woo and Hantuk turn around in curiosity, only to see an aggressive mob marching in with total hostility. They look completely ready for a war, and one of them is even waving a massive banner with the number 17 written boldly across it. The mob storms right into the courtyard as Nam Van Hao roars, "War God, today the 17 Union is here to end your undefeated streak for good." Honggu Kui quickly sidles up to Cheon Sa-woo, whispering some intel. Turns out 17 is a coalition of 10 minor sects operating independently. Even the 3 major factions in the Iron Feather Gate cannot control them. Seeing the tense situation, Hantuk quickly steps up to ask if there's a misunderstanding. Nam Van Hao sneers. "The war god fought Quack Dai-sun for 1,000 intense rounds yesterday and sliced his arm off. We are here for justice." Cheon Sa-woo is left completely confused. Meanwhile, Quash Dai-sun pushes past his allies, desperately shouting to set the record straight and clear the air. Yeah, I bled a little, so calling it a bloody battle is pretty fair, but I am not seriously injured. Can we just drop this whole thing already? Staring closely at Quash Dai-sun, Cheon Sa-woo's eyes light up as he remembers. Oh right, you are the guy who broke my umbrella yesterday. Now pay attention here because Nam Van Hao suddenly cuts in yelling, "Stop the chit-chat." Everyone in the streets is hyping up your godlike powers. They even claim you can go head-to-head with the 2 saints and 3 tyrants. The Blue Banner Master draws his sword, spinning it in a flashy display. But after hearing Master Quack's actual description, those rumors sound way too hyped up. This fake news in the Iron Feather Gate will only cause drama. He swings his blade trying to show off his fancy moves, but Cheon Sa-woo just stares at him like he is a total idiot, not even moving. Annoyed, Nam Van Hao points his sword at the young man. We the 17 are neutral guardians. We must expose these fake rumors driving people crazy. Cheon Sa-woo asks casually, even if it costs your lives. Nam Van Hao snaps back. We fought the Yuan dynasty, losing countless brothers. Death is nothing. Hearing this, Cheon Sa-woo remains totally calm and nods. Suddenly, he raises his right fist and a massive surge of blue internal energy begins swirling around it. Taking a quick step forward, the young man closes the distance instantly and throws an incredibly heavy punch straight toward Nam Van Hao's weapon. The opponent's blade, forged from the finest steel, literally shatters into tiny pieces, leaving nothing but a useless hilt clutching in Nam Van Hao's hand. Cheon Sa-woo walks past him, saying, "You and I both know respect, and since you care about the sect's future, I will spare your life today." Nam Van Hao feels utterly humiliated. Screaming in rage, he discards his hilt, ready to throw hands, but the moment he tenses up, his arm shoots with pain. The rest of the 17 stare in disbelief. Suddenly, Nam Van Hao collapses to his knees, clutching his sword arm and screaming in absolute agony. Cheon Sa-woo steps forward, raising his voice. "Since you guys fought valiantly against the Yuan dynasty, I respect your bravery and won't go easy on you. But since you already doubt my combat skills, why don't you all just come at me together? I'll happily take on every single one of you." A huge brute steps up furious. "The 17 do not gang up on people. I am the weakest among us," from the Black Banner. Before he can even finish his sentence, Cheon Sa-woo blasts him away with a single casual palm strike. Immediately, another giant charges with a longsword. He gets blasted away before introducing himself too. "I am Silver Banner. I am White Banner." Cheon Sa-woo moves like a lightning-fast rabbit, effortlessly dodging and counterattacking. He moves effortlessly, striking like he is painting a masterpiece. "Trust me, you and I are about to see this entire gang get absolutely wrecked by his power. Alright, you and I are diving into a crazy mess because a stupid joke backfired big time." 5 days have passed, and rumors about the 17 constantly challenging the war god are spreading everywhere. Hearing this from his lackeys, Hwangbo Gunak is completely shook. How did these clowns get involved with him anyway? The spy explains that at first only one guy blocked his path. But then, for some wild reason, the 17 showed up together at the Daecheon merchant group, taking turns fighting him daily for 5 straight days. They tell the alliance leader that the real issue is how much these fighters learn after each clash. If this keeps up, that kid's influence is going to skyrocket. Hearing this, Hwangbo Gunak just sneers, saying he was way too soft on him before. It is time to drag him down from his high horse. After spilling the tea, the messenger leaves the mountain feeling incredibly uneasy. Right now, things are getting wild at the Merchant Guild, with tons of random martial artists packing the place to watch. Yet the war god accepts every single challenger. He takes them all on. Afterward, everyone claims they learned a ton. Nobody expected this newcomer to pull such a massive power move so fast. In under 2 weeks in the Cheolmu Alliance, his fame is already rivaling the top 2 saints. Meanwhile, at the guild, 217 fighters roar, charging straight at Dan Sa-woo. He just gives them a cold look and murmurs that they are way too slow. He instantly throws a brutal kick, shattering one guy's shoulder before blurring right behind him. Sa-woo then plants a heavy fist directly into the other guy's chest. Both of them fly backward. They get blasted backward instantly. The clean, ruthless display has the whole crowd roaring. Watch closely, our boy is not even breaking a sweat here. Sa-woo calmly calls for the next opponent. Guak Dae-san watches in pure terror, finally realizing the war god's insane scale. He turns to Nam Won-ho, who is completely covered in bandages, and complains that he told him not to come. Now they are all getting clowned, leaving with broken bones. Won-ho snaps back, pointing at his broken arm and demanding to know who gave them the garbage intel. The merchant group is getting more crowded by the day, so Ha-seho has Gyumryeon distribute free lunch to the fighters. As Gyumryeon passes by our 2 injured complainers, she overhears them whispering about the bodyguard beside the war god. Apparently, he is a disciple of the Yeongnam sect and Sa-woo's sworn brother. They are totally jealous. He is only 26 or 27, which makes him just 5 years older. Maybe they should beg him to be their big bro too. Gyumryeon scolds them, pointing out they look way older than the young master anyway. The 2 look super offended, telling her not to judge by looks. Then she asks why the 17 keep throwing themselves at the war god. This question completely freezes them mid-bite, leaving them totally speechless. She is curious why they keep fighting when they obviously stand no chance. Dae-san stares blankly down at his broken arm, thinking it over. He admits that, weirdly enough, they do not resent him at all. Everyone has actually been loving the grind, finding some deeper meaning in these matches. Gumrion bluntly tells them that it is just a sense of belonging. With that, she turns around and walks away to deliver more food, leaving the two dunderheads staring at each other in utter confusion. Did she just say they found a sense of belonging? What do you think? Like, how do you get beat up and feel at home? It makes zero sense, right? But before they can unpack that, a massive warrior crashes the party, carrying a giant spear. He leaps high into the air, launching a fierce strike straight at Dan Sa-woo. Seeing yet another opponent fly at him, Sa-woo ducks slightly, calmly remarking that while his footwork is decent, his spear technique is way too soft and lacks real bite. He easily slips backward, dodging the deadly thrust by a mere hair. Missing his mark, the spearman uses the momentum to leap back up, swinging his weapon with enough force to split a mountain. But Sa-woo simply counters with a high kick, snapping the spear shaft clean in half. Sa-woo calmly advises him not to let enemies read his rhythm. Before the spearman can even process the tip, a devastating pressure hits his face. In a flash, the warrior is blasted away like a broken kite crashing hard. Watching from the balcony, Hong Mu-gyu and his companion look on, as the crowd erupts into wild cheers. Ha-so-ho asks the old beggar if he has any clue why Sa-woo is putting on this endless show. He is not just beating these guys up, he is actively pointing out their fatal flaws and teaching them how to actually improve. Sa-woo claims he is trying to catch a fake fox. This completely confuses Soho, as even her brilliant mind cannot unpack his bizarre metaphor. It turns out Hong Mu-gyu asked him about this earlier. Instead of a direct answer, Sa-woo explained that hunting a highly alert fox requires patience. You cannot let it slip away. You bait it out and go for the one-shot kill, a hunting lesson passed down by his late father. Mu-gyu was stunned, realizing the old fox he wanted to bait was Hwangbo Gunak himself. Hearing this, Soho gets incredibly flustered and blushes. Her name contains tiger, so she hates being compared to foxes, but she quickly turns serious. Gunak is a monster and definitely no easy target. While she worries, Mu-gyu remains completely relaxed, trusting that Sa-woo has everything calculated. Suddenly, a little girl comes running up to them. Soho gently asks her what is wrong. The girl, Nisio, hands over a letter explaining a white-haired lady in white robes told her to deliver it. Hearing this, Soho immediately figures out who sent it. She wastes no time, calling a temporary halt to the fighting arena right away. She brings the letter directly to Sa-woo. Seeing the beautiful merchant leader step in, the 17 warriors cannot help but praise her style. Sa-woo looks highly puzzled, asking if it is from Han Sang-ah. Soho replies that there is no signature but describes her sender perfectly. She says the messenger described her as a pure ice flower blooming in the frozen lands. Sa-woo opens it, wondering why on earth Han Sang-ah would reach out now. Even Han So looks tense. Trust me, you and I need to be there because Sa-woo is meeting her tonight. Yo, you and I are about to watch some crazy revenge go down at Funyet Island. Xiao Tiaohu is totally stunned, because that island is 20 miles away and completely abandoned. Why would Bonghua meet there? She must have her reasons for calling me there. We will find out tonight. Tiu-ho, watch this place for now. With that, Cheon Sa-woo gets ready to move. He channels raw energy into his legs and leaps up, shooting off like an arrow from a bow. Hantu, seeing his big brother this rush for the first time, immediately screams out. He yells at Cheon Sa-woo's retreating back, asking if he is really dumping Lady Tu to chase after Bang Hoa. Having her crush exposed right in front of everyone, Tiu-ho blushes hard and tries to shut him up. Han-tu does not get the situation, but she knows Cheon Sa-woo is just worried about his master's daughter, Han Xiangya. He had no other choice but to rush off. Under the corridor, Hong Vu-kue silently watches the kid leave, feeling an ominous vibe creeping up on him. With all his years roaming the martial world, he knows that letter is sketchy as hell. The old beggar hesitates, wondering if he should have stopped him. Seeing their war god bolt like that, Quash Dai-sun and his buddy are totally lost. Nam Van Hao immediately barks out, asking if he is seriously leaving them behind. Are you really ditching us to go solo? But right then a sweet voice cuts in. Xiao Tiaohu steps up, explaining that brother Cheon Sa-woo had an absolute emergency. She tells the crowd that since they fought so hard lately, the Daitian Merchant Guild is throwing a massive feast for every single martial artist present. Hearing this, the crowd cheers, praising her awesome hospitality. The guys ask if they should join too. Of course they should, it would be rude to decline. Pretty soon the sun dips below the horizon, and a bright moon rises high. Pay attention now, because this is where our boy's solo mission officially begins. 20 miles away from the guild, Cheon Sa-woo is gliding across a massive lake, barely wetting the soles of his shoes as he dashes over the water. Ripples shatter the reflection of the moon as he zips past. Moving like a literal streak of lightning, he is effortlessly sprinting across the deep water. Soon he narrows his eyes as a small island appears ahead. Taking a deep breath, he leaps high, gliding through the air with total ease. He lands gently on a tree branch, scanning his surroundings. The island looks like it was sliced in half by a giant axe, leaving a massive crevice. This must be the Funyet Island she mentioned in the letter. Right then, he spots a small cabin tucked deep inside that ominous rocky crevice. It sits against the cliff, surrounded by water on 3 sides. If he gets ambushed here, there is zero escape. Under the roof, a figure in pure white sits quietly. Cheon Sa-woo looks serious, thinking how the person he wants to see most is waiting in the sketchiest spot. Then, a cold smirk creeps onto his face. He wants to see what kind of game they are playing. The kid leaps down from the tree branch and drops quietly into the deep ravine. This canyon is way deeper than he expected. Holding his hands behind his back, he greets Han Xiangya, but she looks genuinely shocked to see him. She asks what he is doing here. Cheon Sa-woo frowns, totally confused, asking if she was not the one who wrote the letter inviting him. She gets up from the table, completely denying it. She claims she never sent any letter and is only here on a mission for the Fai-ung clan. You and I both know something is fishy, and Cheon Sa-woo is already on high alert. He notices this chick's walk is totally different from the real Han Xiangya. Playing it cool, he says someone probably used her name to trap him. But as they talk, he glances at the table and spots a second clue. This woman carelessly tossed her sword aside. A real swordsman on a mission would never do that, proving the Minthon sword is not her actual weapon. She has no idea how to handle it. The fake Han Xiangya then coldly asks who could have lured them here and what their goal is. Cheon Sa-woo drops a straight-up bomb, telling her he does not care about their goals. He only cares why she is wearing Han Xiangya's face. He demands to know who she really is. The fake's eyes instantly widen in shock as several figures suddenly start rushing toward the rocky crevice. Leading the pack are Nonggong So-tien and his son. Within seconds, a massive group of martial artists reaches the edge of the steep cliff. Both sides of the canyon are packed with elite experts from the Nonggong family. Nonggong So-tien stands on a high branch, arms crossed tightly. The old man looks down at the cabin with pure murderous intent. Nonggong Thong-win also scowls fiercely. In the crowd, only one mysterious warrior stands still. The night wind blows his veil aside, revealing a brutal, jagged scar across his left eye. Just days ago, our hero was sharing an umbrella with the real girl. Hearing Cheon Sa-woo's accusation, the imposter desperately tries to play it cool, claiming she has absolutely no idea what he is talking about. The kid does not waste any more words and suddenly raises his left hand. Seeing the massive Trongkin energy gathering, the imposter turns pale with fear. A powerful blast of energy slams straight toward her forehead. She screams out, instinctively covering her face and crouching down as her hat goes flying off. She glares at the boy from a distance with pure hatred in her eyes as another face slowly begins to show beneath her pale skin. Since you saw right through me, there is no point in acting anymore. With a brutal growl, she tears the mask completely off her face. Cheon Sa-woo stares at her actual face, still confused about her true identity. Ko-jiao looks back at him with pure, venomous hatred. She spits out that he destroyed her entire family, leaving her as the sole survivor of the Ingu Duongam clan. Did he forget that fast? You slaughtered 92 of my people in that forest. You crushed my big brother Ammok Chan's head, and my second brother's body was never found. Cheon Sa-woo finally remembers her as the woman who escaped that day. Since then, Ko-jiao had been tracking his relationship with Han Xiangya. She carefully studied every single move Han Xiangya made, but she still messed up and let him spot her sketchy mistakes. Hearing her story, Cheon Sa-woo calmly says they ambushed him first, leaving him no choice. He respects her quest for revenge and offers to spare her. He turns to walk away, but Ko-jiao's voice shrieks from behind. Trust me, you and I are about to see a massive showdown in the next episode. Alright, you and I are about to see a wild disguise attempt totally fail because her snow-white hair ruins the plan. Aren't you curious whose face was ripped off to make this mask? Hearing this, Cheon Sa-woo freezes, asking coldly, what did you do to her? Ko-jiao stomps hard on the skin mask, her face twisted in sick, vengeful pleasure as she shrieks. I peeled her face off, inch by bloody inch. War God, you are the one who killed her. Cheon Sa-woo's eyes flare with absolute rage. Killing this psycho is way too easy, but before he even moves, Ko-jiao strikes first, throwing multiple flying daggers. But right at that split second, a heavy iron chain whips forward, blocking every single blade. The metal links clank loudly, instantly deflecting the weapons. Then the heavy chain snaps right back, coiling around the man's arm like a perfectly obedient snake. Wrapped tight, the mysterious warrior retracts his chain, warning in a deep voice, Ko-jiao, I get you are mad, but do not break your promise. You agreed to 2 strict rules before I ever agreed to help you hunt down the war god. First, I get him one-on-one. Second, absolutely nobody interferes in our fight. Now pay attention here because Cheon Sa-woo notices something wild. This newcomer's eyes are a creepy, lifeless, solid white. Man steps out of the dark shadows, adding, War God, today we settle this fairly, a true match of life and death. I do not care who you are, and I do not care. My score with that crazy woman is not settled yet, so move. But the guy does not budge. He blocks the path, introducing himself. I am Van Mok V, master of the Ghost Fighter, Kim Kok Nok. Cheon Sa-woo frowns, remembering the warning that his master would come for blood. The teen shrugs, fine, we can throw hands, but only after I wipe out Ko-jiao first. Van Mok V's face drops. Guess I have been out of the game too long if a cocky brat thinks he can talk down to me. His gaze turns razor sharp. The Heaven Sky Taoist raises his left fist, wind howling around it as he channels every ounce of his massive power. With a ferocious swing, a massive shockwave blasts straight at Cheon Sa-woo. Our boy ducks, raising both arms to block the insane impact head-on. But even after Cheon Sa-woo blocks the impact, the brutal force keeps pushing right through his guard, exploding outward and instantly ripping apart half of the small house. Once the dust clears, Van Mok V asks smugly if they can finally start. You and I can see Cheon Sa-woo has never looked this serious. Before we throw down, did you really owe a massive favor to Huang Fu Quanyak? Van Mok V snaps that plenty of fools are curious about that, but he absolutely refuses to bring up that painful memory ever again. The teen nods. If that is how it is, then show me what you got. Cheon Sa-woo channels his inner energy, taking a low combat stance. A massive aura surges from him, making his long robes whip around wildly in the wind. Van Mok V sneers. Is that the famous Heaven Shattering divine art? Let us see what makes it so special. Suddenly, Cheon Sa-woo stomps his foot down. A sharp wave of pure energy erupts from the ground, instantly crawling up Van Mok Vi's legs before boring straight into his body. The old warrior instantly gasps as his bones and muscles ache violently, feeling the enemy's energy shredding his internal organs. He is totally shocked. If he had not been warned beforehand, he would have ended up dead just like Nonggong Vu Tian. The Taoist cannot play around anymore. He unleashes his entire reserve of raw power, completely purging the foreign energy. Cheon Sa-woo watches this, his face twisting in pure disbelief. Van Mok V crosses his arms with a smug look. Your legendary art is nothing special. He drives his toe into the ground, launching forward. He blasts straight ahead, smashing a brutal strike right into Cheon Sa-woo's chest, sending our main character flying back like a broken toy. Van Mok V lunges forward, grabbing Cheon Sa-woo's ankle midair and slams him into the ground with pure force. The teen grits his teeth. His internal energy is in total chaos, and his chi is completely useless against this guy. This opponent came fully prepared to counter him. Van Mok V easily reads his shocked face. Too late to be surprised now, kid. Spinning on his right foot, he uses the momentum to throw Cheon Sa-woo away again. Flying straight toward a thick wooden pillar, the kid suppresses his churning energy and takes a deep breath. He tenses his core, pulling off an insane mid-air martial arts flip. His left foot plants hard against the pillar, redirecting all that kinetic force. He lands smoothly on his feet, stabilizing his stance. Van Mok V sneers, you only practice for a few years and think you are boss? Do not think your heaven-shattering art makes you invincible in this world. As he speaks, the old master's tone turns heavy with grief. My disciple Kok Nok was a genius. If he had only fully mastered his silver bell technique, he would have never lost to you. Van Mok V raises both hands, his energy bursting endlessly. Under his command, the iron chains wrap tightly around his limbs like armor. With his limbs fully protected, the old man winds up like a loaded crossbow. Today, I will break your unbeatable technique and avenge my fallen disciple. Hearing that, Cheon Sa-woo just grins. The kid is absolutely pumped for a real fight now, shouting back, you probably do not know this yet, but our style has not lost a single fight in 1,000 years. He channels his energy to strike, but the old master beats him to it. A heavy palm strike forces Cheon Sa-woo to block. He counters immediately with a lethal hook to the head, but the old man easily parries it. Away. The two clash furiously inside the small house, trading heavy blows and unleashing their maximum power with every single strike. Instantly, splinters and shockwaves erupt everywhere from their clash, and we are watching right alongside Nonggong So-tien and his son as they observe this madness from afar. They definitely did not expect a fight this intense. After a moment, Nonggong So-tien mutters, has our spy next to Bong Hoa sent any updates yet? If she catches wind of this, we are in deep trouble. His son asks, if we fear her so much, why not? Alright, you and I are jumping right into a mess where killing this ice flower chick once and for all isn't the real problem. It's the Flying Eagle gang backing her up. If they make a move, the Lion Alliance won't just sit there, and even the Nine Heavens Mansion might jump into the chaos. Today's fight decides the fate of our entire clan. The Namgong family's survival is on the line, so zero room for mistakes. Meanwhile, over at the Iron Martial Alliance, that legendary ice flower girl Han Xiangya is deep in her own thoughts. She's been with the Flying Eagle gang for a bit, and they are legit packed with top-tier monsters. Even the Lion Alliance is throwing mad support behind them to build their clout. Give them some time, and they'll easily rival the top 3 factions. But honestly, she doesn't care about any of that hype. Her real goal for joining this crew is totally different. She's only here to completely master the Moon Soul Sword technique. That's the sole reason she took the Vice Leader spot, just to get personally trained by the invincible Blade Lord. Han Xiangya grabs her cloak and her long sword from the table. She walks over to the window, staring up at the dark sky, feeling this weird, restless vibe deep down. She lightly leaps out of the window, drawing her blade in a flash. The ice flower starts training her sword forms again, though calling it a style isn't exactly right. It's more like pure sword intent since the Moon Soul style doesn't actually have fixed moves. It's all about mastering that raw mental energy, which she can then fuse into any complex attack. The thing that bugs her is how she even learned such a broken, high-tier technique in the first place, because she honestly has no clue. It's like the Moon Soul style was just hard-coded into her brain since birth. She actually asked her adoptive dad about it, trying to get some answers to this headache. The Han family head guessed her real parents taught her, but whenever she brings them up, he completely dodges the question. Suddenly, a familiar face flashes in her mind. She stops her moves and lets out a sigh, wondering why she keeps thinking about that mysterious old man from her dreams. It makes absolutely no sense to her. For 20 years, she's never seen his face clearly, yet he feels incredibly familiar, and that annoying mystery eats at her. Suddenly, she senses something in the distance. Now pay attention here, because she turns around and coldly drops a line that'll make your skin crawl, asking why they're bothering her right when she's annoyed. You've been stalking me ever since I helped that young hero, she says, her eyes suddenly burning with pure killer intent. How much longer do you plan on following me? 100 meters away, the spy in black shivers, totally shocked that she detected him from this far. Without wasting a second to think, the spy bolts. He thinks his speed is top tier within the Iron Martial Alliance. Even though he got caught, he's fully confident he can easily outrun this ice flower girl. But right as he hits the ground to leap again, his legs suddenly go completely numb with a freezing cold, realizing both of his calves are sliced wide open. A blast of icy sword energy severed them instantly, freezing his blood solid before it could even drip. The spy lets out an agonizing scream and collapses onto the dirt. Meanwhile, Han Xiangya lands right next to him, as light as a feather, her robes fluttering. The ice flower herself has caught up to her prey. Holding back his pain, the spy is absolutely terrified. Rumors said she could be the first female sword immortal, and seeing this, those rumors aren't an exaggeration at all. His eyes go wide as he resolves to send a warning to his boss. He quickly reaches into his shirt to grab a signal flare, hoping to alert them. Firing this means his entire mission failed, but before he can even pull it, he feels a sudden chill in his upper body and watches his arms fly off. She already sheathed her blade and turned to walk away, her moving clothes being the only sign that she even attacked. The girl's voice remains super calm. "Now, tell me everything you know, and maybe I'll consider giving you a quick, painless death instead of letting you suffer. You and I both know sneaking around is risky, but a small boat is slowly heading toward Fuyue Island right now. He knows he shouldn't meddle in his big bro's love life, but Xiaohu is such a great sister-in-law. To make sure his bro isn't fooling around, Hansu heads out alone. Hansu keeps yelling at the boatman to raise the sails and speed up. The boatman just sighs, explaining the crosswind would actually slow them down. Left with no choice, Hansu just lets him row. Suddenly the boat dips, and he looks up to see a stunning figure standing right on the mast. She's wearing snow-white robes. Her hair is bone-white, looking like a literal ice flower blooming in a frozen wasteland. Han Xiangya tries to calm her breathing. Staring into the distance, she spots the jagged island ahead, looking like it was sliced by a giant axe. That's Fuyue Island, where Cheon Sa-woo is waiting. Taking a deep breath, the ice flower launches herself forward like a bullet leaving a gun. Hansu watches this in absolute shock, totally confused. The boatman's next words confirm his wild guess, hyped that they actually got to see the legendary Han Xiangya. This trip was totally worth it. Hansu is completely stunned. If she made plans to meet his big brother, she should have been waiting on the island, so why is she rushing there now? Thinking this, Hansu takes a step, wanting to leap and chase her, but realizing his movement skills are trash compared to hers, he just begs the boatman to go faster. Meanwhile, up on the mountain peak of the Iron Martial Alliance, Huangfu Junyue stands silently, staring into the distance as a subordinate approaches him from behind. He asks the leader why he's still awake. He responds that Wan Mufei made his move and that kid Su Qiao really blew things out of proportion. Kneeling, the sub says, "So you already know they're fighting on Fuyue Island." Junyu replies, "It's more like I felt their massive energy clashing, only they could cause this uproar. They're really drawing a crowd with that kind of noise." Curiously, the subordinate asks him who he thinks is going to win this fight. Closing his eyes, he thinks for a moment before saying, "Wan Mufei probably has the upper hand, since he managed to survive that person's attack in the past." The subordinate's jaw drops. "Leader, you think the war god is going to lose?" Junyu opens his eyes and stares at his left hand. The memory of his duel with that kid is still vivid. The Fist Saint lets out a mysterious smile, noting that while the war god is young, his true power is unknown. "So you and I just have to wait and see which of these absolute monsters is actually going to come out on top and prove who's truly the strongest." Back on Fuyue Island, the battle is reaching a fever pitch as Cheon Sa-woo lands a brutal kick straight to Wan Mufei's face, sending him flying backward. Let's jump straight into this epic clash where the legendary Taoist Van Mach V pulls an insane midair spin, aiming a savage kick straight at our boy Cheon Sa-woo's head. Cheon Sa-woo blocks it, but the massive impact still sends him flying. Van Mach V sticks the landing, instantly charges forward, and launches another relentless assault. He flies in with a brutal knee strike aimed right at the kid's face. Cheon Sa-woo barely guards it, but the heavy blow leaves him completely dazed and off balance. While the kid stumbles, Van Mach V bounces off him and flips right behind his back. Seizing the perfect opening, the old Taoist whips out his left hand. A heavy iron chain shoots out like a snake. Before Cheon Sa-woo can even react, the chain wraps tightly around his neck as Van Mach V jerks it back hard. The trap snaps shut, but Cheon Sa-woo quickly jams his arm in to breathe. Suddenly, Van Mach V closes the distance and grabs the other end of the chain. With a massive heave, he literally hangs the teenager upside down in midair. Meanwhile, under the dark sky, Han Xiangya glides across the water like it is solid ground. She quickly reaches Fuyue Island nearby. Sensing the crazy energy waves exploding from the valley, she immediately knows two high-level masters are duking it out. Suddenly, her icy eyes narrow as she spots two figures hiding on a cliffside tree. She recognizes one of them as a major elder of the Nangong family. It is the legendary lightning sword, Nangong So-tien, alongside Nangong Su-qiao's cousin, Nangong Thuong-win. Seeing these two shady figures sends chills down her spine. Now pay attention, because this realization makes her wonder if the Nangong clan or the mysterious Five Dragons Alliance is pulling the strings behind this whole mess. Before she can piece it together, another figure catches her eye. A mysterious man in a bamboo hat and green robe stands in the wind, looking incredibly ominous. An icy, terrifying aura radiates from him. She felt this exact same deadly vibe before from the underworld demon blade Kong Wei. Suddenly, the man senses her presence. His blood-red eyes stare right at her hiding spot. Han Xiangya's heart skips a beat, and in a flash, she vanishes into thin air, leaving only a scattering ice blossom behind. The creepy man smirks, realizing the Nangong family failed to stop someone as slippery as Han Xiangya. Hiding behind a massive tree, her mind races in panic. That guy's dark energy felt even more monstrous than Kong Wei's, making him an absolute threat. He is definitely too strong to be from the Nangong clan. Could he be one of the 5 Dragons Alliance's new elite elders? Before she can think, a faint groan cuts through the air. Han Xiangya looks toward the lakeside cottage with pure worry, recognizing that painful voice instantly. It is him. Cheon Sa-woo is in deep trouble. Inside the cottage, Van Mokvi uses his massive strength to choke the life out of the kid with that iron chain. Hanging midair, Cheon Sa-woo desperately struggles to breathe despite blocking with his arm. The sheer crushing power of the old Taoist is just too overwhelming. The kid tries to channel his energy to shatter the metal, but the crafty Taoist sees it coming. Van Mokvi brutally kicks him right in the spine. He floods the chain with his own spiritual energy, completely blocking Cheon Sa-woo's chi flow. The metal coils tighten, choking him until his vision blurs. As darkness creeps in, this near-death feeling drags his mind back 10 years. But he is no longer that helpless kid who got trampled on by everyone. You and I both know he is not that weak kid anymore. Cheon Sa-woo smirks as his absolute beast energy starts roaring like a raging river. Van Mokvi is totally shocked by the sudden burst of monstrous energy from a dying kid. The next second, the unbreakable black iron chain starts cracking. Boom! The chain shatters into pieces as an explosive shockwave blasts Van Mokvi backward. Before the old Taoist can even recover, Cheon Sa-woo blitzes him. Veins pop on the teenager's arms as he clenches his fist. Channeling every ounce of his destructive power, his deep blue eyes lock onto his target. He unleashes a mountain-shattering punch straight at the Taoist's chest. Van Mokvi quickly crosses his arms to block, but it feels like getting hit by a truck. The brutal impact sends him flying backward. Van Mokvi desperately slams his feet into the ground and forces his energy down, trying to stop his slide. He skids back several yards before finally stopping. Shaking off the residual force, the old Taoist growls, acknowledging the kid is indeed a genius. He scoffs that this basic level of power will not save him. But before he can even finish his sentence, his expression completely morphs into pure horror. The teenager stands tall in the distance as his aura suddenly skyrockets. Cheon Sa-woo raises his left hand, swirling massive energy right in his palm. With freezing cold eyes, the kid boldly declares that the 5 Heavenly Ruin Generals never lose. He then unleashes a casual yet devastating palm strike. The overwhelming energy completely engulfs Van Mokvi, making his pupils shrink in terror. In that split second, he is dragged back into a dark memory from his youth. Back then, he traveled to the far north seeking strong opponents, only to run into a mysterious master. That man was the literal definition of death itself. When that master struck him, he stood absolutely no chance, falling straight into an endless abyss. Though his life was spared, the trauma never left. The pitch-black darkness blinded him permanently, leaving him blind forever. That legendary master became his worst lifelong nightmare, and Cheon Sa-woo's attack, exactly the same. The sheer crushing energy crashes down on him like Mount Tai dropping from the sky. It is the exact same terrifying power that shattered him decades ago. A deafening blast echoes through the valley as the entire cottage is blown to smithereens. Amid the thick dust and debris, a silhouette slowly emerges. Van Mokvi walks out completely unscathed, his body protected by a thick layer of energy. The old Taoist steps forward, looking at the kid with intense eyes. He mutters that he never expected to feel that terrifying dread again. Suddenly, he glares at the boy, claiming he will finally conquer his nightmare today. Cheon Sa-woo just cold smiles back, inviting him to keep going. Van Mokvi shouts in agreement and immediately lunges forward with a vicious face strike. The kid dodges and blocks, trying to regain his footing. But out of nowhere, another heavy iron chain comes ripping through the air towards him. Cheon Sa-woo barely raises his elbow to block the chain from cracking his skull. Van Mokvi controls both chains masterfully, combining them with rapid strikes. With these heavy chains and brutal strikes, our boy is totally cornered. Trust me, you and I need to stick around to see how he survives this madness. Alright, you and I are jumping right into this crazy duel as these 2 chains shadow him relentlessly, forcing our boy to leap high while his enemy growls. He swings his arms, launching those chains like twin dragons straight at Cheon Sa-woo, but our boy isn't scared, unleashing raw strikes to smash those incoming links. Clang! Metal echoes everywhere as Cheon Sa-woo pins the chains deep into the cliff. But Van Mokvi is persistent, pumping waves of heavy energy straight through the iron. He yanks down with all his might, ripping a massive boulder from the mountain and hurling it at the kid. Cheon Sa-woo looks back, but his face stays dead cold. Unfazed, the kid slams his palm into the rock, piercing it with raw force to shoot out a massive stone pillar, while the leftover debris keeps crashing down. It heads straight for Van Mokvi, but he doesn't even try to dodge. Instead, he leaps right through the opening, diving straight at Cheon Sa-woo in midair. He flies up to strike, but Cheon Sa-woo immediately swings his right arm, sending the 1,000-pound stone pillar flying like a missile straight back at Van Mokvi. The kid throws it, then adds a massive kick for extra power. Van Mokvi blocks with both hands, barely holding on, but he has zero leverage in midair. Defenseless, he quickly throws his black iron chains and uses pure strength to split the pillar in half. Cheon Sa-woo actually respects his quick reflex and battle experience. But the fight keeps going. Van Mokvi roars, swinging his arms to launch the 2 halves of the stone pillar straight back at our main character. Cheon Sa-woo pushes his hands out, shattering the stones into a million pieces. Van Mokvi lightly taps his toe on a falling fragment, leaping back up with momentum. He launches a fierce punch at Cheon Sa-woo, but our boy lifts his knee, easily blocking the strike before spinning around to throw a heavy fist of his own. Cheon Sa-woo punches him right in the face, catching him off guard. He sends the guy falling, but he isn't done, landing a brutal kick to his ribs next. He crashes down like a meteor, but Van Mok V suddenly throws his chain, wrapping it tightly around Cheon Sa-woo's left arm before the kid can even react. Now pay attention, because the old man is trying to drag him down to hell. Van Mok Vi roars, putting all his strength into pulling him closer. He flies back up to clash with the teen. Suspended in midair, they trade violent blows back and forth until they both crash heavily onto the ground. Dust kicks up everywhere. When the cloud finally clears, we see them locked in a brutal brawl, with massive shockwaves exploding from their heavy fists. Suddenly, Van Mok V feels his heart stop. Before he can even react, Cheon Sa-woo's inner energy spikes to the max, blowing him backward with crazy force. He gets sent flying, his blood boiling inside as his internal energy goes wild. Trying to even control his breathing feels like trying to climb the heavens. Desperate, he uses his iron chains just to prop himself up. Suddenly, his chest burns and a mouthful of fresh blood spills from his nose and mouth. Looking at the calm teen standing there like an immovable mountain, this legendary elder cannot believe he's been pushed to the edge. There is no escape. Taking a deep breath, he forces his remaining energy into his limbs. Within seconds, his black iron chains burst into a violent, burning fire. This was his ultimate technique meant for another rival, but the kid before him is a total monster. He has to end him before he gets stronger. Van Mok V's body turns bright red, radiating crazy heat. He is pushing his remaining energy to the absolute limit for one final devastating strike. Enveloped in roaring flames, Cheon Sa-woo's expression shifts. He honestly did not expect his opponent to pull off such a crazy move after taking so much damage. I know what you're thinking. Is Cheon Sa-woo ready for this? Chains spin around the enemy like crazy, gathering pure heat in his raised hand. Han-tu runs up, catching the sight from afar. The top disciple of the Trungnam sect immediately starts sweating bullets as he realizes what is happening. His brother is fighting the legendary Van Mok V. His master once warned him about the elder's ultimate move, called One Finger Pierces the Heavens. This insane pressure is definitely that move. He tries to draw his sword to help his brother, but an icy, elegant hand suddenly stops him in his tracks. He looks back to find Han Xiangya holding his hilt. He argues that Cheon Sa-woo is in mortal danger, so how can he just stand there? She respects his loyalty, but tells him straight up that stepping in right now would only drag Cheon Sa-woo down and get them both killed. Meanwhile, the Nonggong family prepares to make a move. The son is shocked to see his father drawing his blade as the old man speaks up. Today's fight determines our clan's survival. When the time comes, everyone go all out, no holding back. I will take full responsibility for whatever happens. Hearing this, Mo Dung Quan Tan mocks them with a smirk, asking why they didn't just fight together from the very beginning instead of waiting. Shut up, you have no say here. Our master wanted a fair duel with the war god, and we could not dare go against his wishes. The son glares back. I know you are just here to spy on us. Go run a report to your master. We do not need your help. He just smirks, staying dead silent. Nobody has any idea what kind of scheme the young master of the Mo Dung clan is cooking up inside. Back on the battlefield, Van Mok V lets out a massive roar as his chains spin even faster, unleashing a hurricane of violent, crushing energy. Massive boulders crash down to block Cheon Sa-woo's escape paths, while a storm of blazing energy channels directly into the old master's burning hand. Even his iron chains snap under the intense pressure. Suddenly, Van Mok V points a single finger, focusing all his energy into a tiny point. Cheon Sa-woo's eyes narrow at the threat. He thrusts his left hand forward, gathering his inner energy in his palm before clenching it into a tight fist. Since his opponent is unleashing his ultimate strike, our boy prepares to counter with his master's secret technique, focusing everything into his knuckles. Cheon Sa-woo's energy surges, condensing into 9 majestic dragons of light. Right then, Van Mok V points his finger, shooting a beam of absolute destruction. Cheon Sa-woo punches forward, merging the 9 dragons into one massive beast, resulting in a world-shaking explosion as their ultimate attacks violently collide in the air. And trust me, you and I are left hanging as the old man, blind for decades, suddenly sees light in his final shocking moment. You and I are dropping right into the madness as that insane energy dragon crashes down like a 10,000-pound sledgehammer, smashing his body. A second later, Wan Muwei struggles to open his eyes, seeing the bright moon in the night sky. The old heavenly firmament Taoist mutters, who would have thought I would get to see the moon before dying? Cheon Sa-woo says softly, you really are worthy of the forever title. Wan Muwei just laughs, saying it is just empty fame. He lost fair and square and has zero regrets. Kid, what was that final move called? He replies, it is called 9 Dragons Soaring Heaven. My master once told me this technique can literally slice down the gods in heaven. Then Cheon Sa-woo asks the big question on his mind. Why would someone as ridiculously strong as Wan Muwei take orders from Huangfu Junyo? Back when I was traveling north, some crazy martial arts expert beat me half to death, ruining my eyes forever. Did Huangfu Junyo actually save my life? I have no clue why that guy even showed up there or if he even fought that beast. Saying this, Wan Muwei starts fading. That mysterious killer spared my life but ripped my eyes out, he says. And you let me see the light only to take my life. Far away, Yin Jijiao stands frozen like a wooden statue. She absolutely did not expect that her boss would lose his life to the war god. Suddenly, she goes completely mental, shrieks a crazy high-pitched laugh, pulls out 2 short daggers, and charges straight at Cheon Sa-woo. But out of nowhere, Nangong Chujin on the cliff yells an order, and the Nangong clan snipers draw their bows, sending a massive rain of arrows, flying at Cheon Sa-woo. Seeing Wan Muwei totally limbless and barely breathing, Yin Jijiao lets out a wild shriek, sprinting to shield or attack Cheon Sa-woo. But then a total plot twist, hits. The Nangong family archers unleash a brutal volley, and a single arrow drills right through her head, followed by a relentless storm of arrows that just shatters her body into a literal pincushion. Since she shielded Cheon Sa-woo, he does not get a single scratch. Yin Jijiao stares with wide eyes, absolutely unable to believe this end. Now watch closely, because Cheon Sa-woo coldly asks if she ever expected her master plan to blow up in her face like this. Yin Jijiao looks at him with pure venom, coughing up that she never planned on leaving this place alive anyway. He snaps back, they say dying people do not lie, so speak up, and tell me what you did to Han Xiangya. She sneers, the more you want to know, the less I will tell you, besides worry about your own skin first. Cheon Sa-woo freezes as his face turns completely pale. He hears a weird sizzling sound from the arrows, realizing it is burning gunpowder. These are thunder arrows specially made for a legend like you, war god. Let us go to hell together. Before she even finishes, a massive explosion rips through the air, instantly blowing her and Wan Muwei to absolute dust. Cheon Sa-woo reacts like lightning, leaping back 30 feet to escape the blast, but before he can even catch his breath, Nangong Chun descends like a demon from midair, slashing his sword straight at him. With zero time to dodge, the kid has to gather his inner energy into his arms, crossing them in front of his chest to block the blow. His arms do not fly off, but that massive impact still sends him stumbling back. The cold, ancient eyes of the old man are loaded with pure killing intent. He quickly channels his pure inner energy straight into his sword blade, transforming it into a glowing weapon of destruction. Nangong Chujin flicks his wrist, unleashing a barrage of sharp sword energy. Cheon Sa-woo tries to dodge, but the force still blasts him back 30 feet. Once he finally stabilizes and looks at his bloody palm, he sees a nasty cut. Now I know what you are thinking, is he gonna run? No way, he just mocks the old coward, saying, sneak attacks? Only idiots talk about fair play. The old man strikes a pose, coldly replying, out here in the martial world, survival is the only thing that matters. Sa-woo locks in, completely silent. He waves his hands, telekinetically hurling massive boulders straight at the old man. The veteran looks at this and totally underestimates the attack, slicing those boulders into pieces like soft tofu. Immediately after, he taps his foot on the ground, launching himself forward like a bullet, aiming a deadly thrust right at Cheon Sa-woo. The kid rubs his palms together, crushing the incoming sharp energy with his bare hands, but that insane kinetic force still sends him flying backward. The old man smells blood, charging forward and spinning midair to use the gravity momentum for an ultimate overhead strike. This is his signature, the 9 rotations thunder sword, but even in his wildest dreams, he did not see the next crazy interruption coming. Out of nowhere, a massive muscular figure drops down from the heavens like a meteor, unleashing a punch with mountain-shattering force straight into Chujin's head. Cheon Sa-woo just watches coldly as the massive guy's iron fist gets completely covered in fresh blood and flesh. Murong Junsheng casually wipes the gore off his knuckle, laughing like a maniac. War god, I missed you to absolute death. It turns out that during the fight, the Nangong archers were already aiming their weapons at them. This was the old man's trap all along, using himself to distract Cheon Sa-woo so his snipe could blow them both to hell with thunder arrows. But Nangong Shangyuan hesitated, because he could not bring himself to murder his own father. He refused to give the order. Murong Junsheng repeatedly warns him that this is their only golden chance, but the son just snaps back, telling him to shut up and let him wait for the perfect moment. But that hesitation costs him everything. Murong Junsheng, craving absolute vengeance, snaps and drives his hand straight through the young master's chest, killing him instantly. The Nangong soldiers lose their minds in absolute terror, but Murong Junsheng does not even blink, coldly warning them that if they do not obey, he will send them straight to the grave with their master. But if they fall in line, he promises them unlimited wealth and power within the 5 Dragons League. The soldiers exchange looks, but then scream that they would rather die than betray the Nangong family, pointing their deadly bows straight at Murong Junsheng instead. He just scoffs and claps his hands, blasting waves of destructive energy that wipe out the entire squad in seconds. With the trash cleared, he smiles and leaps down from the cliffside tree. His target was never the war god to begin with, but rather Nangong Chujin, which completely explains that brutal head-smashing moment from earlier. Cheon Sa-woo stares at him for a long time, having absolutely no idea who this guy is. Murong Junsheng sneers, because of you, my life was ruined and you do not even remember my face. He snaps in rage, throwing a massive palm strike aimed straight at the kid's head. Cheon Sa-woo barely manages to block with his forearms, but the heavy blow still sends him flying like a broken kite. When he finally lands, a trail of fresh blood drips down his lips. He wipes the blood away, slowly walking over to face his opponent. And trust me, you and I are about to see him unleash a terrifying wave of inner force. Yo, stick with me, because we're diving straight into a battle that'll blow your mind as his energy explodes, blasting debris everywhere. While Muyong Junsheng sneers, no way you still have juice after fighting 2 monsters. Cheon Sa-woo shrugs it off, cold as ice. The Heavenbreaker 5 never back down from a fight. Meanwhile, high up on 5 Dragon Mountain, the sect leader, Huang Fu Kuan-yak, stands with his hands crossed, staring out toward Funyet Island. He listens closely, but only hears a massive explosion, making the Fist Saint sigh in frustration. Seeing this, his lackey can't help but ask, Lord, why the heavy sigh? Nangong Sotian's master plan has definitely failed, but the subordinate is completely speechless. He can't believe the god of war actually smashed 2 top-tier masters back-to-back, but we can ignore him for now. So, what's the word on 9 Heavens Manor and the Lion Alliance? Those two old geezers must have their eyes glued to the chaos over on Funuet Island. The lackey reports that the Plum Blossom Sword Saint heard from Doan Muk Tung Yen, but Van Deeptu still hasn't moved, while the Invincible Blade Overlord seems to just be analyzing the board. They still don't have solid intel on the Lion Alliance, but strangely, Han Xiangya rushed to the island without orders. Right now, even the Haotham faction is probably totally lost on what's going down. Hearing this report, Huang Fuchuanyak's voice turns dead serious. This is the perfect moment to completely tear down and reshape the Thiet Vo Alliance. I want you to spread the news right now. Tell everyone that I, Huang Fuchuanyak, am calling an ultimate hero assembly. Standing high on the peak, he commands, the time is ripe, spread the word. Tell them I am hosting the hero assembly. But wait, the Fist Saint pauses before adding, send all our forces to the Nongong family immediately. Make sure Nongong Suqiao is safe. Pay attention here because even his loyal lackey is confused, asking if the God of War will actually win. If that undead demon corpse was fully completed, he'd lose. But Muyang Juncheng is just a cheap knockoff, a half-baked prototype who's totally exhausted. Still, his martial arts are freakishly weird. I'm worried Muyang Juncheng can't take him, he sighs. But honestly, if he dies, that's fine too. Our next undead project will just be way more perfect. Now go, we've got work to do. Meanwhile, on Funuet Island, Muyang Juncheng glares at Cheon Sa-woo, whose energy is surging. With a wild roar, he charges, throwing a brutal elbow right at his face, but Cheon Sa-woo blocks it instantly. He slams him back against a massive boulder. Muyang Juncheng yells with blood-red eyes, "You killed my dad! You slaughtered my brother! You ruined my life!" He rains down a barrage of brutal punches. Cheon Sa-woo blocks them all, but the pure force shatters the rock behind him. The young hero's eyes flash. He spots a tiny opening. Charging crazy energy into his right fist, Cheon Sa-woo throws a devastating punch that collides directly with his opponent's fist. Boom! The shockwave blasts outward. Muyang Juncheng gasps in shock as a wave of raw force surges directly up into his right arm. His arm literally twists out of shape, but he just sneers. "Is that all you got?" Instantly, his mangled arm snaps right back into place. Laughing like a psycho, he throws another punch. Cheon Sa-woo is blasted through the rock, flying backward like a broken doll and rolling on the dirt. Muyang Juncheng cackles arrogantly. "I know you're insanely strong, but against an undead demon, it's useless. No matter the damage, I heal instantly." Cheon Sa-woo struggles to his feet and wipes the blood from his lips, his sharp eyes remaining completely calm. Meanwhile, watching from a nearby canyon crevice, Hantu and Han Xiangya flinch as a massive explosion shakes the battlefield. Hantu screams for his brother while Han Xiangya gasps in horror. And yeah, you and I can see the dust clearing as two figures blur past, with Cheon Sa-woo desperately dodging while trying to think. That underworld demon blade guy from the Five Dragon Alliance had the exact same insane healing power. Cheon Sa-woo realizes there's a pattern here. What on earth is that old geezer Huang Fuquanyak planning? Before he can think, Muyang Juncheng launches another relentless, brutal assault. They trade blows across the canyon. Cheon Sa-woo spots a gap, slides behind his opponent, and delivers a brutal kick directly to his knee joint. But in a split second, the bone snaps back, fully healed. Muyang Juncheng spins, landing a heavy punch right on Cheon Sa-woo's jaw, sending him flying. Suddenly, a chill runs down his spine. Sensing danger from behind, Cheon Sa-woo unleashes a wild spin kick, sending Muyang Juncheng crashing back. Our hero lands safely, while his enemy skids to a halt a few yards away. Cheon Sa-woo has never been this stressed. His Heaven Breaker skill normally shuts down his enemy's internal flow, but this guy's healing is too broken. His energy flow literally can't be blocked or disrupted at all. His attacks are doing absolutely nothing to him. Muyang Juncheng roars, raising his right hand, and Cheon Sa-woo matches him, charging head-on without fear. Their hands collide, unleashing a massive shockwave that pulverizes the rocks around them. Mid-clash, Cheon Sa-woo's mind is racing at 1,000,000 miles an hour. Is this undead monster actually invincible? Meanwhile, Muyang Juncheng is sweating, shocked that the God of War is still this strong after fighting non-stop. Desperate for a win, he slams his left hand into his right arm's pressure point. Muyang Juncheng's power surges like crazy, forcing Cheon Sa-woo to release his full energy. His face stays cold, but his mind flashes back 10 years ago to a vital lesson from his master. "Master, you said the Heaven Breaker's immortal slaying move can kill immortals. But aren't immortals supposed to live forever? Normal people think that's real. But nothing in this world is truly immortal. Take the 3 sages of the Vantian Cave, their insane training let them live far past normal limits. One of them reportedly lived for 3 whole generations. But Cheon Sa-woo, you must remember this key rule. Absolutely nothing in this world is truly immortal or indestructible. You can use tricks to dodge death, but you're only delaying the inevitable, especially against my technique." Remembering this, Cheon Sa-woo lets out a cold smirk. His aura explodes wildly. He mutters coldly, "Especially against my Heaven Breaker skill. Your immortality is nothing but a sad joke." He thrusts out 2 fingers. And trust me, you and I are about to witness one truly epic finish as a beam of pure energy pierces right through Muyang's chest. Alright, you and I are about to watch the ultimate face-off right now. Muyang Juncheng screams in gut-wrenching pain, blasted backward like a broken kite, barely keeping his feet after sliding yards. Raw, chaotic energy invades his chest, and no matter how much he tries to act tough, the agony is too much. Cheon Sa-woo calmly asks, "I thought you did not feel pain? Why are you screaming so loud then?" But Muyang Juncheng just bursts out laughing, saying, "Are you blind? The wound on my chest already healed. God of War, you cannot hurt me." Cheon Sa-woo sneers. The Heaven Shattering art leaves absolutely nothing unbroken. Seeing the kid so damn confident, Murong Juncheong feels a sudden spike of sheer panic. Right then, his pupils shrink to pinpricks. He looks down at his own lower abdomen in absolute disbelief. He feels the inner energy inside his body starting to violently explode. Even with his immortal corpse body, the shockwave is so heavy it makes him cough up a mouthful of blood. Murong Juncheong grits his teeth trying to play it off. Damn it, I'm an immortal demon corpse, completely indestructible. A tiny internal injury like this will heal in a second. Cheon Sa-woo just chuckles at his pathetic cope. If you are so healed, shut your mouth and keep fighting. Though Murong Juncheong talks a big game, he is secretly terrified. Since becoming a corpse, this is his first time feeling pain. Is this brat's martial arts really that different? Realizing he cannot drag this fight out, he charges forward, aiming a massive lethal palm strike right at Cheon Sa-woo. But the young master just casually raises his left hand to block it. Cheon Sa-woo stands there, one hand behind his back, looking completely chill and graceful. With eyes as calm as still water, he says, I told you, the Heaven-Shattering 5 generals have never tasted defeat. Suddenly, his inner energy surges. A wave of power crashes down on him like a massive waterfall. Murong Juncheong screams in agony, flying backward through the air once again. Now watch closely, because this spoiled heir is losing his mind. Red-eyed and utterly shocked, he stares at his own shattered arm, realizing this wound is not healing. Before he can even process the shock, his dantian gets rocked again. Murong Juncheong spits out another fountain of blood, trembling as he gasps. What did you do to me? Sa-woo replies, the Heaven-Shattering art disrupts your internal blood flow. Your self-healing is annoying, I admit, but my slaying immortal strike operates in its own unique space. Once my energy invades your body, it bypasses your meridians completely. Slaying intent flares in Sa-woo's eyes as he explains that his power will rot him from the inside. The energy will just stake a claim and destroy you. With his aura swirling like crazy, Cheon Sa-woo says coldly, Murong Juncheong, this is the end of the line for you. The heir's face turns pale. He screams, God of War, I will take you down with me. The desperate young master charges, throwing a wild palm strike, but Cheon Sa-woo dodges it without even trying. Turns out the attack was just a cheap trick. Murong Juncheong immediately pulls out his blade and runs for his life. Cheon Sa-woo cannot help but laugh at this pathetic run. He raises his right hand, raw, destructive energy swirling around his fingers. His gaze turns ice cold. If you are so eager to die, I will gladly make it happen. Murong Juncheong glances back, absolutely terrified. He spots the cliffside and his eyes light up. He sees a bunch of unused thunder arrows sitting right there. Thinking fast, the cowardly young master spins around and fires a beam of energy to detonate them. In an instant, massive explosions rock Fuwei Island. The cliffs on both sides of the canyon blow apart, sending a huge avalanche of heavy rocks crashing down. Finding the situation way too familiar, Cheon Sa-woo sighs. Why does every fight with the Murong family end with them blowing up the entire place? I know what you are thinking. Are they safe? Well, rock slide alert! Even the calm Han Xiangya panics, while Han Su is practically losing his mind with worry. Seeing giant boulders falling straight toward Cheon Sa-woo, Han Su screams, Big brother, look out! After a while, the dust settles and the canyon goes dead silent. The two frantically call out his name until a familiar voice answers, I am over here. They look over and see him standing tall, holding up a massive boulder. The teenager sighs, admitting his cultivation still needs work, before casually tossing the multi-ton rock aside. He looks around, but Murong Juncheong is already long gone. He clicks his tongue in annoyance. Letting that cockroach escape is going to cause major trouble later. Just then, Han Su and Han Xiangya rush over to him. Big brother, I knew you would make it. Cheon Sa-woo nods, saying he is fine, then turns his gaze toward Han Xiangya. His eyes suddenly widen in pure shock. Wait, did the Yin Corp sect say she was dead? Before she can even process what is happening, Cheon Sa-woo suddenly steps forward and pulls her into a tight hug. The girl freezes, totally flustered, asking, Young hero Sean, what is the meaning of this? He gently replies, Nothing, I am just really glad you are safe. Han Su watches this unfold with his jaw on the floor, instantly making a mental note that they can never let Lady Su find out about this. But Sa-woo's voice suddenly turns ice cold as he glares into the distance. With pure killing intent in his eyes, he promises to make her enemies pay. I will never forgive anyone who tries to hurt you. He gently lets go of her and tells Han Su to take her back to the Shadow Flight Corp first. Han Su is confused and says they should all leave together. Han Xiangya agrees, saying the massive commotion tonight will definitely attract the attention of other major sects. But Sa-woo ignores them both. He has already slaughtered so many people tonight, adding one more to the body count is not going to make a difference. Meanwhile, at the Nongong family estate inside the Iron Martial Alliance, Nongong Suqiao is anxiously biting her nails. The usually calm Blood Lotus is pacing around like crazy. She is sweating bullets, asking her guards for updates every single minute. The Five Dragons Alliance captain tries to calm her down, saying she is worrying way too much. Even if the God of War survived the island, losing 100 elite fighters on his watch is a massive failure he cannot possibly escape. But before he can even finish his sentence, guards outside start screaming, Who goes there? Stop him! Suqiao feels her heart sink into an endless abyss. The guard captain just sneers and draws his sword, telling her not to worry because he will handle this intruder in a heartbeat, but he never gets the chance. Before he can even take a single step, the door gets blasted to splinters. A terrifying force slams right into his chest, sending him flying back, dead instantly. Under the moonlight, a teenager in tattered, blood-soaked clothes steps into the room. Behind him, the corpses of over 105 dragons' elite guards are piled high. And that is where we leave it. As Cheon Sa-woo whispers, if you play games, you die. Trust me, you do not want to miss what comes next. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a killer confrontation. Looking at his icy eyes, Suchao breaks into a cold sweat, realizing he actually wants her dead and stammers, if you kill me, you go against the Five-Dragon Alliance. Cheon Sa-woo sneers with absolute contempt. Even if I have to face the entire Iron Martial Alliance and its 5 generals, I do not care. Suddenly, a figure flies in, forcing the God of War to halt. Sa-woo frowns because anyone who can sneak up on him like this has serious power. Is he some backup sent by Hwangfu Junyu? The stranger wearing a bamboo hat notices his silence and speaks up. After all, the Nongong clan belongs to the 5 dragons. Even if Suchao is guilty, the Alliance should handle it. Suchao grabs onto this lifeline, crying out, Manager Lian, I knew the Alliance leader would never abandon me. The bamboo hat wearer glares at her, completely silent. This guy is Lian Buwei, the Grand Manager of the 5 Dragon Alliance, and he slowly draws his long sword. He speaks in a deep voice. You wiped out the entire Nongong family. But if you take another step, the 5 Dragon Alliance will not just stand by. Our leader wants peace, so back off. We have 100 elite enforcement hall experts outside. So if you are looking to die today, do not say I did not warn you. Hearing about the enforcement hall, Sa-woo laughs coldly. Oh, I remember now. To dodge blame for kidnapping Hiromu's family, your enforcement hall pinned it on Deng Wuxie. Now pay attention to this part. The tension is unreal. Staring right back into those icy eyes, Lian Buwei barks, God of War, that whole case has been settled, so stop throwing baseless accusations or face the consequences. Hearing this, Suchao feels a rush of joy, realizing from their conversation that the Alliance leader is also fed up with the God of War. This toxic blood lotus starts laughing like a total maniac. God of War, you might have slaughtered hundreds of our fighters, and the Alliance overlooked it, but if you dare to kill me, an official member of the 5 Dragons, you are basically declaring war on the entire Alliance, so do not even try. Sa-woo just tells her she is too loud. Then, without a single second of warning, he strikes. He unleashes a finger blast, aiming directly at her. Lian Buwei panics, shouting at Suchao to dodge, but the brutal force instantly breaks her arm. A bone-chilling shriek of agony echoes through the entire Grand Hall. Lian Buwei roars, God of War, do you have to be this completely unreasonable? Sa-woo sneers. Oh, so now you guys want to talk about being reasonable with me. Did you act reasonably when you kidnapped Mugiyu's family? Did you act reasonably when you framed Deng Wuxie? Sa-woo's eyes grow incredibly sharp as he speaks. Since we cannot talk reason, let's keep it straight. Staring into his beast-like eyes, Lian Buwei knows the God of War is dead set on slaughtering everyone here. Right then, he remembers the strict warning Hwangfu Junyu gave him before he left. Those small fry guards certainly will not stand a single chance against the God of War. But get this. The leader had already predicted this, saying, if he survives, he will go after Suchao. Deliver my message, try to persuade him to stop. But what if he ignores my warning? Should we execute him on the spot? Back then, Hwangfu Junyu had just sighed heavily and slowly shook his head, saying, even with the enforcement hall, you cannot kill him. Sacrificing the Nongong clan is a price worth paying. If he absolutely refuses to back down, withdraw immediately. Do not provoke him until the Grand Hero Assembly begins. Back in the present, Junyu smiles, because the moment Sa-woo kills Suchao, he falls straight into my trap. Sa-woo channels energy into his eyes, his overall power surging insanely. The sheer pressure is so intense that blood begins to leak from Lian Buwei's nose and mouth. Realizing he is completely outmatched, the Grand Manager decides not to draw his sword and turns to leave. Before vanishing, he throws out one last angry threat. You brought this on yourself. If you want to be enemies with the 5 dragons, face the consequences. Sa-woo just sneers, not even bothering to look back. Do whatever you want, you always act like this anyway. Lian Buwei does not say another word, vanishing in a flash of light. Suchao feels her world shatter. She is completely abandoned, and her desperate screams go unanswered. Sa-woo raises his right hand, raw energy swirling in his palm as he steps closer to her. Suchao tremblingly begs him, wait, God of War, let's talk this out. Sa-woo interrupts, you using every dirty trick to kill me, I can understand, but you dared to touch my master's daughter, and that is something I will never accept. Hearing this, Suchao's pupils shrink in pure, raw terror as a horrific scream shreds through the dark night, ending her life. A few days later, Hwangfu Junyu walks alone deep into the underground base of the Alliance. The God of War's arrival has totally flipped the script for the Alliance. Although Junyu lost a key pawn with the Nongong clan, everything fits his master plan. Reaching the end of the dark tunnel, the Fist Saint smirks, asking, how on earth did you find this secret place? Suddenly, a shadow drops from above. Yunyezi lands smoothly with his hands behind his back, looking completely relaxed. He calmly replies, I only discovered this place thanks to a close friend. Junyu smirks, his voice dripping with heavy sarcasm. Well, Plum Blossom Sword Saint, long time no see. It truly has been a while since we talked. They sit down to talk, and Junyu places a jar of wine and 2 cups on the table. But in an instant, a blast of energy hits. The cups are blown away as a figure standing yards away channels his energy, pulling the wine jar straight to his hand. Jahashin drinks it down. He looks over mockingly, saying, since I am here, you should have prepared 3 cups, Alliance leader. Junyu does not get mad, instead letting out a laugh. He casually remarks, still as rude as ever, how annoying. The invincible Blade Master glares back, a tiger cannot change its stripes, we only change when dead. Seeing them on the verge of fighting, Yuan quickly steps in to change the subject. Did you call us here to discuss the upcoming hero assembly? Exactly, I need your input. Jae Haoshin drops his sarcastic smirk and asks seriously, do you actually plan to disband the entire Iron Martial Alliance now? You see, 10 years ago, the Central Plains held a massive hero assembly where they formed the alliance to fight off the invading Yuan dynasty together. Now that the Yuan forces have retreated back to the grasslands and peace is restored, the old agreement states they must hold another assembly to disband. Jae Haoshin narrows his eyes, nodding slowly. We all got exactly what we wanted over the last 10 years, so it is finally time to part ways. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you and I are about to witness some absolute madness when this legendary hero assembly goes down in a month. Listen up, you and I are about to dive into a massive conspiracy involving the legendary god of war who just wiped out a whole clan. The Namgong family was a legendary pillar of the Central Plains who fought the Yuan dynasty. But Cheon Sa-woo didn't just slaughter them all on that island, he even took out Namgong So-kyul, the sole survivor. This brutal act is absolutely unforgivable under heaven. As the Five Dragons Alliance leader, I cannot ignore this. Inside an iron cage, Cheon Sa-woo glares right at this fake fist sage. He mutters, you old fossil, so this was your trashy scheme all along. Rewind to a few days ago. 500 miles north at Tianzi Mountain, an old man in white stands with his hands crossed, speaking in a deep tone. Heaven Gate duo, been a while, you punks got some real nerve now. The gray-robed geezer spits back, you old monster, Weiwen Xuandao. How dare you kill my disciple and still talk trash? Weiwen Xuandao closes his eyes, zero fear. Your disciple was a backstabbing snake. So what if I put him down? The green-robed elder snorts, he just protected his girl. Why go so brutal? Cut the talk, old man. Even if you are one of the three overlords, we are not scared of you. Bring it, Weiwen Xuandao says, flexing his bony, claw-like hands. He channels his raw energy into his fingers, his joints popping like fireworks. Dropping into a low stance, a blood-red aura explodes right out of his body. With a killer gaze, Weiwen says, did you fools forget that my body itself is a deadly weapon? The gray-robed elder laughs, screaming, fine, fine, fine. He launches himself off the ground, charging ahead. The green-robed elder yells, stay on his tail. The duo leap high, locking their short spears together. They form a bizarre double-headed snake weapon. But Weiwen Xuandao flashes forward like absolute lightning, his hands splitting apart in a blink of an eye. Now pay attention here, because he instantly teleports behind them. Two brutal screams ring out and the Heaven Gate duo is split into 4 pieces. Their sliced remains tumble down into the dark abyss. Weiwen sighs softly, calling out, all right, quit hiding like rats and show yourselves. Immediately, a shadowy figure steps out behind him. Jimuling of the Lion Alliance bows, greeting the senior. Weiwen turns, recognizing the kid of Jae Haoshin. Why are you looking for me, kid? He replies, the god of war went on a rampage, defeating one of the 4 sages and wiping out the entire Namgong clan of the Five Dragons Alliance. My father wants you to step in and stop him. Weiwen thinks it over, whispering, tell your old man I am not getting dragged into this trash. Sure, I know your dad, but I am not risking my neck for him. Besides, the god of war is none of my business. But the kid smirks. What if we pay you with the legendary blood jade instead? Weiwen's face instantly shifts at those words. He glares at Zheng Muling, muttering, you serious? Your father actually promised to give me the blood jade? Fine. If that's the deal, I will go meet this god of war. Let's see what kind of monster requires you losers to call me in. The Iron Overlord mutters to himself, this might actually be a fun fight. This place is the Iron Martial Alliance, the biggest faction around, yet this old monster just laughs at them like they are nothing. Following the kid across the lake, they arrive at the Alliance docks. Now, you and I can see the Lion Alliance greeting him with crazy respect. It is completely different from how they treated Cheon Sa-woo. This elite tracker is acting incredibly humble today, saying, Senior, you must be tired from traveling. Please rest, my father is throwing a massive feast tonight, and I will personally guide you there. The Iron Overlord just chuckles. If I didn't know better, I'd think I was here on a vacation. Skip the fancy rooms and the feast. I already know where the Great Heaven Merchant Group is, so stop following me. He waves them off, walking away completely alone. Meanwhile, at the Great Heaven headquarters, all the branch heads are gathered in a heated debate about their next move. They have to choose a side. Ever since Cheon Sa-woo rolled into town, his name has been everywhere. Some worship his god-tier strength, while others hate him because of their ties to the Five Dragons Alliance. But after he smashed Wan Muyi, the entire game flipped completely. His power totally eclipsed the 4 sages, earning mad respect. But when news of So-kyul's death dropped, the public vibe instantly soured. Rumors call him a heartless, bloodthirsty monster. Now, it is not just the 5 dragons who want his head, but other massive factions too. Even the 9 Heavens Mansion and the Lion Alliance are joining the hate train. This puts the merchant group directly in the line of fire. Tons of spies are lurking, watching their every move. The merchants are split down the middle, with Han-san wanting to cut ties completely. He wants to protect their corporate profits. But Jeon Do-won's side is backing our guy, pointing out how hard Lady So-seul worked to find him for years. Everyone knows they owe him big time from the Taiyuan incident. Throwing him under the bus now would make their young lady look incredibly fake. But Han-san snaps back, we are merchants first. Profit is our only rule. Sitting on the fence will just ruin this entire group. Do-won counters, trust is everything in business. If we betray our savior, who would ever deal with us? Meanwhile, So-seul silently taps her fingers. This genius lady is calculating her next move. Finally, she speaks up in a calm, icy voice. Uncle Han is right. Prophetess Han-san smirks while Duan's face drops. But she continues, Uncle Jeon is also right. If we lose our trust, we are basically dead. She gets dead serious, her tone leaving zero room for argument. I have made my choice. Great heaven will stand with the god of war. Han-san loses his mind, begging her to reconsider while Du-hwan just grins. She cuts him off. Uncle Han, my mind is completely made up. Trust my vision on this. This storm won't last forever. With that, she turns and walks out of the room. But right as she leaves, and trust me, you and I are going to be left hanging as her maid runs in with some terrifying news that turns her completely pale. Yo, you and I are about to dive into a massive backstab. Why did Su Tu-min do that? Xiao Tiaohu sprints back to the courtyard, desperate to warn Cheon Sa-woo about the deal she made with Chit Hao-tham. They had a solid agreement, and the invincible Dao Ba promised to stay out of it. But now Su Tu-min is totally breaking his word, leaving Xiao Tiaohu completely stressed out and confused. Did someone leak the info? Or did Ingu Longmin pull some shady trick to flip his stance? Outside the backyard guest room, Hong Vu-kui stands guard, looking completely shocked when she runs up. Seeing her storming straight inside, the old beggar sect elder frantically warns her that they have an important guest right now. But before he can even finish his sentence, she just bursts through. Brother, we have a huge problem. She screams as she kicks the door open, but the moment she spots who is sitting inside, the words instantly get choked up in her throat. She pale faces as she recognizes the old monster Thit Ba Vu Van Hien Dao. Her heart sinks into a deep abyss. She never expected Chit Hao-tham to pull strings and drag this powerhouse here. Cheon Sa-woo remains totally chill, explaining that Senior Vu Van dropped by this morning, and since she was busy, he took it upon himself to host the old guy first. Vu Van Hien Dao scoffs. So you are Xiao Tiaohu, the one running the Daithian merchant group and turning it into the #1 trade guild in just 10 short years. They call you an unmatched genius girl, but Thiet Ba suddenly unleashes a heavy, suffocating pressure, mocking her by saying he never expected to meet such an impolite little brat today. Now, watch closely. This pressure is absolutely insane. The sheer aura slamming into Xiao Tiaohu completely drains her face of color. This old man power is right up there with Dao Ba. Suddenly, a soft chuckle breaks the tension. Senior, I welcomed you on behalf of my master, but that does not mean you can just barge in here and act like a bully. Cheon Sa-woo casually flicks a single finger, completely shattering the heavy pressure with raw force. Vu Van Hien Dao's eyes widen in shock, while Xiao Tiaohu finally gets her breath back. She takes a few deep breaths to recover and politely apologizes, saying she had no idea Thiet Ba was visiting and hopes the senior will forgive her sudden rude entrance. Cheon Sa-woo steps in, telling him to let it go since she apologized. Vu Van Hien Dao just snorts coldly. That one quick clash of power proved the rumors about the boy are real. Cheon Sa-woo grins, saying that is a weird take, because if they are talking about manners, the senior was also being pretty rude. You cannot just call people out like that. Judging someone based on one look is totally biased. Making huge assumptions over tiny details is just plain wrong. Getting clapped back so smoothly like that makes the old senior frown. Are you trying to school me, brat? The senior snarls. But Cheon Sa-woo just replies that they did not wake up early just to argue. He wants to get straight to the point. There are tons of rumors about me floating around Thiet Vu Min lately. Since you represent them, why not stop beating around the bush and tell me exactly what you are here for? Impressive, kid. I will give it to you straight. I am here today to drag your ass back and hand you over to Thiet Vu Min. Cheon Sa-woo just gives a sharp smile. You really think that is going to happen, senior? Cheon Sa-woo asks. The old man smirks back, saying it might be a bit tough, but it is definitely not impossible. Though Thiet Ba acts super confident on the outside, he is actually sweating bullets. The guy in front of him is a literal god of war, under 30 years old but totally broken. He literally crushed Van Mok Vi, one of the 4 sovereigns, proving his strength is easily on par with his own. The scariest part? This guy is totally calm despite his insane power. Those cold, unbothered eyes have clearly survived countless deadly dungeons. Vu Van Hien Dao knows that even if he goes all out in a death match, his chances of winning are only 50-50. The old man suddenly chuckles, admitting that before meeting him he was only slightly curious, but now he sees a worthy opponent he actually looks forward to fighting. Cheon Sa-woo just stares back, waiting for his next move, only to see the old powerhouse slump back into his chair with a heavy, tired sigh. Too bad I have no time to mess around with you, and no guarantee of winning anyway. Hearing this, Xiao Tiaohu gets a sudden, brilliant idea. She asks him softly, Senior Vu Van is always known to be too proud to care about worldly drama, so why are you suddenly sticking your nose into this mess? Vu Van Hien Dao narrows his eyes. She continues, there are plenty of weird things happening, like the situation with the Thiet Ma escort agency, right? You know Ingu Longmin is totally full of crap, yet you are still helping them make life hell for my brother. If I had to guess, it is about your grandson, right? Now, I know what you are thinking, but this girl has some serious guts to stare down this old monster. Vu Van Hien Dao glares right back at her. She does not flinch and drops some serious facts. Your grandson has an incurable condition called the Bat Kuk Tuyet Han meridians, meaning his body cannot supply proper blood flow. The only thing on Earth that can cure this terminal illness is the blood jade. I bet Alliance leader Chiet promised to hand it over once this job is done. Am I right? Vu Van Hien Dao lets out a bitter laugh, completely impressed by her wits. Miss Tu, your brilliant intellect is honestly something to be feared. His eyes suddenly flash with absolute coldness as he demands, So what exactly are you getting at? Xiao Tiaohu quickly responds that she gets his struggle. But Ingu Longmin is totally pulling the strings here. Our Dythian merchant group will do everything we can to hunt down the Blood Jade, so please back off. The old man just shakes his head. Your plan has way too many wild cards compared to the Jade right in front of me, and I do not have time to wait. Even though I hate Ngu Longmin's trashy methods, for my precious grandson, I literally have no other choice. Hearing this, Cheon Sa-woo suddenly speaks up. Is there a win-win solution here, he asks. Wu Van Hiandao just shoots him a look that basically says, keep dreaming, kid, there is absolutely no way. What happens if I let you turn me in to Thiet Vu Min? He questions. The old man tells him he will be locked deep inside their underground dungeon. The Ingu Longmin runs that place, and they will hold a public trial at the Hero Assembly in 1 month. Cheon Sa-woo just grins and says that is totally fine. Go ahead and take me in, senior. Xiao Tiaohu and Hong Vu-kue are absolutely losing their minds, begging him to think this through before doing something so incredibly stupid. But Cheon Sa-woo just stands up calmly. Taking a life is taking a life, so facing their judgment is only fair. I do not trust Ingu Longmin, to be honest. But I know Senior Vu Van would never willingly help actual villains, so please trust my judgment on this. The old man bursts out laughing at his sheer audacity. You have serious guts, kid. Saying that actually makes me feel a lot better. You seem pretty damn confident you will walk away, but I must warn you about one thing. The sealing move I will use is the Shura Heaven Restricting Finger. And trust me, we are about to see if he can survive this insanely painful double energy acupoint block. Let's dive into this crazy setup together. He warns the guy not to forcefully break the seal, or else his energy reverses and turns him into a total cripple. If the Hero Assembly says you're innocent, I'll personally unlock your pressure points and apologize. But Dan Sa-yu just scoffs, saying he doesn't give a damn and only wants one thing. During the month he's locked up in the underground dungeon, the senior must guard the Great Heaven Merchant Group. Yang Yeok from the Namgung clan is still lurking around, no cap. And those shady losers from the 5 Dragon League are acting up, so he needs someone strong to keep them safe. Woman Hyundu instantly agrees, and right after that, he thrusts 2 glowing red fingers straight at Dan Sa-yu's chest. This is his signature, overpowered move, the Asura's Heaven Sealing Finger. Now let's talk about the underground dungeon. The Iron Martial Association's jail is called the Thunder Prison, buried hundreds of feet underground. It was built back in the day to lock up absolute beasts from the ancient dynasty. But since the association was formed, they barely locked anyone up in this dump. And after the ancient dynasty got wrecked and retreated north, this place became totally useless. It was basically abandoned until today when a real monster finally gets thrown in. Then Hwangbo Gunnak, the leader of the 5 dragons, shows up to talk trash. He smirks, saying, God of War, you looked so tough when we first met. Everyone hyped up your glowing blue eyes, but right now you look like a total joke. Since the Iron Tyrant sealed your pressure points, your eyes look totally normal. After spitting this garbage, the smug snake lets out a super creepy, sinister laugh. He asks if Dan Sa-yu ever imagined they'd meet like this, with him locked up. But our boy just grins back, saying we will have to see about that. He says it depends on how he survives the next couple of weeks. As Hwangbo Gunnak keeps rambling like a clown, Dan Sa-yu mocks him with total disrespect. He asks the geezer if this pathetic scheme is all he's got. Hwangbo Gunnak just chuckles, claiming locking him up was the Alliance leader's idea, not his. He claims that since Sa-yu wrecked the Namgung clan, he couldn't just sit back as the 5 dragon leader. Then he leans in close, lowering his voice to a chilling whisper. Now pay attention, because this old trash gets super toxic. He whispers that this isn't his plan, and he actually wants to crush his skull right now, no cap. He tells Sa-yu to thank the Alliance leader for giving him 1 more month of life. Besides, this entire prison is solid granite, buried deep underneath a giant lake. Even if you somehow break through these solid walls, the lake water will flood in and drown you instantly. So yeah, don't try anything stupid unless you literally want to die. With that final warning, Hwangbo Gunnak turns to leave. He mentions the Hero Assembly is in a month and promises to drop by often to check on him. The smug 5 dragon leader grins, saying he has one last thing to remind him. Suddenly, he raises his hand and flicks his finger in the air. A blast of energy shoots out, slamming the heavy cell door shut. He warns Sa-yu that there's only one guard here, and the guy has a terrible temper. He says the old Sa-yu could have ignored him, but since his powers are sealed, he'd better play nice. With that final insult, Hwangbo Gunnak turns and walks away. Our main man just sits there, repeating those words to himself. The God of War isn't stressed out at all, casually muttering that 1 month is more than enough time. Meanwhile, back at the Great Heaven Merchant Group, everyone is completely stressed after hearing about Sa-yu's capture. Elder Hong Mu-gyu is furious, blaming Sa-yu for acting way too rashly. Mak Go-yo feels incredibly guilty, thinking this is all his fault. If Sa-yu hadn't stood up to get justice for him, he wouldn't be stuck in this dark dungeon. Han Seok tries to comfort Mak Go-yo, telling him to stop blaming himself. Honestly, with how shady the 5 Dragon League operates, a clash was bound to happen anyway. The kid is right. Feeling guilty won't solve anything. They need a plan. Han Seok points out that this Hero Assembly is just a cheap setup to frame their boss. They're totally gonna frame him and execute him. The old beggar grumbles in frustration, wondering what the hell the God of War was thinking by surrendering without a fight. Honestly, we're all thinking the same thing as this old beggar. He looks at Ha-Soho and demands to know why the God of War just gave up. But since she stays completely silent, the old man quickly shuts his mouth. It looks like even Ha-Soho is totally in the dark about his real plan. Just as everyone loses hope, Ha-so-ho finally speaks up. She suggests that this whole mess might actually be part of her brother's plan from the very start. She believes he anticipated this the moment he entered the Iron Martial Association. Everyone is stunned, but she adds she isn't worried about his safety at all. However, she admits that the Asura Finger is an insanely advanced pressure point technique. Unless the user unlocks it himself, normal people can't break it on their own. She sighs, praying this is just another part of his master plan. The entire room falls completely silent, nobody knowing what to say to comfort her. Elder Hong Mu-gyu still has his doubts. Even if the God of War planned to get captured, there's no way he predicted the Iron Tyrant would be the one sealing him. But right now, they have no choice but to trust him. Suddenly, Han Seok scratches his head, bringing up a massive question that's been bugging him this whole time. He heard Hwangbo Gunnak is using this assembly to disband the Iron Martial Association, so why didn't he just wait until they dissolved before coming after their big brother? And what about the 9 Centrals in the Lion League? They had zero beef with their boss, so why are they suddenly teaming up against him? His question hits hard. It's like a lightning bolt suddenly strikes Ha-so-ho's brain. She never understood why the Lion League betrayed them, but she realizes she missed a massive, crucial detail. The Iron Martial Association is disbanding in a month, meaning those 3 factions will be way too busy fighting over territory. But because the God of War destroyed, the Namgun clan, the 5 great families, are absolutely fuming. If Hwangbo Gunnak can execute Dan Sayu now, his control over the 5 Dragon League becomes absolute. But the alliance leader proposing prisons instead totally cooled the situation down. Hwangbo Gunnak's chance to flex his power and secure his status is basically ruined. His big plans to dominate the 5 Dragon League have completely vanished into thin air. Seeing through the entire game, the clever girl turns to the old man. She leans in and whispers a secret task directly into his ear. When Elder Hong Mu-gyu hears her crazy request, his jaw completely drops in absolute shock. He asks if she's actually serious, and she just nods with a deadpan stare, telling him he has to keep this completely classified. Then, she makes her move. She runs off to write a letter, ordering her ally Bichneo Gumrion to deliver it immediately. Trust me, you and I are about to witness the craziest showdown next chapter. Bring the old man to the guest hall. Hearing these crazy sharp orders, Han-tuk and Kim Lian are dizzy. And trust me, we are about to watch everything unravel. An hour later, the Lion Sect welcomes an elite guest, Iron Tyrant Vu Van Hiendao, rolling up to grab his massive payout. Chit Hao then generously hands over the Blood Jade exactly as promised. Vu Van Hiendao checks the gem over, letting out a heavy sigh of relief. He mentions he is only staying with the Alliance for a single month, asking Chit Hao then to pass the Blood Jade down to his grandson. The Sect Master gladly agrees, inviting him to chill and talk for a bit. During their chat, Hao then pushes him to crash the Lion Sect. But the tyrant smoothly dodges the offer, claiming he already promised the war god his help. Next, their talk shifts to the massive heroes assembly happening in a month. Vu Van Hiendao glares at Hao Than, asking in a low, heavy voice if Alliance leader Huang Fu started this. And what does Sect leader Chiet think about it? Chiet scoffs, saying his opinion is totally useless once the big boss makes a move. Vu Van Hiendao stares him down, spitting out every single word. Fine, let me ask you this instead. Are you actually pissed at the war god? Chiet Hao then narrows his eyes. We do not even know each other, so why would I be mad? Meanwhile, the elders argue endlessly. Alliance leader Huang Fu demands the war god pay for his crimes. Since he wiped out the Nongong family, they want him executed immediately. But others argue there is no real proof, demanding a full investigation first. Watching them clash, non-stop. I offered a middle ground, get an outsider to lock down the war god, keeping him secured until the giant assembly hands down the final verdict. Hiendao scoffs. I get it now, use me. Watch closely, cause this is where the old man realizes he was just a pawn in their game. Looks like that girl from the Merchant Guild got inside your head. I have no clue why she actually treated those passing words as some sacred promise. Real promises are strictly between Central Plains folk. Whatever we say to some northern barbarian does not count for anything. Spitting these harsh words, the Blade Master smirks. The war god and that girl are both northerners. I am not about to sit back and watch them trash our home turf. Shortly after, Hiendao leaves with a seriously messed up head. Now he finally believes that Tiger did not lie. He has been played like a cheap violin this whole time. They treated him like a supreme elder, but he is just a massive joke to them now. Hiendao grinds his teeth in pure rage, clashing. He got his hands on the Blood Jade, but he is not celebrating. He turns back to glare at the Lion Sect. In the hall, he spotted golden dragon carvings on the pillars. Does that crazy Blade Master seriously want to be emperor? Hiendao mutters, do not think you have won yet, Chiet Hao then. We will see who gets the last laugh. His eyes turn ice cold as he promises himself to make them pay for this absolute humiliation. I will make you pay for this. Meanwhile, Han Xiangya is trying to meditate in peace, but her brain is a chaotic mess. A familiar face keeps popping up in her mind, completely messing with her head. She desperately wants to know who he really is and why he feels so incredibly familiar to her. It is the exact same vibe as the mysterious old man from her dreams, and she cannot stop overthinking. Giving up on her meditation, she paces around to clear her mind, but it just hurts. I know what you are thinking, but every time she sees Cheon Sa-woo, she remembers that elder. That mysterious old man. Yet digging deeper into those memories makes her brain explode with pain. Han Xiangya grits her teeth, fighting the blinding pain. Then she overhears some disciples gossiping nearby. Yo, did you hear? The war god is locked up in the Five Dragons Lightning Dungeon. No way, for real? Yeah, some absolute beast named Vu Von Hiendao took him down. Who knew anyone besides the two saints could actually overpower the war god? Hearing the rumors, Han Xiangya narrows her eyes. Suddenly, a cold voice cuts through the air. It is the young master of the Sword Saint family. As everyone bows down, Chiet Muk Ling steps forward with a stone-cold expression, warning them that the alliance leader and the two saints made this call. So keep your mouths shut about it. But right then, another chilly, fierce voice interrupts. Han Xiangya steps up, her face completely blank. Why on earth did the alliance leader make a decision like that? Chiet Muk Lin pulls her into a private room, asking with a cold tone, "Since when does the elite vice leader of the Sound Corps care this much about the war god? That is definitely a surprise." His eyes gleam. "What is your actual connection to him?" Han Xiangya stays dead silent, just staring him down until the young master finally cracks and sighs. "Look, my dad and the two saints did some shady backroom deal. Honestly, I have no idea why my father shifted his stance so suddenly. But the damage is already done. Whether we understand his strange reasons or not, does not change a single thing about our situation now." The young master looks completely sick. He knows this shady move is a total betrayal of the war god by the lion sect. Looking out at the tyrant, walking away in the distance, Muk Ling gets a really bad feeling. This stupid move by his dad just drove a legendary warrior straight to the enemy. Feeling someone watching him, Hiendao glances up at the balcony. Seeing the young master standing there, a wild, suspicious thought pops into his head. Did Hao then betray the war god just to secure his son's future? Then his eyes drift to Han Xiangya standing right next to him. Everyone talks about her as the next big sword goddess. Watching her closely, the tyrant smirks because he can tell she is right on the edge of a major power breakthrough. He finally looks away and walks off, thinking the alliance is full of weaklings, but she actually lives up to the hype. While he is heading back to the Merchant Guild after leaving the Lion Sect, he notices a huge, chaotic crowd gathered right outside the main gates. They are screaming their heads off, demanding the Merchant Guild pack their bags and get lost, while some angry mobs try to force their way inside. They want blood for the Nongong family massacre, but Hiendao sees right through it. This whole protest is definitely a setup by someone behind the scenes. He is highly impressed with Cheon Sa-woo, and that is where we leave it. Trust me, you and I are going to see some wild payback soon. Alright, you and I are about to dive into the action as Wen Shandao slowly raises his left hand, channeling insane energy before unleashing a devastating palm strike that instantly sends those martial artists flying head over heels. As they crash onto the dirt, they realize a massive, deep trench has been carved right into the ground. Yuan Shandao puts his hands behind his back, walking toward the gate as he mutters, "The god of war locked himself up because he trusts me. But that doesn't mean you punks can just disrespect him." This goes for the Great Heaven Merchant Group too. Trash talking here means you have zero respect for this old man. See, Shandao hasn't been around lately, so these idiots don't recognize him and start talking trash. But this Iron Bastion, his aura instantly shifts into pure threat, unleashing a heavy wave of murderous intent. "I don't care what sect you call yours. Cross this line and don't expect me to play nice anymore. Yuan Shandao, don't make empty threats." Hearing his name, the whole crowd freezes. They never expected this old guy to actually be the legendary Iron Bastion himself. Ignoring them, Xiandao turns and walks up the stairs until some brave soul finally gathers the courage to shout a question. "Are you shielding these northern barbarians, Iron Bastion? Are you betraying the Central Plains?" Hearing that wild accusation, the old master stops dead in his tracks. He gives the guy a side-eye and scoffs. "I don't see any barbarians here, but I sure see a bunch of hypocrites." With that, he ignores their confused looks, heading straight inside. Before he gets very far, he notices Su Xiaohu rushing over to meet him with Jin Lian. She gets straight to the point, asking if he knows the three leaders of the Iron Feather Alliance. He replies that yeah, he's known them for ages, but they aren't exactly close. So she presses on, asking Elder Yuan, "How much do you actually know about the mysterious Alliance leader Huang Pu?" Xiandao's eyebrows furrow. Honestly, practically nobody in the martial world actually understands Huang Pu Junyo. The guy is just a complete mystery, wrapped in dark secrets. Nobody can truly see through him. Even though I've known him for years, I still don't fully get him. He turns to Xiaohu, staring her down. "Stop beating around the bush. What do you really want?" Xiaohu bites her lip, hesitating for a second before finally making up her mind. "I want to know about his past when he was young." Meanwhile, deep inside a secret underground base, the big boss Huang Pu swirls his tea. He calmly says, "This whole storm started with the god of war, but once the grand tournament ends, that hero won't be doing anything. I'll personally end him, and soon, nobody will even remember his name." He then looks at the man standing right in front of him. "From today on, your Murong family replaces the Nongong clan in the Five Dragons Alliance. Together, we'll watch a brand new era rise." But Murong Junsheng isn't buying any of his sweet talk. With bloodshot eyes, he reminds him of the one thing he actually cares about. "You promised me absolute invincible power." The Murong heir glares with crazy bloodshot eyes, demanding, "Did you not give me your word?" Huang Pu just crosses his arms, totally unfazed. "The fact that you escaped from the god of war alive already proves you're insanely strong. So his martial arts aren't invincible." But Junsheng snaps back, "You promised me ultimate power. Don't dodge the question, just answer me." Even with Junsheng shouting in his face, the boss stays chill. "The power you got from those esoteric monks is already broken. Add one more fighter like you, and crushing the God of War at the tournament will be a total joke. Just focus on recovering. Once you're healed, your revenge is guaranteed. Junsheng falls quiet for a second, before whispering, "Are you really letting him live until the tournament?" For the perfect dramatic finale, absolutely. But before that day, he'll experience absolute hell. Come on, let me show you something. Meanwhile, down in the Alliance's brutal Thunder prison, some uninvited thugs show up. Don't blink, because this is where things get ugly. A cocky punk in purple robes scoffs, "I hear you're a big deal outside, but in this prison your fancy reputation means absolutely nothing. I hold your life in my hands." But Sa-woo just fires back, "If you love playing God, why don't you go discuss it with the devil? Maybe you can take his job for a few days." The guard's lackeys lose their minds, snarling, "Boss, let me break this brat's limbs first. Let's see him talk big then. His fate is sealed anyway, so why not just rip his tongue out and shut him up forever?" The head guard, Sa Tianwei, pulls out a wicked long needle. "I'd love to, but Master said no. Still, a little torture won't hurt. Don't worry, I'll keep your body looking completely untouched, but let's start with that face." Rumors say the God of War is quite handsome. He violently grabs Sa-woo's cheek, mocking him, but turns out we really shouldn't believe rumors. And with that, he lands a brutal slap. Then his eyes drift down to Sa-woo's pale hand. I know what you're thinking, and yes, this sadistic guard is about to get nasty. Even smoother than a woman's. Let's start with your hands then. With a quick flick, he drives the long needle straight into Sa-woo's flesh. Sa-woo winces, staring at his left hand. In seconds, his skin swells up as a nasty wave of chaotic energy starts tearing through his veins. It surges up his arm, bloating his muscles until his sleeve rips open. The agony is unreal, but Sa-woo just grits his teeth. He doesn't let out a single whimper. Tianwei grins, impressed. As expected of the God of War, even with your powers sealed, you can take a beating. Licking his lips in pure excitement, the jailer whispers, "But we're just getting started." He raises his hands, ready to unleash a whole barrage. Dozens of needles fly like lightning towards Sa-woo. The guard laughs psychotically, "I'm going to block every single one of your meridians. I'll make your life a living hell until you beg to be my slave." Meanwhile, deep inside the Five Dragons Alliance's hidden bunker, Huang Pu leads Junsheng deeper into the dark. What he finds next, 5 immortal bioweapons. Trust me, you and I are not ready for the chaos that's coming. Yo, stick with me because we are about to watch 6 insane undead puppets take on the entire Iron Feather Alliance. Morong family's oldest son narrows his eyes, whispering, "Aren't you afraid that these immortal puppets will stab you in the back?" Huang Fu Jr.'s sharp eyes flash as he asks, "Do you plan to?" Morong Junsheng just smirks, admitting straight up that he has no clue what the future holds. Huang Fu Jr. shrugs, saying, "Honestly, I am not worried. Maybe you still haven't realized, but it is literally impossible for these puppets to betray me. During the refinement, I used a secret technique to rip out their souls, locking them away in a place fully under my control so they will obey every single order. But you see, including you, I have never forced any of you to do anything as long as you do not mess up my master plan." Right then, a tantric monk walks up, and Huang Fu Jr. demands to know why the chief administrator is missing. The monk bows, explaining that Grandmaster Zongjung finished everything and is now putting all his energy into refining the materials for our absolute final immortal puppet. We are going all out to finish this last stage. Rest easy, Lord Alliance Leader, your big plan will go off without a single hitch. Hearing this, Huang Fu Jr. just nods. His own injuries are not even fully healed yet, so whatever this special material is, it must be insanely important. Meanwhile, that creepy old monk Zongjung stands near the doorway, staring up at Han Xiangya, rubbing her forehead. His gross, cloudy eyes are overflowing with lust as he mutters, "If not for that annoying war god getting in my way, you would already be the most gorgeous puppet alive." The old monk whispers with crazy eyes, "Now he is finally gone from your side, which is literally a gift from heaven." Now pay attention, this crazy evil monk laughs like a psycho, muttering, "Hand over your body and soul to me, and I will turn you into the ultimate immortal puppet." Time flies, and we are 15 days away from the Grand Hero Conference. Cheon Sa-woo has been rotting in the lightning prison for 2 weeks now. Sa Tianwei smirks like a complete psychopath, whispering, "Let us see how long you can take this." The prison master snaps his fingers, launching sharp golden needles straight into Cheon Sa-woo's right arm, making his slender arm swell up like a balloon instantly. One of the goons laughs like a maniac, since torturing people is their only fun here. Cheon Sa-woo's internal energy goes completely haywire, and he coughs up a mouthful of dark blood. He has not said a single word in 2 weeks, but his eyes stay cold. "Your name is Sa Tianwei, right? I will remember you." The torturer does not even flinch, pulling out another long needle. Sa Tianwei flickers his wrist, sending a hair-thin golden needle flying straight into Cheon Sa-woo's forehead. A brutal surge of shockwave energy pierces his energy pathways. Unable to handle the agonizing pain, Cheon Sa-woo's body finally goes limp and he blackouts completely. One of the goons grabs him, muttering, "Boss, he passed out." What now? This is the first time he actually spoke a word in 2 whole weeks, meaning his mental barrier is about to shatter. Wake him up. Today we are going to completely crush his spirit. But right at that very second, a loud echo of hurried footsteps approaches. Another guard rushes in, reporting, "Boss, the Alliance leader is here. He is probably coming to check on this punk right now. Maybe we should lay off today." If the big boss sees him looking this wrecked, we are totally getting blamed. Sa Tianwei is pissed, but he definitely does not want to cross Huang Fu Jr. He immediately orders his men to drag Cheon Sa-woo back to his cell. Moments later, Huang Fu Jr. casually strolls into the room saying, "Man, these guards are too much. I told them to play nice." Seeing Cheon Sa-woo keeping his eyes tightly closed, this arrogant leader sneers, saying, "I know you can hear me. Quit faking it." Instantly, Cheon Sa-woo opens his eyes, staring back at Hwangfu Jr. with a flat voice, asking, "Did you come to watch me suffer?" Yuan can see his gaze is calm as ice, which completely catches Hwangfu Jr. off guard because his will is way stronger than he expected. After a heavy silence, the old man sneers, admitting he actually came back because he almost forgot to do one tiny thing. He suddenly raises his hand, pinching two fingers together like a sword as massive energy gathers at his fingertips. Even though Yuan's Shura Seal is insanely powerful and legendary on the streets, this old man is taking zero chances. With a swift movement, Hwangfu Jr. glides forward and drives a finger straight into Cheon Sa-woo's forehead, sending a brutal shockwave of energy through his entire meridian network, locking up all his acupoints. Hwangfu Jr. smirks, saying, "Even though I do not know why you let yourself get captured, but with this, whatever you are plotting is completely useless. You will be torn to shreds at the tournament." He flips his palm and delivers a brutal slap right to Cheon Sa-woo's face. Hit like a sledgehammer, the young fighter groans and flies backward. The raw force of that strike makes his heavy iron cage shake violently, sending wild bursts of shockwave energy rattling all the surrounding prison cells, shaking them to their core. Before leaving, Hwangfu Jr. orders Sa-woo to leave him alone for 2 weeks, starving him without a single scrap of food. And do not let anyone near him. Sa-woo begs, "Boss, I am so close to breaking his will, just give me a little more time." But Hwangfu responds, "He is double-sealed by Yuan and me, meaning his energy is locked. If he dies from your trashy torture, our plans are ruined." Sa-woo tries to argue, saying, "Boss, I swear I know when to stop. But if I just let him off easy, I will lose my street cred." The second those words escape, Hwangfu Jr. freezes in his tracks. Sa-woo instantly realizes he messed up big time as the boss slowly turns around with death in his eyes, growling, "Are you really going to ruin my master plan just for your pathetic ego?" Instantly, the heavy aura around Hwangfu Jr. turns freezing cold. "Sa-woo, I guess I made your life way too easy in this prison." That overwhelming pressure makes Sa-woo shiver violently. The prison master drops to his knees instantly, begging, "Please forgive me, boss. I will never do it again." Hwangfu smiles coldly, ordering, "From this second on, stay far away from the war god. Cross me again and you are dead." Sa-woo slams his head on the floor, agreeing, and nobody notices the sheer hatred burning in his eyes. Now let's watch Cheon Sa-woo slowly wake up inside his cage, trying to sense his body, discovering his internal organs are absolutely wrecked. With his acupoints locked, stagnant blood will rot his body, leaving him completely paralyzed even if he manages to survive. You and I are jumping right back into the fire with a hero who might not even survive until the hero assembly. He just overheard Hwangfu Jr. and Sa-woo, and it seems that overly cautious bastard finally dropped his guard today. Realizing his chance, he stops hiding, immediately circulating the Heaven Shattering Divine Art to smash the seals binding his body. Cutting off blood flow is literally his ultimate technique, so trying to block his acupoints? Please, that is kid stuff to him. In no time, Cheon Sa-woo clears out half of his blocked points. Deep in the shadows, a smug smirk creeps onto his face. He whispers, saying he wanted this half-month delay. "Hwangfu Jr., you are going to regret not killing me today." Then Cheon Sa-woo focuses again on shattering the remaining acupuncture points. It hurts like hell, but it is actually a blessing in disguise. For the past 2 weeks, Sa-woo relentlessly tortured him. Surprisingly, this is just like his old heaven-shattering training. Not only are his unused muscles and meridians fully conditioned, but as raw energy floods his core, he realizes his energy sea has actually expanded massively. Cheon Sa-woo calms his mind, focusing all his attention directly onto his hearing. Walking into this trap was his plan to find where Mogu-yu is locked up. After listening closely for a while, he first detects a high-level master below. Now pay attention here because this guy has insane energy and is locked 2 floors down. He suppresses his curiosity, continuing to probe deeper into the Thunder Prison. Moments later, he catches a conversation so quiet it is barely a whisper. They say they must trust Gu-yu. He will definitely come save us. Hearing this, Sa-woo smiles with relief, knowing his hunch was right. Meanwhile, on Dongting Lake, a young man stands at the ship, staring into the deep water with an unreadable expression. Right then, an old voice behind him speaks up, noting he looks unusual and worried. The young man does not even turn around, calmly replying that he is not worried, just totally confused. He cannot fathom why that guy he wants to host the hero assembly. Honestly, nobody can read Hwangfu Jr., but one thing is clear, he is dead set on disbanding the Taeyu Alliance. He fails to see what anyone gains from destroying the Taeyu Alliance. Well, we will find out in 2 weeks. The massive ship cuts through the waves and soon docks at the Taeyu Alliance port. The duo clear their minds and step ashore. Looking at the packed crowd, the hunched old man chuckles at how lively it is. The quiet young man escorts the elders straight into the busy city. Along the way, they hear everyone gossiping about the upcoming hero assembly, with the entire Taeyu Alliance hyped for the big day. The old man smiles helplessly, glancing back at the young man, wondering how their friends are doing. It has been a long time, and he actually misses them. The youth, cool as always, just hopes they did not run into any trouble here. Soon they reach the inner city, only to find the gates completely locked down. The man in charge, the docks, is Gajanga. Booming like a giant bell, he shouts that until the assembly ends, only recognized martial arts sect members can enter. and nobody else is allowed in. Now, you and I can definitely see this assembly is turning into a massive deal. The two watch in silence. It has drawn eyes from all over the land. Sure enough, as they approach, Gojongha stops them, demanding to know their names and where they are headed. The elder raises his brow, calling himself Xuan Wutian, while the youth calmly introduces himself as Xu Wenwei, heading to the Nine Heavens mansion in the inner city. Gojongha repeats the names, freezing up because they sound incredibly familiar. Seeing the guards struggling to connect the dots, the kindly elder gives him a hint, suggesting the title Sword Immortal might ring a bell. Instantly, it is like lightning hits Gojongha, and he realizes exactly who he is dealing with. The youth Xu Wenwei is the famous Zhongnan Blue Dragon, the direct disciple of the Zhongnan sect leader. Rumored to have joined the sect at age 5, he is a rare sword prodigy whose fame easily eclipses the 3 heroes and 3 flowers. And that old-timer is the martial uncle of the sect leader, widely revered as a legendary sword immortal. Knowing their god-tier status, Gojongha immediately bows deeply in respect. He eagerly offers to contact the Zhongnan sect to come roll out the red carpet, but Xuan Wutian and Xu Wenwei decline. They just say thanks and walk right past. Watching them go, a clueless guard asks his boss if they really should let them pass without checking. Gojong just sighs, telling the guard that in today's martial world, nobody is crazy enough to fake those names, especially that legendary sword immortal. Rumor has it his power might even surpass the Plum Blossom Sword Saint. Even though Gojonghe whispers this, the words still reach the elder's ears. Xuan Wutian chuckles from a distance. He teases Wenwei, saying he needs to get out more since his fame is weaker than an old man's. The youth humbly replies that he still has a long way to go. They share a laugh, but suddenly Xuan Wutian freezes, his sharp gaze locking onto a figure dressed in red standing far away. He mutters in absolute admiration, realizing the Teiyu alliance really is loaded with top-tier talent as rumored. Sensing his gaze, Han Xiangya turns around and their eyes lock for a brief second. Xuan Wutian is deeply impressed, praising her talent to Wenwei. He says her potential matches Wenwei's, and with her pure sword heart, her future is limitless. Hearing his master heap such high praise on her, Xu Wenwei remains totally unfazed. Having met Han Xiangya once before, he reveals her identity to the elder, noting that she is indeed one of the legendary 3 flowers. The old sword immortal sighs, expecting a massive female powerhouse to rise soon, but right after saying that, he suddenly senses a freezing dark presence nearby. Xuan Wutian gasps in utter shock, quickly spinning around, only to find the street behind them completely empty. This legendary figure is so shaken he actually gulps in pure fear. That sinister aura instantly reminds him of someone, but it is impossible because he knows that evil monk died a long time ago. Xuan Wutian closes his eyes, trying to sense the air again, confident nobody can hide from him. Even after searching, he finds absolutely nothing. Could his senses have failed him? Well, you and I are going to find out if he's losing his mind. You and I are about to witness some high-key drama unfold as they head to the Zhongnan sword sect, where the big boss Xuan Wutian sits in the main hall. He is chilling in the main seat, checking out a scroll real close. Meanwhile, Elder Shi is acting all polite, and his disciple Chen is literally kneeling on the floor. Our sword immortal stares at this paper for like an hour before finally talking, saying he knows every single word, but together, they make absolutely zero sense to him. He asks Shi if he can trust him. Shi immediately bows, looking super serious, and promises he would never dare lie to his master ancestor after everything they went through. He brags about working his butt off at the alliance. But his disciple Chen whispers to his master, complaining that his knees are literally dying and he cannot take this. He asks how much longer this is going to take. Shi snaps, telling him to shut up because the guy sitting up there is the ultimate ancestor of their entire sect. Hearing them whisper, Xuan Wutian just shrugs it off, saying the kid has never seen him at the mountain, so it makes total sense he does not know him. He tells him not to scold the kid, then looks at Shi with a different vibe, praising his hard work but asking why there are literally no disciples around. She respectfully explains that with the big conference coming up, there is too much work, so all the disciples got dragged away by the Juzhong mansion to help out. Xu Wenwei, who is staying quiet, suddenly pipes up, asking if Han Su was sent there too. Xuan Wutian asks if he is talking about Eleven's only disciple. Xu nods, confirming he is the sole heir. Mentioning Han Su's late master makes the Grandmaster sigh, calling him a total tragedy because he had so much potential. He says the sect rarely gets someone with such a pure sword heart. If he was still around, he might have actually restored their ultimate 36 sword style. Since Han Su is his student, he must be special. He demands to see the kid, making Shi instantly break into a cold sweat because he knows he is in trouble. Now pay close attention, because if the ancestor finds out Shi was bullying Han Su, he is toast. But his clueless disciple Chen completely ruins the cover-up. Chen blabbers that Han Su is hanging out with the Great Heavenly Merchant Group. Su immediately frowns, asking why their disciple is even over there in the first place. Shi calls his disciple an idiot in his head but plays along, lying that the kid insisted on staying there even though the god of war is heavily targeted. He explains that the guy is locked up, yet Han Su refuses to cut ties, staying with the merchants like a stubborn fool and ruining their sect's good name. Hearing this, Shu's eyes turn super sharp, questioning if Shi just called his junior brother arrogant and foolish. That death stare makes Shi shake in his boots. Before the elder can even make an excuse, this powerhouse steps right up to his face, glaring down at him with a freezing cold look and sharp voice. He reminds him that Han Su has always been a gentle and pure kid, so calling him arrogant and claiming he ruined the sect is a straight-up lie. He demands to know what Shi did to him. Suddenly his aura totally shifts, releasing insanely sharp energy that forces Shi to clench his fists just to stand. He barely keeps himself from falling flat on his face. Shaking, the elder stutters, asking what kind of nonsense he is talking about and denying everything. The Grandmaster, who has been watching the drama, finally speaks up, telling Su to back off and asking why he is accusing their own sect elder like that. He claims he trusts Shi, though he definitely has an ulterior motive. Shu just smirks, playing along and saying if an elder says so, it must be true. He asks for permission to go check on Han Su himself to see what is really going on, and the Grandmaster easily gives him the green light. You and I both know these two fakes are sweating bullets right now, completely stunned that Shu refuses to let this go and keeps digging for the truth. If they get caught lying to the Grandmaster and abusing Han Su, they are literally dead. But then, Xuan Wutian drops a cryptic line that changes everything. He says if Han Su wants to leave the sect, they should just let him go. Shu stays quiet, nods, and immediately gets ready to make his move. Walking past Chen, he coldly orders him to stop standing around like a dummy and lead him to Han Su. Chen immediately panics and looks for help. He begs his master with his eyes, who is standing there completely frozen. Shi's face darkens as he slowly nods, giving the go-ahead to lead the way. As they leave, we cut over to the merchant group where Su Xiaohu stands by the window, asking if his uncle has sent the letters back yet. His companion reports that the president replied and is sending the info soon, then updates him on the insane number of warriors gathering at the alliance. Apparently, all the big-shot fighters are arriving, including Han Su's own sect. Su Xiaohu looks out at the training grounds, trying to plan their next move. He knows this sect is no joke, so they need to be respectful. Since Han Su has been busy training, he probably has no idea they arrived. He decides to find a chance to tell him. Right now, Han Su is sparring with Nam Gong Hao, and both of them are going absolutely toe-to-toe. With no clear winner, Han Su suddenly leaps into the air, unleashing a strike that sends his opponent flying back. But Hao recovers and charges right back. The crowd on the sidelines is going wild, cheering for both sides and hyping up how insanely fast the kid is getting. The energy is totally off the charts. But Han Su has no clue that a mysterious set of eyes is watching him. From an inn window nearby, Xu Wenwei is keeping a close watch. He remembers when Han Su used to be terrified of fighting, mostly because of his timid personality and the toxic environment he grew up in back then. Ever since his master passed away, the poor kid was completely helpless, which is exactly why they sent him away to this dangerous place in the first place. But seeing his old 36 sword-style Reborn in the kid's hands, Xu cannot help but feel proud of how much his junior has actually grown. Chen is standing right there with his jaw dropped, shocked that this kid is actually a beast. Right then, Han Su takes a deep breath on the field. He lets out a massive yell, spinning his sword in a giant circle and unleashing a wave of energy that literally shoots straight up into the sky. This move is his signature sword technique. It blasts Hao straight back, sending him crashing into a nearby lake where he splashes around like crazy. Hao pops up to see Han Su offering a hand, but Hao just smirks slyly. And trust me, you and I can't wait to see what that slick smile actually means. Alright, you and I are diving right back into the action. He grabs his wrist, yanking him into the water. Get down here, you brat! Han Su goes splash, completely off guard. He chokes on water while Nam Gong Hao just laughs his head off. We're buddies, right? No way I'm embarrassing myself alone. Hearing that word, friends, Han? Su freezes for a second before bursting out laughing too. Watching them, Xu Wenwei sighs quietly. Back at the Southern Zhongnan sect, he had never seen Han Su this happy. After a bit, the Southern Blue Dragon turns around. Let's go, we're heading back. Tell the disciples at the Nine Heavens Mansion to return to the sect immediately. Chen Zhouzhan is shocked, his voice shaking. Senior brother, why call them back all of a sudden? Xu Wenwei's eyes flash with cold fury, his voice dropping low. To test their cultivation, obviously. I want to see what right they had to bully junior brother Han. Time flies, and now only 11 days remain until the Grand Heroic Assembly. Thanks to a warning from Huangfu Junyo, the prison guards actually stopped torturing our boy Cheon Sa-woo for now. Just as two guards are complaining about this soft order, a quiet clink echoes from deep inside the Thunder prison. It sounds like a snapping iron chain. The two guards freeze, rushing to check it out. They never expected to see something so terrifying. There's Cheon Sa-woo, his hands behind his back, floating in mid-air with glowing eyes like a god of war. His cultivation is totally back. He raises his left hand, pointing 2 fingers forward. Now watch this. Before those guards can even react, he shoots 2 energy beams straight into them. Boom! His mind control technique locks them down instantly. This secret art doesn't just freeze their bodies, it literally allows him to hijack their minds and control their consciousness. Talk about overpowered. With both guards under his spell, Cheon Sa-woo walks up and asks coldly, "Where is Sha Tianwei?" The boss is in his room at the end of the hall. Having gotten his answer, Cheon Sa-woo turns and leaves. After walking a bit, his voice echoes back to them. You two just stay here and relax. And wait for the Grand Heroic Assembly. With a snap of his fingers, the controlled guards start moving, walking themselves straight toward the cliff's edge. Cheon Sa-woo kicks open the door, but Sha Tianwei is gone. He wants to hunt him down and end him, but his main mission is saving Mo Guyu's family. Swallowing his rage, he spots a map of the Thunder prison on the table and studies it carefully. He was held on the first floor, but the voices of Mo Guyu's family came from the 4th. Looking at the map, this place is a total maze. If he tries to navigate the tunnels floor by floor, he'll definitely get caught. So Cheon Sa-woo gathers massive energy in his left hand. He squats down, braces himself, and slams his palm straight into the solid stone ground. A waterfall of sheer power blasts downward, shattering 3 entire floors of the prison in an instant. Dust floods the 3rd floor cell, and as it clears, Cheon Sa-woo lands smoothly. The moment his feet touch the ground, a voice echoes. It's been a long time since anyone came down here. Keeping his cool, he asks, "Who are you?" This guy's energy feels weirdly familiar. Instead of answering the question directly, the old man just gives him a friendly warning. If you do that again, you might trigger a massive disaster. These lower cells are made of solid natural stone. One wrong move and this whole prison collapses on us. Cheon Sa-woo ignores the warning, his eyes shifting to the wall behind the old man. Did you write all of this in blood? He notices the old man's fingers are completely shredded. This guy must be harboring some deep, bone-deep hatred to do something like this. I can't even remember the last time I saw another human, but I knew someone would see this one day, just like you are now. Do you want to hear my story? Cheon Sa-woo stares at the bloody writing covering the wall, his voice staying completely calm. Let's listen in on this crazy backstory. The old man is Jung Hanzi, a legendary weaponsmith from the Tang clan. Thanks to his insane skills, he was brought into their elite workshop. The clan leader highly valued him, even renaming him Tang Qingqi, and he definitely lived up to it. Even though his actual martial arts skills were pretty average, his talented hands remade countless legendary long-lost weapons of the Tang clan. He quickly became irreplaceable to the clan. It was during this peak time of his life that he met the love of his life. She was a super gentle girl who loved butterflies. They fell hard, got engaged, and promised to spend the rest of their lives together. But tragedy struck right out of nowhere. His fiancée was suddenly found hanging from a tree. The Tang clan claimed she took her own life, but he knew she'd never do that. He begged for a real investigation, but the leader ignored him and punished him severely instead. Only when he saw a certain bloodthirsty look did he realize the ugly truth. It was all because of the leader's main disciple, Tang Wenquan. Tang Wenquan had lusted after his fiancée for a long time. After he violated her, she hung herself out of pure despair. Days later, the leader kicked him out of the clan using a fake excuse. He planned to return home and open a simple blacksmith shop, but he was ambushed on his way. Luckily, he fell off a cliff and hid in some bushes to survive. Waking up, he swore vengeance. If he didn't get revenge, he'd never die in peace. He hid deep in the mountains. He couldn't fight, but he still had his master skills. Knowing every single weapon-making secret of the Tang clan, he set out to build a weapon that could counter their entire martial arts. He forged away in those deep mountains for decades. Fueled by burning hatred, he poured his entire soul into his work, and finally, he created a pair of god-tier weapons called the Twin Butterflies of Life and Death. With these, he could counter their ultimate rain of flowers technique. But he had no idea the Tang clan was stalking him for decades, just waiting for him to finish the weapons so they could steal them. Trapped by his enemies, he had to flee. Since his energy was too weak, he couldn't even use them. Stick around, we're finding out how he survives next. Alright, you and I know those Tongsek spies are absolute beasts. One casual dagger throw completely impales his calf, making him lose all control and fall. He faceplants hard. Pay attention here, because his life-death twin butterflies slip out, sending the death butterfly straight into the abyss. Desperate to save his decades of hard work, Jung Hanzi quickly swallows the remaining life butterfly. And trust me, we're not ready for what happens next.